got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
On 3rd and 3, they give us to Justice Hill, sweeping left side, crosses midfield, he's to the 40, Charger 30, leg race 20, Justice Hill 10, he's in! Touchdown Ravens! Justice Hill goes 51 yards, and the Ravens extend their lead.
Ravens radio with the call. We're off to a start already, just right before the show begins.
Is that the Ravens radio in Baltimore?
I don't see it. I don't see it.
We got the clearance yesterday from Tim Collins after the show to go to the NFL Combine. Bobby has been cooking up this idea for about 2 years now. While the other shows are in Surprise, Arizona, we got the time difference, so tough to ask the Rangers to come on at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning live. So Bobby's like, let's go opposite. Let's go from, what the hell is their standard time?
Eastern.
No. In Arizona.
Well, when we would go,
Arizona?
it would be mountain time.
Yeah, it's Arizona time. It's
Yeah,
their own
they don't
unique
change.
time. They don't change.
So
They
instead
change in
of
the summer.
that, we're like, let's just go an hour later. Let's go to the NFL Combine. Let's go where the Cowboys are, possibly their new coach and Jerry Jones and the bus, and let's go to Indianapolis. So Tim Collins, Gavin Spittle giving us the green light yesterday, and I was sitting here and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be – I feel like I'm going to have that desperation of trying to get into the Miami hotspot where Magic and Wilbon and
Prime
all that-
112.
and Barkley.
We got banished to the Randy Galloway Prime Italian across the street.
So we're circling around, and this was actually the number one RJ rental car situation I think he's pulled off. It was
He's pulled off plenty.
Cadillac convertible or something?
Yeah, it was like the 2-door sports car convertible.
So I felt, I was on top of the world. We're sitting there, Miami NBA Finals. Let's go to this place. Let's go to Prime 112, and we're circling around. Is it South Beach?
Yeah,
the area,
ish.
and parking's tough. And we're circling, and there's a Lamborghini, and there's a Ferrari, and there's an Aston Martin, and there's even a Porsche is probably a backhanded thing. And by the time we kept circling, I'm like, I don't know if we belong. I don't know if we're gonna get accepted, even with our awesome, cool Cadillac convertible. So they banished us along with the great Randy Galloway right across the street.
Same
They're like,
menu.
That's the JV one.
They said you get the same menu over there.
And
You want
isn't
to-
there a JV? Okay, so then over to this, I'm like, all right, we're going February, end of February. Let's go to this famous steakhouse. This is the place for the cocktail sauce and the Camus. This is where Sean Payton and Jerry Jones would battle and fight each other for the bottle of Camus. And, the number one steakhouse, or at least most known in Indianapolis. And I'm like, oh my God, I have a reservation for 3. I can choose from 6:30, 6:45, 7 o'clock, 7:15 for like the Thursday that we're in the mix of it, in the thick of it. And Chop goes, St. Elmo's where? And I was like, Dallas, being sarcastic. And he's like, well, why is there a Nobu here? Why is there a Nobu here?
Because Nobu stands for what?
North Malibu.
Nope.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Prove me wrong.
It's the
Prove me wrong.
it's the chef.
I don't believe anybody's name is Nobu. I don't believe that. That's not a real name.
So I don't know how to
That's
buy
not a real
this.
name.
This to me, in being married to someone who managed and ran these types of reservations, this is we get in and we get bumped. There's no way. How are there reservations like this?
As Seinfeld said, the reservation keeps the car here. So I think it's set.
That's early in the evening, I think, for a lot of people. Like while they're out there, they're working late. Usually, they're doing meetings late. So
They haven't had dinner with Sean.
6:30
Sean's
made
a 4-hour
The other thing
dinner
is,
guy.
Sean
as
who?
You.
Oh,
as,
Sean Payton.
No.
as Broadus has brought up before, a lot of the meetings, because they stay late into the night and stuff like that, a lot of it ends up at like Steak and Shake. Like Steak and Shake. Broadus said more
wow.
trades have happened at the Steak and Shake in Indianapolis than anywhere else in the world.
Well, there's no Steak and Shakes around here anymore.
They have
still
like
got 'em?
one or two. They've got one in Irving, where my Explorer is currently sitting.
We
down
struck
the
out
block
of the
from me.
St. Elmo's here, but we got the
It's got
steak.
steak.
Well,
Shake.
like for instance, like Prime 47. If you were to look up Prime 47,
Is
which
that the
another,
JV one?
No, Prime 47. Prime 47 is another one of the hot spots.
Harry and Izzy's is next door to St. Elmo's. That's like the same, or we used to be the same owner, where you get the same menu.
They shut down. Like Prime 47, I think shows up as though it closes at 11 o'clock. During Combine Week, they have special hours where starting at 10, they take all the tables out and they just turn it into a bar that they keep open till like 4 in the morning. And so a lot of people just end up packing Prime 47 or these other spots. These steakhouses turn into bars basically where their hours extend way later, and they just put the tables up because it's been such a like revenue maker for them.
So should I just try? Sounds illegal to me, Pat.
Right.
Where's TABC? Should I try to just, what Prime 47 one night, St. Elmo's one night? This would be the most ridiculous expense bill that we have in the history, and then we'll be sitting there just sitting up in the bar, and my head will be on a swivel.
St. Elmo's, like you can start at St. Elmo's for dinner, and then you can just go to Prime for the bar. Because Prime, you just walk in, it gets packed though. It's tight. It's tough to get up to the bar to get a drink.
All right, so looks like we got a reservation at least for Thursday.
Oh, wait.
And that cocktail sauce that you mentioned, there was the article we read from Indianapolis last year that said that's Jerry's famous prank on draft prospects, is he'll have them try it, and that then they have no idea how hot what they're about to eat is.
Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30 this morning. We'll have to ask him about it. All right, back to business. That's the type of show you're going to get today and throughout the rest of the week with the zaniness of everybody having off. 30-23, the Harbaugh Bowl goes to the big brother yet again. 3-0 for John over Jim. This game was close, and then there was a pull away for the Ravens in the second half.
There was, and it
felt like a different class.
It did. It felt like one team had to go up in weight class and fight, and they just couldn't handle it. And there's look, Baltimore, when they're playing their best, like I think that they're the one team that really nobody wants to see. Like, you could beat them because they could sometimes have just a blah game, or they make a lot of mistakes, the defense doesn't show up. But they've got to be a nightmare to have to plan for. Just absolutely treacherous to sit there on Monday and watch tape and be like, oh man, how the hell are we going to beat these guys?
Yeah, they're tough.
But you can make a case. Some defensive mind is sitting out there going, I want Lamar in the playoffs, because that has been the kryptonite.
It has.
You know,
it has.
Force him to throw, not going to run around, whatever these defensive game plans have been.
Yeah, it's something.
Unless you think he's really, elevated in that area, which many people do.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, Dave, in the last, 2 seasons, they obliterated Buffalo and they obliterated Detroit, and they did the same thing to San Francisco. The only team they really don't obliterate is Kansas City. Like, when they have a big time matchup, like against another big time team, I mean, they put it to them oftentimes.
Yeah, look, I mean, Baltimore and Lamar has. This year, Lamar's been better as a passer, and he's learned he extends plays more and actually takes advantage of a lot of it, instead of, like we're talking about with Jaden Daniels the other day, where Jaden Daniels will just break the pocket, and when he's decided he's running, he's running. I think we saw some of that against Dallas the other day. That when Jaden Daniels started going on the move, it was like, okay, the pass is out of the question now. He's not moving to extend the play and try and take advantage of things. Lamar Jackson's gotten better at kind of maneuvering things that, like on the 2-point conversion, for instance, I was surprised he didn't break. Like, he normally would just run in the past, and it didn't convert for him, but he's somebody who's gotten better at using that to his advantage. But the biggest thing with Baltimore is just their defense has not been good this year. It was better last night. They were able to sustain it. I don't know why Harbaugh got away from J.K. Dobbins so much. Dobbins looked like he was going to go for 200 yards.
The swing in this game, I thought it was a really bad call that went against the Chargers. Then a drop. It was a nightmare evening for TCU. Quentin Johnston, 4 targets, 0 catches. Aikman's like, it's clearly in his head right now. He had a humongous drop, and then it was ball game after that. Baltimore wins.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. That's a friend of the show, voice of God, Quentin Johnston, who we had on, who has the in a world voice. But yeah, this is where I think the Chargers are. You see, like, the evidence that they're going.
I didn't see Montana last night, as Jim told me that we were watching one of the greats of all time. So pay attention to it. I wasn't seeing it.
Boy, I still as good as Justin Herbert is. And as good as his numbers have been this year, just the raw numbers, it does still look like it's a little bit of a handcuffed Justin Herbert to me. Like, Harbaugh does not look like he totally trusts him to me. And I mean, like, you saw it, like when he ran and scored the touchdown, had the dorkiest touchdown celebration in the history of the world, the tight clutch of the football and, like, running to the sideline like he's protecting it. But Harbaugh doesn't. I don't think when you watch the Chargers play, it looks like Harbaugh has a whole lot of trust in him not to make a mistake.
Now, would you have gone for 2 the way John did? Up 23-16. They took a 23-16 lead.
Yep.
So you're up 7. There's 12 to go-ish in the 4th.
Yeah.
And he goes for 2. So you could have kicked an extra point, make it an 8-point game, or go for 2, make it 9. Which that's what the numbers say to do. Make it the 9-point, because you're already safe at 7.
So my initial conservative instinct kicks in, and I'm like, let's make it 8. I always feel great when the other team has to score, and then even if they get the 2-point conversion, at the very least, you are tied. The follow-up question in my mind is, all right, if we don't get it, we're still up 7, how likely are they to
go for 2?
Go for 2.
Yeah.
What was the time in the game?
So it's 12 minutes to go. So you would have made it a 2-possession game.
Yeah.
Which you're probably going to get 2 possessions. When you're getting the ball with 12 to go, you're probably going to get those 2 possessions.
And I'm going to guess that the other side is going to kick the point to tie, unless we are at like the 2-minute or less mark where it's a go for the win situation. Right. I would think that. So in that scenario, I would be more likely to go for 2.
Yeah, because I mean, this situation here, if he goes for 2, yeah, you do get the 2 possession advantage, and I gotta think he's got to beat both of them. They
know each other.
They know each other not just because obviously they're brothers. Like they've talked before about how much they've talked football over the years, and how much Jack, their dad, who has instilled a lot of the different philosophy in them. I'm sure he's got an idea of exactly what chess moves he needs to make, just the way like Jim would.
Or how much you change things up, like the Ravens going for it on their own 16-yard line against your brother to throw things off.
By the way, did we ever get an explanation? What the hell was the issue with the referee saying Mark Andrews that was incomplete at first before they switched the touchdown call back and said, oh, no, wait, he did catch it? That was the clearest looking touchdown catch I think I've seen, and they ruled it incomplete to begin with, and they never explained what was going on.
No Luka, Kyrie says, no matter.
Luka screens. Kyrie shoots again. He is HOTTOGO! 5 of 6 in the fourth quarter, and he is raining threes.
HOTT.
Hot to go.
Hot to go.
Like Little Caesars.
It's a
great song.
What?
Great song.
It is a current hot top 40 song.
Is that what that reference is?
Yeah.
Who
it's
is
also
it? What's the song?
Hot to go.
Yeah, but how's it go?
Just
HOTTOGO. You can take me home to go.
Okay.
Very popular.
That's not Chapel Roan,
Yeah.
is
Chapel Roan,
it? Is
yeah.
it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie with 32 points. Jaden Hardy with the season high, 23. Najee Marshall is just good for 20 now every single night. And Dinwiddie rebounded from what happened the game before with 22 off the bench as the Mavs win in Atlanta without Luka, 10-8 on the year. And the Hawks fall to 7-11.
Yeah, and Kyrie had a lot of really strong praise to give to Jaden Hardy after the game and talking about the way that he stepped up. And man, it still feels like Jason Kidd, just against his will only play Jaden Hardy when he's...
They started.
I know, that's what I'm saying, though, but it feels like it just is like... He has to be dragged kicking and screaming to put Jaden Hardy on the floor. And I still... It feels like he steps up a lot of times when he's given these opportunities. Like, he'll score in bursts. He is a legit classical scorer.
PJ's kind of the same. He'll have a 22, 25-point game and then follow it up with a 9. You never know what you're going to get, but when he's on... I mean, obviously, it's a big boost.
Dallas Stars were up 2 in the third, and then what?
You get it back for Natchez. Natchez looking. It's a flex off for escape. The score! Marty Natchez making his own look. And on the power play, the Canes get the bounce. It's 5-4.
Canes TV, a 3-1 lead disappears and gets detonated as the Hurricanes score 5 in the third at home to improve to 15 wins on the season, 8-1 at home. The Stars are a pedestrian 5-5 away from the AAC.
This was just an avalanche in the third period. Yeah, Carolina.
St. Elmo's in there
too. It was a Carolina avalanche in the third. Like there's nothing. You're just behind the 8 ball at that point. Like they are just on. They were getting odd man rushes. They were getting power. They were just doing everything. And the Stars' power play has been a problem for them throughout the entire year. I know Spittles talked about their power play all season long. And there you go again last night getting shut out on the power play.
And it's so weird because Money Puck had them with a 54% deserve to win-o-meter.
If someone could teach me how to give a website a virus, is that illegal to threaten that?
Yeah.
Oh. 877-881-10. No, there's dump worthy. I hit the dump button, RJ. So I don't know if it's dump worthy. Gavin Spittle listening to give a hockey website a virus. That's definitely dump worthy. Stephen Jones, did he have mixed feelings like many Tolos that the Cowboys actually won? How laughable are the prices for these Giants tickets? And have they calmed down Malik Neighbors before Thanksgiving Thursday? Inside the Star on Sean and RJ next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Short week. Today's a football what in their world?
Today would be Thursday for them.
Thursday.
Yep.
All right. Cowboys, Giants. Right here on this radio station. Everyone's been talking about ticket prices for this, RJ.
Low. I saw them as low as $25.
Hey.
And that's not even that's for a seat. That's not for
bad.
That's not for the party pass.
Are you embarrassed?
Who's the halftime?
Laney Wilson.
It's worth it going to Laney Wilson for $25. Depends on what,
Well, for what, 2 songs?
Yeah, it's quick. I mean, they do like
You'll fit in it'll be like a medley.
Yeah.
She'll sing like 30 seconds of 8 songs or something.
Right.
So you'll get a nice smattering of it.
I mean, what did who do we have? Dolly sang about 4 minutes of Jolene last year.
So $21, $25?
$20 to $25 as you could get in, get a seat up top. That's pretty low. Pretty low.
Speaking of low, what do you think the over-under is for this game?
I have not looked. 38.5?
37.5.
Ooh.
37.5.
Ooh.
Cowboys favored by 4.
It's like an Army-Navy game.
Before we dive into it a little bit more, Stephen Jones yesterday was on the KMC Masterpiece. What a question. They're asking these bold questions. Did you have a mixed reaction about the win, just like many fans of Team Tank?
Absolutely not. I mean, we've been very upfront that we're wanting to win football games right now. And certainly, I understand what our record is through a tough stretch in our schedule there where we were playing, division-leading football teams and, the tougher part of our schedule. And, we just want to go out there and win football games. And that's the most important thing right now is play the people who give us the best chance to win the game.
So no surprise there. Was it any sweeter to beat Dan Quinn, who's now on the other side?
Anytime you go on the road against a division opponent, actually, you beat a division opponent anywhere, it's super sweet. And, like I said, we got nothing but the utmost respect for Dan Quinn and what he stands for and what he's all about. So, but, that's what you get. I'm sure he was wanting us in the worst way, too, in terms of getting a big divisional win. But it was great to get a big divisional win there on the road. And, we've got good football players on this team. We've had some challenges this year. But, obviously you look at a game like that with a team that's, one of the better teams in the NFC. Certainly, I think if the playoffs were today, they'd be in them. And, a big win for us. And, like I said, we're going to continue to our goal is to win football games, and it starts Thursday against the Giants and home against Thanksgiving.
Boy, did he give us an RJ Choppy Thursday?
Yeah.
That was a Thursday, like Choppy always likes to throw out there.
Where are we with the injuries, Bobby?
It's a little complicated. It's a little complex. So they were thrown off, I think, by the Tyler Smith unavailability. They were really thrown off by Trayvon Diggs. I don't think they knew he wasn't going to play till Saturday afternoon when I think he kind of said, guys, I'm not going to be able to go. You remember a couple years ago, Amari Cooper in the Jets game where they felt like they didn't have a good handle on, you're more banged up than we thought. You didn't really communicate that. I think they felt that way with Diggs this week. But it sounds like Steven had told them yesterday, does not sound good for Jake Ferguson or Zach Martin. Jerry sounded last week like the Ferguson concussion was serious enough that they were going to have to, pump the brakes on him for a little bit. And so Ferguson, Martin sounds like they're out. Sounds like you are going to be getting Tyler Smith back this week, and that's a positive. He's really good. Diggs has a shot to play. So those are all positives if you're trying to win football games. But Zach Martin and Jake Ferguson likely going to be out in this one.
And the Giants are trying to settle down. Malik Neighbors trying to calm him down a little bit after he was unhappy about the lack of work in their loss against Tampa.
What a mess the Giants have become. Like the two New York organizations right now are just floundering. And Malik Neighbors obviously snapped after the game, was like, go ask Daboll about it. I don't know. You can go ask him about it. So they went to Brian Daboll. They checked in with him. They asked him. And Daboll has typically been a guy who kind of snaps back in the media whenever he's asked about one of his players. Not this time. Because he's a very competitive individual. Again, you want to get the ball in his hands, and I got to do a better job of getting the ball in his hands early. He had 12 targets, by the way. He's a smart young guy that's very competitive. And again, when you lose like that, it's a frustrating thing, but we've had good communication, as we always have.
The snippiest hot coach right now, like McCarthy and Daboll, sounds like they're trying to be a little bit nicer. The snippiest one by 14 country miles is Doug Peterson.
Yes.
He's the one, like,
he knows.
I'd explain it to you if you had the capability of understanding it, but I know you don't. I know you can't comprehend the play call.
It's really wild though. Like you mentioned, the Giants and Jets are so bad. Like most of the New York teams right now are pretty good. Mets are good, Yankees are good, Knicks, Rangers, Devils, and then there you got the Giants and the Jets, which are the laughing stocks of their conference.
So Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, Boys of Belichick, friend of the show, best buddy of Broadus, he said that Pete Rozelle, the former commissioner, used to really get involved in trying to help out the bad teams, like sitting down with them. Yo, man, like let's figure out a way to fix this. Let's that. And he thinks, Pete Rozelle was around, and he thinks, current leadership in the National Football League is not happy with these New York teams. Like that,
Right.
Woody Johnson is kind of an embarrassment. If you guys look at what we are as a league right now in terms of dominance, if you two could carry your weight just a little bit for a 2 or 3 year run, we take it to a next level. That's what Lombardi's perspective was, because of the way Pete Rozelle would try to, raise up the have-nots.
Right, and they are truly have-nots. And like the Giants they've been a very, historically, just a stable organization.
Yeah.
They don't overreact. They don't fire GMs. They don't fire head coaches. They just kind of stay the course, and they're generally...
Theirs isn't circus-like. Like the Jets are circus/cowboy-like. The Giants just feel like...
Giants feel like cavemen.
Yeah.
They just feel old. They feel like they're stuck in their ways. They still have like a landline telephone. They're too worried to switch to like all cell phones in their house. That's the Giants.
They're Pittsburgh without the consistency.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
They're trying to... And there's value in like wanting to be that, but when you're clearly not that, you've got to do something different.
It's very old thinking. I mean, the fact that we've talked about a lot in the last couple weeks, the fact that they let Saquon Barkley go, and there was that quote of, boy, if he ends up with the Eagles, I'm going to be sick to my stomach, and a lot of it about jersey sales and stuff. They worry about things that are just, they're very old school in the way that they do things, except I guess the way that they treat their quarterback. In that case, they just publicly embarrass him.
And Daniel Jones officially cleared waivers, is now an unrestricted free agent. Adam Schefter threw out 2 teams.
2 teams.
The Ravens and the Vikings as possibilities.
So the Vikings are interesting because, like, obviously JJ's not going to come back at all this year.
Right.
But, what does that do for next year? Because there are people talking that Minnesota could draft a quarterback again next year. Like, why would you? Why
Who's saying that?
Just some mock drafts.
I think Daniel Jones would just be wherever he's going. I would assume it's just through the end of the year. I don't think he's looking to plant himself anywhere. So it's if Kevin O'Connell feels like, man, I'm not getting the most out of Darnold anymore. They've started having some tougher margins in games. Maybe he does say, does Daniel Jones give me something? And I got to say, if you're Daniel Jones, if you want to talk about for Daniel Jones's headspace, though, to go from the most toxic organization in sports to Mr. Build up everyone's confidence in Kevin O'Connell, including quarterbacks that are on his own, like Anthony Richardson, then I think that'd be a perfect spot, actually.
So there was a Twitter note on a compensatory pick connection to this. If Daniel Jones signs with the team for the remainder of the season, then leaves in free agency and secures a solid backup or bridge quarterback type deal, the team that had him would be in line to receive a compensatory pick.
Yep. So, I mean, there's benefit for a team, especially if you are looking to stack up more comp picks. And so, I mean, there's definitely a reason to bring him in here. It's a mutually beneficial relationship.
Get our 4th back.
I don't think you'd get a 4th.
Which one?
I know, right?
The one you gave away for the receiver or the quarterback? Here's
Running
a perfect.
back.
What's that?
Running back.
Here's a perfect example of how out of touch the New York Giants are. They apparently called ESPN to complain about this sportscaster. This is Elle Duncan. I don't know if they're letting her or others on there do like these commentaries or these late night type of media rants, but this is Elle Duncan making fun of the New York Giants, and they apparently called Bristol to complain about this.
You guys think he had this saved in his notes since like 2020?
The speech.
In all seriousness, DJ, I could have saved you like 90 seconds. A rewrite. Sorry you paid me $108 million for one playoff win, and I look forward to reviving my career as Brock Purdy's backup. The end.
There you go. I listened to the whole thing, and I took like the most dangerous clip and audio. And they called to complain, apparently, because they got worked up over Elle I don't even Ellie.
No, it's L.
L.
Is it L?
Duncan's commentary.
What
are you doing?
That's soft. That's soft with a capital S and a capital W right thrown in there. But the Daniel Jones, that speech he gave was a complete microcosm of Daniel Jones, the quarterback. Like, you couldn't. I mean, he's so scared. His decision making is so conservative. He's so scared to make a mistake that he couldn't even speak from the heart. This is, I mean, you've been in the league for 4 years. You went to
Romo
Duke
did the same thing.
I know, it's stupid. I mean,
Does Daniel Jones have a personality, though? Romo's at least had some charisma to it. Daniel Jones, he looks dead inside.
He does look dead inside, but like
he looks dumb-faced inside.
Romo had charisma, but I don't think that was a charismatic speech he gave.
Oh
That
no,
felt
a lot of people love that speech.
I think it was well written, but I mean, like the heavy size, it was clear. Like, I don't even want to read this right now. Like, it was sad. I thought
heartfelt. That was his intent.
Heartfelt.
They conveyed his heartfelt. You have no objectivity, so you. Can't
I have
really,
objectivity.
No,
I just
you
said it was well written.
well written.
That's a compliment.
Well written, horribly delivered.
Hey, he read that speech better than he reads a defense.
Well, he's going to end up better than your boy. It's not even going to be close. It might be close. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Are you willing to sign this Thanksgiving agreement before everyone sits down at your table? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
College football kegger at 7. Post Hut Clarity at 7:20 as Bobby rewatches the Cowboy-Washington game and a post Malone ticket giveaway plus Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Thank you for sticking with us before you completely bail for turkey and tryptophan. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And speaking of turkey, what is the Thanksgiving agreement?
Man, this is a little crazy here. There is an "Am I the you know what" thread.
Mm-hmm. Am I the bleep hole?
A woman is upset with her sister and her family because this one lady is hosting Thanksgiving, all right, this year. But her sister, who's a little bit younger, they're their early 30s, late 20s, decides that there needs to be law and order. We love law and order. And there needs to be law and order to this Thanksgiving. It's a little bit chaotic. And she says that she wants to have a code of conduct, a family code of conduct that you must sign before you attend the Thanksgiving feast.
Now is this like Peyton? Is this where you guys all like bird feed the rolls in y'all's mouth at your table?
No, we throw them. We throw them. Yeah.
So weird.
You throw this is at Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And you're going to toss them all up. And you're going to actually follow through for one time that you promise and get like some content for the show or the station, since you don't film the Halloween decorations. You didn't film the roll. We need a Seinfeld naming of this. The tossing of the rolls or something. The tossing of the yeast toss. You think you could just maybe pull out the cell phone camera for 3 seconds and give us a little bit of content?
Well, my family, since I have to actually work on Thanksgiving, unfortunately, I have to work the Cowboys game. Our Thanksgiving is tomorrow night. So, you know what? I'll make a reminder.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with filming. You're still going to be there to do it. I thought you were going to say I'm missing Thanksgiving.
The phone works on a Wednesday.
No, I said I'll make a reminder.
All right, very good.
Okay.
Yeah, you better. Otherwise,
you butter.
Yeah, you butter.
You butter.
Yeah, otherwise we'll just have to unload the group messages. That's what we'll have to do.
So here is the...
I would be worried if I were you about unloading the group messages.
Absolutely. So here is the codes and the rules.
Especially if I was Caitlin.
Against...
What? Don't even... Do not. You better correct that now.
Caitlin, I'm just kidding. I just did that to make him uncomfortable. 6:54 will be fun.
A rule against overlapping conversation at the dinner table. Okay, so that's one of the rules.
Overlapping conversation?
Yes, they don't want like one end of the table talking about one thing and then the other end talking about the other.
This is Patrick's house?
Right. They want to have a group discussion. A respectful debate club. A ban on political or controversial topics.
So Mike Fisher instituted this ban on us at his 60th birthday party. He would come at a table.
Richie was probably there.
And it's like he would... What'd you say?
Because Richie was probably there. You know, Will Chambers talking.
Oh, Will came in hot.
Will would just read his Facebook post.
Oh, my God. Richie and Will. Man, it's a good thing you didn't show up. But Fisher just kind of like popped by like a waiter, say, "You need anything?" And it's just, no politics. No politics.
No politics.
No politics. It was just a little reminder there at the fish party. Yeah.
And then a smart casual dress code, because holiday photos should reflect well on the family. What's y'all's Thanksgiving attire? Do y'all dress up?
Great question. I don't. Maybe now that I have the in-laws over, I might put on jeans, maybe. But otherwise, no, man. At my house, sweatpants, sweats, work attire, chill clothes, shorts, as a matter of fact, and a hoodie. But now I feel like my mother-in-law and father-in-law are going to come over like dressed up a little bit nice. So I'll try to like bump it up a tiny bit.
This might shock you to discover, but no, I don't dress up.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Nope.
I'm worried about him at the steakhouse as an indie.
No. I've been good because
he wears a Sunday church like tucked in. You know, his Bobby church.
I
church
have
look.
to be. Yep. I'll
have to be.
I'm just saying, like, they're.
Why can you hobnob there,
I can't walk in there like in shorts, I would if I wanted to.
What do you
they
wear?
Won't let you in.
Right.
Are you?
Thanks for letting me know the steakhouse attire.
When you go to a Cowboy game, are you the most underdressed?
By far.
By far.
Joe Trahan used to give me hell about it all the time. He's like, I wish you would dress as nice for the game as you dress for the plane. And I don't think that was just because there used to be like you used to have to do sport coat and dress pants and everything for the plane.
Oh, and you just would not rewear that attire for the game.
Nope. hoodie and jeans is what.
Hoodie and
you
jeans.
Get. That's what you honestly you get this and jeans. That's what you get at the Cowboys games from me.
All right.
David Hellman once told me he's like, I respect how little you care about what people think about how you look. And I was like, thanks. That sounds like an insult. But
And what is it at what is it at the House of Yeast?
Gotta dress up. I wear khaki pants. Most of my family wears jeans, but I do the khaki pants.
You wear khaki pants?
Yeah.
This isn't Easter.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. It's true. It is an Easter thing.
Peyton's like, let's go out by the what are the blue flowers called again with the poison?
Oh, the blue bonnet.
Yeah, he's like, let's go get a blue bonnet
We'll
photo.
get a blue bonnet.
And you?
I'll wear jeans. And then, I mean, it'll be it depends on how hot it is. If it's warm, like it is now, I'll probably just wear like a plain black T-shirt or like a plain blue T-shirt, something just very easy.
54 degrees the high on Thanksgiving. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it matters. It doesn't even matter to me what it is outside. It's going to be warm in the house with all the cooking and all the people.
My mom keeps the AC at 78 and the heat at 74.
Oh, I was about to say it's not going to be warm in her house because she ain't cooking nothing.
She ain't cooking. She's cooking a ham.
What does she keep it at?
78 in the summer.
78. Okay.
And then 74 for the heat in the winter.
So right now it's on 74.
Brutal. I had to go over there yesterday to fix her TV. 2 hours later, I'm sitting there on hold because she still uses a cable box. And I said, "Could you get? You know what she pays? You know what she pays for a month for TV?
$25.
$330." I said, "What are you doing? You could go get $70 YouTube TV. What are you doing?"
Does she have Sunday ticket or what is
I
it?
don't have Sunday ticket. She has every channel on that.
She's having to watch Dame.
She has like Smithsonian 3.
We
Like,
still
she has every channel.
We still have
how
the
many?
AC on.
How many? What?
We still have the AC on. I haven't even flipped the heater on yet.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of how many own channels she'd have to pay for. Is that why?
She's got a lot of them. Get all of them.
No.
I gotta watch my O'Reilly.
Yesterday was a day it hit
No
me.
spin zone.
I think my dad will be asleep right now, but yesterday it hit me where I'm like, thank God, thank God I don't live in the same city or state as my parents. Not from you, Mom. My dad yesterday, I almost went back out in the pool and didn't come out.
Cold plunge, baby.
He took me to. As soon as I walked in the door, he's on the phone with a computer person. Sean, come here. I had an ant guy over. I'm trying to throw a brisket on for him. I'm trying to get my daughter fine with the sickness. And I go in there, and my dad's like, here, you talk to him. And the feeling that comes over you in that moment. And I'm thinking there's a virus, something's been compromised. It's to empty his junk folder. He doesn't know how to empty the junk folder. He doesn't know how to reset the trash.
Fridays at 7:40.
In the email, and just throughout the whole day, help me shift over my money from crypto. Help me this, help me. And I just I'm like, Sunday when you are supposed to fly back, the busiest travel day of the year, you might want to check Saturday.
Yeah, check Saturday.
You should check Saturday.
Who does he do this with currently?
My brother.
Your brother? So your brother gets it all the time?
I texted my brother. I said, I've said thank you. I said, I owe you thanks for over the years, because every time I miss my parents, I wish I was in this. Should I Baltimore? Should I DC? Yesterday ended that.
Ended
it. Ooh. Love you, Mom.
You going anywhere with that?
Is that it for the Thanksgiving
that's
agreement?
It. Like, what do you do? Like, what do you do here? Are you because this lady decides I'm skipping, we're canceling Thanksgiving.
I'm not going.
Yeah, I'm not adhering to these rules. You gotta have a little bit of family bickering here and there. To me, you just gotta have the right referee. You gotta have the person who steps in and is like, okay, let's shift the conversation if it gets a little bit too heated. Someone to maintain the order.
I'm gonna be bored this year at Thanksgiving. My sister and her husband and their kids, they're on a cruise. They're not going.
Yeah,
she's the New York Times subscriber of the family.
She wasn't kidding when she said she'd leave the country.
That's right. She literally is. So she's I was kind of every time they come over, I always try to throw some chum onto the middle of the table, because I know her and my mom will go at it, because they don't talk politics at all. And I'm like, I love talking politics with either one of them, because I'm like, all right, let's just go. I don't mind. But I just throw the chum in there, but she's not going to be there, so it's going to be me and my mom and Sarah and my kids and my nephew Nick and then Aunt Surrection. All right, so it's a very simple. Maybe her new gentleman friend that she has. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah. but I don't think so.
The sister has a new
My
gentleman?
mom's sister, yeah.
Your mom's sister,
Yeah.
okay.
They went on the over 80 dating app.
Oh, and so this is Ansurrection.
Ansurrection.
So he must lean.
She found the one guy that didn't get put in jail.
That's
It's over 80, of course.
Well, they're
he
all getting
leans.
out
They're all
soon.
getting out.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Speaking of traveling, American Airlines embarrassment. We got plane refunds as well. How long you can hug at the airport. I saw this as a headline. All these things.
Some airports are banning hugs. Like
This is not true.
They said they want no more than 2 minutes during the holiday season of a hug.
In America?
And it was at the U.S. I think it was Denver, maybe.
No. So I know New Zealand recently did this. So New Zealand said they were getting tired of people just lingering in the airport area saying goodbye. So if you plan on saying goodbye to a loved one for longer than 3 minutes in New Zealand, you're in trouble.
How does it take 3 minutes?
I don't know. Like, I mean,
2 minutes.
Clearly,
tops.
that must. If they're needing to institute this rule, they must have people who are lingering way too long, and they're just like, guys, come on, this is crowded.
But
You gotta get it
lingering
moving.
where?
So it says that this is
Like when I walk to the kiosk, that's the only linger area you can do
by
it.
the TSA, maybe.
So they have a new
TSA there?
sign imposing a 3-minute limit on hugs and its drop-off zone. They added, for fonder farewells, please use the car park. A bunch of different people commented, said, this is awful. You can't give a, in fact, they said, one comment said, you can't give a curfew on cuddles.
Oh, man.
That's where it is. It's the drop-off.
This drop-offs. I'm totally on board with this.
Yeah.
The drop-offs. So, by the way, New
Literally
Zealand
on board.
Parliament seems lit right now.
What's that?
New Zealand Parliament.
Oh, yeah, where they're doing the haka.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't just go like, I filibuster.
Yeah,
they
I wish
haka their
C-SPAN would just start
filibusters.
showing, New Zealand Parliament. American Airlines is starting this. Over 100 airports have this new thing. So, when you go to board and they call you by group number, Group 1 may board, Group 2, 3, 4, whatever.
A1 through 30.
Now they have this, when you try to board before your group, it's going to make this very loud, obnoxious sound, hoping to embarrass you. Because there is nothing worse than, like, you think you hear your group, you just go up there, and then now you got to, like, sit off to the side.
Well, no one thinks they hear it. Everyone's trying.
Everyone's trying
to pull one over.
I hate the Southwest boarding. The issue I have there is just the, like, fake, if you know you're the one who's supposed to be at the front of the little pillar, and somebody's there, and you gotta go, hey, what number are you? I'm a 16. Okay, let me,
I'm A1. I'm in front.
That's the worst part, is you having to fake like you don't know where you're supposed to be standing because you got to politely tell the person, step back, you are not supposed to be here.
And I always feel like I have to show them my ticket to prove I'm not lying.
Right.
Like they're an usher.
Yeah. I'm like, I am one ahead of you.
I'm one ahead of you.
I'm one. I belong here.
So I'm all in favor of this one. I think we need more embarrassment that there is out there.
Did you see the Delta thing, Sean?
No, read the actual words. I read this out loud to my family last night. What you wrote, the final line.
If you board your flight before your group call, I am here. Quit crowding the aisle. Us folks with status have no time for you peasants.
There it is. There it is.
Get out of my way.
Delta ran into that though. Somebody with status, their highest level, like, frequent flyer, got to their seat recently on a flight, didn't have a tray table.
How?
And when they went to one of these, I guess they're called red coats or something, whoever the people are at Delta who handle
British are
their
coming.
top, the line they were told was, they said, you are entitled to a seat, not a tray table. And they wouldn't move them up. This is like the highest level frequent flyer, like, rewards member that they had at Delta, and they were just told, nope, sorry. And they're like, so I can't work on my laptop during this flight? They're like, nope, sorry, you're entitled to a seat. You get nothing else.
That's I big problem.
All right, we have a Post Malone ticket giveaway, Post Hut Clarity, to get you ready for the Giants. But next, it's the college football kegger. RJ says Texas A&M ain't done yet, and is Shedeur Sanders turning in to Ron Artest? College football kegger after.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Direct snap, pitch back, Reed rolls right, dropped! It was dropped! Auburn wins!
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Oh, man, that was a chaos Saturday, and this was really what I think the first Saturday that I hated the new format, and I'll get to that in a minute. But A&M with a crushing loss, 2 losses on the road in 3 games for the Aggies, the last 3 games. They lose at South Carolina, then they lose at Auburn 43-41, an Auburn team that has had some bad home losses this year. They lost to Cal. I mean, they lost to Vandy. They've had some, and Vandy's a good team.
No, Auburn's bad.
Auburn's bad. Auburn is bad, and for A&M to go in there, tough place to play, no doubt about that. Loudest place I've ever seen a game at. Loudest road game that I've ever been to when I was at Tennessee was at Auburn.
And you went to LSU?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boy, I thought you and Will Chambers just told me nope. This is life in the SEC. Auburn looks like a bad team because they're in the SEC. That would be an undefeated team if they're in the Big Ten. Any week you could lose because the SEC is not a normal conference. I thought that's what we were getting.
I mean, that kind of is what happened. I mean, is it not? That kind of is what happened.
No, I think it's more mid than anybody's willing to accept.
See, this is the interesting thing because when the bottom teams beat the top teams, that's a good thing. You think it's mid. I think what the Big Ten has is mid because there's really no upsets.
Sure, like when Florida State can't loses to people in the ACC. That's great. Nobody turns that around. And why is it? It literally only applies to the SEC where people say the bottom teams beating the big teams is good.
Well, because the SEC turns around and beats the other teams in the playoff every year, and that's kind of shows.
We'll see this year.
Their
We'll
muscle
see this year.
Shows their muscle. But this is the first week where you really saw this is the NIL. This is the new world we're living in. This is the parity world. Because you had, around the game of college football this past week, you had Penn State skate by Minnesota by 1. You had OU destroy Alabama. You had Auburn, which, like I said, already lost home games to Cal and Vandy beat A&M. Florida, which has been destroyed at home by by A&M and Miami and other teams, they beat Ole Miss. Kansas, which lost to unranked UNLV, TCU, and West Virginia and Illinois, just beat 3 straight ranked teams, including Colorado. This was a wild, wild day. And we hadn't even talked about the game of the day or the going into the game of the day, which was Indiana-Ohio State, which Ohio State really put it to them. It was 31-7. The final score, 38-15, not really indicative of that, but
and Tolo Mike, Mechanic Mike, who was already texting this morning, he sent me what Ohio State did to Indiana's head coach. Googled it with a capital L in it.
Ooh.
I win, Google me. Googled it was the Twitter response.
That's good.
That's amazing.
That's very
when you
good.
play the I win, Google me. That would be a good time to do it.
That's nice.
Pepe.
Well, speaking of I win, Google me, Indiana did show that they are serious about football with this new contract they gave him. Not only did they give him this massive 8-year extension, but they put in $11 million for his assistants.
Whoa.
Which is right there with Ohio State.
Mike McCarthy's jealous of that.
Yeah, that is right there with Ohio State. It's a massive number.
He also was pretty disgusted and dismissive afterwards when they're like, all right, you all really belong? And he's like, don't ask me stupid questions.
We'll find out tonight. We'll find out tonight what the committee is going to do because,
you're still not going to play the I win, Google me. Still not going to.
I thought we've moved on.
We're still talking. Man, you checked out.
Oh, has it? Payload hasn't even happened yet.
It's not going to now.
I do wonder what the committee's going to do. Are they still going to get a home game? Or are they going to be one of those 7, 9, 10, 11, 12 seeds? Because they did not – the goal for them was to be competitive in the game. The final score looked much better than the actual game control. One of the metrics the committee loves to talk about is game control. How much game control did you have? And they really, outside of the first drive.
And who are you talking about right now?
Indiana.
Still.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we're still talking about Indiana. And who's their coach? What's his famous?
Signetti.
What's his famous line? I don't know.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
That's Ryan Day. That's not Kurt. But so I do know. I do wonder what they're going to do with Indiana. That's one of the
that
more.
picture you sent us this morning. I regret helping you with that now.
Yeah. Texas A&M though, they are not dead yet. They still have a chance, and they have one of the most clear paths of anyone to make the college football playoff. They've got a more clear path than Indiana, than Notre Dame, than Tennessee, than anybody really. If they beat Texas this week, which they're a 5.5-point dog, if they beat Texas, they go play Georgia in the SEC championship game. Now that's going to be the interesting thing that happens there, because what happens if they lose that game to Georgia? Everybody thought that they're just going to take the SEC championship game and the Big Ten championship game loser. But what if that loser has 4 losses, like A&M would? If they win,
if they beat Texas, they face Georgia in the SEC championship.
Yeah.
Wow, that just does not feel
right. And and they'd be a bid stealer because they would knock somebody out.
Yeah, they would have to win though. That's the biggest hurdle, is that they're not going to win.
Oh, here we go.
That's going to be. I cannot wait for tomorrow night's Cowboys crosstalk. You know who we got tomorrow night?
Napoleon Kaufman.
Dat win.
Oh.
I am going to... apparently one of the kindest people you could ever meet. I'm going to make him hit me tomorrow.
It's a challenge.
That's what I'm going to make him hit me.
This is big, though. This is because Texas has played one true SEC road game this year, right? They played at Vandy, but that's not really a road game.
It is to Bama.
It is to Bama. But they went to Arkansas, and it was not the best showing. They won. At the end of the day, that's the goal. They won. Now they go to A&M. A&M's a tough place to play. And I saw this stat. This is amazing. This will be Texas's second SEC game that they've played with against a team with a winning conference record.
Of the year?
Of the year. UMass has played more SEC teams with a winning record this year than Texas has. That is insane that they were able to make it to the conference like that. But they've won them all except one, and they'll be in a perfect position to win this weekend and then go to the SEC championship game and avenge their loss to Georgia. As I said earlier, Florida beat Ole Miss, and then Ole Miss and Florida added insult to the injury here. Ole Miss has a turnover prop. It's a basketball hoop that they dunk on it. After the game, Florida steals the hoop, slaps the Gator logo on it, starts dunking on it, and then hands it back to Ole Miss. And they carry this thing back into the locker room with the Gator logo slashed on it. But like I had mentioned, this is the first day I really hated the new 12-team format. I think it ruins fanhood. It makes it more like fantasy football. I rooted hard for Florida. I despise Florida. They are one of our biggest rivals. I can't bring myself to root for Florida. But I had to.
Now, you have always said, this has been a long-standing argument on the show, you root for the rest of the teams in your conference and division.
In the bowls.
When your team's out of it, okay, in the bowls.
Yeah.
To make the conference look better.
To make the conference look better. But this was I had to root for Florida just for Tennessee to get in to the playoff, because now we got to.
But how is that different under even a smaller field?
You know what? I don't know.
It's not. If it's 4 or 5 teams and you need help, you need that team to lose or that team to win. How is it different with the playoff?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I don't know. I really have no idea. But it is somehow in my little pea brain. It absolutely is. Colorado lost to Kansas.
Oh,
all right. This was a bad loss. Not a bad loss. I mean, Kansas has beaten now 3 ranked teams in a row. But it was a bad loss for them because...
Was this a worse loss for Colorado than the Aggies had? Yes or no?
I don't know. What do you think, Bobby?
Yes, but I mean, if you're talking about in terms of...
Because Colorado can't control the destiny now. A&M can if they beat Texas, but... How much leeway did you lose if you lose to Texas?
Colorado's just there. This was what people were concerned about with Colorado. Was were you just...
And one of you said, RJ, I think it was you, don't sleep on this Kansas game. They have 2 NFL corners. This is going to be a little bit of a surprising challenge for the Buffaloes. And they got it. and they got it early in this one. This was no fluke. They got handled.
No,
they got
did.
worked.
They were down. They were down big. They made it a game.
Travis did his thing, but
yep, absolutely. Now, two things here with Shedeur. One, he was victimized by one of the dirtiest hits you're going to see.
No flag either.
No flag.
That was bad. That was dirty.
This is now in college. They give you like an extra step or two as a defensive player than the NFL. NFL, it's like control your body, man. You're pro.
Not 6 though,
but not 6. This was bad, and the guy went at his legs. That was a dirty hit by that Kansas player. But Shedeur gets up and there's a scrum and he pushes the referee from behind. And there was, again, no flag there. And Mike Pereira on the broadcast was like, dude, you're lucky you didn't get run.
There's a scrum here post-play, and it appears Mike Pereira, Shedeur Sanders pushes our referee, Kevin Marr. Mike?
Yeah, there's no question that he does. Look, I get why he's upset because people are almost climbing over him after he was down. But, you know, the officials can use their hands all they want to try to keep order. But you cannot come back as a player and push an official. In the chaos, the officials don't see it, but he's lucky that he wasn't ejected from the game.
I think the referees saw the play on the big jumbotron and realized they messed up. They were like, we're just gonna let this slide.
I think also it's
and then right in the mix, you don't know who's pushing you or shoving you from behind. That was a scrum.
I also think that this is evidence as to why maybe it wasn't soft. Colorado's just like, let's get Shedeur off the field for this Nebraska thing when the Nebraska fans were going together, because Shedeur does have he puffs up his chest. He doesn't back away from stuff. And so when there was that whole talk about like, oh, you're protecting Shedeur, it's like, well, it may have been that they didn't want Shedeur mixing it up with fans when they took him off the field.
SMU cracks the top 10 in the newest polls. They're up to 9 in the AP and the coaches poll, so they cracked the top 10. This is going to be...
My favorite note about SMU, by the way, is from Bill O'Brien.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's so great. O'Brien said, like, I've been in the SEC, I've been in the NFL, I've never heard nastier, vile things coming from a fan group behind our bench than at SMU.
I had to read that twice.
Yeah.
I mean, the SMU Mustang crowd.
I know,
that
right?
was the most vile, nasty. Like what are they saying back there with their?
You don't have a butler.
You know what I bet? You know what I bet?
Yeah, y'all text in your SMU trash talk, please.
I bet you they're just,
you wish you could grow bangs like this.
They're so new. They're so new to being involved in this sort of thing with their fan base that they probably don't know what the lines are. And so they're just saying something like, well, we're supposed to talk trash, right?
Yeah.
And they're just probably saying vile things, not realizing like, no, that's not trash talk. That's borderline threatening assault. So chill.
This is going to be interesting what happens out now. SMU has got a game this week against Cal. They host Cal this week. Now Cal's 6-5. SMU's a 13.5-point favorite. But you know, they win that game. You know, they go to the ACC title game because of all the chaos. Because Alabama lost. Because Ole Miss lost. What happens? Does the loser of that game still get in to the tournament? That's the other kind of wrinkle to all this. What happens? Does a 1-loss or now a 2-loss SMU get in? Let's say there's some more. Let's say Tennessee loses. Let's say Indiana loses to Purdue. Does a 2-loss SMU get in over a 3-loss Ole Miss, Alabama, whatever? That's the other thing the committee is going to have to deal with. We have a triple header on the Fan on Saturday.
Whoa.
Starts at 11 o'clock, Michigan, Ohio State. Right after that, we roll right into Alabama, Auburn, the Iron Bowl. And then right after that, roll into Oregon and Washington.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy.
I win. Google me.
Hey. Well done, Peyton.
It was finally in there.
Better late than never.
We have a Post Malone ticket giveaway that Peyton will give away at 9:30. And we have post-Hut clarity. Did we overreact to Josh Butler and the veteran player who we missed having a dominant performance on Sunday? Back inside the Star with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell and Post Malone tickets. We go commercial-free along with Ask Reddit after the...
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
Oh, this is the first time in a long time we could actually have some clarity about a victory. This was actually, when was the last time they won? They won very beginning of October, right?
Steelers?
It was October 5th, something like that. I mean, we went almost 2 months without them winning a game. In fact, you got Tampa Bay coming up here. When we were talking about Tampa Bay in a couple weeks, who would be the favorite there with Nick Eatman yesterday, I was looking up some different things.
Nick thought the Cowboys would be favored in their next 4, and I looked at Choppy and I'm like, no, they're not going to be favored against Cincy or Tampa.
Tampa had gone, the reason why I had looked, Tampa had gone just about as long without a victory as Dallas had before they beat the Giants. I didn't realize that it had been that long. Their last victory had been October 12th before they beat the Giants.
What?
Yeah. And so, in fact, there was a note getting passed around yesterday. The Eagles and the Lions, since losing to the Buccaneers, both of them lost to the Buccaneers. Since losing to the Buccaneers, they're combined 17-0 since they lost to Tampa.
Wow.
And then this has been a weird NFL season. And this was one of the weird games out there, not just because of the results, but obviously because of how it finished. But you can see, I stand by what I was saying yesterday. This was the best coaching job they've had all year. Like just schematically and game plan and everything else that they want to do. And a lot of it you could say potentially is they've had good game plans at other points and execution's been poor. And so can you really blame them for the coaching job if the players just aren't executing? But first note here, another round of applause for Mazi Smith. Mazi Smith was good. Again, this is 2 weeks in a row for you, Mazi. Starting to turn it around a little bit. And look, I had some people, the very first snap of the game, he blows up Tyler Biotish and just destroys the Brian Robinson run play. Osa comes in and cleans it up, but it's Mazi Smith really blowing that play up and freeing things up. He was so much quicker off the ball. Now, what you're seeing is he's got, I don't know if it's conditioning or what it is. As the game wears on, you see him getting slower off the snap. Like it's just, he's not as quick getting off the snap. But very early in the game and third quarter and consistently throughout the game, he was getting off the ball quicker than he normally does. When he's getting off the ball quickly, he's a lot to handle. He's a big dude, and he's physical, and he's strong, and that's something that is tough to deal with if he's able to get off the ball and get in your chest really quickly, and he did that with Tyler Biotish. Now, there were a lot of people who were coming back at me when I tweeted about Mazi yesterday, and one guy in particular was like, shouldn't level of competition factor into this? It's like, well, one, level of competition
is good.
I know. It's like, one, level of competition has not mattered for Mazi Smith his entire career.
Small victory. Just take the small victory.
So if he's performing at all, I don't care who the competition is. He's had problems with everybody. Mm-hmm. So that's a good thing. Two, even if you want to say Tyler Biotish isn't an all-pro, Tyler Biotish is more than worthy competition for judging if Mazi Smith is playing well. He's a good player.
He's at very least league average.
Yeah, and
very least.
And somebody else came back and said, well, wasn't Biotish's problem always strength? It's like, guys, you are getting lost in way too many details. Just not give credit to Mazi Smith played well. He was good.
Yeah.
And just we can leave it at that. Number 2, Josh Butler was good. Josh Butler was not as good as I initially thought watching him live. But he was still very good. And the biggest thing that I think stood out to me when I was watching it back, it was the timeliness of what he was doing. So he was making big plays on third downs. He was wrapping up to, force punts and do different things like that. And so because of the timing of it, I think watching it live, it felt more impactful. But they said that's who we're throwing against all day today. That's who they wanted to pick on. I think he got targeted 12 times in this game, which is a ton.
But the number of tackles.
Because he was targeted 12 times. But I mean, he was wrapping up. That's the thing, is that he was stopping guys. And he did have he had a couple different pass breakups, big stops on third down. So he deserves a ton of credit. It's just, was it as dominant as that? No, there's a little bit of magic to the moment whenever he was making big plays, and that probably accentuated a little bit. But he was definitely good. He was better than Kalen Carson's been all year. Number 3, Mike Zimmer was so good in this game in terms of just absolutely confusing Jaden Daniels. So Jaden Daniels, when you watched him leading up to the game, one of the things you would see is that he was really good for the most part at before the snap. He was good at IDing where the blitzers were coming from, knowing where his hot reads were and doing different things. Zim had a lot of different things in here where Daniels wasn't sure where the pressure was coming from, or Daniels wasn't sure who was dropping. And there was one play in particular where he knows the blitz is coming in all likelihood off the slot from Jordan Lewis. And I think he recognizes it, and he's got his hot read there, the slot receiver, that he's gonna throw it to him when Jordan Lewis comes off the blitz. Eric Kendricks is lined up on the other side of the formation, like the other side of the ball away from Jordan Lewis. At the snap of the ball, Eric Kendricks books it to the other side of the field, and Jaden Daniels has to like hesitate where he was going to throw it there, and it was going to get picked. Kendricks was praying he was going to throw the ball because Kendricks would have walked right into the football and picked it off. And so they did a lot of things to try and bait him and confuse him and kind of throw him off, and you saw it really frustrate him and cause issues. So Mike Zimmer was really, really good in this one. He's playing a lot with Micah Parsons' alignment lately. Micah Parsons has
registered as like a D tackle for the first time ever. I saw like that note.
He legit, and it was not like a, sometimes you'll line somebody up somewhere and they're like, technically Micah played corner on this snap, or no, this is Micah was lined up at 3 technique defensive tackle. And it's something where the last 2 weeks against Houston and Washington, he has lined up more there in the last 2 weeks than I think he's lined up there his entire career combined. So Zim came out of the bye week and started really adjusting, alignment, some of the different things they were doing with sim pressures and creepers. And like, those are just different terms for basically a creeper, for instance, is a blitz where
tell us.
You're sending 4
Peyton,
people.
Tell us.
You're sending 4 people like you normally would. Okay, so it's 4 rushers, but a creeper would be one of the defensive linemen, one of the front 4 is not coming. So he's dropping back and they're sending somebody. So it's a traditional 4-man blitz, but it's not the traditional 4 players you would expect.
Like a zone blitz, but one guy?
It's usually a zone. Yeah, it's a zone blitz. So it's typically you would send a slot corner, for instance, and then drop an end or do some different things. So you're still sending 4, but you're stressing their communication and where the rush is coming from.
I'm going to stop down on Mike Zimmer for a second. Is what he is doing in the second half of the season, let's just say that the whole coaching staff was not blown out. Is Zimmer doing a good enough job that you would think about retaining him for next year? How is it making you reevaluate the first half embarrassment that they were defensively?
I'll go back and check.
Hit the refresh button on Zimmer right now and how you're thinking about him.
So Zimmer obviously has been without a lot of different personnel this year, and I think that affected what he wanted to do. But also I think early on he was getting familiar with who his personnel was. And so I think that he was learning, okay, what are you capable of doing? Dan Quinn, his first year here, the first half of the season, the defense was pretty porous. They weren't consistently good. And he figured it out. By the end of the year, they were forcing a bunch of turnovers and they were making plays. And similarly, you're seeing that a little bit with Zimmer now, where he was figuring out his personnel, figuring out what they were capable of. I think he was learning early on, okay, I can't trust Kalen Carson like I thought I would. Oh, okay, I can't have this guy do this. This communication, okay, we can't disguise this because these guys don't know how to get back. They don't know how to communicate here. So I think it was just a learning process. And what you saw is he spent the bye week probably self-scouting and reflecting back on, what do I have? What are these guys good at, and how do we maximize it? And I think he's done a good job. He's put them in position.
That's the tough thing that's going to happen is, like, when this whole coach staff does get blown up, like, do you really want to go through growing pains of 6 more weeks of next year of a new DC with potential miscommunication and everything?
And OC.
And OC, for that matter. Yeah, you're right.
Like, they're talking about communication problems now offensively with the same damn system that's been here.
Yeah. And so and a lot of that is
O-line.
Going to be, you got 2 young offensive linemen there. That's going to be a problem. You've got injuries and different guys getting swapped out. But I do think it was a good game plan overall from McCarthy, good from Zimmer. And Zim specifically, I think you are starting to see it's clicking with the defense. And that's why I think you hear Micah talking so optimistically, and why biggest surprise to me this season is we haven't gotten a butting of the heads between Micah and Mike Zimmer. It actually looks like Micah really, I think, genuinely respects Mike Zimmer. Because it felt like during the offseason program, he was like, I got some ideas about what I want to do. He's got some ideas, and we both got to give a little bit. He's seemingly dropped all that, and he just seems to have trust in Zimmer at this point. And so I think that's a positive. And Mike was very good on Sunday, by the way.
Post-Huck Clarity with Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider here on 105 through the Fan.
I thought TJ Bass played well when I was watching it live. He played really good when I was watching back. He arguably was their best offensive lineman on Sunday. He was really dominant in the run game, was anchoring well in pass protection. He was not a lot of the stuff you saw with Dowdle getting bigger runs was stuff of him just doing his job, working in good combination blocks with Cooper Beebe. So I thought TJ Bass was good to the point that if Zach Martin is out on Thursday and you're genuinely trying to win, I would move TJ Bass over to right guard and just play him. Now, they typically, whenever they know their depth is being tested and stressed, they don't like flipping guys around. So it's one of those things where it's like, no, you're the backup left guard. We don't really want you being the backup swing guard. You are just the backup left guard. And Brock Hoffman's the backup right guard. Brock Hoffman, by the way, played well. I thought that a lot of it was his chippiness, was the guy who, I got to be physical and edge guy because I'm not playing very well. He played pretty well. Not as well as Bass. I thought Bass was really, really good. Bass was one of the better games I think we've seen from a non-Tyler Smith offensive lineman for the Cowboys this year. And so he was really good. And then the last one, the veteran who we missed his day. It didn't stand out to me at all watching it live that he was having a good game. And when I watched it back on tape, I was like, oh, they couldn't do anything with him. That's Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis, outside of the depth that he took on that deep ball to McLaurin, he was just glued to guys and was you're talking about like having success in press where he was off, dropping into zone, some of the blitz stuff that he was doing. Jordan Lewis might have been the best player on the field on Sunday.
Whoa.
Period. Like he was really, really good. And he's somebody who I think we're quietly. I mentioned Dat Win earlier that we're going to have Cowboys crosstalk with.
That you wanted him to punch you in the nose, you said.
Yeah, because he's an A&M guy.
He's just turned into a solid
Jordan
player.
Lewis is like slowly, he's just from the leadership that he shows in there. He's tough. He's been around here for forever, it feels like now. He's slowly turning into one of these just like low-key career Cowboys who you reflect back and go like, that guy was just a solid, like, that's the ideal that you hope you get when you take somebody in the third round. You can get that guy. And so Jordan Lewis was fantastic.
Post-Huck Clarity right here every Tuesday during the commercial-free expressway where we are going to hook you up with Post Malone tickets for turning it on, leaving it on Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We also have Ask Reddit, but first, why are they fighting about the Cowboys on national TV?
Well, because that's all they talk about on national TV is for starters. But this is on First Take, and Teddy Bruschi was on here as well. But this is Stephen A. and Shannon, and I didn't think. I saw some people saying that you know Shannon and Stephen A. like they're getting sick of each other already. I didn't pick that.
I think it was. I don't know whether it was Bro Bible, whatever media compared this to Skip and Shannon. Gross over exaggeration.
Skip was taking low blow cheap shots.
Yeah, and I was trying to look at Stephen A.'s face to be like, all right, is this serious? And it never got to that point. It's a ridiculous comparison.
So this is the back and forth with Stephen A. And Shannon about Bill Belichick being a good fit to be with the Cowboys.
Stephen A., do you like coming to your job every day and having a headache? See, you talking about what you think you know. One voice, one sound. When you tried to win championships, you have one voice, one sound resonating. And you and I both know Bill Belichick is a bigger draw than Jerry Jones. That's why he has coaches that he can overshadow. He couldn't overshadow Jimmy. He couldn't overshadow Bill Parcells. He can't overshadow because those guys won before him.
All right, so Stephen A. is like, your argument goes out the window when you bring up championships of the Dallas Cowboys. But that's the initial fight, is Shannon is saying you need one voice. Jerry can't come on the radio and talk. Jerry can't talk postgame. You need one voice. They continued this, and then Teddy Bruschi, who's got a history with Bill, chimes in.
We're speaking from firsthand knowledge about guys with this type of personality. I get it. You love Jerry. There's a lot to love about it. But Teddy, can you please explain to this man, when you're trying to win championships, you need one voice talking for everybody. Not Jerry talking, not Bill talking, and then the coach, because they know this. Jerry is going to take care of the players because he's going to overshadow Bill's authority.
but and I can just imagine Bill saying to himself, I'm 72 years old, I'm too old for this, you know what? Because him going in there and having to deal with Jerry Jones. But there's one call that Bill would make, and that would be to Bill Parcells, who worked for Jerry Jones before, and that either endorsement or non-endorsement would mean the world to Belichick in terms of what Parcells thought of that experience, what he really thought of that experience when he coached under Jerry Jones.
How did Parcells react to Jerry when Jerry spoke? How did the media take it to Bill and say, well, Jerry said this, and what did Bill do? I was not here.
So there was a lot of times where Bill and Jerry were at the podium together. And I will never forget, Dale Hansen hated Bill Parcells. Just didn't like. He would direct all the football questions to Jerry. And Bill would start answering, and Dale would go, no, it's for Jerry.
What?
It was great. It was such great theater. It was such
How
great
did Bill react to that?
He didn't care. He was like, oh, okay. Because he's like, it's less for me to have to say.
Right.
Which.
Did they have a big fight that started that?
I don't remember how that started. I really don't. I don't know if Bill.
I think it started at birth for Dale Hansen, where he was just kind of a jackass.
I don't remember what happened there to start that, but it was great.
Parcells is a jackass, too.
Yeah.
I like Dale. What I've known of him.
I honestly think Bill would like if he never had to talk to the media.
I don't. Bill who?
Belichick.
Yes, Belichick. Parcells liked it.
Parcells liked it. Belichick would like to never have to talk to the media, but
yeah,
he also, if you notice, they never spoke out of turn in New England. It was truly one voice.
And by the way, Robert Kraft, the news coming out, he's not getting into this Hall of Fame class either.
Oh,
yeah.
No. So I don't know how that would work.
But what I'm trying to get at is, let's just say Jerry comes on with us Tuesday and says, yeah, I think Trayvon Diggs is playing. And then Bill talks later in the day and the media goes, Jerry was on his radio show and they said Diggs is playing. Can you confirm? What will Bill say in response to that, and what will Bill think in response to that, and how big of a problem would that be? I think his media response would be, we'll see when we see. And he can kind of diffuse it and just put it to the side like that. And I don't know that he goes to Jerry's office and goes, can you not? He might. He might say, can you not comment? Just give a we'll see answer to everything.
Right.
It's a competitive disadvantage.
Competitive advantage. And because Bill used to love to say, well, we put a statement out about it. We'll adhere to the statement.
Yeah.
I think they would talk through a lot of that. Here's the biggest the thought in terms of before he even accepted a job potentially. Here's the biggest thing that I think a lot of people around the league, their senses about Belichick to the Cowboys, they think that like they'll all tell you Bill believes he can work with Jerry and it's not a problem. Like, I can handle all that stuff. And universally the thought kind of seems to be Bill doesn't really know. like not just Jerry, but like all the other stuff that goes with it that would annoy him. He can think he'll be fine with it. And it's like, you think you'll be fine. You're not going to be fine.
And that's Jerry work with Bill.
That's the problem. They both seem to believe, or I would guess they seem to believe, Jerry and Bill, that they could work together and it wouldn't be a problem, or that they could work in this context. And I think the sentiment from a lot of people is Bill would be fine working with Jerry. Like, the personalities wouldn't clash. Bill would not be able to deal with the logistics no matter how much he thinks he would. It would start
like what do you think would annoy him? Like the
tours would mess it. The tours would upset him.
So Bill would have to say that can't happen.
Yeah, and I don't think Jerry would go for that. I don't think he's sacrificing the tours for Belichick.
And I truly think that Bill would
I wouldn't sacrifice him for Belichick at this point either.
I also truly think that like Bill would say, you need to stop doing the radio to Jerry. I think Bill would have a big problem with that.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Because I think he truly does believe in one voice, and he wants as little to go out there. He wants this to be like the Pentagon.
Yeah.
We hear nothing. CIA, you hear nothing out of it. Bill's got a militaristic background. I think he wants to be like that.
Yeah. Wants it to be like the Pentagon, complete with spying on opponents.
Well done. There you go. All right, so there it is. The recap of Inside the Star, Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Post Malone at AT&T Stadium Friday, May 9th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we'll start looking at the Giants. RJ with 5 things. Bobby inside the film room with the study of the New York football team at 8 o'clock. First, let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is Ask Reddit, where we take the most viral questions being asked over on the nearly 50 million member forum every week and kick them around the studio.
Which Ian Rappaport dabbled in yesterday.
Oh my gosh. So he's like, he did one of those, because over at Reddit, they'll always hold up the little sheet of paper. It's like, I'm doing this is my name. I'm doing an AMA, and ask me anything on this day. And so he's got one coming up on Thanksgiving, I guess. Man, they picked bad timing to have him hold that up. The top rated questions that he got in that thread as of yesterday were the following. You tired of all the malarkey going on around social media? Have you ever broken any news while making love? Hey, Ian, were you doing a bit with Mike Mularkey, or are you actually that big of a square? Ian, this isn't a question, but actually a scoop. Mike Mularkey is being brought back to coach the Titans effective tomorrow. You heard it here first. Did you soil your big boy pants when the Titans coach lied to you? Do you and Schefter have shared sources, or does he know better than to answer Mike Mularkey's call? Oh, my God. And I mean, just Mularkey. And one person commented, they're like, why the hell would you do this right now?
Yeah.
Like, that's I don't know how many they're going to find.
A PR lesson in likability for Ian Rappaport should have just said, he got me. Sucks.
Yeah.
But he got me, instead of give this media lecture and how serious.
Truth. We should take the truth more seriously.
Yeah, so that made him sound a little weenie-ish.
I loved it. I loved it. I love Ian. And
because you have no objectivity.
I know. I don't
because
care.
you're biased towards everything.
I don't care. I love Ian. I do.
It was whiny. If it was anyone else, you would call them a
right,
weenie.
If it was Schefter. Yep, 100%. But I like Ian. I love
what you say doesn't matter.
I love Ian. All right, so we're doing Ask Right here. You can weigh in on the Twitch, the YouTube, as well as the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, and we'll kick around some of these questions here in the studio. RJ Choppy. We'll start with this is perfect for you, this first one. What is a traditionally masculine thing which you are not interested in?
I mean, fighting.
Oh, that's a good one for you. Because you will, like, even though you're gym bro a little bit, you do, like, you have absolutely no interest in anything escalating ever.
No interest. I was like, all right, you do whatever you want. I'll just walk away. I have no interest. None.
My family felt the pain of this segment yesterday. I was like, all right, I'm gonna read these questions, and y'all give me these answers for me, because they're really thought-provoking. It takes me way too much time to come up with an answer. And my wife didn't have to wait on this one. She ripped off 4 to 5 things about me in this category, and finally I said, just stop. All right, I just needed one. And she's like, bam, 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 bam. But I think they ultimately decided on mowing the lawn.
Okay.
Going outside, mowing the lawn, no. I have zero interest in it whatsoever.
We've talked about it here on the show before. Strip clubs, I have no interest in it. I can't wrap my head around, like, it seems like just a money pit, and I already throw a lot of money around with it without any sort of responsibility. So that's one of them. Peyton, what's a traditionally masculine thing you're not interested in?
Anything to do with cars. Changing tires, changing oil, battery. I'll do it if I have to.
But you bought like a muscle car.
Rally Sport.
Camaro, yeah, maybe, but yeah, I'd rather just pay someone else to do it. You know, that's something that I'd rather just spend the money on.
Yeah, working on cars, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's what we're getting on the YouTube there.
Hunting, I'm not into hunting.
Right.
Yes. Marcus Brown, Kamikaze, they both say working on cars is the answer there for them. All right, Ask Reddit here.
The links I went to get my car battery replaced, to have someone come and do it with the battery. It was impressive to the amount of.
Was it as difficult as you thought it was supposed to be?
I don't know. I didn't do it.
But was it quick? Was he in and out pretty quick?
It wasn't like in and out. It was a little bit more challenging. But man, I found a service in Irving. I was like, wait, you're gonna have the right battery. You're gonna come here and do it, and it's not like a $50 surcharge that I'm not seeing. And it worked out fantastic.
All right, Sean. What's a random skill you have that you could probably make decent money doing, but you just don't want to?
Ooh.
Because I feel like we always have the banked answers of like, what's the skill you have that you couldn't make money at? Like, just it's useless. But what's the thing, like, you could do this as an alternate career if you had to?
I think we always joke about PR on here. Like,
yeah, we do.
Advice and how it's going to look publicly. I've thought about, I was like, all right, if I had like a true midlife crisis, I would just like want to quit and like go to cooking school.
Ooh.
I want to go to cooking school. But then you cook 2 days in a row and you're like, I don't know if I want to do this 5 days in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I want to part of the reason I make so much food at one time is so I don't have to cook the next day. There's certain people, like I think my brother-in-law, my brother and his sister-in-law, they like daily meals. Like I'm cooking for this meal and I don't want a leftover. And then I'm going to worry about the next day. And I'm like, no, I don't. Even after standing up for like 2 hours in the kitchen, I'm like, my back is tight.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I could do this 5 days physically.
They've got one here for you.
Yeah.
972. Sean could be a hand model. So you could do that.
Yeah, there you go.
hey, come on. It's Thanksgiving week. Chop, what could you make money
Wait, you're getting on my hand gestures on the fan cam. Yeah.
It's called fist pump hour, sir.
I think travel agent.
Oh,
you could do that.
Yeah.
I like to dabble in a lot of those things and just see what's going on. My problem is I was trying to book stuff for.
You're not a good travel agent because you didn't even look at alternative airports for our Indy trip.
Well, that's because I have status, Sean. I'm just trying to maintain it.
So we have to wait here 5 hours after our show ends to fly out to the combine because of Choppy's status.
He wants his little.
Rather than get on the ground, drink at all the steakhouses, see all the people.
The problem is I don't want to fly Southwest because I think we'll get on the ground in the wrong place.
Oh, okay.
So that's the problem I have with that. But I think travel agent.
Mine, and like we've talked about it off the air before. I don't think I've ever mentioned on it. Like it's political communications, which I would not want to do.
Well, political. Now, what does that mean?
So like I mean, I had an opportunity at one point to do some of that, and so it was basically like it'd just be like media liaison and messaging and doing different things like that, policy issues, and so. I don't want to do that though. I hate it. I hate politics, and so I would never do that. Peyton, random skill you have you could make decent money at, but you don't want to.
I would have to go with fantasy football advice. Look, Sean, you're laughing right now, but guess who's in the 1 seed in our league?
And what have you ever been in the playoffs in our league?
A lot of times.
Yes. Some of the answers on the fan text 214, a breast implant consultant. Good job there. 214 private eye. Oh, I could do that. I could definitely research people.
Yes, you could.
I could run people down. I could do that.
You did fail me on the one big project, but
they got to take the bait, dude. I can only do so much.
You have to put better bait.
Yeah,
you need better bait.
Way better.
No,
bait.
I feel like being
if she didn't die, I would have better pictures.
I feel like being a PI would be so fun. It'd be so awesome. I'm just like.
A lot of standing around, I bet, though. A lot of waiting around. Oh, yeah, right?
That's true. That's true. Well, but Bobby, with all the things he does in his spare time, he could kill a lot of that in the car.
Bobby would hack into the camera system at the for the city. And
I just wonder the most precarious situation that you're in as a PI, where you're like worried, like, am I going to be in the middle of a dispute here? Are they on to me? Car chase when I got to get off the exit?
Like, is a lot of it just like following around, like, see if my spouse is cheating? And like, are you then find yourself in like people feeling threatened? Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, who is a famous, I'm sure you got tons of these. Who is a famous figure that you keep hearing their name but never really know why they're famous?
Well, I don't believe this is an actual real name. It's Chris Christie. I have no idea. I hear the name and I know politician, but that's about it. I have no idea why they're famous but yeah, Chris Christie. Go for it, Chop.
He was a presidential candidate.
And like number one Cowboy fan.
Number one Cowboy fan.
No idea.
My mom said, "Who's the best at this?" And I didn't even hesitate. I said, "Peyton." Peyton gives the best answers. It's not even close.
It's JoJo Siwa for me. I have no idea what he or she does.
Who?
JoJo Siwa.
And who is that?
I don't know, but I know
she was on Dance Moms.
She was on Dance Moms. She was one of the dance girls, and she became like a little Disney type pop singer. Disney never aligned with her, but she became this Disney type pop singer. So she does a bunch of like poppy music. Now she's trying to transition to like, ooh, I make adult music, and it's
I asked
awkward.
Amanda for help with this, and she's named one of the moms off of Mom Talk. I watched like 6, 7 episodes of it. I didn't finish it. I don't know what they are. The group of girls in Utah.
The Mormon moms.
The Mormon moms. I don't know whether we got a season 2. I don't know what the update is with it, but she said one of those moms is famous and she doesn't totally understand why.
Mike X Cowboy on the Twitch says Don Lemon is the name that he hears, and he has no idea who that guy is or why he's famous.
Don Lemon? Isn't he gone?
I don't know.
Yeah,
like a lot of people will soon be at these political networks.
The name for. And I figured it out kind of now, but like I still to this day can't figure out how Drewski became famous or what exactly it is that he does. You've seen him. You see him, but then you're like, what is it you do exactly? Like, okay, you're a record label manager or no, like you did. Did you do like funny video? I can't figure out what it. He feels like a plant to me because I don't understand how he got famous. I don't even think he's that funny.
I still don't know who Armie Hammer is.
Oh, he was the Winklevoss twins in the Social Network.
I can't get past the cleaning agent.
Did you see Social Network? So he was he played the twins, the ones who
he played the twins.
Yeah, because he played both of them. It's like a Parent Trap filming thing. It wasn't real twins.
Oh,
yeah. So that's who he played. But then I only know him for what you know him for, what his DMs, basically like that. All right, one more really quickly here on 105 through the Fan. We do Ask Reddit here. Chop, what's something most Americans have in their house that you don't?
This is a great one.
Netflix.
Yeah, that's yours primarily. I don't have a house, so mine doesn't register here. Peyton, what do you got?
No, but what is it that you don't have that a lot of people do have?
A mom.
There's that.
A household
That's an
appliance or something.
We don't have. We don't have a coffee maker anymore. We used to. We had Keurigs. They kept getting messed. Like I don't know what the deal is. We had a couple different Keurigs. They broke really quickly, and so we don't have those anymore.
I don't have a toaster.
Okay.
Why?
Don't need it.
What do you use?
Well, I don't eat toast. So, and if I need toast buns or whatever, I can.
How do you
throw 'em
reheat
on
pizza?
Air fryer.
Okay. So you're using the air fryer.
I have the air fryer for stuff like
if you
that.
have the air fryer, you're good.
Yeah. Waffles. The problem is, like, if you want to make like 2 or 3 waffles, the air fryer, the circumference is not big enough for that.
Not big enough. You got to broil them in the oven.
You're limited. Ask Reddit. Brian brought us his favorite segment of the entire show as he just sent me the scouting report for the New York Giants offense. Look at these film notes.
Look at that.
He gives me the breakdown. That's why I have all the football knowledge here on the program. And we're going to have even more because Broadus' podcast co-host takes us inside the film room. The 5 things RJ wants to see from the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. All of that and Jerry Jones at 8:30 next on Sean and RJ. Hurtado pre-orders, they're sold out.
Oh,
so
is
the
that your
Tolos.
name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour as the show hopefully flying by. Caitlin is doing the double fist pump. She's happy as heck to get up out of here like everyone else. Peace-a-thon tomorrow. Tremendous job by the fellas, raising all the money and the funds for My Possibilities along with the experiences. We will be a part of that. Right now, I'm Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with you on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Jerry Jones. Man, this will be a nice change of pace. Talking about a win with Jerry live at 8:30 this morning. But because of the abbreviated week, we do have to move it forward to the New York Giants. 37.5 is the over-under. The Cowboys are favored by 4. Bobby, take us inside the film room with your scouting report.
Boy, this was this is a quick turnaround. I don't like how tight this turnaround is when you're having Kramer. Luckily, it's the Giants, and the Giants are a pretty easy study in terms of just they're bad. So we talk about with Dallas the fact that like they've remained competitive in terms of their effort that they're giving. They're giving competitive effort every week. You're starting to see with the Giants not a lot of competitive effort. Like you're seeing people checking out on that football team, checking out on Brian Daboll specifically. One guy who I don't think has checked out, and a guy that I think is a pretty good player for them and has proven to be a good player, and it's going to sting, it's going to hurt because of what it meant for the Cowboys, and that's Tyrone Tracy, their running back, who is the rookie out of Purdue. He was a receiver at Iowa and had transferred to Purdue and was converted to running back, similar to the way Tony Pollard was. Tony Pollard got to Memphis as a receiver, transitioned to running back, and that was somebody Cowboys liked a lot. That was like the one running back left on their board when it got near the end of the 5th round, and he got picked up 6 picks before them or something like that.
Dude, these brought us notes. He should set up a paywall for this.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Get his Substack.
Even on just Tracy, he said an area where things have worked out for him is the left side. He scored all 3 of his touchdowns there. He has 15 of his carries that have resulted in a 10-plus yard run, and 5 of his 10-plus yard runs have come by attacking between the tackles off the right side. That's just a glimmer of what he sends every single week and does.
He's a beast. There's no doubt about it. Fun fact about Tyrone Tracy, the last player I gave analysis for in the draft show on day 3.
And when did he go? What round?
He went in the 5th round.
So you decided to cut 2 rounds short of work.
That was the running back that got picked, that then we were like, well, what running back are you going to take? And it's like, well, the running back. And then that's what set
That was the last running back homework you did, or player?
No, that was the last player live I analyzed on the air before I then was just like, I got
before you went in the back of the room and made your comments and got kicked out of the show.
Yep, exactly. See, But no, Tracy is Tracy's a really good player. Tracy is really, like, I would be
now he's on top of it.
I know,
right?
You called them out. That's why you call people out. The Giants can actually run the football pretty effectively at times, and so I think that should be their mode of attack. Malik Neighbors, this is the wild note I looked up. I was kind of studying him, and I was looking at different things. Neighbors hasn't had a 100-yard game since Dallas. That was the last time that he had 100 yards. And it's
screwing me in fantasy.
It's not just that. 4 of his 5 highest output games from a yardage perspective this year were the first 4 weeks of the season. And he is
teams just playing him different.
So you've seen some attention roll this way. One of the things the Giants did really well early on in the first matchup that Dallas had, they create easy matchups for him. Daboll does a good job, or did, trying to like create easy looks for him, move him in motion, get him going certain ways, like take advantage of the coverages and put him in a position to where he's going to get easy catches on the move. There's not a lot of that right now. And I don't know if it's just, again, a tanking situation, or if because of some of the issues they've had with the offensive line and some of the injuries, if that's changed things. But they don't, I'm not noticing him getting schemed up nearly as much as he had been.
Broadus says Giant quarterbacks have not thrown an interception when Neighbors has been targeted, 319 routes. He's going to be lined up the majority of his snaps out wide, also going to play in the slot where he has 15 catches, and all 3 of his touchdowns have come off him being lined up off the left side of the formation. His problem has been with tight window throws.
If you want to beat Dallas, and if you want the draft pick, we've talked about the tanking, what you need to hope for is they're going to move Malik Neighbors around the formation more like they had been in the past. They're going to run the ball with Tyrone Tracy and get him the ball out of the backfield on some swing passes. And then defensively, you just got to hope that pass rush that the Giants have can overwhelm the Cowboys while their offensive line has been depleted. Cowboys obviously we've talked about, they've been trying to get the ball out quickly to try and compensate for some of the issues that they've had pass blocking with the injuries that they've got. But the Giants are pretty overwhelming with how quickly they can get to the quarterback. They've got really good rushers. I mean, Kayvon Thibodeau's really good. Dexter Lawrence is about as good of a pass rushing nose tackle that's existed in the NFL. I've thrown out the note before, but last year there was a point where the second leading player in the NFL, the second leading nose tackle in the NFL in pressures, had 6, and Dexter Lawrence had 34 leading the NFL. He is unlike anybody at the position in the NFL. He's absolutely fantastic, and he can wreck things quickly because he's on the interior. It's a quicker shot up the A-gap. He can get to the quarterback quickly and kind of make some trouble for them. So I think the pass rush for the Giants, kind of teeing off, playing things in press. They play a lot more man than a lot of other teams do. Man is not a very common coverage scheme in the NFL anymore, but they still play like...
And why is that?
A lot of teams go to like zone coverage, force the quarterback to make reads easier. A lot of the press man stuff is just kind of fallen by the wayside ever since, Seattle had dropped some of that. But they've got a good pass rush that can really cause problems for Dallas. And so I think what you're looking at here is they're going to sell out to try and just break through the line of scrimmage and take advantage of Dallas's offensive line. They hope at that point maybe they'll be able to generate their second interception of the season. They have 1 right now, the Giants defense, which feels like awful, impossible luck. But that's the big thing. For the Cowboys, they're going to want to get the ball out quickly. Probably a similar game plan to what they did with the Commanders, where they want to just get the ball out quickly, run the ball a little bit, because you can gash this Giants defense with the running game.
Bobby Belt with his Inside the Film Room preview, one half of the Love the Star podcast, where you can get through all the Odyssey options. RJ Choppy, 5 things you want to see.
More of the same is number 1, but also less of the same. I want another entertaining football game. I would like for them to blow it in the end, ideally. They tried on Sunday, but I want them to do what the 2024 Cowboys have not done, and that is finish the job. Number 2, more Zeke. If you want them to lose, more Zeke. Right? Start handing up to Zeke.
Oh, we're doing this the opposite way.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want them to commit to the tank, if that's what you want to do. But seriously, the 3 carries he got were probably perfect. It's probably the perfect number.
Yeah. That's normal.
Backup.
Yeah, that's normal rest for your primary running back.
Number 3, I'd like to do it again. A Turpin slant route. I said this last week, but maybe let's try it again.
Well, they ran a lot the other day against Washington.
But not
he's got, like, I looked it up this year. He's at 4. That's what he's at. That's 4 routes that he's run this year. He's been targeted on them twice, and he's got 80 yards.
After the touchdown 2 weeks ago, I was being sarcastic, they ran 0 slant routes for him.
No slant routes for him. In fact, he's not run that many routes, period, this year. I was kind of surprised to see how little he's been involved in the route combinations. But yeah, he's had 4 routes run on slants this entire year and was targeted on 2 of them, has caught them both.
I need 1.5 slant routes per quarter from him. Forget the fact that they haven't run it. I'm sorry. Forget the fact they haven't run it and not thrown to him. They just haven't even run it. Like, that to me is the criminal thing. 4, and I put this down before post Clarity because I wanted more Josh Butler. But you said maybe he wasn't as good as we thought.
He's good. He played a good game. It's just he was not shut down. They were able to pick on him a little bit.
Well,
but I mean, he came up in big moments.
The watching the game live, I was like, all right, that's deserving of another 40 snaps.
Yeah.
That game was deserving. He deserved another chance, a good effort. He's earned it. And then number 5, learn when to go for 2. We all know Dan Quinn messed it up, and I think Mike did too. I think Mike did. Bobby thinks Mike did too. These are what you call the little things. They may not have much of an impact, in the totality, but when you least expect it, that extra point could come into handy.
And we all believe the Cowboys are winning this game. I do.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the fact that he said the Giants can run the ball effectively kind of scares me because this team really doesn't handle the run at home very well. But I do think they get their first home win of the year.
All right, there it is. Little Cowboys-Giants preview. Thursday on this radio station. We'll go out to New York with a guest at 9:20 before Crosstalk with KMC. Mavs, Stars, and Menendez. Why are we still talking about these dudes? Followed by Jerry Jones live at 8:30 next on the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 8-point lead was short-lived for the Mavs. Late in the quarter, there is one foul to give here for Atlanta. A drive and finish! Letting them know, Jaden Hardy, that was a strong finish.
That was the call last night on Channel 29. Jaden Hardy starting, scoring 23 points. No Luka, but Kyrie Irving right now is the man. As the Mavs go into Atlanta and beat the Hawks, it's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. And what's going on with Kyrie payment that has been coming up over the past couple days?
Yeah, this timing is a little bit weird. So on Friday afternoon, Tim McMahon was talking, doing one of his podcasts, and he had started talking about the Kyrie contract situation that's upcoming. He's got a player option that he could, decline or accept. And he started talking about, look, he's revered there in Dallas. They love him. But that there's this contract buzz that's out there of just, they're going to have to probably pay him soon. And he's in all likelihood going to decline that option, and they're going to have to come to a deal. Windhorst then goes on ESPN on Friday afternoon. Right after that,
doesn't it feel like they just gave him the new deal?
Without any sort of setup with the McMahon thing, just in an NBA segment, right? And starts talking about. He said, "Yeah, this is something where they like him there, and he likes being there, but y'all, they're gonna have to pay up." And it feels like, okay, isn't that pretty
obvious?
But it's the timing of it. They're both commenting at the same time. Is somebody from Kyrie's camp like, hey, y'all need to remind them payment's coming? Like that's going to happen. And it's obvious that he's going to have to decline the option, but you are apparently going to have to give him a decent raise in order to keep him here. And they've both talked about it's unlikely he would leave because he loves it here so much and they love him. And McMahon called him the unquestioned leader of the Mavericks locker room. That's who everybody rallies towards and looks up to. But it feels like Kyrie's camp is a little bit kind of just maybe floating out there. Hey, Taxman's coming.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready to pay it.
He's 32.
I mean, look, the biggest thing for him is if he goes somewhere else, is he going to have a better chance of winning the NBA Cup somewhere else?
I saw somebody suggest this. I can't remember who it was on Twitter the other day, that if he stays here for 4 more years and he has the positive run that he's had here, and let's say the Mavericks are able to win a title during that run, like they were talking about, I think you're talking about Kyrie might be going up in the rafters here already. Like just in terms of talking about the leader and the guy who helped bring Luka along to a title.
If you win a title, you're probably going to go, yeah.
I would have honestly expected that there would have been more buzz about Jet going in at some point, but that hasn't happened. So I don't know how picky they are.
He got a Celtics tattoo, right? No,
that's true.
5 goals in the third, wipes out the Stars' 2-goal lead in Carolina. Pete DeBoer called it self-inflicted. Once again, not scoring on the power play, going 0 for 3, but then allowing 2 Carolina power play goals and letting in a shorthanded one and essentially another shorthanded goal at the end of a power play, and they lose 6-4. So, man, this was a hurricane. That's what it was.
It was a hurricane.
We know Carolina at home. And there is the Spits and Suds podcast for more hockey.
Chop, you got the expected goals from Money Puck for this?
I do not. Could you do you want giving it to me?
2.93 for Carolina to 2.56 for Dallas.
From now on.
Okay.
From now on, when the Stars come up, turn his mic off. Every time. I'm not joking. Cut it off. I don't want to hear from it. Don't want to hear it. Take that to Major Tutty.
Anti-analytics guy over here. we got Grady Fuson.
Back at it tomorrow night in Chicago.
Adapt or die. Adapt or die.
Hey, speaking of hockey, man, Peyton says be careful before you adjust your breakfast order.
Oh, my God. Biz Nasty, huh?
What happened?
Peyton, you had the story? You the one that sent it?
Yeah, Paul Bissonnette, NHL analyst on TNT, was, I guess, either jumped or assaulted by 6 or 7 guys at a breakfast place in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Was it a breakfast place?
There was an altercation with, he had a 3-minute video explaining it all, but yeah.
6 on 1?
6 on 1. And it was an altercation with a guy and I guess a staff member, and Paul tried to be the middleman there. And so he goes up and he says, "Hey guys, cool it." And the guy said, "You know what, let's take this out front." And then he got jumped from him.
Paul's not the guy to pick a fight with.
Yes, he is. We saw this coming. We saw this, it was 2 weeks ago. He had that breakfast order where he was making all the substitutions. He probably tried to do the same thing here.
It was probably the wait staff.
And they beat him down for asking for, can I get bacon instead of the sausage? And then do you just have like a French toast, but like I don't want any powdered sugar on it.
I love how he says he took some, he gave more in the fight.
Yeah.
and
this is the Coyote. Like I was like, would the Coyote fan base be rough?
They're gone. They're in Utah now. That's the Utah Hockey Club.
The Utah Hockey Club. Okay, maybe they're just bitter. They lost their hockey
They're
team.
upset. Yeah, they're upset. Like Arizona State's facility is empty now.
Yeah, this guy looks like if his head and his face looks like it could have any semblance of cauliflower ear, stay away. That's the first tell.
That nose has been in a lot of fights. That thing is so many breaks.
Why are the Menendez brothers in the news every single week? What is going on?
Well, the start is that they were going to reopen their case and try to see if they were going to not retry them, but resentence them and decrease that sentence.
By the way, he went to dinner at Houston's. Okay, so he wasn't ordering any McGriddles. People were at the bar. It was a ruckus. Bunch of golfers. Things escalated. They asked one guy to leave, and then one guy kept getting in the manager's face, putting his hands on him. You could tell he was a little surprised. It's a family restaurant. I don't think anyone's going there. I grabbed the guy's arm. That was on the manager. If you continue to assault the staff, we're going to have problems. And then just started chucking. So, dinner at Houston's.
Man, after that guy whacked the other dude over the head with a golf club about a month ago, you can't fight. You golfers, man. They're a dangerous
fight. Spilled on over to the street, over to the CVS.
So, got it. Eric and Lyle Menendez. They have this, like I said, this retrial that they're trying to do, a resentencing, but that's going to be delayed till 2025. Now, the reason is all this is because evidence came out that their father, grossly abused them sexually for years.
Yeah.
And to the point where they just snapped. And the mom was just looking the other way, or, not necessarily doing anything like that to them, but just turning the other cheek. And that was something that in the early 90s was that wasn't looked on at the same way that it is today.
There's this girl that is on this reality show now. I think she killed her mom, but her mom did the most effed up stuff.
Yeah,
you know
what's
the
her
name?
Of her? Yeah, it's like Rosemary or something.
Yeah.
What the hell's her name?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. What's her name?
Anyway, it made me feel...
Gypsy Rose.
Gypsy Rose.
And it made me feel like Gypsy Rose, I get it.
Yeah, so it changes the dynamic of everything. So they're sentenced to life. Now, the reduction is they would reduce their sentence to 50 years to life. Now, this was 1989 when they gunned down their parents. And they were convicted, a little bit after that. So you're looking at a chance for them at the 30-year mark. So if you have 50 years to life, the chance at 30 years to get paroled, this would expedite their parole.
Let's celebrate for a change and preview Thanksgiving with Jerry Jones live on Sean and RJ next.
Coming up on the next Canes.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. And it is now time for the Jerry Jones Show, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. I always like getting the preview of Jerry's table for Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
With
Sewer peas.
With the peas and duck.
That's right.
I want to know, though, like the biggest dish change that Jerry has had like over the years, right? Over time, something different gets introduced differently on your table, right? Like for me, like I'm going to inject and brine the turkey. Now, that's been done by people, but maybe a fried turkey has made it on your table. Maybe people are putting mac and cheese now on the table. Like what is the big dish change that has happened on your Thanksgiving Thursday?
When I was a kid, like when I got up to teenagers, we moved over to the fried turkey after years of just doing it in the oven, and it was a game changer. It's so much.
But you told Carter yesterday you don't like Thanksgiving food.
I don't. But like, I mean, in terms of that's also because I can't fry turkey anymore. I don't have a house to do that, Sean.
That's right. You should do it in your apartment.
But it's
do
just
us all a favor.
Oh gosh, that's hurtful.
Frozen.
No.
A frozen one.
A frozen one. And you?
Dish change,
or something off the table. You're like, this is too old school. Get rid of this. Or you introduce something.
I still don't eat any of the candied yams. Anything that's like
sweet potato.
No, don't eat that. No marshmallows. I don't eat the cranberry sauce. I'm still turkey, stuffing, dressing, mashed potatoes. I guess, you know what? Maybe mac and cheese is entered at Thanksgiving.
There's a lot of people who claim that's not part of Thanksgiving, macaroni.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. But it's there and I enjoy it, but I don't think it's traditional.
I always...
It wasn't... The Pilgrims didn't have it.
I always put it in there. We don't do that. I had pecan pie a lot growing up. Kristen can't do pecan. Addison can't do pecan. So that's like left our table, which is a bummer to me because I love pecan pie.
I love it too, except like if you could tone down the sweetness a little bit. You know what I mean? It's so sugary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But every time I bite, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I should have this more often.
Going to Specs today to pick one up.
Are you?
Yeah.
Specs.
Specs.
The liquor store?
Yeah, so they have these... They're like
pecan pie at Specs.
Yeah, you buy them. They're at the counter. They don't even refrigerate them. That's how much sugar and preservatives they have in them. It's fantastic. They just leave them on the counter, and I just grab one. And
are they known for their pies at Specs?
Yeah, they've made them since the '60s.
What?
Yeah, ever since they basically opened the store.
Wow, did not know that.
Yeah, I had
never
no
heard
idea that was a thing.
Yeah, and it's just it's like I think the store was like founded in 1962. That's what it is. $19.62.
All right. I think Jerry was late with you guys last week.
Yeah, a couple minutes. It was like
meetings.
8:35, something like that.
Meetings here and there. So we will preview Thanksgiving New York Giants with Jerry Jones right now on the home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great this morning and really excited about these coming next few days. I tell you, we not only have this huge game coming up, but the game itself is one of the highlights of everything. When we go before as many as 70 or 80 million people at times over the last, I think it's almost 30 years that we've been doing this with the Salvation Army. They know that when we make that presentation out there with that red kettle, we are a part of 4.5 million volunteers in this country. Salvation Army gives us credit for incrementally raising over $3 billion since 1997 because of the visibility of that game. And so we served 166 million meals, Salvation Army did, and those dollars in that red kettle are the reason that they can financially support that. So this is a big day. Lainey Wilson's out there with be our big halftime entertainment. She is absolutely one of the most talented people I've ever been around, and we're sure excited about that. So I want to get that said because sometimes we get to talking about other things, and I miss probably as important a thing as the Cowboys have ever done.
Yeah, it's a great event. It's a great tradition. I wonder, has the league ever tried to get you and Detroit to spread the wealth and get out of the game on a yearly basis?
Well, that game was an orphan for years, and nobody wanted it because it was hard to get people to come back in the day because they wanted to stay at home on their Thanksgiving Day, which we all understand. But the Cowboys took it on. Tex Schramm, give him his credit, he took it on. But the one who made it into the national event that our game is, as distinguished this game, this time of the afternoon, was Charlotte Jones. And Charlotte got Dick Ebersol to promise not to cut away at halftime. Dick Ebersol said, if you'll put a Super Bowl-type performance out there, we will keep it right on that. And in that way, celebrate and emphasize what the Salvation Army has done and is doing and can do. So, yes, one time they talked about after it had had several years there with this Thanksgiving Day celebration we have, someone brought it up, and I think it got 4 or 5 votes because of the job we do and the visibility that we have. So, anyway, it's to not be tried about it. It is a significant thing for everyone concerned. We have a lot of reasons to sometimes be critical of professional sport or be critical of the financial aspects of it or be critical of the people that write the checks or whatever. But at the end of the day, this is where professional sports can really take care of a lot of people that can't help themselves. And I'm really proud of this.
Jerry, you got your Thanksgiving off to a great start with the victory over Washington on Sunday. Are there any games you can think of during your time with the Cowboys that had as wild and unpredictable a finish as the one you got on Sunday?
No. I can't imagine. And as a matter of fact, the timing of it, you didn't have time to soak in what had happened to you or what you had done to them. And it was going so fast and furious. But the thing that I would point out, though, is our team did play well enough to win. And all day, even in that first part of the game, we were shooting ourselves in the foot. But, boy, you could tell our defense was starting to be where Mike Zimmer wants them to be. Mm-hmm. We had some guys out there that were not players that we necessarily thought we'd be going with 10 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago. Younger players that you wouldn't thought you would have had out there. But they knew what to do, and they knew where to get to do it. And they believed in the system and in themselves. And I'm so proud of that defense. I'm so proud for Mike Zimmer and sticking with it this year. And I can tell you we're getting better, and we're going to get better. and we've got a chance to get better out here Thursday. But hats off to that defense out there for a job well done.
Absolutely. Jerry Jones here on the Fan. Jerry, what is specifically clicking with the defense? Or is it Mike's familiarity? Is it the guys' understanding? Is it a combination? Is it them getting used to his personality? Why is the defense clicking so much more now?
I put personalities, I put things like that way on the back burner. Those are things that you start hearing about, talking about when you're having hard times. And everybody's always asking, well, are you losing the team? Are you? And I'm being condescending. I know I sound that way because that's not where it is. Where it is to be in your lanes that you're supposed to be in. Do your job. Be where you're supposed to be. Read what that play looks like. Remember where you're supposed to go. And that's what it's about. If everybody would be where they're supposed to be, you can have lesser talent, but have more execution and more success. And there's no doubt that we can play better than we have played for most of this season. But there's no doubt that we're getting better at what we're doing. And I think that you saw the results of it out there. And hopefully we'll continue to see the results of it. We need the repetition. We need to be playing. Those guys need to be out there, and they need to be winning the down. They need to be winning the play, and we need to be winning the game.
Jerry, I want to highlight Turpin for a second. Just talk about that play, that touchdown. Talk about what you're feeling, that ball's in the air, and what he has brought to you guys on special teams specifically.
Yeah. Here's your case. As you know, he came from the XFL.
Yeah.
And here's a guy that has each year has just stepped it up. Now, you obviously see his speed and his gift. And, boy, he has the ability, his acceleration, Deion Sanders kind of acceleration. Now, again, I get in trouble when I make a comparison. I don't want to say he's got that kind of acceleration, but he may have something, a first cousin to it. Let's put it like that. And so the bottom line is that he knows how to use his speed or his acceleration. Two different things. One straightaway speed, one's acceleration speed. He has them both. And so, and we're trying to continue, if you notice, continue to get that ball to him in our offensive packages. And his disadvantages is his size. But you saw him take it to the house there on a slant 2 weeks ago. And so bottom line is that he's a great weapon for us. He can be a real part of not just special teams, but offense as well.
Jerry, y'all had Dan Quinn here over the last few years. Obviously, he takes the job in Washington, has done good, done really well up there. When you play a former coach, do you relish beating them? Do you take a little bit of added energy into the game, or is it more bittersweet?
No, I think it's. I'm all for Dan. I really personally like him and enjoyed the time that he was here in Dallas. He really deserves any success that comes his way. He's a hard worker, very hard, and unique in his personality, and has really done a good job. I've always just hated it for him that he didn't get that Super Bowl that he had with both hands with a firm grip around it and still didn't get that Super Bowl. Otherwise, you're talking about a Super Bowl winning coach. So bottom line is that, it was good to be playing him, but I think the word would be respect. We had a lot of respect for what we were up against and knew they'd been playing well and were having a really top year. And we're proud of all of that. But, of course, we needed a win worse than we needed our next breath. And that was a good one to get it on. Yes, it added to it because of the respect we have for Dan.
Jerry Jones joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. What's been the biggest difference, home versus road? You guys are 4-2 on the road. You can't buy a home win. What has it been about the road this year?
Well, a lot of it is your opposition's got a lot to do with that. we played some strong teams here at home, boy. That Baltimore team you saw last night, that's no slouch, and they're good. That Philadelphia team we played here at home. Now, that New Orleans team, when we played them, they looked like world beaters. But my point is, we played teams that were really clicking when they came in here at home. That's one thing. But still, you have to beat those teams, and you have to know that you've got to play at a level to get them. But I would say that it's been one of the biggest disappointments that I've had, and as it should be, that we can't play better at home. We're going to start playing better, and again, this isn't rah-rah. We could start right out here Thursday and play better. If we play better, we'll have a home win.
Jerry, this was a quote from Mike after the game. He said, "I don't plan on tanking. If the higher-ups are looking for a draft pick, I hope that's ruined because we got a lot of football left to play." What's your reaction when you hear Micah say something like that?
Love it. Just absolutely love it. And Micah gets criticized for some of the things that he says. But the way that was articulated is strong. And it was just a succinct statement. And it's the way that it is. We have a young team out there on that field, very young. And we've got some inexperience out there now because of the numbers of injuries that we're dealing with. That'll be better this weekend. I mean, that'll be better Thursday. It'll sure be better 10 days, 12 days from now. Now, that group of young players we're going to be playing with for years to come, they need first downs. They need move the chain. They need touchdowns. They need success on that field, big tackles. So we need to be winning or trying to win, obviously, every down. Now, for those that don't understand tanking, it means that you get the higher that you, or the lower your record is, the higher that you get to draft. That has not come across anybody's mind in this organization. Now, somebody's going to take that and say, well, that's your problem. You got your head up here, you know what? Because you don't realize you need to be playing for a higher draft pick, Jones, and you'd do a little better in the draft. Well, I get it. I get all of it, but it's critical to us to get out here and compete. Those guys will be there for us, the ones we want when we get there in the draft.
So the GM, obviously the owner and the competitor in you wants to win. Does the GM in you never looks towards the draft during the season?
No. An answer, but certainly not under these circumstances this season. We have some really, in my mind, we have an outstanding future ahead of us. We have, not to take anything away from the guys that are going to be playing the rest of the year, but we have one of the top quarterbacks that's played this game in my mind. And you build around that. We've got an offensive line that we all know how Dak has benefited from this offensive line during his career. Well, we are in the process of, if you will, kind of rebuilding that offensive line. We've got two rookies out there playing in the offensive line. And another second-year guy playing in the offensive line out there. That, as you see, is problematic for immediate success. But those areas right there give us such a promising future. And, of course, I like our skilled people that we've got for the future. We'll add to it. We'll add to it with further draft pick. Now, more than likely, we'll have to end up having somebody, I don't know if we'll have all 31 draft ahead of us, but we'll have a lot of teams draft ahead of us. But we need to have young players come in here at that draft level. We'll have them come in here, and we'll add to what we've got. But we're going to benefit from these players getting all this play time this year.
Jerry, out of curiosity, just outside of you guys, even when it's done in other sports, do you agree or do you have a very passionate response towards the idea of tanking? Do you understand when teams do it, or do you just have a competitive problem with it when others do it?
No, and I know you had a long question, And I gave you a one quick no. I just think the game is too important. The win is too important. You look at a coach, and boy, a coach is sitting there. He's don't think they don't add up their wins and losses during their career, and they don't like to have a loss on there if they can just ask for it. And so my point is, for all of us, a win is a very satisfying thing under any circumstance, and it helps you build. And so there's a lot of ambiguity with those draft picks. I've had draft picks that were extraordinarily high that didn't work. I've had them low that knocked it out of the park. And so you've got to weigh what happens when you get the picks and the odds of you knocking one out of the park there as well, as opposed to winning a game.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, you talk about the pieces that you guys already have in place that have you optimistic about the future. And in my opinion, and a lot of others, we felt like that was the best coaching performance that you've gotten for the team all season on Sunday. I don't know if anyone's even asked you this, but is it crazy to think that at the end of this season we could be talking about an extension for Mike McCarthy?
Well, I don't think that's crazy at all. That's not crazy. And listen, Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach. I was listening to the game last night, watching it, and Aikman was talking about it, and he's reiterated that several times publicly. This Super Bowl winning coach. And Mike McCarthy has been there, done that. He's got great ideas. So bottom line is that in no place in my body language or anything else have you seen indications about what we're going to be doing relative to this staff at the end of this year. And we shouldn't. We got a lot of football left. I used to play 10 games in college. And so if you measured it by that, we've got 60% of a college season left. It's longer now, of course. But, 6 football games, that's a lifetime.
Jerry, one of those football games you got the Giants coming up this week. They received a lot of national criticism over the last week for the way they handled the benching and then the ultimate release of Daniel Jones. Has there ever been a time where you moved on from a player and you didn't necessarily regret the decision, but you felt like, man, I wish I could have done some things differently in the process of moving on from that player?
Well, first of all, the exercise of moving on from anyone is not fun. And so it very seldom is got a positiveness to it. I think maybe sometimes when a player retires, you could call that a recognition of a great career, and you might have some positive thoughts. In general, not playing anymore is a hard time, and certainly moving on from someone that can play some more but not going to be playing for you. Now we're used to it because of the way that you deal in contracts and players get out of contract and for whatever the reason it doesn't fit. And it could be many reasons. It can be talent, but it can also, as you well know, be cap, be management of your roster, which is part of the game. And so all of that is not good. And candidly, some of the most difficult things for me personally is sitting down with someone and saying we're going to go in a different direction. That's hard.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. A lot of big names on the injury report with Diggs and Zach and Tyler and Ferguson. Could you just provide us with any type of update that you can, Jerry, on their availability for Thursday, some of those guys?
Yeah, I can't. I think we have to look at what happens when you play a game on Thursday after playing on Sunday. And it always is a stack up there. Because you've got guys that if you were playing 1 week, a full week later, might not be on that injury report. but it also gives you the 10 days after that to really get well. And you're seeing some of that. But, everybody should be hesitant to use injury as an excuse in the NFL. And the deal is the next man up, you can tell it by voice. There's a condescending part of that voice. But let me tell you one thing. We've had a train wreck this year with our availability of players. There's no question about it. And you can start right there at the top with Dak. And so there's been some good work done relative to how we have dealt with the unavailability of our players, and a bunch of them. We're going to start getting a bunch of them back. You saw some of them back last weekend. You'll see some of them back this week. And you'll see some more, really see some more back the next week. And that's why we want to really take advantage of an uptick here and put some wins together. This thing isn't over.
Jerry, congratulations. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for the time, as always, and go get them Thursday.
I can't tell you how many times this conversation flashed through my mind when I'm sitting up there and we're winning that ball game. I won that ball game. Okay? I don't believe I've slept getting ready to talk to you guys on the phone with a win. When I first got involved, we won one football game our first year. And I'd been warned. This guy came in to do a real gut cut on me in the news. And so, boy, he came in and he was asking the roughest questions. And I spent about 30 minutes with him. Then I took him back, and I had one football, and it was Herschel Walker. And Herschel had signed it, but also on the football, it was the one win we had in 1989 to that year. Only one win. And I looked up there, and after we were through, I walked him back there, and I showed him that football. And it must have been as though I were dealing with the king's crown. I was so proud of it. And he starts laughing. And he said, my God, said, I've never seen anybody so proud of one win in your whole professional career. You got that one win. I said, man, I'm proud of that win. Y'all guys know something? I'm still proud of that football.
We were happy about it, too, for the interview as well. Congratulations and happy Thanksgiving, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by North Texas Ford Dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's react to that and other NFL overreactions or not. Washington is missing the playoffs. Philly's going to get the 1 seed. Houston's losing in the first round. Choppy has it for you next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Thanksgiving week. Thank you all for joining us. Even if you have already been off, you're traveling, whatever you're doing, you are appreciated. You're appreciated. Here from Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Jerry Jones just joined us for the weekly discussion. He'll also be on the KMC Masterpiece Friday at 10:30. And the big headline that is going viral right now is Bobby asking Jerry, is it crazy? No one has thought of this. I didn't think of it. Is it nuts? Is it crazy to think that Mike McCarthy could return with a new deal?
Well, I don't think that's crazy at all. That's not crazy. And listen, Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach. I was listening to the game last night, watching it, and Aikman was talking about it, and he's reiterated that several times publicly. This Super Bowl winning coach, and Mike McCarthy has been there, done that. He's got great ideas. So bottom line is that in no place in my body language or anything else have you seen indications about what we're going to be doing relative to this staff at the end of this year. And we shouldn't. We got a lot of football left. I used to play 10 games in college. And so if you measured it by that, we've got 60% of a college season left. It's longer now, of course. But, 6 football games, that's a lifetime.
RJ, I never thought it was possible that McCarthy was coming back after the Packer playoff loss. And when that happened, I felt a gut punch, not because of any dislike towards Mike, because he's been great with us during the Friday interviews, but I was excited for new possibility and change and even bigger names to come in. Can you just imagine? Can you imagine if they finish the year 6-11 7-10. If Mike McCarthy gets a new deal, if Mike McCarthy got a contract extension, what would this city do? What would this fan base do?
So that would be ending the year 4-3 after being 3-7 to get to 7-10.
That's improvement.
That's improvement.
What would people do?
I mean, they were 3-3, and then they end 4-3, so that's 7-6. You're going to bookend 7-6 with a middle 5-game losing streak, or 4. There you go.
No, but in all seriousness,
I know it would.
You know how they track track 9 months prior to be like, what was the date or what was the event in which your parents got pregnant with you?
Yeah,
cardiologists would have to track the explosions of pacemakers and heart rates in DFW if that happened. The amount of people who would drop dead as Cowboy football fans. Can you just imagine?
What's the selling point? Because obviously, like
better call Chop. We got Chop here.
Like when
sell it, justify
when
it.
he shows up at Senior Bowl, which will probably be the first time he would speak to media after this would happen.
Who are you talking about?
Jerry. And people go, you brought McCarthy back. Why? Like what's the selling point?
He would say, look, this guy had 3 12-win seasons. They're gonna start leaning on the injuries a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, we had a slow start. We were 3-2 now. Okay? We were 3-2. I know everyone thinks we started off 0-5. We were 3-2. We lost our quarterback, who just finished second in the MVP. And anyone would have a hard time with the group that we lost. I think that would be the selling point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I could
injuries.
That's it. Injuries
in this team. That shows the fight. If they go on a little streak here.
They believed in him.
They believed in him. They fought for him, and that resolve.
Yeah,
I had that for Frank Broyles.
You do it because you're seeing it at Florida, right? You see it at Florida right now. Like they
it saved Eberflus last year in Chicago.
Yeah, well they gave Napier. They said, all right, we're not going to fire him. The players obviously like him. They're playing for him right now. They said we're not going to fire him, and they've gone on this really nice winning streak where they've beaten LSU and they've beaten Ole Miss, and they've been competitive with Georgia. They weren't very competitive with Texas, but they were competitive with Georgia. They've played well, and like that leads into next year. And obviously, look, it's obviously different in the NFL, but I also think that teams never look in the mirror the way they should. Like, you couldn't have the Cowboys should not have gone into this season with the roster and what they did in the offseason, what they lost, thinking, hey, look, we should be a 12-win team again. They shouldn't have gone into the season thinking that.
I disagree with that. I don't know why they wouldn't. What the problem?
Because they lost a lot of depth. They lost a lot of
but
players.
the problem with the offseason thinking was thinking that you did anything to get over the top.
Right.
Bobby didn't, G-Bag didn't. But anyway, Jerry Jones saying it would not be crazy for Mike McCarthy to return. Is it blowing up?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that would be pretty nuts. But yeah, it's John Machota already transcribed it, and it's been retweeted into the stratosphere several times. It's already up to 300. Yeah. And Ian Rappaport.
What's your opinion?
On what would happen if they brought it back?
On Jerry saying it.
I think it's the whole reason why I even wanted to ask it. We launched it, we just said, hey, have you seen a crazier end to a game there? And he launched in immediately to how great a job the coaches did, specifically Zimmer. But he launched into, without any solicitation, talking about how great Zimmer did and praised Mike and talked about, like you said, started talking about injuries and some of those things. Started saying, we got a lot of pieces here. And it's like, okay, if you believe your core is still here, and you have a contending core, his typical approach has been, I'm not hitting the reset button when we're close. Like what we need to do is continuity is important. And so because of the continuity angle, it made me curious. Okay, all right, well, let's see how much continuity you want to commit to. And it sounds like at least it's on the table for him. Some of it now may also be just, I'm not going to make it sound like I'm going to let the guy go at the end of the year. Yeah. But he could very easily say, as he's done in the past, We don't really get into contract issues right now. We're just happy with the win. We don't get into contract issues during the season, though.
Yeah. I think it's more. I wouldn't totally rule it out because Jerry, when you think they're going to do it, especially on a timeline, he's like, no, it's not on my schedule. And you aren't going to tell me what to do with my football team. So I'll say there's like a 1.5% of it happening. And RJ, I want you to come up with the record to where you could feel okay standing on ground to justify what they would have to do to finish out the year. And while you think of that, I think Jerry knows what his response will do media-wise. Let's mix it up a little bit, and let's get back in some headlines here. And there's I think there was some media gamesmanship in the way that he answered it. And to your point, Bobby, he was not going to say, "Oh, well, no, there's no chance of that happening."
Sure,
it's a 0% chance of Mike McCarthy's coming back. He's not going to say that. But I'm not shocked over his media answer. I would be shocked if it actually happened.
I mean, if they end the season 5-2, or 6-1 would get them to a winning record.
Okay,
I think you can reasonably make a strong case for Mike at 9-8. You had to have your quarterback. You lose your quarterback, and you end the season winning 6-7. You beat Philadelphia in that time. You beat Washington. You probably keep them out of the playoffs.
And they would say this Zimmer second half thing could also be a selling point.
Yeah, you beat Cincinnati on that stretch. Tampa.
Yeah.
That's...
They may even throw themselves under the bus a little bit. Like, we obviously screwed Mike over with the running game. We didn't give him the depth. And Zimmer's defense, we want that back. Look at where this is going with this second half defensively.
Like Jerry, and listen, I mean, it's not necessarily like look at Pittsburgh, right? Mike Tomlin doesn't have losing seasons, right? He's never had one, right? But they also haven't won a playoff game in like 8 years.
Yeah.
They still bring him back. And
they haven't come remotely close to fixing quarterback. They failed in replacing Roethlisberger.
They failed.
They tried with Pickett.
They've tried. They failed. And there are plenty of people. I do the BetQL show I do is one of the guys there is a host from Pittsburgh, and there's it's a ton of people in that town want Tomlin out because
Philip Pony. He came on with us. He kills him.
Yeah, and but nobody criticizes Pittsburgh or thinks that they're not trying to win by bringing Tomlin back. And I'm not saying that they're the same guy, Tomlin and Mike, but there is something to stability, and I think Jerry does value that a little bit. I mean, look, he hung on to Garrett for 10 years. I do think that if Mike if they go 8-9, 9-8, and they finish the season 5-2, 6-1, I guess that you can argue that.
I mean, 9-8 would have to be, I would guess, you beat the Giants this week. I don't see them beating the Bengals right now. But I mean, so let's say you lose to the Bengals, then
you beat Philly,
Carolina's bad. If Tampa's had their struggles, if you're able to do something there, and then the last 2 weeks, if Philly and Washington are set in their playoff positioning, they might be resting people, and you might be like, that would have to be what it looked like. I still think they're probably winning 2 games the rest of the year, 1 or 2 games. But regardless, that would be how I think it would have to look.
Are Tolos losing their minds over this?
Yeah.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Jerry Jones saying not crazy, not totally crazy, that maybe Mike McCarthy could be coaching here next year.
They disagree. They think it's totally crazy. On the fan text, the social media channels, everywhere else, they're all pretty unhappy.
All right, let's head on out to New York. Bobby says that he has been on NewYorkGiants.com.
Whoa!
So let's reverse it and have NewYorkGiants.com on with us in order to preview Thursday. We'll do it on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ next.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Cowboys, Giants, Thursday on this radio station. We are your home of America's team here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And because of the abbreviated week, we got to do things a little bit differently. So we're going to preview the Giants right now with John Schmelk, Giants.com, joining us on DFW Sports Station, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, John. Thanks for joining us. Compare your mess to our mess this season.
Well, I'm going to warn your listeners. I'm not going to say anything remotely as interesting as what Jerry Jones gave you guys about 40 minutes ago. So I'm going to warn your listeners ahead of time. Look, whenever you change a quarterback by choice and not because of injury like you guys have to deal with, it's always a tough go. And I know in the national media and with some fans, they were happy to see Daniel go. He's a punching bag for a lot of people, but the caricature of him as a person is right on, and just saying goodbye to him in the building was a rough week. Was there maybe some hangover from that with the players this week? It's possible. The players really did love him in that locker room, a real good guy, tough guy. But look, the Giants have to start playing better. You know, their modus operandi this year has been losing close games, 1-5 in one-score games, 1-6 if you count the Bengal game, which is a one-score game for most of the fourth quarter. But this blowout loss last week was, one of two others that happened this year, and you can't have many of those in a season if you want to bring back your regime,
John, when we look at this Giants team, it feels like it's a different group than the one we saw even back at the end of September, whatever it was. When you've got the Malik Neighbors criticism after the game, just saying like, I need to get the ball more, I need those touches. I know Brian Daboll talked about it yesterday. Do the Giants enjoy hearing that as like competitiveness? Like, hey, this is somebody who like he actually cares, or do they view that as let's measure ourselves a little bit? This is a hard time for everybody right now. We're trying to get you the ball. Let's have some measured take on this.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that Brian Daboll wants out there publicly, and he basically said that yesterday. I think they love the fact that he hates losing and he wants the ball. But I think they also thought this was something they prepared for. If you remember Hard Knocks in the offseason, they asked Malik Neighbors at the Combine and in their personal meeting here, how would you react if you go a couple games or a half where you don't get the ball? That was a question they asked him in those meetings. So This was something, given his personality, I think they were aware of. You'd rather not have it out there publicly. But I do think there's been an edge to this team. We heard from Micah McFadden and John Runyon yesterday, and they were asked about being referred to as soft, and they were not fans of that, and neither, I think, is anyone else on this roster. You know, football players, soft is one of those, red flag words that nobody likes to hear. So I think the team is going to take that to heart, come out, and try to put a better product on the field this week.
John, how good is the roster? Like, we were just previewing it here with Bobby, and I'm like, okay, Dexter Lawrence is all world. Malik is a stud. Okay, that player doesn't sound too bad. Like, is it a bad roster of talent?
It's funny. This is the debate we've been having up here on our shows, and it's funny. You look at some of the premium positions, right? You think you have a pretty good one in Malik Neighbors. Andrew Thomas is out, but at left tackle, he would be a premium left tackle. Dexter Lawrence, premium pass rushing DT. Brian Burns, really good pass rushing edge player. So you do have some really good players at some premium spots, but they've had some areas where they've really struggled this year. Their secondary is very young. They don't have anyone that's more than a 30-year player that gets a lot of playing time, except for Jason Pinnock. So that's been an issue back there, allowing some big plays. Tackling's been a problem on defense. I think it's been a slow adjustment to the new scheme with Shane Bowen on defense too. And then on offense, when you're switching quarterbacks, that's always a problem. Lost your starting left tackle, always a problem. Now Jermaine Illuminor, who has been moved to left tackle, he might be out this week with Evan Neal on the right side. So you might have two, non of your best offensive tackles out there. So that's going to be a problem too this week in terms of protection.
John, I know there's some discussion after the Daniel Jones benching about Tommy DeVito kind of hopping over Drew Lock. Why the decision to go with DeVito over Lock? Is that something that's just kind of set for the rest of the year, or is there a chance that, if things aren't going well, we could see Drew Lock take over in the middle of this game on Thursday?
It would not surprise me if things don't go well that we could see Drew Lock again this season. Would it be in this game? I'm not sure this soon they'd pull the plug. DeVito played much better in the second half of that game than the first half. One of the reasons Malik Neighbors didn't get any touches in the first half of that game, they had 8 dropbacks. They were 0 for 4 on third down. They couldn't stay on the field. So they didn't really have many passing opportunities. 3 of those 8 dropbacks were sacks. Another was a screen pass. So it's not like they had a bunch of true dropback sets in that game for Neighbors to get the ball in the first half. But yeah, I think we could see Lock again this year. I'm not sure they would pull the plug this soon unless it goes really, really poorly. And I think the reason they went with DeVito over Lock is just Dable was more comfortable with him from last year. Starting all those games, Lock was hurt in the preseason, didn't get a lot of run in preseason games. So I think that's why they went with DeVito over Lock. But I don't think this is something that's set in stone the remainder of the year.
Why would they have signed him then if they were more comfortable with DeVito?
I don't think they knew at the time. If Tommy DeVito showed back up this year and was the same player as he was last year, I think Drew Lock would be playing right now. Remember, you're making those free agent decisions in March before the players get back in the building. Once they got back in the building, quite frankly, guys, DeVito in the spring outplayed Drew Lock, and for a decent part of the summer in camp, he was playing as well as, if not better than Lock in a lot of the stuff that we saw. So I think if they had known DeVito was going to take the jump that he did, maybe they would have rethought that. But at the time, especially with Daniel coming off that torn ACL and not knowing whether he'd be healthy in time for the regular season, they had to bring in a veteran. And look, you guys know $5 million for a backup quarterback in this league is not an exorbitant number.
John Schmelk, Giants Insider, join us here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mara family was thought to be like a really stable, well-run organization, at least when they were winning Super Bowls with Eli. Has something changed, or was that just a mask of what they really were?
No, the Maras hate what's going on here. I mean, they hate the fact that they've changed coaches all these times. They were McAdoo 2 years, Shermer 2 years, Judge 2 years. They hate this. They do not want to continue changing coaches. They do not want to change general managers again. I think Brian Daboll is a good coach. I think Joe Schoen is a good GM. I think ownership wants nothing more than to have these two guys be here for a very long time. But obviously the results are the results. You guys know how that works down there, right? They do not want
Well,
that.
until Jerry just came on and said McCarthy could get extended.
I know, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? So the Giants owners and the Mara family and the Tisch family, they want this to be like the Steelers, right? Where you have 3 head coaches in 50 years. They would love nothing more for that to happen. They just haven't gotten it right over these past 6-7 years, and they're desperately trying to change that.
Give me like the verbal poll question results for Team Tank. Are Giants fans in on it? Are they split 50-50? Do wins pain them? Are they rooting for the losses on Sunday? Give us that temperature.
It's a good question. I think that much like you guys, I would imagine the fan base is split. You had a group of fans that was darn happy that they went out there and beat the Commanders last week, and a bunch of fans that were mad that you're not going to have a better chance of getting Travis Hunter, right? I'm sure you've had those conversations. We've had them here too. I'd say for the season ticket holders and the people that go to the stadium every week, they want to see good football and they want to see wins. The Giants at home this year have been brutal, much like the Cowboys have been. I think season ticket holders are tired of seeing that, and they want to see better football. So I think that group of fans wants to see wins, but there is I would probably say minority, maybe 30 to 40%, 35% of the fans that are in full-out team tank mode, and they're very vocal and verbal about it. So those are the ones that we hear from a lot. Because, look, when you're looking for a quarterback, and the Giants will more than likely than not be looking for a quarterback after the year, I'd be shocked if they're not. You want to have as high of a draft pick as possible. Now, one of these quarterbacks going to be worth that draft pick in this particular draft class? I don't know how much you guys have watched them yet. I've watched a lot of them. Not sure they're going to be, but fans want to be in the best position to get one of those guys if the organization believes in them, especially after last year when you win those 3 games with Tommy DeVito during the year, which, again, fans loved at the time. Then you're not in the position to pick a Jaden Daniels or Drake May, and this is where you are in Week 12.
John Schmelk, Giants.com, joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline, kind enough to hop on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as well. How did you feel about Saquon going to Philly, and are fans as bitter as Mara over what he is doing in Philadelphia? Or did they understand, it's a running back, we're not in this win now, final piece over the top stage?
I think it's another split deal, to be honest with you. I mean, I can't tell you how many hours of program we've had about whether or not it was worth it drafting Saquon Barkley second overall back in 2018 and all those conversations. Look, the best spot for a running back is to put him into a team that's pretty set, right? Look at Josh Jacobs and the Packers. Look at Derrick Henry and the Ravens. Look at Barkley and the Eagles. You plop that running back into a good situation. A running back's effectiveness is going to be greatly impacted by what's going on around him, who his quarterback is, who his offensive line is. Are there good receivers to keep safeties deep against you, right? And I think that's how I looked at it. And Saquon Barkley would not be doing this with the Giants this year. Do you know how I know? He was here for 6 years and didn't do this. And I don't see any reason why that would have changed now. And Tyrone Tracy's actually been a really good rookie running back. He's a lot of fun. The Giants' run game is so low on their issues of problems this year, I don't even know where to start, to be honest with you.
John, we've heard from a lot of different Cowboys fans, whenever they take a look at the remaining schedule, they'd say, well, we know they got at least one more win because we got the Giants on Thanksgiving. So this is the one team that it feels like Cowboys fans have felt like, well, we can still beat them as bad as everything's gotten. For the Giants on Thursday, what do you think beating Dallas looks like? Is this an instance of, hey, the pass rush is getting home, or they're really leaning on Tyrone Tracy, or no, if Tommy DeVito is able to get the ball early to Malik Neighbors, what does that look like the Giants winning on Thursday?
Good question, and I think Giant fans, when they looked at their remaining schedule, they said, well, maybe that Cowboy game, that's the game that we can figure out how to win. So I think both fan bases got to have that same opinion, to be honest with you. Look, the Giants have had some really bad problems this year. They can't stop the run. They've given up at least 149 rushing yards in each of the last 5 games. So I know the Cowboys can't run the ball, so something's got to give in that deal, right? How about this stat, guys? The Giants have gone 11 games this year. They have not won the turnover battle once in any game this year.
Wow.
Going back to 1950, I had them look it up. Longest streak in the history of the franchise. This is the Giants' 100th season. It's a ridiculous number. So that's number 2. Can they fix that? And then the big play deficit. The Giants do not get explosive plays, especially through the air. Can they figure out a way to do that? If those 3 things don't change for the Giants, they're going to lose again. So one of those things have to flip, specifically the takeaways. I know the Cowboys have a lot of turnover issues this year, so maybe they can finally flip that this year. I think they have to run the ball with Tyrone Tracy against the Cowboy run defense. I know it was better last week, but it struggled to points this year. You got to run the ball. Don't make Tommy DeVito do too much in this game. Run the ball with Tyrone Tracy. And then again, I think Dallas, the offensive line is not what it used to be. Zach Martin's probably not going to play this week, right? We'll see if Tyler Smith comes back on the left side. But Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, those guys have got to get home and harass Cooper Rush in this game if the Giants want to figure out a way to win it. And don't let CeeDee Lamb wreck the game, because that's the one guy, obviously, that can wreck the game for Dallas. Don't let CeeDee Lamb wreck the game. And I think the Giants have a decent shot of winning.
Who do you think wins?
What's that?
Who do you think? Who's your pick?
Look, unfortunately for the Giants, Whenever a team has something they can't do, like for the Cowboys winning at home, the Giants show up and the other team tends to do that. And that's kind of been the way the season has gone for the Giants. But I do think they're going to be primed and ready to go with all the talk of being soft this week. But can they get out of their own way? And that's really what's been frustrating for the Giants this year. They've beat themselves in so many of these games. I think they've been better on the road this year, the Giants. I think they figure out a way to win this football game with the last-second field goal by Graham Gano.
Ooh. Who's the bigger mess there between the Giants and Jets?
Honestly, I believe the Jets are in worse shape because if you look at Aaron Rodgers' contract and how they have to deal with that after the offseason, it's a real problem. You know, Daniel Jones, you'll have to eat $20 million in dead money next year. It's less than 10% of the cap, right? That's not a number that's going to kill you and really, hurt you in terms of what you're going to do next year. And I think, I talked about how the Giants ownership likes stability, and I still think people want to work for the Mara and the Tisch families. I really do. With everything that's out there, I do wonder if the Jets are going to be how they're going to do on their GM and head coach search. So I think the Giants right now are probably a more attractive situation.
Hey, man, thank you so much for the preview. Fantastic. Happy Thanksgiving, and enjoy the draft pick.
You too, guys. Appreciate it.
John Schmelk joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline from Giants.com. You can go hang out with the fellas. The KMC Masterpiece on the road. Find out how and where.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, we can chat a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's head on out to Addison in Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on DFW Sports Station. The entire crew is there. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors is shaking his head in a weird way. I don't know why.
It's going to be a long day, man.
What's wrong?
Sometimes right before the microphone, I don't know how he does it either, but Mike has an ability to cut off right when the microphone turns on. Everything that he's saying pre-microphone on. And he just said something that made us kind of crack up a little bit. So we are at Addison's Buffalo Wild Wings today, and they are prepped. They are ready to serve you today. By the way, Kevin,
we're hidden behind a wall.
Yes.
So if you walk in and you're like, I don't see them, I promise we're here.
By the way, Kevin, I know the wings here are phenomenal, but I want to let you know right now, if you want a hamburger today, this place has one of the best burgers you can find. And Mike, am I lying about that?
You're not lying, because I watched this guy who's a chef, and then he critiques food, and he has a whole bunch of followers on YouTube, and he went to all the casual dining places like your Chili's, Outback, Denny's, IHOP, Buffalo Wild Wings, to name just a few of them. And he rated Buffalo Wild Wings as the best burger out of all the places he went.
Nice.
He gave it an S for
superlative.
Yeah.
Superlative? Superb?
Superb.
He has S-A-B-C-D-F as his grade.
Superb.
Yeah, so come on out here today. Have fun with us. We have some items to give away, courtesy of Miller Lite, and also $4 Miller Lite. So get your weekend, get your Thanksgiving weekend started early with the KNC Masterpiece today. Plus, we have updated and put up the auction site for Peace-a-thon, which will be all day tomorrow. So we're starting that off, man. It looks really cool. A lot of awesome items for you to bid on.
Hey, Sean, what time are you going to be there?
Oh, is Sean not signed up yet?
No, he did sign up, but he's run into complications. I told him he'd have to buy his way out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what people to contact to contribute for my buyout. And I have
to donate money.
Huh?
Get him to donate some money, and you're good.
Or experience? What about experience?
Oh yeah, sure.
Experience.
I had a connection with you, and then it went up in flames a couple of years ago.
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah, literally. Some little punk entitled kid son. I'll call. I'm working. It may be a double appearance along with someone.
Yeah,
it could be an experience.
Your dad. You seem to be getting along with your dad well this holiday season.
No, before yesterday.
What happened?
Oh God, I'm experiencing what Choppy does when his mom is like, "I need you to hook this up. I need you to hook that up," and that was yesterday.
Yeah. Change the light bulbs. Oh boy!
If today's like yesterday, I may come in and do the full 13 hours.
Hell yeah, we could use it, man. We always need extra help. Derek Holland is going to be here all 13 hours. Y'all can hang out and stuff.
Do you guys? Which of you on the show has the parent task list more than anyone else? Of I need you to come over, because RJ is just getting it from all directions.
It's every day. My mom needs something every day. Can you set this up? Can you change this light bulb? Can you take down the Christmas stuff? And then, Aunt Surrection, I mean, she's...
Wait, what?
She needs something all
That's
the
the
time,
silver
too.
lining for me. I don't have to deal with any of that.
And don't you guys...
she died?
Yeah.
And don't you guys tell yourself, I'm not going to do this when I get older.
But you are, because you're helpless.
Because you're helpless.
Yeah.
Like putting on the TV in the other room, setting up the Roku, teaching how to empty the junk folder, the trash folder. I mean, all these things. Oh, can you open up a crypto account for me? Can you trade this?
Who asked that?
I saw my dad yesterday.
Could you imagine?
Yesterday. He's 88, though.
Could you imagine when our parents were 30? The concept of money that wasn't really actual money. Like crypto. You couldn't even have guessed something like that up. I mean, that's not even in a science fiction
movie. It's still a little
movie.
confusing, to be
I
honest.
still don't know
to
what
me.
it is.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, Sean, I know this isn't right, and if your dad's listening, I'm sorry, Dad, but here's the facts.
Yeah, here goes.
Aren't you going to die soon?
Oh, my God.
You're 88 years old. We need to start investing in crypto at 88?
He practices medicine every single day. So he's not
guess
dying
what? All
anytime
doctors
soon.
die.
Keep that mind.
I'm glad you're talking about your wife now.
Yeah, she's going to die too.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
But she's 47. If she wanted to invest in crypto, it might make a little bit more sense. Like,
Hey, he
just
wants to
stop
get on the craze
conversation.
after the election, all right?
Dad.
He wants to ride the wave. He's feeling it.
It's a wonderful wave. Before.
Yeah, I do too, Kevin.
Yeah, 5 to 10 years left in life. Are you sure you want to invest your money in crypto right now? That's what you want to do before you die?
Well, Mike, people
Told you it's gonna be a long day.
people just want to find different projects.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a way to stay entertained.
absolutely.
It's just another little
Tell them to
project.
figure out how to use a remote. It sounds like that could be very challenging.
It's true.
I mean, he figured out how to buy the crypto. That was
That's
good.
Yeah.
You just go to Coinbase on your app and
Oh
just
yeah,
hit
it's just simple
buy.
for a
So
90-year-old. Yeah. God, I feel bad for your kids the most. I mean, they are going to be misery that you're going to put them through with you. Can you imagine Mike sitting in his rocking chair on the front porch or sitting?
I'll tell you what, if there's a new invention of how to make money and I'm about to die, I'm not going to worry too much about it.
God.
Okay.
Jeez,
Corey,
Mike.
what's coming up?
Best case scenario, he lives 30
Mike,
more years.
Mike, that's enough.
Best case.
Mike, that's enough. You're good. Your Mavs won.
Yeah, we will talk Mavs.
Yeah, they played the Cleveland Cavaliers last night.
Never mind.
Where was Terrell Brandon?
I told you.
Atlanta,
It's going to be a long
Atlanta
day.
Hawks.
I think it was Atlanta.
Where was
be a
Fat
long-
Sean Kemp in those jerseys? I was like, what team are they playing right now? Where's Young Z? Where's Zilgrunas Zelgauskas or whatever the crap
You know
his
what?
name
They are.
was?
Zadurnis Ilgauskas.
Yeah, where's Danny Ferry?
They're definitely Cavs jerseys.
Yeah, they definitely.
Look at them.
they do look old.
When
school.
does this cup end? And who's in first place?
This isn't even the cup.
Oh.
This is just a regular game.
That's their City Connect.
Adam Silver sucks.
There's no intensity in this game. You can tell it's not a cup game. There's just no intensity.
Does he move the All-Star game?
No, because he's spineless. He's the worst commissioner in professional sports.
Oh.
Corey, what's coming up?
We do talk Mavs right out of the gate,
Heck
guys.
yeah.
And
Oh,
then
my
Mike
God.
asks all the football questions at
Oh,
10:20, I guess. And then we will talk about all the Peace-a-thon items throughout the day at 11 o'clock after Mickey. We'll talk about those. AM on the FM is happening today, and also Puck Around and Find Out at noon.
Hey, did you know that you can bid to play golf with RJ Choppy at the Cowboys golf tournament? But here's the thing. It's really expensive. So if you decide you just want to bring another friend and boot RJ Choppy out, we're going to allow that as well. But it's at a really nice club, all-inclusive booze, entertainment, food.
Is it at the Cowboys?
It is.
Oh, that's okay.
Former and current Cowboys will be there. It's a blast, and it's tough to get. We got it.
I like the hole where you hit on top of the mountain.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. You hit it to the mountain.
I don't know.
Our friend Kevin Sparkman, who used to work with us and now works with Dude Perfect, hooked us up with an autographed Dude Perfect ball and some tickets to their tour that's going to be happening next year too. So lots of really cool stuff to check out, man. So we'll do that all day long, man. We're looking forward to it. Nice work with Jerry this morning. He at the end of that, that was really funny when he was like,
The McCarthy
hey,
extension, you
I
found
know,
that funny?
that
we're bringing it back, huh?
It was the part where he was like, I couldn't wait to talk S to y'all the whole time when we were winning that game. I couldn't wait to get on this radio call and talk crap to y'all. So that was pretty funny.
What did you think of the McCarthy comment?
I mean, look, and I
It's a
saw
reality.
some people being like, he's not going to hang his coach out to dry. I don't know about that, but like the way he was enthusiastically like, yeah, I can't rule that out at all.
If you look at the entire tenure of Mike McCarthy versus this 1 year and how
been a
crappily they set him up, they're going to probably go, look, he gives us a chance to be around the rim.
Okay, well then
Around the rim.
Yeah.
Then
Another
Jerry
basketball analogy.
lied
Very nice.
when he said what his qualifications were for keeping a coach. If he keeps Mike McCarthy, he doesn't meet any of these qualifications.
I would like to bet anybody on the station, not fans, because it doesn't count, because you'd never pay me. You just ask for my money. I will bet $1,000 to anybody that Mike McCarthy will not be the head coach of the Cowboys next year. When that stadium against Tampa and possibly Cincinnati.
Did you see the Giants tickets for Thursday?
They're cheap, right?
Yeah. You get in the building with a seat. You get a seat.
You can get
$25.
midfield, Mike. You can get 50-yard line behind the Cowboys bench, 10 rows up on SeatGeek for $300 a ticket.
Yeah,
What?
I think that Jerry knows. He can't say, but there's with 10,000 to 20,000 empty seats here at the end of the year, and they've been sold. I get people have bought them. They've just decided it's not worth my time to go. There's no way he can't make a major change, and you can't make a major change with the quarterback. You know, there's not going to be a player major change, so it will be the coach. It's fine what he said. It's cool, but he's going to have to change the coach so it gets everybody hyped up about next year.
If they go 6-1 down the stretch, like and counting Washington,
If the Rangers win 116 games this year,
no, I know,
that'll be the
but
all-time
I'm just
wins
saying,
record.
if they go 6-1 down the stretch, counting the win obviously over Washington, so down 5-1, they'll be 9-8. Like there's, I wouldn't do it, but Jerry could absolutely make the argument to rehire him.
Bobby, what would happen if Cooper Rush went 6-1 down the stretch?
Yeah,
He went 5-1 once before, didn't he?
That's the other side to this.
Time to move
That's
on from
right.
What's the top 3 power ranking for Thanksgiving on the table in terms of the importance, Corey? 1, 2, 3.
I mean, even though nobody really loves it, it is the turkey. It has to be on the plate. It has to go on the plate. And I'm making the turkey breast only this year, so I'm rocking that. For me, and I heard
Really?
Choppy.
Just the breast?
Yeah, just the breast. I heard Choppy disparage it this morning, but I love the sweet potatoes with brown sugar and butter. That's one of my favorites. I love. My wife makes this corn casserole that is just amazing. So that one too. So that's my top 3 right there. I need that on the plate.
What's in the
Emerald's-
casserole?
It's like sour cream and corn, and it goes in the baker. It's hot. It's a cheese on top of it. It's phenomenal, dude. I'll have to get a piece of it for you, Sean, because I don't know the recipe. She makes it, and I'm just like, I'm very happy.
Kevin, this sounds like your dream meal. Just plain.
Yeah, mashed potato,
Standard,
starch,
generic.
starch and meat.
Yeah.
I like, we have this thing called potato puff casserole. It's essentially just like twice baked potatoes. And my sister-in-law makes this amazing corn cheese concoction that is just delicious. And no good Thanksgiving is complete without rolls.
You know,
Sean,
there
I
is.
would say
I agree.
I think it is the one holiday where you can have starch redundancies.
You want to get rid of these things then?
No. I think it's the one time where you can eat a meal and have multiple starches and feel okay about it.
Okay. Sean, I would say at the Bassick household, the most important thing at the table is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. What's your thoughts? Do you believe?
Mike, he's omnipotent. He's not just at the table.
No, he's all around.
What do you think, Sean?
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
The KNC masterpiece from Addison. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone out there. Enjoy the game on Thursday.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison off of Beltline if you want to come and see us. And I know you might be like, well, hold on just a damn second. It's not a Friday. First of all, language. It's almost Thanksgiving.
That was you that said the word.
No, I could feel that's
gotcha.
what people were saying. And then second, if you come by, ask Mike to show you his phone and his interaction with Sean Sharif about crosstalk that we cannot read on the air. But if you want to come out and see us, we got fantastic food. There are beer specials. You can enter to win Cowboys swag, Cowboys tickets, and we can talk about Peace-a-thon, whatever the heck you want to do. Or we can celebrate your birthday today. Woo!
Yeah, happy birthday. Oh, by the way, Kevin, I did send Avery on a journey this morning. He's going to get 2 cans of cranberry sauce.
Oh,
and he's getting 25 mouse traps.
Oh, my God.
And somebody is
just like the Pilgrim.
Somebody is requesting. Yeah, they had mouse traps. Somebody keeps requesting the ham slap. I don't know exactly what number we have.
Colby?
What number donation do we have to get to in order to ask Colby to come up and do the ham slap one more time?
Holland can. Oh, he has a broken arm again.
He can take the slap though, right?
I don't think he's the one taking it, right?
No, he always hits. So, Kevin, what number would we have to get to for you to take $10,000 in just donations, not in auction buys?
Yeah.
All right, that's what we're looking for. If we can do that, I will have a ham delivered to the station, and I'll ask Colby if he'll come up and take care of that for us.
And our goal, I'm optimistic, I'm hopeful that we can get to $100,000 raised for My Possibilities. We'll kick into full gear tomorrow, but that site is now up.
Yes, it is. And I think one of the coolest things that we've never done before is we've added a raffle. So if you're like, hey man, you can buy a $10 ticket. I think it's 3 for $25, and then there's like a layer there. But there's a Luka Doncic autographed basketball that's priced at around $700.
That sounds right.
If you could put $10 in on that sucker and try and win it. So lots of fun things, Kevin. Phenomenal work, dude. Phenomenal work putting this thing together this year, man. I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much. The site is up. Our web man, Josh Clark, is working on fixing it up, so you can just go to 1053thefan.com/peaceathon. Last year's website comes up for that right now, but we do have a link. We can all tweet the link out or post it or whatever. Or if you guys just want to text in and you need to know, we can send the link right back to you.
And it is on our Twitter, at KNC1053,
Perfect.
and it's also on our Facebook. I posted it on the Facebook page last night.
Thank you. From the 561. Good morning, guys. I'd really like to see the gallon of milk challenge. I've actually done that one time in my life, and it was awful. I also made a tactical error.
Okay.
I requested chocolate milk because I love chocolate milk, and I was like, I can do it. And
I love chocolate milk.
Yeah, I just drank it at a slower pace, but eventually my body was like, no, I'm done. You have no more capacity for anything. And then I remember when I had to go pee, every step felt like I was being stabbed in the bladder or in the stomach.
no.
It was awful.
So you don't want to do it again, is what you're saying.
True.
All right.
But for a certain amount, hey, like the $1 Million Man said, everything's got a price. From the 214, are the wings ready? I'm hungry. I mean, I already see somebody eating chips and queso. Beers are already being served, and I know orders have been made. So go ahead and make it on out here. I will send these people who are asking the link, and we'll get full into that tomorrow. Bruce Bochy is going to be here.
Yeah.
Derek Lively Lively is going to be on the entire show. Trey Wingo is going to join the show. I'm sorry, did I say that wrong? Derek Holland is going to be on the entire show. Bruce Bochy is going to be on at a very specific time.
I need to check the Mavericks schedule to see if Derek Lively is going to do the whole show.
No, Derek Lively, we're working on that. He is not going to do the whole show that I'm aware of, though certainly we would, yes. Look.
In the future, that'd be awesome to have him every year.
Last night, though.
I know, so that's going to be tough. That is going to be tough. All right, you guys ready to talk some Mavs?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and give me cut number 5 if you can. Let's dive into some Mavs.
Luka screens. Kyrie shoots again. He is HOTTOGO! 5 of 6 in the fourth quarter, and he is raining threes.
Nice Chapel Roan quote there.
Yes, I had to think about that for just half a second. So the Mavs pick up another win, and they've stacked up wins that I know once Luka got hurt, there was some question about that. Kyrie took over in the fourth quarter because he had been having a fairly mediocre evening, especially shooting. But in the fourth quarter, 4 of 5 from 3. He was also playing through illness like Derek Lively, although he had to miss the second half, and a few other players. So I thought his fourth quarter was incredible.
They are playing their hearts out.
Yeah, they are.
Really are.
I after really not liking the way they were playing, and we'll talk about it here after that Utah game, losing to a horrible team. You're just like, they're not, you hate saying this about professional athletes. They're not trying their hardest.
Yeah.
They don't seem to care about this season. Yeah, they're winning some games, but they're just moseying through. They're just going through the motions. This isn't fun to watch. And they had that meeting, and Luka got hurt. And it has seemed to spark them into just watching very inspired basketball from whoever's on the court. They are trying their hardest. Even the loss to Miami, I'll just go back. They gave it all they had, and they took it to overtime. They just ran out of juice. And I thought last night, going into it, Kevin, I'm like, dude, if they lose by 20, they lose by 20. I get it, man. They gotten from Denver to Miami to Atlanta. This is a weird trip when you talk about West Coast to East Coast and then a back-to-back. And they played their hearts out, and they were down by 6, I believe, at halftime after having a horrible close to halftime. And then from that point on, the second half, no, we're not giving up. Whatever we have left in the tank, we're going to empty it, and we're going to see if we can win this game. And I think as a Mavs fan, I will speak for myself, and I'll say you should be. I'll put shame on you if you're not, you should be proud of these Dallas Mavericks.
I really have as you were just kind of talking about, the last couple of fourth quarters as well, and really the whole game, because you didn't find yourself in a deficit, and the fact that, because even Kyrie had the quote, I saw it from Grant Afseth, he said, hey, was there any chance you were going to miss the game tonight because of the illness? And Kyrie said, hell no. No, sorry. No. Didn't cross my mind. I was just thinking about being there for my guys as much as they're there for me. It was a gutsy win. So think about the last part of that quote. Being there for my guys as much as they are there for me. It was a gutsy win. That encapsulates everything I imagine anybody would want in any of their teams.
That is also Kyrie's role, right? Luka is the superstar player. Kyrie is filling every other void that Luka can. And that's what he's like. Look, he's even trying to teach Luka last year. He was like, look, man, you got to be there for these moments, too. These are other things, too. And so that's another reason I think these guys play hard when Luka's out, is because they know that Kyrie's on the court, and he's going to give that kind of effort for that kind of night. I saw a number that Derek Jones Jr. last year had 6 20-point games in his Mavs season, and Najee Marshall has 4 already. And I don't know if y'all are like, hey, it's already an upgrade, or how y'all feel about Najee Marshall. But, Kevin, I know yesterday you had mentioned he's better offensively than you expected.
He is, and I know that's not
shot like S to start the year. And
that is true.
Tremendously now.
And I'm not saying that's the end-all, be-all for all of these players, because obviously we talk about, look, Derek Jones could get it for you occasionally offensively, but you thought about it a lot from a defensive perspective. But Najee Marshall is a better offensive player than I guess I thought. And we could talk about that. I also wanted to throw another thing out in that mix, if you're okay with it, is we didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday, but I found it to be really, really fascinating. Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News had a story kind of breaking down how the Mavs had a team meeting after that loss to the Jazz. I mean, and it could be for a variety of factors. First of all, the Jazz aren't very good, so maybe you didn't see maximum effort, and that's why you lost the game. Second of all, you had lost 4 straight games, and they had been by a total of 8 points. And so, once again, I go to Kyrie on this, and he said essentially the idea behind the meeting was accountability, effort, and unselfishness were the main themes of the meeting. Now, I'm not saying that has to point to any one direct player. I'm just telling you, I'm not saying that. But Kyrie said, we had a nice full meeting in film and just asked about how our effort needed to be better and how we needed to hold each other accountable. It's not just up to the coaches all the time to hold us accountable. It's up to the players to be out there communicating. So there's a variety of things I love about that, not the least of which is it's not just up to the coaches for communication and accountability. It's up to us, too.
Well, absolutely. I do remember, was it Troy Aikman that was like, why do I always have to be the one over here griping at everybody? Was that the Barry Switzer era? Or
Yeah, it might have been. It was both. I think it all built up into that moment where Troy was just sick of playing for the Cowboys the way it was run.
But the coaches, they have a responsibility, and their responsibility for the most part is to prepare you for the game and give you the plan and the outline. And then you as a player have to be the ones like raising yourselves up. Look at what Jaylen Brown did for his team last year. Jason Tatum gets all the limelight, and Jaylen Brown was like, I'm taking this over. I am leading this group, and he was the voice on that bench. That's absolutely what has to happen. You can't always just rely on coaches to come in and save everything because they want to see you do it on your own too. They want to see that you guys have bonded together, have grown something together. They know that that voice gets old after a full 82 games, so other people in that room have to be the voices that are speaking up for it.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I would say with Boston, Jaylen Brown became their best player in the playoffs. I would probably put a lot of the leadership on Drew Holiday and Al Horford.
That's a great one, yeah.
Now, we don't know. We weren't in the huddles. We weren't in the locker rooms before and during the game.
I was going a lot off of the stuff I saw from the huddles on the TV.
Yeah, and so I look at, obviously, Kyrie Irving, I think, leading this team. And I'm not saying Luka gets in the way, but right now, after that meeting, and Luka going out pretty much after that meeting, I know that he played in a game.
One more game, yeah.
But I look at this team, and they do seem to be fighting for each other. They're trying their best to get rebounds, and they're doing a pretty dang good job of it as they started off horrible at that. I'm just, I keep wondering as we talk about Najee Marshall, 9 of 12 from the field last night. P.J. Washington is on a really good stretch last night. Yeah, he didn't put up 20 points, but 5 of 11 is an efficient game from him. You'll take that from him. Obviously, Jaden Hardy stepped up tremendously with Klay Thompson out and Luka's still out. And I'm just wondering, is Luka seeing these things from his house and going, I can trust Najee Marshall. I can trust these guys to take something off of my plate. I'm going to set them up for success, but I don't have to do everything.
I really hope he does, because, the more I watch this team, I thought a lot about what you've been saying kind of on that front in the last 5 days. This team they're playing their butts off, right? But they have a very defined ceiling, and that's probably not going particularly far in the playoffs.
For sure.
Not because of lack of effort or anything like that. Just hustle plays will sometimes only get you so far.
Right.
So I hope Luka is watching and not only thinking, like, I can trust these guys, but thinking, what's the ceiling with me in it? Because this level of effort and add Luka, the ceiling is a world title. I'm not saying that means they win the world title, but the ceiling is absolutely a world title. So I'm hoping that all those messages are falling in. Obviously, Luka will miss at least the Knicks game on Wednesday, and I know he'll be reevaluated on Friday. Personally, I wouldn't necessarily count the back-to-backs this weekend either.
I think this is really important, and Corey, I'll bring it back to the team you were mentioning. Boston last year, I know they had a tremendous year, easily won the championship. What these last 3 or 4 games have proven to me, Luka, you have a championship team. No excuses on we're not good enough here or there or this or that. This team beat Denver on the road. They went to Miami and went to overtime and lost. Atlanta's not a good team, but they're not horrible, especially with you're missing Klay Thompson, you're missing Luka. They fought their butts off at halftime after being down by 6, and they came back and won by 10. This team is proving everything is here to be a champion. Luka, you have no excuse not to win the championship this year. Injury could happen if he gets hurt and he can't play, to your point. Or if Kyrie were to get hurt and couldn't play in the playoffs. I totally get it.
Or at least, sorry, Mike, I don't mean to break your train of thought. Or at least maybe you go toe-to-toe with Boston and it doesn't go your way. And at least you know what you need to, like, tweak from there. And I'm not saying, I'm saying, like, no, that you lose, but you lose because it was like a battle and Boston just had it.
And I want to be honest as a Maverick fan, and you should too as this season progresses. If Luka wants to complain to a referee and not get back on defense, and it is just a wide-open three, bam, they make it. Or an easy dunk, and then Luka is still in his own head screaming at the ref. Luka, it is all your fault. It is nobody else's fault. It's all of your fault that your team has now lost concentration, lost focus, because you have totally taken it away. You are the superstar. You could be the best player in the NBA, and you could win not only a championship, I believe he could win championships. This team is proving that it has everything there. But when you get outside of the game and decide to go, I'm just going to complain to the referee, or I'm going to fake an injury and not get back on defense, and then you see that the energy of the team is sapped out for the next 2 or 3 minutes, you did it all on your own, Luka.
Yeah.
You can blame P.J. Washington for this or that, but it was all Luka who took away this energy. And this energy that the Mavs have, Luka, be a part of this energy. Improve this energy. Don't take away from this energy the Mavericks are creating.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, where I believe we're about to match how many people we had at Addison Buffalo Wild Wings last year.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Probably pretty close.
I'm here.
What's the common denominator? The addition of Corey. And so Corey's the draw, ladies and gentlemen.
Listen to it.
Thank you.
Are you guys nervous with everybody just staring at us while we talk?
Not really.
Okay, good.
877-881-1053 if you want to get involved on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line in any of our conversations, or the Twitch or the YouTube live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. Coming up next, Mike will ask all the football questions.
Like last night. Did that change your mind about Baltimore? Next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Lamar takes the snap. Blitz pressure coming. Jackson fires. End zone. Touchdown! Mark Andrews.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That was from the Monday Night Football game last night. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. The Peace-a-thon website is up, 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. And the 11th annual Peace-a-thon will get going tomorrow. But right now, Mike asks all the football questions.
All right, based off of Monday Night Football last night, then we'll move into other questions.
Can I pause you for just 1 second? I apologize. I messed up the way I did the intro. I just wanted to tell everybody out there, if you have questions about any specific auction items, we could probably tell you like a lot more about them or how they were procured or whatever. If you're interested in bidding, feel free to hit us up. I bet we can help with that.
And I know Adrian is keeping an eye on the page, so people can comment there too, and she'll either ask us or she'll answer it herself.
Awesome.
Did you just hit your
Yes,
mic?
I did. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm in a weird place between I'm exhausted and amped up at the same time.
And you're stressed out too.
Oh my God, for sure.
So based off of last night, Baltimore, I still want to pick them. I can't pick them if they don't win the division, but I want to pick them to win the Super Bowl this year.
Okay.
I still feel like they're good enough to do it. Did anything change your mind last night on Baltimore? I say a game and a half back of Pittsburgh because they don't hold the tiebreaker right now because they lost to Pittsburgh head-to-head. Last night, Baltimore looked really good again against a good team and on the road. I'm wondering y'all's thoughts on Baltimore right now as a Super Bowl contender.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and answer your question, but I'm really intrigued to see what the Chargers do the next 2 weeks because to start the season, they had not given up more than 20 points in any game. Then last week, I know they won, but last week against the Bengals, they gave up 27, and last night they gave up a season-high 30 to the Ravens. So I want to see, is the defense starting to really falter, or did you just go up against two high-level teams? I'm with you. If Baltimore can win this division, I think, even though they're 10-1, I think this is the most vulnerable the Chiefs have been in a minute, and obviously Buffalo is lurking as well. I am really excited to see those three teams because you assume you'll get at least one, if not both, or two different matchups out of that.
Baltimore is legit offensively. They are a juggernaut. Defensively, they have not figured it out at all. So
That's a fair point.
I have a very difficult time when a team doesn't have a defense believing they will win that one game. But I think that they have the offense to get them to that game.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I still, the Chiefs are right there. The Bills are, like Kevin just said, they have a great combination of both. I don't know, man. The Broncos are a weird team that I'm
Broncos are moving, man.
Starting to get excited about right now. So, and the Texans have fallen off the map for me. I know they're 2 games up in their division, but they don't look good at all, like we expected them to. So, yeah, man, I would put Baltimore right there at the top of it. It's just that one game. When it comes down to a game that we've seen multiple times now, defense is so important in that game as well as the offense.
If they can get to the 3 seed, I would feel more comfortable saying Baltimore. Probably right now, I'm not a gambler. I don't have a website or I don't travel to Vegas to bet. But I think right now would be your best chance to bet on Baltimore to win the most money.
I agree. And you were talking about this a week ago about jumping in on Bo Nix for Offensive Rookie of the Year before, obviously, now the advantage is not really there. I think you can still get a good price on Baltimore right now. I'm with you on that.
Okay, so now we'll move to around the NFL, and this is based off of Micah Parsons' post-game interview. And if I'm not quoting him right, I'm pretty much getting it close enough. Kind of, we're not done. Watch out for the Cowboys in the second half.
We're not tanking.
All of that. And the Cowboys are 4-7. So you guys both have the standings up right now. If you're looking at the standings, which team would you bet on that's under 500 right now? Because most teams have played 11 games.
I have 2.
What team do you believe, or teams, do you believe are going to make the playoffs, even though today they are under 500?
I'm going to go and throw out the Miami Dolphins and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now,
He said which team?
He said I could have multiple teams.
You took both of my teams, Kevin.
Okay,
I'll see you tomorrow.
I say only the Miami Dolphins, and I have no other opinion. Look, the Dolphins have been turning it on, and I'm telling you, man, Tua has this attitude about him that he's like, I'm going to show every one of you MFers who I am and what I've got. Now, I realize that could flip on a dime if he got hurt again, of course, but Miami has picked it up from like looking like one of the worst teams in the NFL to, I got a shot.
Their defense still isn't great, Miami's, but Chop is turning into a pretty good pressure guy. He replaced kind of Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips is constantly injured his entire career, and that offense has come back to life with Tua back out there. And now Jonnu Smith and what he's doing with that is
he's
like,
really turned it up too.
that changes the elements, because when Tyreek's not open downfield or whatever, now you got this underneath, and he's playing phenomenally, and then the running backs are great. But I'll go with the Buccaneers opposite that, because that division,
that's a good idea.
That division
like
stinks. Atlanta is like you don't know exactly what they are.
So-
And whenever Mike Evans is on the field for Baker Mayfield, they're a far better offense.
So your logic maybe diverges a little bit in terms of why Tampa could make it as opposed to Miami. Tampa's like, hey, your division sucks. You got a shot. Whereas Miami, I just feel like you might be able to surge away into wild card. They ain't winning that division, obviously.
Yeah, and the thing about that division in the South is it's been like that for, 3-4 years now,
Yeah.
where you're just like, I mean, I guess Tom Brady was there like 4 years ago, but other than that, it's been kind of up and down and not really that good in general.
Somebody asked Mike, what's your drink of the day going to be?
I don't have one today. One, I need to lose some weight. And drinking doesn't really help with that.
Vodka only.
But there's a lot of day left today. So if you want to come here and drink, man,
that's
have
a
a
great
great
point.
time. You know, I'm not telling you not to, but I feel like
There's
for
a lot of
my
day
day, what I have planned the rest of the day would be tough for me to start
gotcha.
drinking now.
Yeah.
But if I had like more vacation day, don't mind that at all.
So we need to push for more vacation day for Mike, is what you're saying.
Oh, I don't know if
Now-
that is what I took away from that.
Now, you guys didn't name the Rams or the 49ers, so I'll go to this question in the NFC West. Seattle and Arizona are both 6-5. LA and San Francisco are 5-6. Who do
Okay.
you think wins that division and why?
Mike, I like to answer all of your football questions.
Oh, it's a bad question.
No, it's
Oh.
a good question. It's a great question. That was one of the questions I was thinking about for Overaction or Reality. My point is, I legitimately have no effing clue who's going to win this division. Because every time I think a team steps up, like you think Arizona's got it. Oh, not so fast. You think, well, once San Francisco gets back from some of their injuries, then they lose Brock Purdy and they get freaking rolled. Mike, I hate to do this. It's a great question. I have no freaking clue who's going to win that division.
There are only two teams with a positive point differential in that, and they are the 6-5 teams. Seattle their point differential is +2. +2.
So not really. They're like
the Cardinals'
Chiefs.
point differential is +8. And then the Rams is negative, and the Niners are flat at 260 and 260. So, I don't know. I don't have a clue who's going to win that division. I'll pick Arizona as a coin flip just because they're at the top right now. I think this is the year that San Francisco doesn't make it, though.
And part of me still wants to think that San Francisco will figure it out. But, man, they got
The injuries are a problem.
destroyed last
the
week.
injuries are just a
Or I guess over
problem
the
for
weekend.
them and
Yes.
their defense.
Yes.
Again, their physical style that they play so much, because they played so much football over the last few years, I think it's starting to take a toll on them.
Okay. So my next football question is Saturday, my wife was done with surgery. I was taking care of her. Kids didn't have a basketball tournament or a baseball tournament. So it was a rare Saturday where I sat home and watched college football.
Oh, okay.
So this is Mike Ask All the Football questions. It doesn't have to be NFL. I watched every second of the Colorado-Kansas game. I like
Yeah, you
Shedeur
did.
Sanders. I've seen highlights of him. I've watched him play before. I can't tell you I've watched all of his snaps.
What a dirty hit that was, by the way,
On
on
the
him. That
knees.
was nasty, man.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. I like Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
I don't love him. I get that he might be the number one pick, as in like a team would trade up. Like Jacksonville, I'm 99% sure won't take a quarterback if they have the first pick. But I understand that he could be the first quarterback in this draft. How much do you guys think Shedeur Sanders is going to be a great, successful NFL quarterback? Because what I saw, I'm like, I'm not sure I would take him, but I'm not sure.
So I think one of the reasons that he's kind of solidified his spot at the top of the quarterback rankings is not only because of him and their team's success, it's how much two other candidates have fallen off. So Beck with Georgia and Ewers with Texas, those are the two guys that I thought it was going to be like a kind of a three-person race to the top. Like if you had three different entities racing to get to a brand new place like Mars or something. And so there's three different teams or three different quarterbacks that I thought were going to get to the top. Beck's fallen off because he just hasn't played well. Ewers has fallen off just because he's faced some injury issues. And that's kind of left Shedeur not only by himself, but largely by himself at the top of the list.
Yeah, it's crazy, too, because Kansas is a terrible team. So to lose to them, we have a Tolo here right now that's a big Kansas fan. So.
Face, Sean. The Big 12 is horrible. But I'm not going to lie. Like watching Big 12 football versus other conferences, the Big 12, out of the Power Four, they're fourth.
Yeah, I still think Travis Hunter I think he's the number one overall pick. But when it comes to quarterbacks,
but if you needed a quarterback, you're going to take a quarterback.
He's accurate. He moves around in the pocket well. I think a lot of people do look at the pedigree and they see that, and they've known his name for a very much like Trevor Lawrence. They've known his name since high school.
I'm sorry. Can I ask you a question about that? Because somebody just said he's got an attitude problem. Do you believe that, like, as much as people know him for his last name, they are attributing any, like, perceived attitude problem to, well, he's a Sanders. He's probably got an attitude. Like, I don't know if he would come under the same, like, just attitude scrutiny.
I think there's a little of that, probably, that people that have been around the NFL for a while go, hey, he is Deion's kid. Remember when Deion was the first one to figure out, like, Troy and Michael and Emmett didn't know this because they were under Jimmy. Deion was never under Jimmy. So they're like, you can't just go to Jerry and bypass the coach. And Deion's like, watch this.
Yeah.
And Deion got practice schedules changed. Deion was the first one to kind of show everybody here, you do not have to pay attention to the coach. You can go to Jerry, and Jerry will change everything, and the coach really doesn't have a say here. Deion was the first one to expose that, and then other players followed. So I'm not saying Deion was like this, but I'm sure like some people are like, well, I was around in the 90s or whatever, and I remember when Deion did this. It's not fair to Shedeur, but that's the reality of it.
I do also wonder because Deion was a pretty successful player. Despite that, what a lot of people might consider that as a distraction, he was pretty successful because he was that talented.
Yeah.
And I wonder if a lot of people look at it and go, no, that's actually good. Like, that's a good quality. We like that at the quarterback position, and we'll take that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things about him, though, Mike. I think it does go back to NFL scouts have known his name just like Trevor Lawrence since they saw him at the quarterback schools.
I would say this. I would not compare those two because in 8th grade, 9th grade, Archie Manning saw Trevor Lawrence and said, when God created the perfect quarterback, he created Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody said that about Shedeur. They're like, oh, I like him. He's nice. He's a top 10 quarterback in his class. I don't think they're like, God created that dude to be the best. And he might be. He might be unbelievable. I just wanted to like him more.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see that game and go, wow.
You wanted to see more poise out of him.
I don't know. He was fine. He was good.
Either.
He wasn't great. He was good. I'm just like, and he could in the right system, right coach, right every. But I was like, I don't know. But I could be totally wrong. I'm wrong about Trevor Lawrence. I'd like to explain. I'm wrong about Trevor Lawrence being as great as I thought he was going to be.
That's a good question, though. You just said that. Can he play for another coach? He's played under his dad this whole time in college, so I don't know exactly how he responds to somebody else and how they would coach him.
We're out of time, but I mentioned this yesterday. I'll mention it again. I really like that Devin Neal running back.
Okay,
I'm not saying first-round pick.
I don't want to dissuade you from that at all. I just want to point out that was by far his best game of the season.
I saw it.
I don't want to.
That dude can catch. He can run. He can miss tackles. He can run through people. I was like, third, fourth round, if that kid's sitting there, I think he's rated like the 10th best running back in this draft class right now.
Yeah.
I asked Broadus, he's like, look, I've not looked at the top 10 running backs in this class yet. I've looked at, obviously, Ginty, who he super loves, and I totally get it, even though he sat out the second half of the last game. I was trying to watch.
Wasn't that because they were kicking ass?
No, they barely won.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
It was like I think they won 17-13.
Oh, man.
Or at least when he went out of the game, they were like losing 13-10. Maybe,
Okay.
Was it 17-13 was the final score? Yeah, we got a total. So I was like,
over Wyoming, yeah.
Mike, we have an awesome Rangers update for baseball nuggets. I
oh,
just
good.
want to throw it your
Well, then
way.
you just teased baseball nuggets. We're done with football.
Next, right here on The Fan, and we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. Already having a good time celebrating birthdays, busting people's chops. We're having a good time this morning. Peace-a-thon is tomorrow, but right now, it's time to go and do some baseball nuggets.
All right, you got it. I know you're about to go
I was
around
halfway
the
there to screw it up.
NFL, we're going around the NFL.
Halfway
Here
there
we
to
go.
The baseball season's not even happening right now.
Gosh. Hey,
Oh,
Corey,
that's a good point.
you got baseball nuggets.
Thank you to our Tolo Ryan Dant who sent this over to me. It's from Evan Grant. That kind of rhymes.
Sometimes I feel bad. He sends a lot of stuff that's good. Then sometimes he sends things that I'm like, I get it. It is interesting. I was like, I just don't have room today.
If he wants to be a producer, hit me up. I want to see what's going on there.
Wow. A lot of pressure on you, Alec.
No, not to replace Alec.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Alec.
Pretty sure it is. Every 18 months we get a new one.
Alec already got replaced on somebody else's auction with Reggie again, so that happened.
Yes, I saw that.
Evan Grant has said that for those wondering, Evan Carter is swinging a bat according to the Rangers. He's expected to be ready without restriction for spring training, as are Seager, Young, and Adolis Garcia. I guess that doesn't mean that all of them are swinging bats, but they're expected to be ready for spring training without restriction. That seems like pretty significant news for all four of those.
Yes. Now, it's early, but the Rangers need to get to the end of spring training with those four guys ready to go. The offense, Chris Young talked about it in an interview that I didn't get to yesterday, but he pretty much said, look, the league made an adjustment to our offense as a whole, and they were throwing heaters up in the zone, and the Rangers couldn't hit. They literally, as a team, individually at times, yes, Corey Seager individually at times got to that pitch, but as a team, they're like, here is their Shuto, if you ever watched
Mr. Baseball.
Mr. Baseball. They cannot hit 95 or above at the top of the zone, and they will chase above the zone as a team. If we're just going to go off of a general, Texas Rangers cannot do this. And Chris Young is like, man, we didn't really make much adjustments to it. We were very stubborn. His word was stubborn in the approach the Rangers had last year. And he's like, that has to adjust because the league adjusted to how great we were in 2023 offensively, and they made the adjustment, and we did not make adjustments quick enough. And we will see, obviously, they lost their hitting coach to Atlanta. That was a choice by the hitting coach.
Yeah.
Hires, right, Tim Hires?
Yes.
And now they brought in, I want to say, Veal or Vile. I need to.
Yeah, I just
Justin,
got that.
I think is his first
I just
name.
got that email confirming that.
But
Yeah, Justin Veal.
yeah, so that will be an adjustment that we need to see made,
Yelly.
but we need those guys healthy. We talked about yesterday the left side of the infield. Even winning the championship dealt with major injuries, with Young and Seager missing major time in the championship year. And so you'd hope that you don't have to go through, hey, we need at least 100 games, if not 120 games, of a different third baseman or a different shortstop because of injuries.
That being said, that thought is still at least in the back of your head or for planning purposes, is it not?
I think if you're Chris Young, you have to look at it and go, history would suggest I'm going to need a different starting shortstop for 40 games next year.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong.
Sure.
I hope that we get the surprise and we go, wow, Corey Seager played 140 games at shortstop and 10 at DH. But I have to be realistic with who Corey Seager has been in his career and with the Rangers and go, he's probably going to miss 40 games at shortstop. Who's playing those 40 games at shortstop that he's not going to be there? I'm going to realistically look at Josh Young and go, realistically, he's going to miss 60 games. I hope I'm totally wrong and we get the healthy Josh Young year.
Yep.
But realistically, who's playing the 60 games that Josh Young is going to be out because of injury?
Yeah.
So
that's a good question.
I hope I'm wrong on that. I hope you get positive signs on that. Now, I wanted to go to this baseball nugget, and it is the Boston Red Sox. I get it. Who cares about the Boston Red Sox, this and that? Well, the Rangers took advantage of the Red Sox rebuilding after the 2018 championship they won. They decided, look, we put a lot of money into this thing, and we won. Mookie won. Chris Sale won. We had this team that had a lot of players on that we've moved on from, and we've rebuilt. And I do like the core of their team, and so do the Red Sox. And they're like, you know what? The Yankees are really good. The Rays are kind of falling off. Toronto's in a weird place. They fell off, but they're not – on paper, they're not bad, but they had a very disappointing year.
This might sound like a super weird question, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer it or not. With the Rays, do you think any, mental struggles will come along next season with, hey, we can't play in our stadium, we're here at, spring training ballpark?
I wonder about that with Oakland. I think Oakland's a 500 team. I think that that's an 80-win team easy. But I don't know in Sacramento.
Okay.
That's the one thing is I saw that Oakland team in the second half, and I said, here they come again.
Yeah.
Those guys have figured out another way how to build a team that could be a nuisance in the American League West. But they're going to have to play on a 140-degree field in July and August and September. So good luck with that, Sacktown. All right. Then I look at Tampa. They're going to deal with humidity that no team has to deal with. They're going to have to deal with rain delays. They're going to have to deal with a lot of crap. Crowd-wise, it's going to be the same. 5,000 people showed up to the top. 5,000 people show up to a minor league spring training stadium to watch them play. It'll be about the same crowd. But the Red Sox are now going to go back into spending, and it looks like they're going to try to spend big. They want Soto. They'll probably not. I don't think they're going to get Soto, but they're in on that. They're in on Corbin Burns. They're in on Max Fried. They're in on Nathan Eovaldi. They're in on a lot of the big-time free agents. They're in on this one, surprised me. They're in on Willie Adames. And you're like, who's that? Milwaukee Brewers shortstop, really good player. They drafted Marcelo Meyer, who's getting really close to being ready. Also, if I'm saying his name wrong, I'm sorry, because I really liked watching him play last year. Sedane or Sedania. Okay. He plays center field and shortstop and is a good center fielder and a good shortstop. And I'm like, well, it makes sense. He's going to be the center fielder. And Marcelo Meyer, their big-time pick that's from high school that is developed now and about ready to make the major leagues. But they're thinking about signing a shortstop to a major deal. Then I'm like, well, what are they going to do with their number one prospect, who's a top 10 prospect in all of baseball?
And just a side note for the Red Sox, when you said, I don't really think they're going to get Soto, is the consensus because it's the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, and then everybody else, you can put them all together in a category?
I think so.
Okay.
But what they're saying is they have a lot of money to spend, and they're going to, say they're going to want to spend it. Obviously, if they strike out on Soto and Burns and Snell and Fried and Eovaldi and Adames, and then they might be like, let's just keep developing this team, like literally kind of San Francisco Giants. Everybody said no to us. But I do think that the Rangers have a little bit of an issue in maybe keeping Eovaldi, and other teams are going to look at this and go, crap, one of the big-time markets is going to be a big-time market again.
Yeah.
And so now you have the competition of the Red Sox, and over the signing DeGrom, signing Seager, signing Simeon, signing a couple other guys that you liked. Well, you never had to worry about the Red Sox because they were trying to build a team. They felt like they've built the core.
But now they're back in the
Now
mix.
they're ready to add big-time free agents to it. So that is a team this offseason. In a couple weeks, we'll have the winter meetings here at the Anatole in Dallas. I think the Red Sox, I remember them making a big splash at the Anatole 24 years ago.
Let's
see if you guys can get it.
I was 19.
Okay.
Manny Ramirez?
Manny Ramirez at the Anatole signed with the Boston Red Sox. So
and people here at Buffalo Wild Wings Madison can see I did not look on my phone or my computer.
Yeah.
That was pure brain power.
Yeah. So we'll see if the Red Sox are a major player signing teams, but all articles are saying the Red Sox are eyeing to be a major player in this year's free agent market.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. If you want to come and join us, and now we have definitely surpassed last year's total already. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, countdown to Peace-a-thon. Why do we do it? What we'll have, and the site is live. All of it next right here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has a low fee product?
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, celebrating some birthdays today. One of the first people out here. It is his birthday today, so celebrate alongside with us. Also, we're going to keep the name of the kiddo private for now, but I want to thank Josh and his son for they have done an epic amount of stuff helping us try to find auction items and everything for Peace-a-thon. And then his little boy raised money to donate to Peace-a-thon. And that's just...
And he wrote a note, too.
That's just downright
That's
heartwarming,
awesome.
man.
That is awesome. I love that. He said, I want to help Friends for Peace-a-thon. That is really cool, man. What a way to start things.
It really is. Yeah, you know what? Clap some more. I like that very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Nice job, little man.
Right now, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
Now, if I used selective hearing this morning,
Uh-huh.
it was that Mike McCarthy is definitely getting a contract extension.
That's what I heard.
Is that also what you heard?
Can you
It
confirm?
sounded like it's certainly a potential rehiring, that he hasn't dismissed anything the way most everybody on the outside of the building has already done.
Right. You're talking about Bobby Bell. I got what you're saying. When we talked with Stephen Jones yesterday, it felt like he laid it out for us pretty clearly in terms of Jake Ferguson and Zach Martin. Not saying it's impossible, but it doesn't look like they'll be good to go for Thursday, with Trayvon Diggs then being described as a maybe, and them feeling really confident about Tyler Smith and Brandon Cooks being back in. I realize it was just Monday. You had just played. There's still time, but I thought that was a really insightful breakdown of where they are on the injury recovery front.
Yeah, and you might add Jake Ferguson into that probably not category,
Yeah,
right?
and same with Awesome Richards. I know
He sounds like it's a high ankle sprain, and it's probably a couple weeks for him, which is unfortunate because I thought he was performing awfully well out there.
Yeah, he was.
And there was a reason why they were kind of, I don't know if it was alternating series, but working both guys in there because I thought he was doing a nice job. And at least he understood where he was supposed to line up on the line of scrimmage.
See, okay, I'm with you on that. And then when I look at the group of, I know we were just talking about Ferguson, Martin, Tyler Smith, Trayvon Diggs, Brandon Cooks, it feels like they all have a defined role and slot on this team, whereas Awesome Richards, to your point, he's fighting to be hey, I could be a starter or I could be a backup that you feel really comfortable with. So that injury feels especially unfortunate for him.
Yeah, absolutely, because, if we go back to what Jason Garrett used to say about this league is about meritocracy, doesn't matter how you got here, it's what you do when you get here. And I think, if you can make an argument that he was playing awfully well. Now, I understand what they want to do with Tyler Guyton. They need to get him reps. That's first-round pick. He needs the experience. He hasn't played a lot of football at the tackle position in his college career, right? And so, you're kind of got an eye towards the future, but you're looking at a pretty physically talented guy. Now he's got to put that to work. But, again, when you're in, the bullets are flying, you're trying to win games. I thought Awesome Richards did a really, really nice job. And because they were using him at tackle, they used other guys at the guard position, which he could have gone in and played guard too, but they liked how he was playing tackle. So, yeah, that one is unfortunate. And I think the other guys, it's really hard to say because if you, kind of read maybe the fine print, it was a walkthrough, whatever they did yesterday.
Yeah.
So they were projecting, So today's really the only day that they will have somewhat of a practice, but no pads. So maybe you get a better idea today just where some of these guys are, or if they're just trying to get them to Thursday on this short week.
Yeah, trying to get them to Thursday is a very important thing.
Yes, I am in that same boat this week as well.
We're all trying to get to Thursday.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure.
Mickey, the Twitterverse yesterday went nuts about Mozzie's game, and I was kind of curious what you've seen from him as this year's gone along, because against Washington he looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think he had a nice performance. I know it sometimes it doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but I think he's been doing a decent job holding down the fort. The guy everybody overlooks is
Chauncey Golston.
Chauncey and Oso Digizua. I mean, Osa played. I wanted to say 90. Well, I can tell you. The amount of snaps he played in the game was a heavy load for a guy playing defensive tackle. He played 91% of the snaps at defensive tackle. That's a load, right?
Yeah.
Golston played 80%. So they were really leaning on those younger guys on the defensive line. I think Mozzie was at about 50%, and they've kind of, I don't want to say they've given up, but, for the Linville Josephs of the world and Carlos Watkins, they're getting maybe 10 dozen snaps, but they're really relying on these other guys to hold down the fort on the defensive line. And I thought for the most part, they did a pretty darn good job, not only, doing a nice job against the run, but as a group, would they end up with 4 sacks? They have
yes,
5
that is correct.
The week before.
Yep.
So they're doing a better job up front. And, for their sake, it's nice that at some point you get rewarded. You can play well the week before and you lose and everything's negligible, right? But if you get a win, some of this stuff that they've been doing finally gets some recognition.
And there were two things that I wanted to go a little further and recognize as well. I know one of them was on the last play of the game, but the Commanders turned the ball over 3 times on Sunday. They had only turned the ball over 5 times all season. So even if you want to discount the Hail Mary at the end of the game, they were still uncharacteristically coughing up the ball, and obviously some of the credit for that goes to the Cowboys.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The hit Donovan Wilson put on, I forgot who it was, that caused the fumble. That was, and it's not only the takeaways, but the pass breakups, right?
Yes.
When you see that many pass breakups, then somebody's doing something right. I think they finished with 7 pass breakups. 3 of them to Josh Butler, but they were getting to the ball. So, and a lot of that getting to the ball is your guys up front are putting pressure on the quarterback, who has not turned the ball over. What do you have? Went into the game with 3 interceptions, something like that.
I believe
for
that is correct.
Rookie quarterback, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
But if you get pressure on them, then they got to get the ball out, and they're not quite as accurate, or they can't wait all day for their guy to get open. So, credit to the whole group. Now, here's the question: can they do it again?
Against the Giants.
Against the Giants, look, I'm optimistic. The Cowboys got their first scoreless quarter since October 6th.
I know.
Against the Steelers. That's obviously too damn long, but good for them for getting it done. I think they can have, by no means am I going to argue that this team is going to dominate anybody, but I think they can have a controlling effort against the Giants.
Well, and they need to, and they're playing a backup quarterback, right?
Yes.
And if I remember,
third string, arguably.
Really, and then if I remembered correctly, their offense was getting shut down completely until late to get a touchdown.
That is correct. Their offense looked terrible in that game.
Yeah, and it sounded like I think it was Neighbors. There might be a little give up going on.
And Dable yesterday was like, I kind of see some of the points he's making about us not really giving it our all in that game. So that's problematic. That team has problems for sure.
So that's a team that we talk about it more tomorrow or whatever, but don't give them any hope that they can win the game. You got to jump on them early and give them a nice soft pillow to lay their heads on instead of sitting there going, okay, well, now, maybe, we might win this game. Don't let them get that in their minds, and they will tuck tail. I guarantee you that. So they need to be able to get off to a good start. If you win the toss, take the ball and drive downfield and score a touchdown.
Hey,
Defer this. Go score a touchdown.
Man, I really want a football shirt for the Cowboys that says "defer this." I think.
Where's the arrow pointing?
Oh,
I bet you guys could make that happen.
Yes, that is a good point. We probably
know a guy.
can.
Yeah,
you know a guy. You got a guy.
The Cowboys scored their first offensive touchdown in the third quarter last week, so maybe we're on an offensive roll all of a sudden. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Same time, same station?
That's right. And just, bear with us if we're grumpy tomorrow. We'll be in the midst of our charity show, so it'll be a long day.
What time you starting?
6 in the morning.
God bless you.
There you
Thank
go.
You, Mickey.
Thank
really
you very much,
that.
good sir. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, I know I was kind of joking about being tired and grumpy. Actually, tomorrow is Peace-a-thon. I don't know if you guys feel this way at all. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. I have a lot of angst going into Peace-a-thon because we all want to make it like as perfect as possible. But then once we get to the day, I'm usually like, oh, yeah, this is super fun. And, people want to bring up food and hang out and give money to my possibilities and bid on stuff. And it ends up being a blast every single year. It's just the days and weeks leading up to it that I get kind of.
I think I've told you this. It's about 3 months out when I start stressing out about it and and the whole process of it. And as we get closer, somebody asked earlier and they said, how do y'all make it through the grind? How do y'all prepare for the grind? And I said, on that day, I just react. I ignore it until that day, and then on that day I react to it all. And throughout the day, man, it becomes to a point. I'm always impressed with what you do, Kevin, because you're quarterbacking the whole thing, and you have all these different voices coming in throughout the day. We have the entire station comes on and pops on. Mike is there doing Mike things all day long.
Like what?
Like coming in and singing Hall & Oates to start the morning.
And a somewhat altered rated R version of that was tremendous.
And then so there's all these different voices throughout the day. It kind of, when we started this, that was a difficult part, was filling the room up.
Yeah.
And now it's like everybody's there taking part in it. It's a lot of fun on that front too. But there are times when I get a real opportunity to see where our money is. How much we are, where we're at, what we can continue to add to it and stuff. And that's a lot of fun, too.
So I just want to give a quick overview as the website is now up. It's live. It's going. 1053thefan.com/peaceathon if you want to get involved. We have autographed memorabilia there's a lot more, but Troy Aikman, Magic Johnson, Jamie Benn, Patrick Mahomes, Corey Seager, Joe Montana, Mike Madonna, Walter Payton, Micah Parsons, Jason Witten, and like I said, a lot more. Frank Thomas, Tom Glavine. We're not just going to keep listing
Mike's
things
autograph chair.
Yes, Mike's autograph chair from the
famous
whole
people
team
now.
at the Fan. That's right. And then we've got a suite for a Rangers game with us and Derek Holland to come hang out for the game and the suite. We've got a suite for a Cowboys preseason game that I believe comes with 26 tickets at midfield, and Corey has procured a CeeDee Lamb and DeMarvion Overshown icy white autographed Cowboys helmet. We're doing a raffle for the first time ever for the Luka Doncic autographed basketball that I got directly from the Mavericks. I literally went to the Mavericks offices, and they gave it to me, and it's the certificate of authenticity from the Mavericks, which are like, hey, it's from us. We're doing a raffle for that. Only $10 per entry for that full-size authorized basketball.
1 ticket for $10, 3 for $25, and 10 tickets for $80. That's a pretty sweet deal.
Okay,
there.
I did not know that.
And
Fantastic.
Kevin, here's the little information on it.
Yeah.
Enter to win a signed Luka Doncic basketball. Some say he injured his wrist while autographing this very ball.
I don't think that
by
is,
some
does
we
it
mean
really
Corey.
say that? Oh,
yeah,
no.
it says by some we mean Corey. So I did as we were writing that last night, I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and have some fun with that one. But yeah, tickets, it's fascinating because last night immediately people already started buying those tickets. That's the first time we've ever done something like that to add a little extra juice to it all.
Now, I want to just throw out a couple of things. We've got a pair of lower bowl tickets for Monday Night Raw in January at the AAC. This is the most complicated one. I'll have to look up the item number. We have 4 tickets to All In 2025. The AEW
Jerry Jones
pay-per-view. No, this will be an actual All In. The pay-per-view at Globe Life Field from AEW. Look, I can't promise you it's going to come with a backstage meet and greet, but I think it's going to come with a backstage meet and greet. It's just sometimes AEW is a little bit more difficult than everybody else to nail down on specific details, but just keep that in mind. I'm going to do everything I can to include some extra stuff with that. If you need to have a will, we have not 1, not 2, but 3 different wills set up on there. If you want a Mavericks experience behind the scenes with Chris Arnold, it's on there. You want to sit in the booth with Chuck Morgan or Jared Sandler and Eric Nadel, those experiences are on there. Lots of booze. Play in the Cowboys golf tournament with a friend or with RJ Choppy, and he can be your friend. So you'll have executives for the Cowboys walking around, former players, current players. That place is a happening.
We, Kevin, we spent a lot of time at spring training making sure every guest that came up into the booth, they autographed the ball, and so we got that one up there too. That's got Bochy's name on it, Josh Young's name on it. There are a bunch of other ones as well. I think this is a really cool item that I'm going to be bidding on for sure. Mike delivered this one to us. It is a minimalist World Series print.
That is awesome.
And it is printed by S. Preston, inscribed with Eric Nadel, wrote on it himself. He autographed it himself, and it says, "Rangers fans, you're not dreaming." So if you want to re-celebrate that and have it in your house, that is an awesome thing. That I think is that only one. Or is it 2 with that specific
With that
thing?
specific signature, I only know of 1. I'm not saying they don't exist anywhere in the world. But
the prints are limited to 500.
Yep.
It has an authenticity of this is, I believe it's number 191 of 500.
Yep.
So I bought that one and then got Eric to sign it.
That is too cool, man. That part of it is just awesome.
So these are the things that I love from the 940. Peace-a-thon is the best fundraiser since Jerry's Kids. Oh, I love that. From the 469, to me, Peace-a-thon is as much of a Thanksgiving tradition as the Cowboys game is, and that is freaking amazing. And, yes, from the 214, you can have dinner with Brian Broaddus. You can get
At Hurtado.
Yeah, you can get a dinner with Derek Holland and Eric Nadel if you want. So, yes, those are still up there. And then I know they're kind of having some fun with it, but how many pizzas do y'all consume during Peace-a-thon? For the first time ever, there will be a pizza truck at My Possibilities
Pizza ISD
tomorrow from Pizza ISD from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., I believe. And if you want to stop by, buy pizzas, 65% of their proceeds are going to go to My Possibilities.
Yeah, he's got the buffet experience at the top of the list, too. You can get that. You can bid on that. It's a buffet experience. He'll pull up to your place, and then y'all can eat pizza and make the pizza right there in his pizza bus. That's a Tolo right there that just has been with us. He's offered things since the very first one, and this is an awesome option.
And then from the 737, can you bid on anything online if you don't live near? Yes, there is an option to have not all, but many of the items shipped out to you. And for some of the experiences and stuff, we can transfer a certificate to you really easily. So if you don't live in the area, you want to bid on some stuff, you have plenty of options. It's clearly noted what will and what will not ship if you want to go ahead and make some bids.
Yeah, when it comes to if you're in the area, the biggest goal of ours was to get people to go visit and see what My Possibilities is all about. So My Possibilities has all of the stuff, and they will be giving it to you. The hipsters also, the students that go to My Possibilities, they are the ones that are working on that. It's part of their life skills that they get to work on and help out and learn with. So this is a really cool opportunity for them, but it's also a great opportunity for you to see where your money's going whenever you buy these and donate like you do.
And historically, I would say, not only to keep up with your bids or donations, take a look at the website tomorrow. History tells us new things will be added. Maybe not everyone is excited about new things going up on the website, but history says they will be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. Coming up next, It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus choose your own adventure of chaos. We'll do that next here on the Fan.
Remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison, where one of the fun parts about this whole thing is during the breaks, Corey has been doing giveaways courtesy of Buffalo Wild Wings and Miller Lite. You can sign up to win the pair of Cowboys tickets. And one more thing I want to say about Peace-a-thon, because we've already talked about a few people about this. If you see anything on the list worth bidding that you're like, that might not be for me, but I know who would want it, like friend, family member, whatever, pass it along. Or if you know anybody who wants to donate and they're looking for a big tax write-off, well, go ahead and pass that link along as well. We would love all of that. And now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, Buffalo Wild Wings. It is time for AM on the FM. I appreciate
You're getting applause out here, Alec. This is
Thank you
awesome.
for that. Thank you for that. I do want to mention a couple of things that I've been asked because I am a part of the holiday rotation for the most part. So a couple of programming notes for you. One, I've been asked a million times. I will be here all 13 hours tomorrow, so I will be hanging out with you guys.
There you go.
And on Friday, all of you guys don't want to show up, but I do. So I'm going to be here with the dude that Mike called Peter, James Tritley. We're going to be from 10 to 2. So you can hang out with us then. I think so.
Yes, you will be.
Yeah, 10:30. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. So excited for that. No Friday football feast, but if you want to send us wings, we will be happy because we will be hungry. But
and you know what? Just for the record, Alec deserves some wings. He works really, really hard. He doesn't get to come out on any of these remotes, so yeah, reward him.
I would appreciate that. I get hungry because, you know, it's lunchtime. We got the lunch rush coming up here in just a little bit, 12:20 every day, Monday through Friday. Like, it's literally in part of the show. So, you know, these protein bars only get me so far. But I'm going to go to today's national calendar as well as we're going to do a first here, a choose your own adventure. You're going to choose what we talk about here in just a moment after we answer the question of the day. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney. Text on Twitch and YouTube. I got you pulled up as well. Want to hear from you. There's only one miscellaneous holiday today, which is kind of disappointing. I like having options, but it's a strong one. Today is National Cake Day. So I'm going to ask you, what is your favorite variety of cake? 877-881-1053, because I know it can get controversial. Some people don't like the basic stuff. Some people think that chocolate cake is the only right way to make cake. Some people think vanilla cake is the worst thing to happen on planet Earth. I don't know. You tell me.
I love yellow cake with chocolate frosting. That is my all-time number one cake. I'm sure it will be mocked for its simplicity. I think it is delicious.
It's a great cake.
Yes.
It's very simple, isn't it?
I was just waiting for him to be like, for 6-year-old birthday.
It's great. Usually that's what I would usually ask my mom to make for my birthday.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, when I was 8, yeah, it was definitely the one that I asked for.
Okay.
And as my taste buds grew, carrot cake became my favorite cake.
Oh.
Carrot cake is the one that, like, it's when it's moist and it has all those different textures in it. It's just and Mike, I know you make a really good carrot cake. Do you do a buttercream frosting on top?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, buttercream frosting is the way to go.
Well, it's cream cheese.
Yeah, cream cheese.
butter.
That's what I meant. Yeah. That's the way to do it. I love it.
I mean, those are the two main ingredients, and sugar would be your third. There's vanilla extract.
You put raisins in it?
No.
Okay, interesting.
My wife doesn't like raisins.
Okay.
I'm sure she'd eat them, but she doesn't like them in desserts.
Adrian doesn't either. She's the same way. Do you put nuts in it? Do you put like walnuts or pecans?
I crush up the pecan so much to give it saltiness because my wife doesn't like nuts in her desserts either.
What about the carrot shards? Do you put?
Yeah, that's
okay.
I don't know if it'd just be a spice cake, right? I mean, pretty much a carrot cake is a spice cake. You're just adding carrots, and people are like, "Oh, carrots." You don't taste the carrots at all. It's actually just adding moisture to the cake.
You know what another phenomenal cake is rum cakes. Rum cakes are really good.
There is a lady, I'm sorry,
Somebody's calling for a rum
They
cake
might be
right
a
now.
listener right now. And this was a while back. She was a Tolo. She brought us some rum cakes. They were amazing. And she might be listening right now. Like, yeah, that was me. But thank you from about 5 years ago when you did that. They were great.
Let's see. From the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, lots of lemon cake coming in here at the top of the list.
Lemon cake's good.
From the 214, spice cake. From the 903, carrot cake. Carrot cake is the GOAT from the 469. German chocolate cake from the 817.
Oh.
Yes.
Do you know where that's from?
Germany.
German, Texas.
What?
Yes.
Like
that's,
West?
That's not a German dessert
My
at
life is a
all.
lie.
That is
Oh, my
made
gosh.
from Texas.
I would have known
This
that
is
had you not
shocking
said it.
information.
I suddenly hate it now. It's fraudulent. Like, I hate that.
Always for
it's
this
lying
all
to
this
me.
time.
Just like I hate the Pop-Tarts Bowl because they said there was going to be an edible mascot, and then the dude disappears into a giant box, and a version of him that's about a third smaller comes out. I don't like that.
Did you think they were going to actually eat a person
Yes.
during that
Yes,
bowl game?
That was
yes,
the hope.
that's what was told to me. That's what was projected to me. So my standard, and I watched the entire game. I did not care about either team in the game last year. I just wanted to see the demise of that Pop-Tart mascot, and it did not happen.
Yeah, it was invented in Dallas.
Yeah, it's actually a little
German-
bit wrong. I thought it was in kind of the hill country. It says German chocolate cake was invented in Dallas, Texas in 1957.
Wow, that's amazing.
I did not know that.
I'll also add this. A good tres leches.
Yes,
So good.
that's my pick.
Man, I will
That means
tell
the
you
3
what.
milks.
I don't know if he wants to be sharing this story.
A lot of milk.
Oh,
Which
dude.
3 milks, though?
I
You
have
know,
no
like
clue.
I've never known
Almond.
Chocolate.
If you want
Chocolate, yeah.
if you want to irritate Dave Raymond,
that. Okay.
give him some tres leches.
He doesn't like tres leches?
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
a bum. No, I mean, I really
he
like
feels
it.
he feels like they're using two milks that don't need to be used.
Too many milks.
He's a one milk guy.
Okay.
Okay.
I never knew that.
I don't know if I'm going to find myself ever wanting to irritate Dave Raymond, but I'll write that down. Thanks, Mike.
That's yours, though, Alec? That's the one that you were going to say? I'm sorry that I stepped on that.
No, I think that, that outside of dark chocolate, I've really started to like that. Like, that was one of those things that as a kid, you're like, no, like, it's got to be milk chocolate. It's got to be semi-sweet. It's got to be, the sugariest thing on the planet. But you realize dark chocolate's equally as good and as better for you. So on the birthday, I usually do dark chocolate cakes, and those are very, very good. So tres leches is my cheat cake, though.
Well, I'd say you're not our brother from another mother because my two are carrot cake and then chocolate cake with yellow cake with chocolate frosting.
Yes.
So like my two favorites are y'all's favorites, which is
Hell
why I'm
yeah.
stuck in the middle with you.
Stuck in the
Look at that.
middle with you.
That's why I'm stuck miles away. So I'm going to let you. I might, actually. I'm
Hold
starting.
on, before you go here, Nick Eatman's on the TV right now. Before you move
We're
on,
going to cancel him for tomorrow. Sorry. Nick.
Kevin,
we broke
when
up
you
with him.
when you eat cake, do you slide all the icing off of it? Is that how it is all the
No,
time?
so the way I did that was with those store-bought cupcakes that are like, here's the deal. What if we give you 40% cupcake and 60% icing? And I'm like, the ratio is all wrong.
That's fair.
All
That's
right.
fair.
Hot take. Store-bought cupcakes are horrible.
Oh, 9 times out of 10, yes.
I agree.
I fully
Nothing
agree.
against the grocery stores. I guess you guys are selling them to kids, and they eat the frosting off of the. I think that's why they do it.
No, I just like the idea.
Like kids,
Hey, kid, you want some
but
cupcakes?
they're horrible. Absolutely. Now you go to Nothing But Cake, stuff like that. They're great, but you just go to your local grocery store and buy those cupcakes pre-made. F-. Horrible.
Okay, I'm going to let you choose your own adventure to wrap things up here. I've got 3 different articles that are all equally as chaotic. We have weed burritos, college football ticket prices, or a possible Death Star in real life.
I want to know weed burritos.
What? You don't want to know about the real Death Star?
There's no such thing.
Whoa, we have to hear the article.
All
to
right,
find
fine.
out.
Let's do Star Wars.
I kind of like the weed burrito. Damn it. But we can go with the star
2 weed burritos to 1 star thing.
You know what?
Star Wars?
I'll be the
Star
tiebreaker here, and I'll say we're going to go Death Star here.
Okay.
So scientists in China have been working on developing something similar to the giant ion cannon that is featured on the Death Star. And they have actually made a successful mock-up using a new type of high-power microwave that combines electromagnetic waves with ultra-precise timing technology to boost power output to a single attack target. So it's
Sounds
exactly
good, but it's probably cheaply made and will fall apart in 3 months.
See, I thought Mike was going to start waving and saying he was a microwave.
Made from China.
Oh, that would have been
my
great.
gosh.
That would have been
Everything's-
great. The only
Start an
difference.
international incident?
Oh man. The only difference from the real Death Star in the movies is that it has 8 different power outlets that kind of converge in the middle to make a single beam. The one in real life has 7. And the issue that they have right now is that microwaves are so fragile and dust and particles can break them up. So they can only use it a very short distance right now. The answer to that is giving it more power. The issue there, they don't have batteries that have enough power to actually launch it a specific distance to, say, take out a satellite or something. So they can only use it indoors right now in very short ranges, but they think in a few years that they might have a real one that's kind of like the movie.
So he's saying like a couple double A's isn't going to work out right now?
No.
You need one of those square batteries, the rectangular batteries. To make
Yeah,
it
and
happen.
those are like, you never have them in the house when you actually need them, like the one time every 5 years that you need
Yeah,
one
and they
for a
sell them
Christmas
in packs of
decoration or
like
something.
18. They're like,
Yeah,
here,
it's like-
buy all these.
And it's like $45. It's like, I don't want to buy all that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gross. But that's my time. I have a feeling we might do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, because I think the weed burrito would have been a better story.
We'll talk about weed burritos tomorrow.
Man, you've had some fiery hot opinions on AM on the FM.
You really have.
Thanks, Alec. I'm engaged.
Hey, that's a good deal.
Congrats, Sue.
We're the Can't-See Masterpiece. So dumb. That's a dumb joke right
I
here.
loved it. No, I liked it, yeah.
On,
She's my lover.
Oh, my God. 105.3. Look, tomorrow's going to be 13 hours of this.
Jess is coming up tomorrow. Your lover's coming up to the show.
Yeah, my lover is too.
My wife is going to probably come up to the show, though with the kiddo not having been feeling very well. I'm not positive about that. Coming up next, it's
You can say, hey, what does a seal say, Noah? And he'll know exactly what to do.
because he coughs like a seal. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would you have what it takes to sue your dad? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
On 3rd and 3, they give us to Justice Hill, sweeping left side, crosses midfield, he's to the 40, Charger 30, leg race 20, Justice Hill 10, he's in! Touchdown Ravens! Justice Hill goes 51 yards, and the Ravens extend their lead.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. Had a lot of fun already today. People have been bringing by stuff, saying hello, celebrating birthdays, maybe even dropping off some money for Peace-a-thon. We thank you guys very, very much for all of that. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy? Really hope that comes across the air every time.
Do people do that in their cars and at work?
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff
Quick
too?
question. Okay, there's a lot of head shaking.
Okay. Oh,
Text
that's
in or hit
awesome.
us up on Twitch and YouTube. Do you say dip in the car?
That's too
Or,
cool.
I love it.
I do it in my sleep.
Okay, that's awesome. Of course, Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now let's start by going back to that Monday Night Football game. The Ravens are, of course, victorious. They put up a season-high 30 points against the Chargers. I guess that's the most points the Chargers have given up this season. And Lamar Jackson is amazing on Monday Night Football. He has 22 touchdown passes with 0 interceptions. And he's 7-2. In those other 2 games, they'll be like, what the hell, guys?
Yeah, they didn't score enough.
Yeah, probably. That's a good point. But
that's the major analytic. Remember
yes.
that. Out of all analytics, the final score of the game is the most important analytic.
Now, to go along with that, would you be saying this, Corey, if your team lost? Derrick Henry ran the ball 24 times for 140 yards, so almost 6 yards per carry. Khalil Mack said of facing Derrick Henry, keep in mind this game just happened and they lost. Quote, I don't think it's hard to play against that guy, and hopefully we see his team again. That's all. Stop what you're doing.
Really? There was a was it a 3rd and 2 last night that somebody was in the backfield and he still stiff-armed that guy and then ran around the next one and stiff-armed another one as he got the first down. And I was like, dude, it's not just tough yards. He can do all of these other things too. Now, he's not Justice Hill where it's you're a receiver as well. But when it comes to getting, he was what they needed. He was what the Ravens needed to go along with what Lamar Jackson can do. And now look what it does with Zay Flowers and Bateman and all those guys downfield. It opens things up so well for him. Last night, Kevin, as I was watching, I was looking at him and going, you know what? It's probably best he wasn't a Cowboy because he looks really good in a Ravens uniform.
He really
For whatever
does.
reason, that Ravens uniform looks right on him.
Now, Mike, I'm going to ask you the next question, so hopefully it will keep you occupied and you keep your hands to yourself. Zach Taylor, the Bengals head coach, because I really don't think people understand what a big deal this can be. He's brought the ping pong tables back to the locker room and says he hopes it creates energy and competitiveness.
Yeah.
From your experience, I know it's a different world, but how important can that ping pong table be?
It can be important, except we got ours yanked out of Jacobs Field.
Because y'all were goofing around too much?
Well, I wasn't on the team at the time, but I think, and I could get the names wrong, so if somebody ran this nationally, I'd be like, this wasn't the right guys. I believe it was Kenny Lofton and Russell Braniant who got into a big fight based off of the ping pong game that they were playing. So, yeah, it added competitiveness, and I think they got into a fight.
Wow.
And so Charlie Manuel, the manager at the time, I think it was Charlie, I think it was after Hargrove, they had to take out the ping pong table because it was causing too many fights. And, yeah, so there's a balance, right, of hey, we have a ping pong table. You guys can play ping pong. There's a ping pong table in the Rangers clubhouse, and I want to say this. I think Josh Spores might be the best at it.
Oh, really?
I think I was told that Sporzy might be the best ping pong
he was
player.
the best at being healthy
On the Rangers.
He's the best at getting that last World Series out.
You know what? You're right.
But I think it can be a good thing, but it can turn into a negative, as we saw if he gets too competitive and then guys get mad at something ping ponging. Then
I think for Cincinnati specifically, Kevin, like this is a thing where they're probably a little tense because of what their season has started out as.
Yeah.
And they need something to kind of rebuild some morale. Like Mike said,
they need to win out.
Yeah, like Mike said,
that's going to happen.
As long as it doesn't cause fights, it should be something that causes some fun.
Now, for the Rams, wide receiver Demarcus Robinson was arrested on suspicion of DUI. Sean McVay said they're still gathering information about that, and they're not sure if he's going to play in their next game, which is pretty logical.
Wouldn't you know, like, either they make you blow into the...
or you refuse it, the breathalyzer.
And then they take you to jail, and don't they test you at that point? They can't test you with the...
But I think that's the de facto.
blood,
I don't want to
alcohol.
get into the details, so I'm just going to tell you we're still looking into it.
right.
Now, let's talk about Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, with his wife and company, are suing his dad over money that he alleges was improperly taken from his account. So the lawsuit says a collection of, quote, interconnected entities with common ownership transferred more than $12 million from Mayfield to themselves without proper authorization. So obviously they have a couple of not necessarily shared businesses, but like connected businesses. And the allegation from Baker Mayfield is that his dad has taken $12 million from these companies to give to himself or whoever else.
That doesn't sound peace-a-thon-like.
It does not.
Is that illegal?
Yes.
On the front, for the company?
I think
that's where I guess I'm having. If I'm Baker, I have a problem. Otherwise, it's my dad. Dude, take $12 million. But yeah, I don't care.
Really?
But if it's going to cause a problem for my company, like I'm going to get sued because of that, or he's going to get in trouble.
Which probably.
That's where I'm standing up, going, "Hey, man, this is a problem."
That's where it gets scary, is when the government gets involved.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's not. One, is it ethically right what they were doing?
Yeah.
That's a conversation. And then two is, to Corey's point, if now the government is going to come after us or me because of this, then you've done me really wrong.
So the interesting thing is, I'm not saying this is what all the money went to, but the lawsuit is alleging that the defendants used the money however they desired, including to fund acquisitions of new businesses or to cover payrolls at unrelated businesses.
All right.
So they're like, you took our money to maybe get new businesses or cover your own payroll, but like, what about us and our payroll?
And I bet he's like, "Hey, did you like that Thanksgiving every year you were growing up, Baker?"
Oh man,
I actually don't know what his relationship.
Yeah, did you like that car I gave you so you could drive from Lubbock to Norman, Oklahoma, so you could be a quarterback again?
Would you be able to sue your dad?
I think we all can sue whoever we want.
Okay, yes. I mean,
like in your heart.
In your heart.
I don't think so.
He wouldn't even buy his dad a house.
Yeah, that's not sue. That's the opposite.
Yeah,
of
so it's suing. like the same thing to me.
He's like,
you
I
wouldn't buy your
taking-
dad a house.
That's true, because first of all, he's dead, and second of all, I wouldn't anyway.
See?
I got a lot of complicated baggage
We're
with
on the
my
same
dad.
page.
Real life alert, 11:52.
Yeah, in case you ever wondered about that. All right, so I want to go back to the Rams for just a second. That game, the Rams against the Eagles, somebody bet $1 million
on the Eagles?
straight up on the Rams.
Oh, they lost.
To win that game, and they lost.
That happens.
It does.
You could win or you could lose.
Actually, they might have bet it against the spread, but either way, they lost $1 million.
We had fun doing that for a while, and we stopped it. I don't know how much money you have to have. Like, betting $20 a week is not a big deal. Now, for some people, $20 a week could be a much bigger deal.
Yes.
But I don't know. I don't know how much money you have to have, and then like, what satisfies you? Let's just say you have $1 billion, or
you
you're
win
worth
$1
$1 billion,
yeah.
and you bet them. Well, does that? Yeah, I lost. So what? But I don't know. Like, I just You already have the money. You don't
Yeah.
need more money. Why are you taking this risk?
Now let's move from that to a very bizarre scheduling quirk. The Broncos have entered the history books after agreeing to have their Week 16 road game against the Chargers flexed from Sunday to Thursday night. Denver becomes the first team in 98 years to play multiple road Thursday games after playing on a Sunday. Now, you might think that's unfair, but here's the thing. The Broncos could have said no to the flex since they already did one flex like that, but they won that game, and they were like, why the hell not? The last team to do this is so weird. The 1926 Los Angeles Buccaneers.
Oh, of course.
They did what?
Yeah, they had 2 Thursday games after Sunday games on the road. That feels brutal to me.
And the Cowboys host every year on Thanksgiving. Okay.
And it's not just Thanksgiving. I'm just saying Thursday in general.
Yeah, no, I was in my mind, I was like, Thanksgiving is always a Thursday.
That is
and I was
true.
like, but the Cowboys always play on
The
Thursday, but they're home.
1920s?
Yes.
Who played?
The Los Angeles Buccaneers.
Yeah, they moved from L.A.
I don't
they
know
took
if
their
that is
boat
the same
and they went through the Panama Canal.
I don't know
all
about
the way to
any of
Tampa.
this.
I want to ask a stupid question. Were there planes flying from like Los Angeles to Green Bay back in 1920
In the 20s?
something?
I don't think so. It was all
Really?
buses.
So they took a train, like
Or
I didn't know there was
trolleys.
this is where I'm confused. I thought it was like New York, Chicago, Green Bay, Philadelphia, like
Closer ones.
Yeah, like Los Angeles was in the NFL in the 1920s.
I guess
that's
so.
where I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm probably
no.
looking at me like, what the hell's going on in your brain?
All right.
again?
But that's a tough
That's what I was
trip.
thinking about. Is like.
Here-
1920s, the New York Yankees weren't playing the Los Angeles Dodgers.
You had the Canton Bulldogs, the Cardinals, and that was
Chicago.
Yeah. You had the Jeffersons. You've talked about them. The Heralds, the
Moving on
Independents,
up.
the Bears, the the Panthers weren't there.
Yeah, what website are you on?
Yeah, sorry.
Mike is calling into
Yeah,
legitimacy.
hold on, that
They
was
just have the Carolina Panthers.
Okay,
on
sorry.
it.
Yeah, the Akron Indians, the Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bisons. There was a Cardinals team, Rock Island Independents, Dayton Triangles, Rochester Jeffersons, Canton Bulldogs, Detroit Heralds, Cleveland Tigers, Chicago Tigers, Hammond Pros, Columbus Tigers, and the Muncie Flyers.
I mean, I
all
don't
in
know. It says
1920.
Arizona Cardinals. Would they have been
Do
St.
you-
Louis back then?
I don't know.
And do you think this might have been from like one of the All-American Football Conference, perhaps, that they've kind of like the way they've taken some of that lineage is a little bit confusing to me. By the way, one more quick thing. I wanted to mention for the Carolina Panthers, they cut Charles Harris. You might be like, who
man.
the hell is Charles Harris? That's a fair point. This is the third time he's been cut by the Panthers this year.
Why does he keep going back?
Because they keep picking them up.
Yeah,
good
that's
point.
probably true. He has 3 sacks this year, which is tied for the team lead for Carolina. And so, first of all, their leading sack person has 3. And also, he's been cut 3 times by the team.
Is there a possibility that one of his sacks was like when Taco Charlton got his first sack and they forgot to block him, so he just had a direct line to the quarterback?
You know,
the Cowboys organization was bragging about it, and I'm like, I get it. He tackled the quarterback. They literally forgot to block him, so when the ball was snapped, the tackle went to his right. And then
cannot
Taco
rule
just
that
direct
out.
line. I'm like, Taco, hey, it does count as a sack. I can't deny that. Taco did nothing to deserve that except the offensive lineman forgot he was supposed to block that side.
I can neither confirm nor deny that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out. We'll talk about that third period for the Stars yesterday. Plus, power ranking the NFL power rankings. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison off of Beltline. If you want to come and see us.
The Miller Lights are pouring freely right now.
They really are. By the way, Najee Marshall tweeted out, "We waiting on you, 77." So the anticipation continues to build.
Sounds like he's kind of trying to rush him back. From
Oh,
injury.
my gosh.
I will say this. If Luka comes back with the right attitude, his game is unbelievable. If he comes back with the right attitude, this is the best team in the NBA.
You're damn right.
You think it's better than the Celtics?
It's right there with it.
Okay.
It does become very tough.
I'm
if the
seriously
Celtics are
asking.
healthy,
I'm not
'cause
trying to be a
They
jerk.
destroyed us so bad
Yeah.
in the playoffs. But what happened in Game 3? Luka lost his mind in a horrible way.
He did.
If Luka doesn't lose his mind and you win Game 3 and the series is 2-1, and then you win Game 4, which you did, I'm not saying it plays out exactly the same because Boston knew they had the championship
Yeah.
after winning Game 3.
Yeah.
But if you were to win Game 4 at home, all of a sudden it's a best of 3. Dallas has won the last 2. Who knows what's going to happen? Boston was probably going to win. They were better. But Luka losing his mind and forgetting he was in the NBA Finals was the reason the series ended.
I mean, you're still going to have at least one more game without him. I still think the weekend set, the back-to-back on Saturday and Sunday, he's not going to play in those. But we'll see. That's kind of the
I've been so proud of the guys that have
Absolutely.
been. Every Maverick on the court is giving everything they got.
I agree with you. We're going to power rank the NFL Power Rankings in just a minute. But first, let's go to, unfortunately, cut number 4 because the Stars had control of this game. And it's against a really good Carolina team, and the third period was not so great.
You get it back for Natchez. Natchez looking. It deflects off of the skate. The score! Marty Natchez making his own look. And on the power play, the Canes get the bounce. It's 5-4.
Now, the wheels really came off in the third period as the Stars gave up 5 goals. Now, I realize one of those was an empty net, but still. The defensive effort was subpar in the third. Your control of the puck was subpar. Your goalie play was subpar, and I hate saying that because I love Jake Ottinger. Everything about this game, because the Stars were up 3-1 going into the last period, they looked dreadful in the third period. And I guess some credit needs to go to Carolina for that. But the Stars scored 18 seconds into the game. All right, so they had the advantage most of the night. They had won 5 in a row. Like, things were on the road. Things were really clicking. And then, man, they got punched in the face by that third period yesterday.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Kevin, that was when I was like, all right, this thing's good and taken care of. And so I moved on from the game, and then I saw the post from the Stars, and it said 6-4. Actually, it said 4-6, and I was like, that's not right.
I hate that. Yeah,
but
put the winning score first.
But when I saw that, I was like, what happened? That's a frustrating loss right there. But you know what? Sometimes sometimes you take those on the chin and it helps you. Sometimes it hurts you. Hopefully it's one of those that turns the team around.
Yeah, look, the momentum had been rocking and rolling for the Stars, even though they had started off the season terrible on the road. They had really picked it up. Things were starting to go really well on the road, and I'm not going to say, like, it's all thrown off by this one loss or anything like that, but it was a disappointing loss. You got some goals from Marchment and Sagan again, but a disappointing loss nonetheless as the Stars fall 6-4 to the Carolina Hurricanes. They'll get back at it again Wednesday, although now against Chicago, I wonder, Corey, what do their fortunes look like now that I don't think RJ is going to go to that game anymore?
Probably bleak.
You think so?
Yeah, he's a good luck charm, man. Anytime RJ
Why is he
Choppy
not going?
shows up.
I don't know.
He said they're not having a game.
Oh.
That's what he said. He was like, they're not having one for the first time in forever, but it sounds like they are.
But they do.
Or maybe, is it and it's a home game?
It's a road game.
There you go.
Oh, he's traveling.
That makes sense.
He's going to have to travel up to Chicago.
That is weird because, I can see why I got confused because I was like, no, it's a home game. Then I looked and I go,
it always is a home game.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's a pretty good reason
Fix
not
this.
to go.
Fix it.
Okay, is it Gaglardi?
The Stars.
Okay.
Just the Stars.
Okay, fix it, Stars. By the way, if you love the Stars, you have Jamie Benn autographed puck. We have Brett Hull autographed jerseys. We have a Mike Modano autographed puck. Maybe people, Corey, I think you think this one is the coolest. At Worth Collecting in Waxahachie, Brett Hull did a private signing, and we got to hang out there. So we have a specialized, kind of personalized jersey autographed by Brett Hull for Peace-a-thon. He literally wrote Peace-a-thon on there.
I want to give Adrienne a lot of thanks for what she does with this because she helps us get the website running. It would be a lot different process if we didn't have her helping us with this part. But as she was looking at that, she was like, can you believe he wrote Good Luck Peace-a-thon on there? And I was like, that is so awesome. It really is.
We had that with Bob Lilly.
Yeah, whenever I see those, I think those are unique. Now, Mike, that's a very unique autograph, right? Like that's something that's very unique and personal.
You're probably not going to be looking to flip that.
Yeah, that's one that you want to keep and hold on to in your man cave or your woman cave.
And Corey,
never mind, I won't say that again.
I just want Alec. Maybe you should mark what Corey just said.
I'm scared.
Corey, you're the arbiter of shout-outs, so I want to know what you think about this from the 469. Can I get a shout-out for my birthday? I just realized that it's my birthday today.
Today is... Hold on, you just realized it's your birthday?
So does this Tolo, I have their name, but I'm only
Is this Hunter?
No.
Okay, Hunter also needs a shout-out for his birthday today. Kevin, since we have a very weird week this week, I will allow all shout-outs today and tomorrow.
Okay, congratulations, Kirkland. Happy birthday. I'm glad you realized it was your birthday, and I hope it is a great day. All right, you guys ready to power rank those NFL power rankings?
Let's do it.
By the way, for people asking if I'm ready for a Saturday evening's game, the answer is no. Mentally, I've prepared myself that it might go poorly, especially after that Auburn game, but we'll see. All right, you guys want The Athletic, ESPN, or NFL.com for your power rankings today?
Let's go with
NFL.
All right, that
oh,
sounds
man,
good.
You said it so sad.
I can't remember which one doesn't like the Cowboys.
Let's do The Athletic this time.
Okay.
We never do The Athletic.
Let's be an athletic supporter.
Yeah, let's support the athletes.
All right, who are the worst? There's 13 hours of this tomorrow, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the worst three teams in all of football? The NFL.
Washington. No, the Giants.
The Giants check in at dead last on the Athletic Power Rankings.
Jaguars.
The Jaguars are next to last.
I think the Raiders are horrible.
The Raiders are number 30. Man, you guys knocked that out of the park straight away. So, worst team in the NFL, you play them Thursday. Pregame starts at 12:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the worst Thanksgiving
that's
game.
what it says.
But it could be great for Cowboys fans.
This feels like, you know how I get to my parents' house and Detroit's like in the second quarter.
And you're like,
a kid, you're like, I guess Barry Sanders is running, so I'll watch it till like, for us, dinner was always at my grandparents' house. It was at noon because my grandpa had season tickets from day one of the Dallas Cowboys till the end of the 98 season, and he just physically couldn't go anymore. So we'd have a very early Thanksgiving. So the 4 people that were going to the game could leave at 1 o'clock to go to Texas Stadium. But it was just like, Detroit's on. Playing who cares because Detroit's on.
And they're playing the Bears this
year. And you're just waiting for the Cowboy
game.
Good game. It's flipped.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. This
now
Cowboys
it's like,
game is
well, this
the
Detroit
less
game's
desirable.
interesting.
Yeah.
Like Caleb Williams, we'll see. But it's like Detroit maybe is the best team in the NFL. And they're like, and then the Cowboys and the Giants, boy.
By the way, all 3 power rankings, they have them not all in the same order, but all 3 have the Giants, Raiders, and Jags at the bottom of the list.
Makes
all right.
sense.
Who is the number 1 team in all of the NFL land? Somebody shouted out
Detroit.
Buffalo. Do you go with that?
I wouldn't. I would go with Detroit.
In your face, Tolo.
I'm going to go with Detroit, too.
The Detroit
He even
Lions.
changed his mind after that.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like,
Our
yes.
number 1 on the list at 10-1. Does that feel... Look, I've talked about this a lot. It felt like they just were waiting for the Chiefs to not be undefeated to make that elevation. And once they lost, they moved it. So the Lions are number 1. Oh, that's a sweet Stars hoodie right there. If the Lions are 1, where do you go 2? It feels like there's only 2 options.
The
Are there
thing about
3?
Detroit is I think they're going to almost coast to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The NFC's pathetic. But now when we get into Buffalo and Kansas City and Baltimore, like this becomes tough because I don't know who's going to come out of that.
You said earlier, though, that with Detroit, you said that they're earlier in the season, Aiden Hutchinson injury concerned you.
I thought that injury was going to hurt them.
They're starting to get more injured as the season goes along. David Montgomery, I'm not sure how long he's going to be out. But Jahmyr Gibbs did very well, but that combination is what makes them so good. And defensively, they're taking on some hits, too. I say Buffalo.
Okay.
Okay, before I say Buffalo.
I'm going to give you an option. For the first time in the history of power ranking the power rankings, would you like to switch which power rankings? Because you're going to think number 2 is stupid.
They're going to pick the Eagles.
Let's go ahead and switch.
All right. Would you like to switch?
It the Eagles?
It was the
Eagles.
Eagles.
Oh, my gosh.
Do you
Actually,
think that's stupid?
No, I don't, actually.
Oh, what?
I mean, I think Buffalo deserves to be at number 2, but Philadelphia right now has every aspect of what you want to play against, or what you don't want to play against. A great running game, really talented receivers, great tight end, quarterback that looks fluid and looks like he knows what he's doing. And then on the defensive side, what you have with Jalen Carter, he is
very good.
And they have really good cornerbacks. So they're a very good, well-rounded team this year.
They're in the NFC Championship game this Sunday. And you're betting that you can never see any of these people ever again and never go to another Buffalo Wild Wings unless you get this pick right.
Oh, I kind of – okay, all right.
Who are you picking, Detroit or Philadelphia?
Detroit.
Where's the game? Where's the game? Stop touching my leg. Where's the game?
Well, it has to be in Detroit. They got home field right now.
Then I'll take Detroit.
It has to be in Philadelphia because I'm changing the pick.
Yeah, that is a coin flip for me, but it is Detroit.
Okay.
So you guys want to switch to NFL or ESPN?
ESPN. They're
ESPN.
the worldwide leader in sports.
Number 2 is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Let's go.
They just got beat by Buffalo.
The fraudulent Kansas City Chiefs sit at number 2 in the poll, followed by...
They had a big win against Carolina.
Yeah, against Carolina.
Carolina had a 2-game winning streak.
Actually, you know what? I got an overreaction or a reality question for you tomorrow about that. The Eagles are 3rd, and somehow the Buffalo Bills are 4th on the list. Corey, your thoughts about the seemingly disrespectful ranking?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right, but I don't understand why they would have. Hold on, did Buffalo play this weekend? They were in a bye. That's why.
Yeah,
that makes sense then because they couldn't really do a lot and
didn't win this
other
week.
teams made that game from Saquon Barkley has blown everybody up.
Yeah,
you know what he did has changed everybody's mind about what the Eagles are.
All right, so there are your power rankings of the NFL power rankings. Well, yeah, I guess you probably sort of kind of want to know where the Dallas Cowboys are
25.
as well. I guess that's probably relevant.
22.
So they are 23 in The Athletic, which is what y'all originally picked. They are 24 for ESPN. And for NFL.com, they're 22. So 22, 23, 24. That's kind of where they're sitting right now.
Great.
What? I didn't make the rankings.
Oh, we got so much
Choppy
work
said
to
they're
do.
about to go 6-1.
Yeah, he did. I heard it.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. Coming up next, we go across the NFC East. More about Washington's offensive struggles. And no, Nick Sirianni is not the kid from Elf. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
He looks like him.
Are you
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts, and the Fan Replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
Snap is back. Daniels is chased by Overshown. Throws the ball out. That's intercepted. That ball is picked off, only his fourth of the year.
Chauncey Golston.
Back from the dead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison.
Yeah.
I like all that applause now. In 20 minutes, feel free to keep the applause to yourself. But right now, it's time to go across the entire NFC East. Always you choose your own adventure as we go across the NFC East. Guys, do you want to go with the Eagles, the Commanders, the Cowboys, or the Giants?
Let's do the Cowboys because they play Thursday,
yeah,
and
they
no
do.
other NFC East team plays on Thursday.
They literally play the Giants that day.
Yeah, but
they're
do they
minor.
matter?
I think they're the minor league affiliate of the Giants.
Fair. And I just want to make a note to anyone who's bidding. I did make an error on item number 100. It says Fort Worth gift cards. I meant Flower Mound gift cards, but I'm just not smart enough to comprehend the difference.
I saw that earlier, and I was like,
yeah. If we could get that changed, that is completely on me for
Is
being
that Bobby?
a
Did Bobby
Nimrod.
donate
Yes,
them?
those are from Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby.
Bobby was super helpful to be like, hey, here's the deal about that. All right, so we've also got a wrestling watch party with me. You've got the opportunity to be on the show. We've got two of those that we're auctioning off, so 1053thefan.com/peaceathon. All right, we're going to start with the Dallas Cowboys. DeMarvion Overshown. He got his 5th sack of the season. That's the second most by a Cowboys player in his first 11 career games since 1982. The only person he's trailing is, of course, Micah Parsons. Now, we've been tracking this record for a while. I don't know if you think it's particularly relevant or not, but it is a thing that is happening. CeeDee Lamb has now recorded 4 receptions or more in 44 consecutive games, the longest such streak in NFL history. And remember, he had 4 receptions in the first quarter on Sunday against Washington. So he broke that record early. You might think it's an arbitrary record, and that is fair.
I do kind of think it's arbitrary,
That's
but that
fair.
being said, it was Michael Thomas, you said?
Yes, correct.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Because if he broke that record, that means that guys like Justin Jefferson don't have that record.
Or Jerry Rice.
Yeah, and you would just assume that those guys have that kind of a thing. So it is pretty impressive. It is arbitrary. It's one of those very baseball-y type things.
Yeah. I think basketball does it a lot. It's like, this is the first time somebody's had 12 rebounds, 11 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, sure.
Yeah, but I do think it does say something about the fact that they do force the ball to CeeDee Lamb. They do think of him as not only a deep threat, but also an option to get the ball to underneath, because they think that he can make plays happen further downfield when he gets the ball in his hands.
Do you think Cooper Rush looks for CeeDee Lamb more than Dak Prescott does?
I personally, I was just going to say I do, because they run such short routes. I think he's like, hey, you're going to have to do more work, but I can connect with you all day.
Maybe so.
It's not a bad idea, Dak, to just be like...
Especially early. Light him up with some short early passes and then expand.
Dak's he's always trying to make that downfield play, and that's why he holds onto the ball too long, Kevin, because he wants that big explosive play.
I agree with you on that.
But I'm with you on what you and Mickey were talking about yesterday. That catch where he just seemingly came out of nowhere.
It was unbelievable.
Where did he throw? Cooper Rush threw it into a nowhere.
That had interception written all over
and all of a
it.
sudden CeeDee Lamb just flashes on the screen. I thought it was awesome.
No, I'm with you on that. Now, fun Cowboys trivia question for everybody. Cavante Turpin had a 99-yard kickoff return Sunday against the Commanders. That was the Cowboys' first kickoff return for a touchdown in 50 games. Cavante Turpin is the second player in the history of the franchise to have a rushing touchdown, receiving touchdown, punt return touchdown, and kickoff return touchdown. Who is the only other player? Mike, are you bidding on things right now?
I was asking Corey if I should bid on Be on KNC Masterpiece for a day. It's only $475.
Last year, both of those went for they went for $2,000 and $2,500.
Yeah.
So
maybe I should do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to bid?
I mean, yes, because I want money for my possibilities. All right.
I'm going to be on the show.
Okay, so Cavante Turpin and who else? What other Cowboys player do you think has a rushing touchdown, receiving touchdown, punt return touchdown, and kickoff return
Kelvin
touchdown?
Martin.
Herschel Walker.
Ooh, Kevin Williams is the correct answer. But I'm proud of you
From
guys
Miami.
for making it happen.
We named Cowboys.
You did.
At least.
I'm proud
Number
of you for that.
85.
I was wondering what Mike was bidding on, so I appreciate that.
I bid on the Whataburger. I'm winning that.
Okay, it comes in a really sweet box, too.
I won it last year.
Okay.
It was fun.
It is really cool. And it comes with a $100 bonus gift card this year.
I know.
That's pretty awesome.
I gave a whole party to Bishop Lynch baseball team.
Ooh, very cool. Now, Josh Butler had a bunch of passes go his way, but he had a team-high 3 pass breakups as well as 12 tackles and his first career sack. I know we've talked about him some the last couple of days, but I wanted to spotlight him again because he was incredible in that game. I was really impressed.
Yeah, he that was a challenge that he accepted.
He did.
I was actually very surprised they didn't attack Deron Bland more. But was it last year during the Thanksgiving game where Deron Bland took it to the house?
Yeah,
so maybe they were, and maybe even Dan Quinn was like, I don't want you throwing his way. Maybe because Dan Quinn's like, I know that guy.
I saw it.
Yeah. I know. But you got to, give Al Harris some credit for what he's done. Josh Butler, all these guys have had their opportunities. Seeing what Butler did was very nice.
You guys want to go with the Eagles next?
Can I ask you real quick, does it make it, if Josh Butler finishes this season strong, does it make it easier to trade Diggs?
Yeah, and I think actually I was looking at that deal the other day. You have an opportunity to get out of that without it being
Is Butler a 6th-year rookie, though? Isn't this he's been around for a minute and just hasn't
Or maybe
really...
you don't give Bland all the money. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if they would be like, hey, we can't afford to have the highest paid or the second highest paid at all these different positions. All right, let's go ahead and go to cut number 12 and talk about the Philadelphia Eagles.
At their own 30, Saquon Barkley as the running back. And you said it, Chris. Big opening. Barkley let loose. Saquon will taken the distance. Touchdown!
I'm going to get to a lot of Saquon Barkley stuff, but I want you to think about in the interim is, did you ever think that Nick Sirianni might be a grown-up version of that kid from the movie Elf?
Yes.
Because apparently a lot of people on the internet think that exact thing. We will confirm or deny in just a minute. So Saquon Barkley, 26 carries, 255 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That's the second most rushing yards over expected by a player since 2018. He's a plus 150. So you look at the breakdown of the coverages and how many carries he got and everything. The projection was 105 yards, and he got 255 yards.
Yeah, he won me some money on Prize Picks. So thanks,
very
Saquon.
nice.
I did see somebody point out like his yards and how much season's left. Do you think he can break the all-time rushing record?
I don't think so, just because they use him so much in the passing attack as well. So I think I don't think he's going to get there. But how cool is it that Derrick Henry got signed, Saquon Barkley got signed, and both of them are paying off immediate dividends for their team?
$13.92 and $13.25. Which one is which?
Well,
you're looking at it, Mike.
I would say $13.25 is Saquon.
Is Henry.
Oh.
Saquon's got 13. He's almost at 1,400.
Man, that is incredible.
But it is an extra game. I don't know.
Look, if you surpass 2,000 yards, I'm still really impressed by what you've done. Now, Saquon had 302 yards from scrimmage. That's the most by any Eagles player ever, and the 9th most in NFL history. God. And it just continues to build up. You just mentioned his rushing yards. He has 1,602 total yards. That's the most ever through 11 games for somebody on a new team in NFL history ever. And then
he also has the reverse jump that he did.
Oh, my God. That was freaking
one of the
incredible.
greatest highlights we've ever seen.
And then also the Eagles, they held their opponents under 300 total yards for 7 straight games. So while we talked about some of the struggles for the Washington defense, particularly running the ball, the Eagles defense has been looking really good. This is their longest run like that since 2008.
They're healthy.
This is a really good Eagles
That's
team.
They kind of expected to be good, but early in the season, injuries plagued them offensively and defensively. And now, as they are more healthy, man, Nakobe Dean just looks really good.
He does.
And Jalen Carter.
If you took
he's
somebody
a
from
monster.
Georgia, it's working out pretty well.
Yeah. Jalen Carter is an absolute monster. Oh, was Nakobe Dean available to draft at any point?
I do believe that, yes.
Yeah, that happens
yes, he
sometimes.
was. Now, a lot of people have posted facial expressions of Nick Sirianni on the sideline. And, Mike, if you want to take a look here and compare them to the kid from Elf.
They're a little bit. Obviously, they're wearing the hoodie similar.
Yeah, they are. The one where they're both kind of like, huh? That one does kind of look like him. But no, there is no truth to the rumor that Nick Sirianni is the kid from Elf. However,
good news for Nick, though. He has normal-looking skin right now.
Because you used to think he had jaundice-looking skin.
Oh, yeah. Bart Simpson skin.
You know, it's amazing to me that you call probably the most popular animated show of all time the Bart Simpson Show, and then you couldn't remember Star Wars earlier.
Oh, well. It happens.
It
Whatever
does.
the star thing was.
Whatever the Star thing
Wars
was.
has made me mad.
Yes, I'm aware of your thoughts about that. All right, you guys want to go with Commanders or the Giants?
Let's go with Commanders.
One of them plays in the NFL.
What? I guess that means the Commanders.
Yep.
But we've been talking about this for a while, and I think Bobby had a great line about Cliff Kingsbury's offenses faltering going past the fall and into the winter. But they had 113 yards in the first half against the Cowboys. And I know they ended up with a respectable yardage total, but 198 of their 412 yards came in the last 5.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because when everything went just bananas, obviously they had the huge passing play as well. But Jaden Daniels in the first half, 9-16, 57 yards, 1 interception, a 37.8 passer rating. Is it Jaden Daniels slowing down? Is it Cliff Kingsbury getting more people are seeing his offense? Or is it just they have had an easier schedule?
Yes.
I
just think now you have to break down the pie. Those are all correct answers. I believe in all of those. Now you just have to break down the pie of, is it 50% the schedule, 25%, Kingsbury, and then 25% Daniels, or do you want to break up the pie differently?
Now, another thing that's concerning for the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels was sacked 4 times and completed 1 of 9 passes for 4 yards under pressure. So when the pressure was on, he just got eaten alive.
He's a rookie. We got to watch it. Now, I don't know. I'm not watching Bo Nix. I'll be honest. I think Bo Nix is going to win Rookie of the Year at this point, but I need to see Bo Nix under pressure like that and see how he reacts to it. He's a rookie learning. I think they drafted a very good quarterback, but
I do too.
He's starting to struggle, and, C.J. Stroud, we're seeing people start knocking on C.J. Stroud. It is tough to be great in this league every week, especially when you're learning the league.
I do also, let's compliment the Cowboys a little bit on that too, Kevin, because have you seen yesterday John Owning and Bobby were talking about how Micah's been lining up in the 3 technique more this year? Like, this is impressive to see how Mike Zimmer is finally using him. Like, he wanted to, but he's been out for so long. But he's using him even more ways than Dan Quinn did last year. So I'm going to give them a little credit. But yeah, for Jaden Daniels, once they start to see a little bit of what you're not good at, they start saying, let's do more of that. And I think that's what's happening to him right now.
I just wanted to shout out the person who said they just made their first Peace-a-thon purchase ever. 3 tickets for the Luka autographed basketball.
Awesome.
Very, very cool. All right, now for the Giants. The big issue that the Giants are facing is multiple people on their own team said they were soft in their last game. I know it started with Malik Neighbors. He said soft as F. But one of their offensive linemen was like, personally, I don't think everybody is giving 100%. Brian Burns was asked about falling behind 30-0, and he said, that's ass.
Mm-hmm.
So there are multiple people on that team that are like, not only are we not playing well, we're not playing up to all of our effort, and that is hugely problematic.
Yeah, and you did see, Kevin, that the Tommy DeVito news is that he is not 100% to play.
Oh,
so
no.
How do you think their morale is going to be if he's not out on the field? After what happened last week.
I think it'll be interesting in this aspect. Most teams that are this bad do quit. Like, they're just, the buy-in isn't there. Honestly, surprised that the Cowboys played so hard in Washington. Is now that players are calling out their own teammates, you can see 2 things happen. I don't give a crap. I'm still getting my paycheck, and I'm probably not going to be a Giant next year, but who cares? I still get paid. They can't replace me now. Or you
think
get
that's
guys.
why Malik Neighbors is so mad? Because he's like, I just got here. I'm going to be here.
Yeah, I think that it's tough. He came from LSU, correct?
Yep. Yes.
It's a winning program, and so it's really tough. I can remember Michael Irvin crying, at least, through his, I don't like this team. I don't like the Dallas Cowboys. There's too many guys that are accepting losing, and he was struggling with that coming from Miami. And I think Malik Neighbors is feeling the same way that Michael Irvin felt, but that team still went 3-13 Michael Irvin's rookie year, and then that team went 1-15 his second year in the NFL. So I don't know how quick it changes. I don't know if these guys are going to – it'll be interesting. They're horrible. The Giants are horrible. There's nothing they can do about it.
Agreed.
But will they try hard Thursday?
Yeah, I want to add to that a little bit. It took Michael Irvin going to Jimmy and saying, this guy, they're all here for paychecks. I want winners.
Okay.
And I wonder, I don't know that Dable's going to be around much longer, but maybe Malik Neighbors' voice is going to be heard by the people that matter there.
Well, and here's the thing, because Yahoo Sports came out with a report that the GM and head coach, again, are both expected back for the Giants. And I get that in theory, but if you watch down the stretch that the team just quits, doesn't that kind of force a perspective change for you and be like, I don't know, man, they just straight up quit on these guys?
I guess it just matters contracts. If I can get rid of 20 players on my team and I believe in the coach, let's get rid of 20 players.
Yeah.
But the tough thing is replacing 20 players.
I got you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. If you want to come and join us, and right now, Corey, there's not anything you want to talk about?
No, absolutely not. I just want to enjoy this moment.
Is everybody sitting down?
It didn't even happen yet.
Come on.
Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. Here we go. I wasn't here Friday. I'm here Tuesday at Buffalo Wild Wings, and you know what? I felt like for the people,
Son of a bitch.
it's Thanksgiving week, and we should take a load off during this segment. Not only should we take a load off, but we should talk a little bit about Thanksgiving. And I would like to play this clip from, if you've never seen this show, it is very inappropriate, but at times very funny. Eastbound and Down on HBO. Here is the Fixins.
This is wonderful, Holmes. I'm loving how you sexualize the food. This is perfect for a shopping mall. It's very sexy. The only thing I'm seeing I'd like to put an amend on, perhaps a little more room here for the fixins. You know what I'm talking about? Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of fixins? We're gonna have so many fixins up in this.
So we're talking about Fixins. Take a load off, Kevin. We're going to talk about Fixins.
All right. This show is hilarious.
All right. I found an article, Kevin. The top 10 most unusual Thanksgiving dishes. So let's talk about those Fixins on Thursday. In fact, I want to make an amendment in the Bassick family that every time we have a side dish, we just call them the Fixins. And we say it that way.
How do you think that's
Fixins.
going to go over?
I think it'll go over great. How about this Fixin'? Number 1, never heard of this in my life. Frog eye salad.
Excuse me?
Frog eye salad for Thanksgiving.
That sounds gross.
Despite its name, this curious concoction has no amphibious origins. Instead, it's a delightful mix of tiny pasta pearls, pineapple chunks, mandarin oranges, and marshmallows, all enveloped in a creamy custard-like dressing. It's a quirky salad that adds a burst of color and texture to the feast.
Is it kind of like an ambrosia, or is it's a?
I've never heard of this in my life. This is fun for me. Not that I'm making any of these things, but number 1 is a thing called frog eye salad.
It actually sounds awesome. It actually sounds very good.
Sounds disgusting.
The frog eye part's a little concerning, but now that I know there's no real frog eyes, I'm all right with it.
But if there were real frog eyes, you're out.
I'll eat some frog eyes. I don't know what they taste like yet.
Oh.
What if they're the best? What if you found
Little
out
frog legs aren't bad.
Yeah, what if you found out that frog eyes are the best thing you've ever had, but you didn't ever taste them because you were afraid?
Yeah, my wife had a pigeon in Italy.
What?
Yeah. Remember that? They said, hey, eat this pigeon. And she was like, how? And they said, with a knife and a fork.
Yeah. We got talked down to by the Italians.
Yeah, probably because
That
they
meal.
knew you were going to make your IV joke. I told my wife that joke, and she just rolled her eyes.
What?
That's
Your
right.
wife, you know why? Because you didn't say it was from you. All you had to do was say it was from you, and she thought it was funny.
That is true.
She knows how much I irritate you. She's not going to be on my side.
That is a fair-ass point.
So frog-eyed salad, number 1 unusual Thanksgiving dish. Number 2, I feel like you could see this. This is Jell-O salad. So
Like lettuce inside of Jell-O?
No, it's lime green salads studded with shredded carrots, ruby red wonders filled with suspended fruits.
What's a ruby red wonder? Like just an idea?
Like the Wizard
Two
of Oz?
ruby red wonders filled with suspended fruits.
Okay, I have no
Because
clue
the
what that
fruits get
is.
suspended in the
Ah,
Jell-O.
yeah, that
Fruits are up to no
I got the
good.
people taking a load off and laughing right now. It makes me feel good at Buffalo Wild Wings. All right. Now, I've heard of this on a cartoon, but I don't know what it is. But I will now tell you what it is. Succotash.
Ooh,
I don't know. I have no idea what that is.
Strawberry
succotash.
Yeah.
Who says that? Who says that on Bugs Bunny?
That's the
Sylvester?
cat. Sylvester
Right,
the
Sylvester.
cat.
Sylvester, yeah. So he said it, but the succotash,
Suffering succotash.
surprise. Corn and lima beans join forces in this classic Southern dish, creating a medley of flavors and textures, often accompanied by onions, bell peppers, sautéed in butter, and a touch of seasoning. Succotash adds a hearty and wholesome touch to the Thanksgiving spread. Raise your hand real quick. Has anybody ever had succotash?
This is really good for an audience.
One, two. We got two.
Two people have had
It
succotash.
definitely sounds like a South
I
thing.
just knew it was like from cartoons. I didn't know it was like a food item.
Yeah.
So succotash surprise.
Sounds like they just went to the garden and said, what's grown? And then said, throw it in the pan.
Yeah,
That's-
these are by the way, these are
butter
unusual
on it.
Thanksgiving dishes, or as we like to call them here. What do we call them here, Kevin?
I don't know.
What? what do we call them here, Corey?
Taking a load off.
Oh, fixins.
Oh,
Fixins. We're talking about the fixins.
Sorry, this is my first time you've asked me, so I was a little fixins.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Was I not prepared to answer your question logically? It's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, jeez. All right, number 4, pickled cabbage delight. Tangy and crisp, pickled cabbage offers a zesty alternative to traditional greens. It may seem strange, but its vibrant purple hue and pickled perfection make it a striking addition to the feast, bringing a burst of acidity to balance out the richness of other dishes. Now, I feel like pickled cabbage is sauerkraut. Like, I've had sauerkraut, so I know it's a little bit different, but this sounds kind of sauerkrauty.
When you read all this, does it make you want to try to make any of
So
these?
far, no.
Okay.
So far.
So this isn't anything that I would love, but I found this interesting as we're taking a load off here.
Taking a load off.
Why do you keep saying that? I know what we're doing. I heard you say it like 4 times
And
already.
we're talking about the fixins.
Plus,
You
new
didn't
audience
even say
every 3
fixins
minutes.
yet.
Every 3 minutes, a new audience, Kevin.
Yeah.
Can I just say something real quick? Our old boss said that you'd have new listeners every 9 to 11 minutes. And one time I tried to point out that you go to commercial break every 9 to 11 minutes, and they did not see any correlation between those two things. And I always thought, I don't know if you're right about that.
Number 5, candy yams bliss. So this is pretty much describing. I think that a lot of people here would have obviously had candy yams for Thanksgiving. Yams glazed with butter, brown sugar, a hint of cinnamon, transform into a sticky sweet indulgence that graces the Thanksgiving table, topped with marshmallows, baked to perfection. I feel like this is a Texan Southern dish, so maybe if you're reading this somewhere else in the country, you're like, oh, candy yams, but I feel like that is something that can happen here in Texas. Number 6, I don't think I've had this, mince meat pies.
I don't really know what that is either.
A relic from centuries past. Mincemeat pies once contained actual minced meat. Today they feature a mix of dried fruit, spices, and sometimes a splash of brandy encased in a flaky pastry. That actually sounds pretty good.
Mm-hmm, it does.
These petite pies are a delightful blend of sweet and spicy, invoking a sense of nostalgia with every bite. Number 7, don't need to explain, green bean casserole, but this is creamy green bean casserole.
Creamy.
Obviously, you take your cream of mushroom, most likely is what you're going to,
Cream of corn.
Yeah. Now, this next one is interesting, okay? Bologna cake.
Bologna cake is a whole cake of bologna.
What the hell
cake.
did you just say?
It's like carrot cake, but
Hot
with
dog
bologna.
cake.
Now, I don't know how we say bologna, because when you look at this word,
it should be bologna.
Bologna.
Yeah. But imagine layers of bologna. Okay? I want you to imagine this.
How many layers?
Cream cheese
I do like
and
cream
sandwich spread. Now, I'm assuming that's mayonnaise, kind of like Miracle Whip.
All right. Sandwich spread, maybe. Yeah. That sounds
Stacked
right.
like a cake and garnished with olives and parsley. Bologna cake, an unexpected savory delight, brings an unconventional surprise to the Thanksgiving feast. I would like for somebody listening, please, somebody listening or somebody here, make a bologna cake. I don't need you to eat a bite of this.
Look at that cake, man. That is a stacked
And
up
I just
cake
want
of
you to
bologna.
I want you to bring a bologna cake to your Thanksgiving and just be like, I made
so you didn't even
cake,
want it for you.
and I
yeah.
just want to see people eat it.
Okay.
That's all I want. That's all I want out of this Thanksgiving is for somebody who's a Tolo is to make this bologna cake.
Not for Peace-a-thon?
With cream cheese and sandwich spread, and then put olives and parsley on top. And then just watch the people, look at this thing and be like, and serve it up yourself. In fact, as people are now Googling this here, I want you to serve it. Just start to be like, I made bologna cake, and then put it on people's plate to make them eat this.
Hey, everybody, don't explain it at all.
Come get your bologna cake.
That is so
I'll eat a
gross.
bologna cake. I'm
Would
not
you?
lying. Yeah, if somebody made one, I would eat a bologna cake.
Cream cheese,
I would
and
try it.
Mayonnaise is pretty much the recipe.
It's like a sandwich.
Have you? I've never heard of this in my life.
No, me either.
This is what got me to do this segment: is bologna cake.
Yeah,
When I
taking a
saw that,
load
I'm like,
off with
I'm
some
doing
bologna
this.
cake.
All right, how about this Texas treat? I'm skipping number 9 and I'm going to number 10 because I'm running out of time. Warm Dr. Pepper Delight.
Ooh.
Okay.
Remember, we're taking a load off here.
I know that. You don't have to keep saying that.
And we're having a warm Dr. Pepper Delight. Warm Dr. Pepper infused with a hint of lemon offers a surprising twist to a classic soda. Served steaming hot, it becomes a comforting beverage that warms both the body and the soul. We're talking about the body and the soul.
What?
We're only missing the spirit at this point. Making a delightful addition to the Thanksgiving festivities, or festivities, however you want to say it. Sometimes when I read it wrong instead of just saying it.
Sometimes when you say things, you say them wrong too, though.
All right. Bologna cake and hot Dr. Pepper. I mean, can you get any better
You'll
for
be
Thanksgiving
so
in
uninvited
Texas?
from your family thing.
Or more invited.
Yeah, more. If you make bologna cake and they're like, he put a lot of work into this. It's layered like there's 10 layers of bologna.
Yeah.
And
Are
then-
you saying you wouldn't go to a bologna
and
cake
then
store
you
if one
offer,
existed?
then you go, then you go to the stove and you start boiling Dr. Pepper and put a.
They're going to think you had a stroke or something. Here's this cake I made out of bologna. Let me go boil up the
by the way,
Dr. Pepper.
that's the bologna
That looks
cake.
disgusting.
They're going to think you had a stroke of genius.
All
is
right,
what
guys.
It is.
Oh my
Hey.
God. So stupid.
Let's end this with a little bit more of the fixins, Alec.
This is wonderful, Holmes. I'm loving how you sexualize the food. This is perfect for a shopping mall.
It's very sexy.
The only thing I'm seeing I'd like to put an amend on, perhaps a little more room here for the fixins. You know what I'm talking about?
Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of fixes.
We're gonna have so many fixins.
Now, one of the things that we dropped out of there was they were renaming things, and instead of bacon bits, you could probably figure out what they decided
They
to go
sexualized
with. They sexualized it. Yes, that is true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors and somebody who has let us down for Peace-a-thon.
No, that is tomorrow that he'll be on. Kevin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jerry
I misread
Jones.
that. My apologies.
We're going to dive in on some Jerry Jones audio from this morning where
My
he
bad.
said something that may have shocked the world. Next on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. From the 254, despite short notice and a different day, the crowd has been loud all day long. From the 254, y'all should let everybody know to be careful out there. The roads traffic, it's getting really stupid. Obviously, I think usually Wednesday is the highest traffic day of the entire year, or one of the highest traffic and travel days of the entire year. And then I want to throw this out there as well. From the 469, do the donations today count towards the Wheel of Misfortune tomorrow? Yes.
Yep.
All the money goes into the same donation pool. So whether you've already donated, you donate tonight, you donate tomorrow, that's all part of the same pool if you want to see some ridiculousness on the front of some Wheel of Misfortune stuff. And now it's time for the C Block.
Kevin, do you want to? Thank you very much. Thank you, I appreciate it. Do you want to know how much we're at right now, or do you want to wait?
No.
Okay, all right.
Oh, hold on. Wait. No.
Okay, all right.
Look, here's the deal. Here's what happens. Mike, I know I'm not telling you any new information. Obviously, I'm not telling Corey any new information. For our audience, I probably put too much of my own validation on how this goes. And if we don't surpass last year, I feel like, oh, what could we have done better? Did we not work hard enough? And so if Corey gives me a big number today or when I walk in tomorrow, then I'm like, oh, yeah, we're good. And then if it sits, then I'm like, what the hell is going on? And so I just need to probably not know.
Yeah, just
I'll
take a
make
load
sure,
off.
yeah, no matter what, I'll make sure to bring you down. Okay?
I don't really know if that was exactly the point I was driving at, Mike, but
It'll
thanks.
be sarcastic, though.
It was. Look,
well,
I have
you
told
really
you.
effed up this one, didn't you?
You are probably the best person at sarcasm ever. And it all goes back to somebody brought something up here that you signed for them at the Specs. I think about this all the time when I got toffee at Specs and Mike goes, I thought it was pronounced taffy. And I go, those are two totally different things. And I just looked at him, and I was like 97% sure that he was kidding. But that other 3% lingering, I was like, man, you're good at this. Because I'm not positive that you're not wrong on
Yeah,
this.
just get it at the state fair next time.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks
Salt
a lot,
water.
Mike.
Yeah, they use salt water.
All right,
Probably just use
C-block
regular
me.
water.
All right.
C-block me.
Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ this morning. He will join Alec Medford on Friday as Alec Medford takes over the KNC Masterpiece, and he'll have the questions for Jerry Jones on Friday. But Jerry Jones was talking about, and I thought this was a very good question from Bobby this morning. Is it crazy to think that Mike McCarthy could get an extension this year?
Well, I don't think that's crazy at all. That's not crazy. And listen, Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach. I was listening to the game last night, watching it, and Aikman was talking about it, and he's reiterated that several times publicly. This Super Bowl winning coach. And Mike McCarthy has been there, done that. He's got great ideas. So bottom line is that in no place in my body language or anything else have you seen indications about what we're going to be doing relative to this staff at the end of this year. And we shouldn't. We got a lot of football left. I used to play 10 games in college.
And that is Alec cut it off right there, but he goes on to talk about how there's still lots, like 60% left or something like that.
There's 10 games in college. Has he not followed college football in 30 years?
It's changed a little bit. But look, man, this season is not what the expectation was. The past 3 seasons, honestly, aren't what Mike McCarthy was brought in to do. Mike McCarthy was brought in to get them over the hump, not just to continue the trend. Now, that being said, you had more consistency in those 3 seasons than you had with Jason Garrett for most of his time, but they have not gotten over that hump.
And that's, to your point, I don't disagree about the consistency. Obviously, you're right about that. But
yeah, the first year was bad. The last year was bad. The 3 in between were really good.
We bookended a bunch in the middle, a whole bunch of good years. But to your point, he was brought in to get over the hump. And if you fundamentally failed at that, isn't that the end? You got 5 years.
I believe so. Now, did he do enough while here to convince him, man, this is a really good working relationship, and we think that we can continue to go forth and build with this? I don't know. That's the relationship that he and Jerry have had to work on together.
Can I just tell you something real quick? Because something happened that I think is super neat, and you make valid points, obviously. The Tolos that come in to some of our events now, it's so cool to see other Tolos recognize them, be like, oh, hey, is this your daughter? How's it going?
Yeah.
I just think that that's super cool.
Yeah, I've never met pastry chef Eric's daughter before, so this is a really awesome opportunity for today. Let's go to cut 7 because this is. I think the question is in the cut on this, so I'm going to let it play out here. Okay. All right.
In your face, Corey.
Micah has said that he,
I don't know if what Alex said went out over air, but I can hear it.
Micah basically told everybody to shove it when it comes to tanking, and he was like, he doubled down on, look, that's what I told y'all. We're a good team and everything. And this is what Jerry Jones had to say regarding what Micah says.
Love it. Just absolutely love it. And Micah gets criticized for some of the things that he says. But the way that was articulated is strong. And it was just a succinct statement. And it's the way that it is. We have a young team out there on that field, very young. And we've got some inexperience out there now because of the numbers of injuries that we're dealing with. That'll be better this weekend. I mean, that'll be better Thursday. It'll sure be better 10 days, 12 days from now. Now, that group of young players we're going to be playing with for years to come, they need first downs. They need move the chain. They need touchdowns. They need success on that field, big tackles. So we need to be winning or trying to win, obviously, every down. Now, for those that don't understand tanking, it means that you get the higher that you, or the lower your record is, the higher that you get to draft. That has not come across anybody's mind in this organization. Now, somebody's going to take that and say, well, that's your problem. You got your head up here, you know what. So you don't realize you need to be playing for a higher draft pick, Jones, and you'd do a little better in the draft. Well, I get it. I get all of it, but it's critical to us to get out here and compete. Those guys will be there for us, the ones we want when we get there in the draft.
And that's what Jerry's basically saying. I need experience and good experience for these young guys. And again, I always ask the question, who does the tanking? We've discussed there are ways to set it up.
Yeah,
players
don't.
They tried on Sunday, and then those players went out there and were like, we can win this game, and they did. But you're right.
No point in the history of sports, and I would say tanking did happen. The Chicago White Sox tanked, and then they got named the Black Sox, and they all lost their jobs in baseball for the rest of their lives. So that there was real tanking by players. That did happen.
Yes.
But in the history of sports, no team has ever intentionally lost. Now, you can remember this. I don't know if you guys remember this. Doc Rivers is the coach of the Boston Celtics, and it's the Greg Oden draft.
Yeah.
And he has Paul Pierce on the bench, and I want to say it was Al Jefferson.
Okay.
And they get up by about 12 points, maybe even more than that. And in the fourth quarter, they start losing the lead. And Paul Pierce and Doc Rivers, they look at each other, and he's like, put me back in the game. And Al Jefferson's like, put me back in the game. And Doc Rivers holds out his hand and says, you're not going back in the game. Sit your ass on the bench.
Because we're going to lose this game.
We need Greg Oden.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the players wanted to play. They were furious that they didn't get to play. Doc Rivers knew he wasn't going to lose his job. The only way he's going to lose his job was if he went against Danny Ainge, the general manager, who said, you do not play our best players at the end of the game to win. If it looks like we're going to win, we need to lose. You don't drop plays to lose. The players aren't going to be out there intentionally losing. We just know these players are horse ass, and they're probably going to lose. But I always remember when Paul Pierce and Al Jefferson almost got into a fight with their coach of put us back into this game, and they're like, we need Greg Oden.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they got lucky, and they didn't get him, and then they traded for Kevin Garnett, and they traded for Ray Allen, and they ended up winning a championship. They used Al Jefferson in the trade to get Kevin Garnett. But I've seen tanking happens in sports. You got to be a moron to not know. If you're not following sports, then you don't know. It happens. It never happens through the players. The players aren't intentionally trying to lose. The general manager, the president, the owner, the coaching staff, they have meetings, and then they go over who we need to see play, and they know playing those players most likely will lead to a loss. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But no, that's how it works. Like I heard somebody else talking about it on another station yesterday, and I'm like, how are you guys this like uneducated on this? But I guess I'm not trying to highbrow this. I try not doing this. I guess if you never played, and I played for the Washington Nationals, and I played for, at time, the New York Mets, they called me in the office, and they're like, Aaron Heilman was my roommate. He's a first-round pick from Notre Dame. He was my roommate in AAA. We're buddies. And they're like, we're calling up Aaron Heilman. And they said, Mike, we're done. We can't make the playoffs. Not that I was like a great pitcher at the time or anything like that, but they've been like, look, we're going to start playing players now that maybe don't belong in the major leagues, but we got to see if they do, and we got to see if they help. And it wasn't tanking for a draft pick. The baseball's different than football.
Yeah.
But it's like, this does happen.
Mm-hmm.
Owners and general managers and coaches have meetings, and they decide who they're going to play, and knowing that these players probably give us a less chance of winning.
Yeah. And you know what, for that other part of it is what Jerry was saying too was, look, the guys like Tyler Guyton still need those reps. The guys like Awesome Richards, who unfortunately, Kevin, he's not going to be available.
Sprain, yeah.
A lot of those guys need those reps because they're going to be the foundation of the future of the team. They're not going to wipe a lot of these guys off the plate. They're hoping still that Mozzie in his third year turns into something, because then you have to go respin draft picks in some other way. Kevin, I needed to ask you this because I don't know.
Okay.
You're the tennis guy on this show.
I like tennis.
You always put on your tennis shoes. Andy Murray is now going to be the coach for Novak Djokovic.
Yes.
Is this a big deal? Like, is this a significant deal? Because Andy Murray's a good player. Djokovic has been one of the greatest players. Does this matter to the sport?
I think so, because Djokovic he's kind of cycled through some coaches, as most of the top-level players do. I'm interested to see how that goes.
Okay, yeah, because I really was like, I don't know, I feel like this is a big deal because I know Andy Murray's name, and
okay.
I was like, I feel like that's a big.
I feel like, and I feel like he's had big coaches before. I'm actually trying to look that up because I know like a name you'll probably know is Andy Murray. At one point was coached by Yvonne Lendl, but I think Djokovic has had some big name coaches in the past as well.
And then
if you're Alcaraz, do you go get Bill?
Or Pete.
Like, I'm getting a Murray too.
Go get Bill Murray. Yeah, Bill Murray. Actually, I'd take Bill Murray any day over Andy Murray.
To be your tennis coach?
I think Bill Murray could coach me in anything.
All right, get Eddie Murray. That guy was a great switch hitter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, forehand, backhand.
Yeah,
Eddie's
Murphy.
going to teach me.
I'll take him.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers would be a good coach for Novak?
Why is that?
Because they both hate COVID shots. Is that where you're going?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And then I'm
They're
pretty
out on
sure
COVID.
you guys saw this, but I just think this is a weirdest stat in the world to me.
They're out on COVID.
The last two players to score 25-plus points on 80% shooting and also have 8 assists at the United Center in Chicago.
One of them's got to be Michael Jordan, right?
Scottie Pippen in 1995.
Oh.
And Scottie Pippen Jr. in 2024.
What?
Scottie Pippen Jr. goes into Chicago and turns into his dad with the exact same stat line that his dad had in 1995. So I just thought that was the weirdest stat. Even Scottie Pippen was like, this is crazy, man.
It's close to impossible to do that today because Scottie Pippen Jr. is not a center. Like, I get it. I get Gafford's percentage and Lively's percentage. But in today's game, if you're not a just dunker, you have to shoot as many three-pointers as possible in a game. And so it's tough to be an 80% guy Yeah,
for
Scottie
real.
Pippen, right? I mean, I'm sure he had some mid-range shots in that game that he shot 80%, but a lot of probably around the rim stuff.
Yeah, to get that many points and have 80% is pretty impressive.
Now I'm going to get a couple more shout-outs here from the 203. Can I get a shout-out? This is for Ivan from Connecticut.
Or is it Yvonne?
Ooh, you got me
Yeah,
there.
he said Yvonne Lindell.
That is a great point. All right, I'll try it again in case you need two different versions. A shout out to Yvonne in Connecticut, and then a birthday shout. He's been hanging out with us. He wants to shout out his mom. Twin sisters who are home in Eugene, Oregon. New job, no vacation this year. Although, to be fair, he has time to sit here and hang out with us. So I don't know about all of that.
Make him a
Can't
bologna
go
cake.
home
Twins.
until late spring. Happy Thanksgiving. See you soon, and go Ducks. And for the sake of his family, no bologna cake, please.
Oh, come on.
Vixens.
Vixens.
By the way, I was told from Derek Holland that, unfortunately, on one day's notice, George W. Bush will not be available to join us for
great.
Peace-a-thon tomorrow. He
doesn't have a job. He hasn't had a job in forever. What does he do?
That's a great point.
Boy, Derek can't show up for Peace.
No, Derek will be here, but George W. Bush on one day notice is unavailable.
Mike Jai, what's he doing?
Yeah, what is he doing?
Painting?
Do
I
you
don't
really
know.
think he's cooking?
Yeah.
All his Secret Service is probably cooking.
I don't know, Mike.
He's probably at the library, at the George W. Bush
Do
library.
you think former presidents ask their Secret Service to lend them a hand, like when they're like, look, we just need somebody else to stir the gravy right now?
Hey, can you hold that end up over there while I nail
Yeah.
this side in?
I don't know, Mike. I can't rule it out, I guess.
That's why President Bush needs to be on our show. We need to ask him.
We have questions.
Yeah, do you make your Secret Service stir the gravy?
No. That's why you want him on the show. Why does he need to be on the show?
So that he can answer
To
questions
answer
for
the
America.
questions. He's for the people.
Man, I would love it if we reached out to like his press person and said, "Hey, we got some tough questions for George
Tell
W.
Derek to
Bush."
get Obama.
Yeah.
Let's show up Bush. If Bush won't come on, let's go get Obama.
Okay, fine. If you're a former president of the country and want to show up for Peace-a-thon
Bill
tomorrow,
Clinton.
that's great.
What about a current president?
That would make some people mad. Hey, a current president or current president-elect might be responsible for the only banned item in the history of Peace-a-thon.
Really?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
I need
The
to know about
Fan.
this tomorrow.
That is the one thing I will mention it. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. SMU makes history, and A&M continues to make all of us Aggies sad. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How about Kevin Jennings slings it towards the end zone, and he's in for the touchdown. It's Jordan Hudson. A missile fired from Kevin Jennings.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I promise we have more enthusiasm here at Buffalo Wild Wings than that guy does on that touchdown call. He sounded really disappointed that SMU scored there.
Yeah, he did.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Tuesday Tailgate. 877-881-1053. Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. If you want to get involved in the conversation, you find gentlemen ready for the Tuesday Tailgate?
I am, because I watch college football.
Okay, do you want to start with the Colorado and Kansas game then?
I watched it all.
Okay, what did you think about the aftermath of Deion Sanders and Colorado saying they didn't play Colorado football, they got too full of themselves, and those are some of the reasons that they lost that game? Or do you think it's the Kansas running back, Devin Neal?
No, I'm sure that Colorado didn't play their best game. Now, I will say, I mentioned this before, if you look at Colorado's schedule, it's as bad or worse than Boise State. Not that people are taking these shots at Genty, and now if Hunter and Shador are going to go 1-2 or top 5 picks, go look at their schedule. It's pretty pathetic, and there's nothing they can do about it. They're playing the Big 12 schedule. It's a bad schedule this year. They're doing what they can do. I was not impressed by Shador Sanders. I didn't think he played bad, but I wasn't like, dude, that guy's going to be a great NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
That's not fair of me to watch one game and say I could see how good he can be, but I didn't see greatness in that game. Colorado didn't look good in that game. So Colorado, being a fringe playoff team, did not play like one. And I do think the running back for Kansas was awesome in that game.
Kansas outrushed Colorado 331-42 in that game, and they did not have any turnovers or punts in a game that they controlled pretty much from the get-go. All right, I want to talk about, I know we talked about them some yesterday, but let's go back and talk once again about SMU. So SMU has clinched a spot in the ACC championship with a 33-7 win over Virginia. You look back at some of these wins, man, they've been throttling folks. They're the first team in league history to make the title game in its first season. I assume, aside from like the first ever year of the ACC when that would have had to happen, that they're 10-1. That's pretty damn impressive.
It is.
Yeah, no, it's what Lashley's been able to build here as quickly as he's been able to build it is really nice. And then, as we were talking about, his contract got extended after it had already got it extended. They want to keep him around for a while.
Because if you're SMU, you have to look at this season and be like, you better give him another extension.
Do you think the TCU coach regrets leaving SMU?
Yes. Especially with the implementation. I really do. Especially the implementation of NIL.
Yeah.
I really do.
I don't know, man. TCU's really good.
Shut up.
Fort Worth's great.
Here's the deal. Let's be honest here. TCU in the history. Guess what? TCU couldn't compete in the 80s when UT and A&M and SMU and all these schools were paying a crap ton of money for all of these kids. Obviously, Barry Switzer's, not himself, but getting all of his people to pay a crap ton to get Texas kids to go to Oklahoma. TCU couldn't compete. They were pathetic at football. Now that we're back into that mode, how is TCU ever going to be good again? They're going to need the people that have graduated from TCU and they make 9 figures a year to start donating, $2 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
All of them need to, if they're going to ever compete again. Because SMU's like, oh my gosh, we're going to get in the ACC, pay a crap ton of money to get into the ACC. And guess what? We saw in the 80s, all of those people are back. They're like, we can pay and it's legal. Like, we were the one.
And that'll pay off for the university, like, far exceeding whatever money they're pumping in. Like, we talked about this before. The correlation between you're good at football and the amount of people who are trying to get into your school rises.
Yeah.
That's been proven again and again and again. So
I think TCU, I hate saying this, I'm not against TCU. I'd love for my kid to go to TCU. It's awesome, but you're done. Unless you can find the SMU money, you're done. And SMU has proven decades ago they got the money to compete in this region. Now, I have this quick question about SMU and Colorado. Is there only going to be one team from the Big 12 and one team from the ACC get into the Final 12? Get into the playoffs?
Probably, because if Miami was in the championship and then they beat SMU, I don't see SMU making it, and with Clemson having lost, I could see that.
So
the
if
Big
SMU
12
beats
BYU's
Miami,
really
is
shot
Miami
themselves.
still in?
Not if they lose, because
Okay,
people have been. I don't think so. Carter might disagree with me, but they've been ripping on Miami's schedule all year. So I don't think
everybody
so.
has been ripping on that schedule, and when they lost that one, it kind of knocked them a little bit.
Exactly. If that would have been their only loss, I still think yes. Now, the amazingly named coach for Missouri, Eli Drinkwitz, he had an incredible flex against Mississippi State. It was 39-20 this weekend. First and goal, just over a minute left, and it's in Mississippi. And all the players are jawing, the fans are jawing. What do you think about this for Trash Talk? He said, quote, "Shut the F up or I'm going to score."
Oh, really? We've been scoring on you all day. Y'all haven't been able to stop us. If you don't stop right now, we'll just add to it.
I mean, I guess they did shut the F up because they went ahead and just took a knee the next couple of plays, and they did not score a touchdown. But would that make you be quiet, or are you like, we're going to lose either way, so I'm going to get my trash talk?
Get my pound of flesh is what I'm doing as a fan. But if I'm the coach, I'm definitely just going, you know what, let's run it up. They do it in college all the time, man.
That is true.
I know this is a totally different sport. Man, does Russell Westbrook talk a lot of crap during a basketball game and then end up not doing anything in the fourth quarter. I'm like, he enjoys the moment that he does something more than anybody in the history of basketball enjoys for not really doing anything with 2 minutes or less to go in a game.
I would, Mike, Kevin, this is another different sport, but Mike, did you ever have a game where y'all were like up so much and you were like station to station, and then somebody was like, "Nah, screw that. We're going after these guys." I always wonder if in baseball that's the case, because usually it's like we're up station to station, we'll get this taken care of.
No, because I'm not like my dad's age, but you don't want to kill one of your players.
Yeah.
Because it's like, all right, that's fine. Let's see if you can catch this ball with your mouth when I throw it 90 miles an hour at your face.
And usually,
and
Kevin,
so you're like,
people
I'm
can't.
going to protect my teammates, because if we start doing something stupid, then now I can do something stupid, and I might get one of your guys. And like, hey, I'm glad you guys are up by 20. I hope that you have a good dentist. You know,
man,
that's true.
All right, let's go ahead and throw it to the man that Mike definitely wants to be the next running back of the Cowboys. Give me cut number 16 and Ashton Genty, please.
2nd and 7, Genty breaks through, and Genty to the 40. Genty's gone. Ashton Genty, 61 yards. Blink of an eye. Video game numbers.
Ashton Genty is the first FBS player with 125-plus yards rushing in each of his 11 games since Troy Davis of Iowa State in 1996.
Troy Davis, Iowa State. I know you just said that. I had his rookie card. They're worthless.
Okay.
So his work done around that time.
I guess it's got to be worth a little bit more than Troy Davis, right?
More than Troy Davis, but I will say this: I had it on that 4-pack of YouTube games.
Oh yeah,
but Genty didn't play in the second half.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I need to go back and look.
But he had such an awesome game in the first half. His numbers look like he played the whole game.
Is he gonna translate? Is it gonna turn out in the NFL?
Are you worried about the size more than anything?
Mark that. I don't know. But the big eye-popping numbers is really what I'm interested in. Is can he do that same thing at that level?
I go back to he whipped the crap out of Oregon. And Oregon is the number one team in the country. I know like their schedule has been softer otherwise, but when he went up against big-time competition, he was fine.
As long as he stays healthy, I think he'll be a top 5 running back for the next 5 years in the NFL.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
Like he'll be there with, if Barkley's healthy, if Derrick Henry's coming to a close in his career, so he has 2 years left. But like if you look at if you want to say stud running backs, I think he's going to be up there. And by the way, I don't want people to get confused. I don't want Genty no matter what. I think it would just be funny if the Cowboys had a top 5 pick if they took a running back, because I think the Cowboys world would go crazy on that.
Unfortunately, Alec, can you go ahead and give me cut number 15, please?
Direct snap, pitch back, Reed rolls right, dropped! It was dropped! Auburn wins!
Now, Texas A&M loses in 4 overtimes in a loss that oddly didn't end up hurting them anywhere near as much as I thought. They still play Texas this Saturday. We'll have a special segment about that tomorrow. They still play Texas this Saturday with a winner going on to the SEC championship game to play Georgia.
Yeah, it stunk. I was rooting for A&M. I was there. My son's a huge Aggie fan.
conversion.
I couldn't believe it. Like, you're going to have a tough time. I guess it wasn't to win the game. It was just to send it to another overtime. But, gosh, you couldn't throw an easier ball to catch. I don't know what you can do in that. Like, he didn't throw it hard. It was from a short distance. So you're throwing you're about 8 yards away total, and you're just lobbing it to him from 8 yards away?
Yeah.
And he just dropped it. But like you said, if they beat UT and then beat Georgia, they'd be in. At this point, my son's like, who are you rooting for? And I was like, I don't care, but I want both of them to make it. And the only way both of them makes it is A&M wins, and then they beat Georgia, which is almost impossible. So then do you root for not having an A&M or UT biased here? Do I just root for UT to win so they are one of the teams that gets a bye?
Yeah.
You know, and then I'm rooting for SMU because then that would be 2 Texas schools in the 12-team tournament.
I definitely understand. Obviously, I have a very vested interest and would never, ever, ever root for Texas.
Kevin, are you sad that Kurt Signetti lost?
Okay.
I know we don't have much time here.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. I am. But I realized in that moment that I love Kurt Signetti even more because he was, like, adamant about, like, somebody goes, hey, do you still think you can make the playoff with this loss? And he said, is that a serious question? I'm not even going to answer that one. The answer is so obvious. So he's like, we obviously belong in the playoff, even though we got effing worked by Ohio State. They were up 7-0 and got outscored the rest of the way 38-8.
Dude, I want to add, there, like, when it started to all kind of come undone, it was special teams that screwed them over in that game for sure. That ball was a little slippery, and that special teams did not do their job, man.
Yeah.
And then they were chasing from there on. They were doing a really good job of running the ball, having a little success there, but they screwed up on special teams. That's the whole key to that game right there.
So a couple more quick hits for you. Mac Brown, I believe he got fired earlier today. The Nebraska Cornhuskers have made a bowl game for the first time since 2016. Think about how wild that is. The first time since 2016, Nebraska's even made a bowl game. I'm not even saying
Frazier.
Good bowl game.
No, that's since
Tommy
Frazier.
Frazier's before that.
Our whole childhood was Nebraska being dominant.
Yes.
You know?
And then
it's when they had a coach who said, we don't care about grades.
That's
we don't care about
true.
you going to class.
That is true. Then let's go to Greg Schiano. He's the coach of Rutgers. Rutgers was up on Illinois 31-30. Illinois lines up for a 58-yard field goal. Ball gets snapped, goes up for the kick, but meanwhile, Schiano had called a timeout. The kick sails wide left. So Rutgers would have won the game. But instead, he called a timeout. So you get another game, or another play. So what happens? Illinois throws a 40-yard Hail Mary touchdown pass and wins the game 38-31 because of that timeout.
Wow. Good job, Schiano.
That hurts.
Can I show you this, which still doesn't make sense, because now it is happening this week. Georgia Tech at Georgia. This doesn't seem like a huge game, but I get it's rivalry.
Yeah.
Tickets as low as, you read that number.
$4,352.
That's the cheapest ticket.
Oh, my gosh.
And it doesn't make sense because if I go to Saturday and the first time in, I don't know how many years, you'll know how many years.
13?
First time in 13 years. Where's the game at? What time is this game? Oh, it keeps going. There's a lot of games going on. Tickets as low as, what's that?
$524.
Which is a lot of money.
That is a lot of money, but
that was $4,000 to go to Georgia Tech in Georgia. What's so important about that?
That's crazy.
Mark Teixeira coming back?
Not that I'm aware of. We'll look into that, I guess. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Rangers players, alumni, and coaches. For more information on the upcoming Texas Rangers Toy Drive, visit rangers.com/toy drive.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The 8-point lead was short-lived for the Mavs. Late in the quarter, there is one foul to give here for Atlanta. A drive and finish. Letting them know, Jaden Hardy, that was a strong finish.
East right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
You can do that right now.
Will win a pair of tickets to go see Miranda Lambert December 28th at the WinStar World Casino and Resort. 877-881-1053. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I was doing great until about 20 seconds ago, and then our feed just went out, and then it magically reappeared. So I got really nervous for just a second. Now, I know there's a lot that we can talk about, but specifically we've been pretty amped up about how the Mavericks have been playing, that they've been winning, and that they've been winning without Luka out there. What have y'all thought about just the performance of the team without Luka, but maybe more importantly, like the ball movement and just determination they've been playing with?
I mean, I love it. I think everybody's got to raise their game when Luka is out. I wouldn't want to try to go through a playoff series without Luka, but this is what great teams can do. Reminds me of Greg Popovich's old Spurs teams where Manu and Tim would be out and they'd go on an 8-game winning streak or something crazy because you have so much depth. And there's challenges to having that level of depth for sure, but I think definitely in the regular season with Kyrie and PJ and the players that they have, I'm not all that surprised that they could still play winning basketball like this. I just wouldn't want to try to match up in a 7-game series against contenders without Luka.
There's no question, but yeah, they're all playing with a little extra chip on the shoulder, a little extra energy. I mean, how many guys do you have in double figures last night? You were just getting contributions from a multitude of different dudes, and Spencer Dinwiddie, what the heck was that, dude? He's been what an interesting season he's had to this point, because sometimes he makes you want to pull your hair out. But Jaden Hardy had some nice plays. He was ridiculous all over the place, not overly efficient, a bunch of turnovers, but made some tough shots. And then Najee Marshall, I know you guys have talked about him plenty, but that dude, just that guy is fitting in so well. The playmaking, there's no question offensively the upgrade that you have from him to Derek Jones. It's night and day difference. So that was an awesome one. And then Kyrie, unbelievable, closing and just ridiculous from the floor last night. It was a joy to watch those guys.
You know who Najee reminds me of is Lance Stevenson.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, that's an interesting mix.
Yeah. How likely do you think it is that when Luka does come back, they can kind of, I'm not saying change everything, but kind of find a hybrid that works for everyone of hey, we can still have better ball movement, but Luka's still going to be the dominant force. What do y'all think about that?
I think for stretches of the game, absolutely when he's out, that should be a trigger. Hey, Luka's out. Now we're going more towards, high intensity, more of a transition game, more ball movement, player movement. But, I think with slow down players, and there's been lots of superstars that play at their own pace, and it's great. Kind of reminds me of Brandon Roy. You kind of got to let them do their thing. So I definitely think the coaching staff would be smart to ask Luka, hey, look what the guys are doing without you. Can we play a little bit more like this with you sometimes? But also understanding that rhythm is part of Luka's greatness.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that they can get it together. Of course, once you get into the postseason and Luka's going to be playing a ridiculous amount of minutes and all that kind of stuff, but you would think the basketball brains between Luka and Kidd and Kyrie, even Klay Thompson, they can get some of this figured out. But I don't know about Luka off the ball and how all that is really going to, because I think ultimately he's a pound the rock and give it to me and watch me dance.
On the Monday Night Football front, I really like Lamar Jackson. He's easy to like. I want to believe in the Baltimore Ravens when it comes to the playoff time. They put up a lot of points against a good defense. Where are y'all in terms of, your belief level on the Ravens?
They played at such a high level. And, if you look at their schedule, it seems like every week they've played a game that's been kind of a, they have not had really any breaks. There's been a lot of teams throughout the season. I think Denver's played a kind of a weak schedule, and you watch these teams that you're like, oh, they're on a little bit of a winning streak here right now. It seems like Baltimore every week is playing either, they're playing Buffalo, they're playing Houston, or they're just playing these teams that, early in the season, of course, Dallas, that was, who knew what Dallas was going to be? But if you just watch how they play, and they navigate that, they just do a really good job. They're so well coached. The quarterback plays at an MVP level. You got to respect how they play. There's some things that you watched on them defensively early in the year. They'll go out and fix things. They'll get things done and play the right way and stuff. I'm super impressed with how they're able to go wherever they have to and find ways to win football games.
Yeah, they're awesome, but how does that go in the postseason for Lamar Jackson?
Oh, no,
Jury's
there's
still
no
way
question.
out there. And I would still probably go Chiefs and Bills over the Ravens, even though the Ravens did get after the Bills pretty nicely early in the season there. So that might just be a bad matchup. But they're right there in the contenders. I think they're right there in the top three with the Chiefs and Buffalo, and then there's probably a pretty large gap.
Sorry, Eric. How does that top three shake out for you specifically? How would you stack those three?
I can't help myself but still just put my faith in Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Steve Spagnuolo once you get into postseason time. And with the way the Chiefs have played, they're probably going to have the 1 seed. They're going to get the bye week, and they're going to have the home field advantage, and I think that's huge. So I would still go Chiefs. And then it's really a toss-up between Buffalo and Baltimore, but I'd probably go Buffalo, then Baltimore.
All right. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. It is a bit of a different Tuesday here. Now, Wooly Bully is out. I believe he had some sort of an obligation.
Got a wedding.
Oh. Yes, a buddy's
rare Tuesday wedding.
Yeah, Tuesday wedding.
Weekday wedding, Kevin.
I've done that.
So we do have back-to-back guests, though, at 4:40, our weekly with Mark Schlereth, and then the Eric Kendrick show at 5. It's moved up here this week with the Thursday game.
All right, I'm looking forward to that roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Before we go, always want to make sure we get in some of these shout-outs, especially from the Napkin. Special Tuesday shout-out to all the Tolos listening, even the ones that couldn't come to Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison. You are all here in spirit. Dan, Sharon, always a pleasure being at Buffalo Wild Wings. We all traveled at least an hour. Think about that. At least an hour, and it was well worth it. Best of luck with Peace-a-thon. We'll be listening start to finish. The Undefeated Napkin. They've been at every one of these Buffalo Wild Wings. Tomorrow, Mike, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., the 11th annual Peace-a-thon.
I'll set the alarm.
Are you ready?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, that was not as encouraging as I was hoping for. But tomorrow, Peace-a-thon, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. If you want to start bidding or donating now, we'll see you tomorrow. Peace-a-thon right here on 1053 The Fan.
Kevin, say
Fixins.
Fixins.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a football Tuesday, I think is what you would call it, a toxic Tuesday, no doubt. And we do have 5 hours of sports here coming up for you, a special Tuesday, okay? We do this every year. We have Sounds of Thanksgiving Past coming up a little bit later on, Chief.
Looking forward to that, man. I really am.
Yeah, and we have a double guest situation. We have Mark Schlereth and Eric Kendricks coming up. Of course, Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Brian, looking forward to that.
Yep, we got the Giants. What do we got today? Giants offense today, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Just a bunch of
Are you really
stink.
looking forward to that?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
It's like looking into a toilet.
Do we know who's going to be?
Got done with it.
Do we know who's going to be playing quarterback
For the Cowboys?
for the Giants?
Oh, I thought because Cooper Rush he's dealing with a knee injury right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe
Yeah,
both.
I have a feeling it's going to be Tommy DeVito. From what I haven't seen anything different about.
Give me cutlets.
I saw he was a little sore.
Yeah.
Not 100% for Thursday. I don't know if that's a bad or a good thing if you want to see the Cowboys win or lose.
Yeah, I know that we have Eric Kendricks on today at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
We might need to worry about him. We got 48 hours to see if we can get him right.
Yeah.
But we might need to worry about that one. And
okay.
When you ask him, what's he going to do? He's going to go, yeah, feel good.
Yeah.
Feel good.
Yeah, feel good, feel great.
When he says feel good, then you just probably, he gives you that little short answer.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that maybe Eric Kendricks might not be involved.
Okay, Drew Lock is taking some first-team snaps right now with the Giants. He's got a forearm issue, does Tommy Cutlets, so not 100% that he will be playing on Thursday. So I guess the team tankers out there probably fired up to see Drew Lock.
Yeah, there you go. Gives Giants a better chance of winning probably.
Does.
You do have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup back there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 hours flawless once again. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, forearm injury. Brian Dayball says not 100% to play Thursday against the Cowboys. If it's a forearm injury for a pitcher, he's Dunsky. But football's a little bit different. Okay, you had an optimistic Jerry Jones this morning with Sean and RJ, didn't you? And he had a number of things to say that have created ripples once again throughout Cowboys Nation, saying this thing isn't over. As far as a playoff run, shoot, you'd have to win out. Maybe you could lose one at 9-8. Maybe it's still possible, but there's no reason to believe that they're playing the kind of football that could allow them to do that. I mean, 9 points going into the fourth quarter. That was pretty rough until you get that absolute calamity of events in the final 5 minutes. But you can't begrudge Jerry. His optimism. He is optimistic to a fault. He has admitted that in the past. But I wonder how interesting they can make this. They're gonna beat the Giants. They could beat the Bengals. They could beat the Panthers. At 4 in a row, I think momentum would start to pick up pretty good, wouldn't it? I mean, you get that 4 in a row. Now you just got to win 2 of the final 3 to be at 9-8. So, I mean, what do you guys think? Is that Jerry just being optimistic, or is there a path through here somehow, some way, Brian?
I think it's Jerry being optimistic. They're going to lose some more games along the way. Your quarterback situation. If even with Dak Prescott in there, though, they were struggling with some of their offensive stuff. They're still, in some ways, I mean, there was some improvement. The offensive line the other day did a pretty nice job for you, running the football.
Now we have a better run game.
Yeah,
Micah back.
17 points off.
Secondary getting healthy.
17 points off special teams.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, it was more than that, maybe. Was I wrong? 17, two field goals?
2 touchdowns?
2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, or 1 field goal?
You had, I think you had 2 field goals.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, so we'll see. But I me personally, no, I don't think. I mean, I think you're going to have some tough games ahead. Going to Philadelphia is going to be tough. Cincinnati is going to be tough. Tampa's going to be fighting for the division lead right there. You're going to lose some football. You're going to almost need to play perfect football along the way. To be able to get into the playoffs. I don't think this team's capable of that.
No, not at all. I don't expect this. I mean, I guess if they do go on a 4-game run, that would be insane right now. I do expect them to beat the Giants, but not confident enough to even pick him in Survivor. Broadus is that confident. I'm not even quite that confident. Just because that game the other day was just so ridiculous. And there was plenty of it that was the Cowboys doing what the Cowboys have done all season, hurting themselves in a big way. So I would expect them to still probably only win 2 more games the rest of the way.
All righty, you have that. And then, Jerry talking about Mike McCarthy is sort of made people nervous. He says, I don't think it's crazy at all that we could be talking about a new Mike McCarthy contract at the end of the year. It's a Super Bowl winning coach. Mike McCarthy's been there and done that. He has great times. And we got a lot of football ahead of us.
I think if he was going to have extended him, he probably would have already done it then. I don't think he's going to extend this guy. He says there's plenty of football left. He's going to see how this thing's going to play out. There are going to be some of the, once again, games like we've seen really all year long.
Yeah.
Games that they're not going to move the ball very well on, on offense, give up a big run or something. The one way the Giants can get you this weekend, and we'll talk about it, is, their ability to run the football with Tracy back there, and that's something that, whoever plays quarterback for the Giants, I kind of feel like that the Giants, now I'll tell you this, they're going to come in this game with also throwing the ball to Neighbors. After what he said last week,
feed the men.
Yeah, you're going to see extensively at number 1 for the Giants get thrown the football in this game, and he's capable of wrecking your day.
Well, what's your percentage then? Are you putting it a bagel? 0% chance that McCarthy's back?
Oh, I'd say 0.
All right,
I would say 0.
Okay, so our Friday 4 o'clock guest, Nick Harris, tweeted about this and says he's been saying for a few weeks not to rule it out. There's going to be a holistic look at McCarthy's 5-year tenure, the 3 12-win seasons in a row, the fact that guys continue to play hard for him.
Sure.
But
you didn't win the division. You didn't, there were questions about the scheme earlier in the year, if you remember. Jerry was talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mike McCarthy's responsibility. His unwillingness to not change play callers when things was going south, that's another thing I would probably put against him. All I heard was him praise Mike Zimmer and what they've done defensively today.
Yeah.
It was only when asked about Mike McCarthy did he give Mike McCarthy praise. That was the only time that he was given praise.
Yeah, I think the only reason Mike McCarthy was here is they knew it was going to be a step back kind of year, even though they didn't say it. I think you had to know it based on how many players you let go and how bad last year's draft was. I just don't think you had much of a chance of, maintaining the level. And instead of hiring a coach and giving him a disappointing team that's turning over a bunch of guys that aren't going to be here anymore, I think you just let Mike McCarthy play out the string, saves Jerry $4 or $5 million. Yeah. And you get ready maybe to give the next head coach a cleaner slate, more of a clear developing roster.
There are candidates that Jerry Jones can absolutely live with. He could live with Bill Belichick. He could live with
lots of them.
He could live with Mike Vrabel. He could live with those. I don't know necessarily if they're going to go after Ben Johnson, which they absolutely should. But yeah, I think this coaching search, I want to believe it's going to be a little bit more extensive, but with names like Belichick and Vrabel and those guys in the mix, this thing might be Mike McCarthy like 2-3 days. Come to the facility, have dinner, and the next thing you know, you got a head coach.
Yeah, no doubt. Hopefully it's a more thorough search than that, a better process than last time.
Probably won't be.
Probably not. Coming up at 2:40, we'll take a look at the top 12 candidates to replace Mike McCarthy. If you have thoughts, you want to put them in the text, go ahead. 2-time Pro Bowl linebacker Shaq Barrett announcing his retirement from the NFL in July has applied for immediate reinstatement.
Oh.
Yeah, Drew Rosenhaus, Robert Bailey telling ESPN's Adam Schefter today. Dolphins currently hold Barrett's contractual rights. He had 4.5 sacks last year. I know last year he was recovering from an insane family tragedy, the loss of their 2-year-old daughter. Was he good last year? I mean, is this a player that contenders are going to be jumping at?
Yeah, I think so. It'll just be interesting to see how the Dolphins play it. Like, will they just outright cut him? Obviously, you can't trade anybody at this point. So I'm sure if this would have happened before the trade deadline, maybe they could have worked something out. The tea leaves on social media, people are connecting dots that it sounds like he wants to be in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're the Dolphins. Maybe they're just such a bunch of nice guys up there, and they're like, cool, you can just go ahead and go wherever you want. If you don't want to be here, we don't want you to be here. But it sounds like Barrett's open to being with the Dolphins, and who can't use a functional edge rusher this time of year?
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
The Dolphins playing better now too.
Dolphins are playing better.
Dolphins playing better. Maybe
helps if you play bad teams.
Come back into the mix, and try. If he ends up in Philadelphia, this is how this thing could work. If all of a sudden they release him, he has the opportunity to go there. You could see the Dolphins and the Eagles during the draft flop spots for no apparent reason.
Oh, okay. Give them a little little wink wink.
Yeah, like all of a sudden we're sitting there in the 5th round, and the Dolphins go on the clock, or Philadelphia goes on the clock, and Miami's behind them. Maybe a pick swap there. Like and then you don't get a reason why. It's like, and then you make some past considerations move or something like that.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, workarounds. The NFL will let you get away with that.
Yeah, they will.
They can't prove it.
They can't prove that what you're doing. I mean, you could also call them up and let them really win one side of the trade, too. You can make a trade, pick swap, give them a little bit better spot. Maybe instead of going 5 or 6 spots, you go up 12, 13 spots. Something like that to kind of have an opportunity to grab a player just for letting that guy go to you.
Ravens really owned the Chargers last night in the second half. Multiple big plays. LA couldn't get much going until they were down 2 scores in the last 5 minutes as John moves to 3-0 against Jim.
Yeah.
I don't know how you live that down if you're Jim right now. That's got to be a little that's massive bragging rights for your brother. I don't think he will say anything else to you to greet you until you can remedy this in some way. But I mean, that's quite an advantage now. I suppose you got a team build to beat the Chiefs in that division, but you also got a team build to beat brother, I would say.
What do you think? Do you put like in your own personal man cave? If you're John Harbaugh, do you have like some type of personalized banner that you hang in your man cave that represents your 3-0 undefeated, one being the biggest of them all, Super Bowl over your bro?
At holidays, those big yard signs to celebrate a kid graduating or a kid's 1-year birthday, they'll put it in the front yard.
Oh yeah.
I'm going all out. I think this is. It's a well-documented rivalry.
Yeah, they meet in the playoffs, though. We all know what happens with Lamar Jackson, so Chargers might...
But what happens to the Chargers?
Chargers will be Chargers.
Chargers could be up by
I think
a million.
I think the Chargers are really a much better team than with any other time. We've seen them with the coaches they've had the last several years.
For sure, yeah. They have a real coach, real adult in the room. They're buttoned up.
Yeah.
They run the ball. They play defense. They just need some weapons.
Yep.
Top Colorado NFL draft prospects Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are expected to play in a bowl game, says Dion today. He was asking about the possibility of them playing in their final game against Oklahoma State. Could be the final time they suit up for Colorado. No, it's not the last time you're going to see them in a Buffs uniform, these two. And all the rest of the seniors have done a wonderful job getting us to where we are, instilling so much expectation in our fan base and expectation in ourselves. So they're going to play out the string. The Undertaker is scared, if you can imagine. What's he scared of? The Aggies.
Oh.
Undertaker, after McConaughey, he's in contention for, biggest celebrity Longhorn fan. Says that place is crazy on a regular game, much less against Texas. I think they definitely got a spot locked up in the playoff. But it'd be nice to have one of those top seeds, but a little anxious. I know a lot of people are. This is incredibly exciting.
Yeah, it is. Texas A&M played with their food the other day at Auburn.
Yeah,
but that's the SEC.
Yeah.
Man, you just wherever you go, there's a possibility. I mean, Nick Saban even said it. He's like, listen, all you guys think that A&M is going to go into that Jordan-Hare Stadium, that place is haunted. And he was right. I mean, Auburn had no business winning that game with the quarterback play that they've been having. But here you go, Texas A&M. Texas A&M had a couple of really bad losses there. South Carolina, I think, is proven to be a much better team, so not a bad loss there. Auburn's a bad loss.
North Carolina announcing Mack Brown will not return. Hall of Fame coach yesterday declaring his intentions to return to the Tar Heels. They said, not so fast, my friend.
Yeah.
The 73-year-old, not clear if he's going to coach in a bowl game.
No, and that's the thing. He's focused on senior day. They're playing North Carolina State. So he's trying to say, hey, come out, support the kids. He had all intentions of coaching. He really, really did. He was not going to, he was saddling up for another year, and that's the front office, but the athletic department basically said, "No, we're going to go in a different direction." There, he came back and gave that program some stability.
Yeah.
He really, really did. They were kind of wandering around in the woods a little bit. And they've had some really good players go through there, just probably haven't had the success overall, that they thought that they were going to get. But give Coach Brown a lot of credit. He's one of my favorite guys to ever be around. When I played for him at LSU. He was an offensive coordinator in 1982.
Uh-huh.
And when I went to the University of Texas for Pro Day there, when we were watching Connor Williams at Pro Day, I went up to him and I was talking to him. I went up to him, introduced myself. I said, "Coach, I'm Brian Broaddus." He goes, "Brian Broaddus, Dallas, Texas, LSU Fighting Tiger. How you doing?" and here I am. I'm like, "Coach, you don't know how much that means to me." He goes, "Oh no, man." He goes, "You guys were one of our best recruiting classes we had at LSU when I was." He was only there the 1 year, but he said, "Hey, you guys were the recruiting class that kind of got us, got LSU going back, the right way again." But just like I had not seen him forever, and he remembered where I was from, and then me being a part of all that stuff at LSU. I've always appreciated the fact that Mike Tirico is another guy that can do that to you. By the way, you can meet Mike Tirico. Like I met him with John Gruden one time when Gruden was doing Monday Night Football, and I met Mike Tirico real early in the season. And then late in the year, I'm on the field, and Mike Tirico walks up, "Brian, hey, how's it going? Good to see you again."
Wow.
And you're like, "Oh, hey, Mike, yeah." You're kind of like, you don't know, do you go up and say hello? Do you shake his hand? Kevin Harlan's that way a little bit too.
Gosh, he smells good.
Kevin Harlan is the same kind of guy you can go up and he's, "Oh yeah, hey, thanks for asking about the wife." Things like that. He's a
true legend.
Guy. Yeah, true legend that way.
It's always good, and I think Max had a great career. If he shuts it down here at 73, that might be the best move. Who knows? It seems like a guy that really loves coaching and being around the kids, though. So I wouldn't be surprised.
He loves the kids.
Yeah.
He loves being around the kids. That's the plan.
Mavs were already without Luka, Grimes, and Clay. Lively was too sick to continue after 11 first-half minutes. Speaking of playing with your food, they were down 8-9 points about midway through the third quarter. Then they put the hammer down.
Yeah.
And they blasted them, scored 68 points in the second half. They shot 68% from the floor in the fourth quarter. And you put 4 players with 20 or more, led by Kyrie's 32. He was scintillating. Hardy had 23. Dinwiddie and Marshall each had 22. And the Mavs win again. So that's awesome. And when we come back, we'll have the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. On the other side, NFL Power Rankings. Are these guys really that good? It's next right here. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fellow.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. The G-Bag of the day is coming up in 7 minutes. Little NFL power rankings here. Let's talk a few minutes of Dallas Stars with you, though. Disappointing finish last night. Just didn't have time to get to it there in the opening segment. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is the victim of a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. 5 goals for the Hurricanes in the third. That's tough, man.
Yeah, and the Stars had a chance in that one. They gave up a penalty late in that one, and then they had a deflection that went in. It's surprising how it all came down because the Stars are usually so aggressive with the way they play their defense, especially on the kill. And this one, they just kind of sat back and allowed the Canes to kind of dictate play a little bit. But unfortunately, like I said, the deflection off their own and then into the goal, and then they gave up an empty netter at the end, and that was the game. So never really could, with the extra attacker, never really could get anything going to try and get the game tied. Just could not get in the zone, could not get set up. Canes did a great job of clearing the puck and then ultimately getting that empty netter at the end.
Momentum got you. It's the worst kind of defeat where for the majority of the game you think you've won it. We've done enough to get the win here. Yeah. We just need to we need to avoid the disaster at the end. You're just left there at the end like, surreal feeling picking up the pieces.
They scored in the first 18 seconds of the game.
Yeah, they did.
Then you're up 3-1. You're like, this is a game you have to win.
Yeah, but the Stars have done a really nice job though on the road trip. They're in Chicago on Wednesday night, but they'd had won 3 straight road games. So they're still playing at a very, very high level. But they had a 2-goal game in that league, and they just could not close it out. Usually, they're pretty good at doing that, and they just not against the Canes.
All right, give me your top 5 NFL power rankings here. We have some Cowboys. We have some NFC East relevant discussions inside of this. I understand the Lions are 10-1. Again, first time. I think this is the first time ever. We don't even get to go back to 1934 for this one. It's just the first time Detroit's ever been here.
Yep.
So congrats to them. If we're lining up the Super Bowl, tomorrow, you're picking the Chiefs to beat the Lions, though, right?
No, I picked the Lions.
Picking the Lions.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I've ridden the Lions. We had this question. Wolchuk asked this I think it was one of those true or fart situations, and I'm pretty adamant about the Lions and what I think they can do. I think they would do the same thing to them they did opening day of last year.
Chief, who are you picking if it's
at Arrowhead?
Chiefs, Lions? Who do you have at the top of your NFL power rankings?
I still just lean Chiefs. I know that they haven't been better this season. The Lions have clearly been the best team in the sport this season.
Yeah.
But when it all comes down to it in the playoffs, I do think, and I'm starting to be a little less confident, not only in what you've seen with the lack of explosiveness with the Chiefs offense, but then now the defense is kind of trending in the wrong direction. And so Steve Spagnuolo is going to have to get that thing tightened up. I would say if you get to playoff time and the Chiefs are playing this level of defense that they're playing right now, and they're not back up to the standard, which is super physical and super stingy and keeping teams out of the end zone, then I will probably have to change things. But I will still put my trust in Andy Reid, Mahomes, and Spagnuolo to figure it out, put me in the postseason, put me in the big game, and they will just find a way to win it.
Salute to Detroit, though. It's 10 quarters now without giving up a touchdown.
There you go.
It could look like that Tampa Super Bowl.
Yeah, first in offensive scoring, second in defensive scoring. So,
what do their DVOA numbers say about that defense, Chief? Is it all that in a bag of chips, or are they getting a little fortunate here?
Let me pull it up right now, and we'll take a look at it.
NFL.com has Buffalo number 2 at 9-2, the Eagles at number 3. They put Kansas City all the way back at number 4. I know it's been shaky, but there have been a lot of shaky moments in each of the last couple of seasons. And then the Ravens at 5. I'm not sure what to do at 5. I think that's fair, but I also think at least the Vikings and Packers deserve some consideration in there as well. Maybe you got to move it out to 6 or 7 teams. I think ultimately, I'm gonna put Green Bay in there though. I like what they have going on. I can't believe how good Philadelphia is. A month ago, I wanted to believe that it was a poor schedule, but they just keep soldiering on.
Now 2-2, and they made some changes in the secondary. With their nickel, and then also on the outside, Mitchell's been playing really, really well for them though. So yeah, they've done a much better job. The safeties have always kind of been a group that maybe got exposed a little bit, but no, they're doing a great job. And Saquon Barkley is everything that you would think that when you drafted him, you're thinking, oh, Saquon Barkley, Penn State, this is what he looks like. He's playing. That's the type of player. The Giants, I don't think, got that player. I think the Eagles got that kind of player.
Yeah, this is his best year. It's amazing how 6 years in with all those injuries, he still has the burst and the pull away speed. Okay, the Cowboys are coming in at 22, guys. I kind of feel like after the win, you can maybe take them out of they're one of the worst 5 teams and start to consider that maybe they're just in the bottom third, and they can get some distance between them and the absolute worst teams. I do like what I'm seeing here at 21 is the Bengals.
That's what I was
opponent
thinking.
In 3 weeks from now.
I was going to ask you, where do they have the Bengals? That's kind of if the Bengals are ahead of them. If the Bengals were behind them, I would say I don't know about that. But the fact that the Bengals are ahead of them by 1 spot, I think that's fair.
I do think the Bengals are a better team than the Cowboys. Part of what's haunting them is 1-score games. They're 1-6.
Yep.
Their kicker, if the kicker had just made his field goals, they would have won at least 2 or 3 more games.
Mm-hmm.
But Carolina's coming in there at 27, the New York Giants at 30. So you are going to go on a run facing teams consecutively in the bottom third. And maybe Jerry Jones will have something to wish for as we head towards Christmas.
Yeah, the problems are the Cincinnati game, the Tampa game, the Philly game, and maybe that Commanders game. We'll see how that's played at the very last, the day of the season. But the Cincinnati and Philly game are going to be, and Tampa's going to be tough too.
All right.
Yeah. Lions number 2 defense, by the way.
Oh wow.
DVOA wise.
Yeah, man. Without Aiden Hutchinson, that's one hell of a roster they've put together. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander is your G-bag of the day.
Get everything situated. Oh boy, sit on down here. I heard you call them the Bengals.
The Bengals.
Bengals.
Rock like an Egyptian.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of too when you said it, bro. All right, our winner so far comes from the Cowboys postgame here on 105.3 The Fan. Mr. Broaders, stand up.
Stand up.
Zach Wolchuk, where you at?
Stand up.
Shine time for you, sir. Jeremy and San Antonio.
Stand up.
It's just like Compton, fool. Jeremy in San Antonio goes back and forth with the post-game show. Says, you guys aren't really giving the Cowboys no smoke.
Jeremy in San Antonio, what's up, dude?
Thank you for giving me some of your precious time. I need a little bit of what Uncle Jim is drinking over there in his flat because I'm not really excited about this lipstick on a pig.
Okay.
And you guys want to call us to task, the Cowboys fans, about calling in and saying we should tank.
Yeah.
At what point will you guys at the mothership hold this franchise to task?
You're full of S right now. You're completely full of S.
Jeremy, we've been doing it after every single post-game show.
We have our shows call these guys to task. We're respectful about it.
I don't agree with that, but
I don't agree with you. And
what is it that you don't agree with, Jeremy?
What more do you want us to do? What more do you want us to do?
How long does this have to go on?
Well, how much more do you mean has to go on? What more?
We're talking about how fancy and how fun this win is, and it's crap. This culture is crap. The leadership is not good.
They're gonna
At what point can we hold this franchise accountable?
We
do.
At what
point where you guys will? You're not. You guys
Jeremy, you're full of crap.
Jeremy,
you're full of crap.
I did it last week.
You are so full of crap
about this.
I
did it last week after the loss. I said that Jerry shouldn't even be doing the interviews anymore. Jeremy, open up your damn ears and listen.
I appreciate Wolchuk jumping in off the bench.
That was a hell of a tag team.
That was the third man in the fight right there. We got game misconducts for that. We got sent off.
No, y'all definitely jumped him right there.
We did. We jumped him.
He said, "When is it going to end?"
Yeah, I don't know. Give it a couple more 2-3 decades.
This guy will call back. He'll call back Thursday.
Oh my God! When is it going to end, man?
When is it going to end?
Here's the thing, though. You have to be willing to be held accountable. Jerry won't let himself be held accountable. That's the thing that sucks about people in power when they get enough status and wealth. They just think the rules don't apply to them. And if you own it, you can make it so, to the detriment of everybody that cares about your business, Jerry.
Well, I'm here. Let me have it. Are you guys familiar with, I got this from a lot of Tolos last night. A lot of Tolos sent me this one. I was going to sleep on it. I ain't going to lie. But after I seen so many Tolos send it to me, I said, I guess I got to play it. Jojo Scarlata.
Okay.
Jojo Scarlata. He's from the Netflix show The Circle. Look like he's won a few times. Pretty famous out there. He's a Giants fan. He's having a whole meltdown over Saquon Barkley.
Oh, no.
There we go.
So we didn't want to pay the 26 or 27-year-old running back. And yesterday, while the guy we paid $160 million was released and probably enjoying his Sunday, Saquon Barkley had 300 yards from scrimmage. He's averaging 6 yards per carry on the season. Career high 1,300 rushing yards in 11 games? The Giants had 250 offensive yards yesterday. Saquon Barkley literally out and produced our entire offense by himself. If this doesn't tell you that we're hot ass and we've been for years, I don't know when we're gonna wake up. I don't know. The guy leaves the Giants and he's the greatest running back of all time, and we just suck. And I give you one more. Xavier McKinney leaves the Giants, 6 interceptions.
He's not wrong.
6 interceptions in Green Bay. Are we as cursed as the Jets? I don't want to say it, but are we that bad?
Bad? We are hot ass.
Yeah, there was a lot going on with that. Was that New York and Chicago in one?
There's a lot going on. Saquon Barkley? Can't even do how he said it.
Yeah, Barkley. Could we be this lucky that the Giants are now as bad as the Jets? I hope so. You know?
Oh, man.
Washington's not a doormat anymore.
No.
They're looking eerily similar right now, these Giants and these Jets.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the ownership with the Giants was a little bit more buttoned up, but, man, they might just be a disaster themselves.
Yeah, the Jets. It's a team ran by a guy named Woody Johnson, bro.
Woody and Brick.
Brick Johnson?
That's his son.
No way.
Yeah, he's the shadow GM.
Brick Johnson?
Big Brick Johnson. He's a Harvard student.
Said, son, I know what Woody did to me. I'm going to hook you up. Woody Johnson and Brick Johnson. I always thought it was crazy that Woody Johnson, he comes from the pharmaceutical side of the Johnson & Johnson family,
Yeah,
right?
he does.
But he hired Aaron Rodgers.
Wow.
People were
I always thought that was like, hey, man, business is business.
Yeah, people were joking that Aaron Rodgers was sucking for the Jets just to spite Woody Johnson and Johnson & Johnson. That's his whole ploy.
It's the long game. Yeah. All right, one of the greatest sports radio callers of all time. I say sports radio caller because there's a regular radio guy that calls all the time. One of the greatest prolific callers in all of radio. His name is Shampoo. I've heard him on so many different radio shows, and people can't even tell it's him. I hear him because I listen. You might have heard him on Howard Stern's show. He goes by the name King of All Blacks.
Okay. King of All Blacks. Okay. All right.
But he's called so many different damn radio shows.
Okay.
But it has nothing to do with him. This is Legend right here. Legend from Bama. Calling to the Paul Feinbaum show.
Paul Feinbaum. Here we go.
Over Bama losing.
Yeah.
Carter sent me this.
What I seen Saturday night, that was pathetic. It was disgusting, man. Paul, going from Coach Saban to Coach DeBoer, it's like going to bed married to Beyonce and waking up with Whoopi Goldberg laying next to you, brother. How do we accept it? Is this acceptable, Alabama fans? Is this Alabama football? Is this what we signed up for? Is this what Bear Bryant built? Is this what Nick Saban built? I heard Coach DeBoer in his press conference after the game talking about we need to learn how to do better. Nah, dude, all that crap's over with. You ain't going to the playoffs, and every real Alabama fan don't give a damn now because there's nothing at stake. I don't even give a damn about the Iron Bowl. I don't even care who I piss off. I don't care which one of you little Alabama fans get your feelings hurt because Legend keeps it 100, but damn the Iron Bowl. We about national championships at Alabama. I give a damn about beating some weak-ass Auburn team. It's about playoffs and championships.
It is. And now they're back to reality. Bama fan, I hope you enjoyed that.
Bro, you know how frightening that was? Go to sleep with Beyonce, wake up with Whoopi Goldberg?
I mean, that is...
I would gnaw my arm off just to get out of that situation.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I think I would too.
I'll tell you what's impressive.
I burned down the house on the way out. Can't nobody tell the story.
I think I'd set myself on fire, Lucius.
What's impressive about that thing is the fact that he's able to, usually with a phone conversation, you that close, it would just be crackling and out of control. I think he's got that thing away from his way. He's got somebody holding it for him.
I thought he was on an ISDN.
And he's just yelling at it.
He's got talent and skills.
Yeah, he's got talent, but you could hear everything he's saying.
He's got this thing that the truck drivers are wearing when they walk into CVS and they got the microphones.
I was wondering because
they work at ABC at the call center.
That is every word you could hear. It was clear.
It was.
Usually when people yell on a phone, it's so distorted and all that.
Yeah.
That guy's a pro.
If I'm Paul, I'm sending that dude $1,000 microphone to call in.
Oh yeah,
we need that
Paul
content.
probably did.
Yeah.
Probably does. Yeah.
All righty, it is time to vote here for your G-Bag of the Day champion. Is it Jeremy in San Antonio, JoJo Scarlata on Saquon Barkley, or is the Legend on Paul Feinbaum? I'm gonna go with the Legend there, Chief. How about you?
I'm gonna go with the champ, Lucius.
Yeah, me too.
Brian.
I'll tell you what, Dawson, I really do like the legend. I was going to vote for us, but I'm going to vote for the legend because I think the fans need to decide this one.
Okay, that means we are tied at 2, and you're
Man
going
of
to
the people.
jump on to at GBag Nation. I love it when this happens because people always say you only vote for your coworkers.
Right.
And what you're going to see right here, if you jump on to at GBag Nation, who is your G-Bag of the day, we'll create an Insta poll here. We'll give you 5 minutes to vote on it, announce the winner on the other side. But the Tolos vote for us, too. Tolos won yesterday's vote for you guys 80-20, ratioed them 4-1.
Yeah.
Okay, when we come back, head coach replacement power rankings for these Cowboys. It's next to the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola B products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Who do you want the Cowboys coach to be? I have some coach power rankings here, coach candidate power rankings. City is playing in the Champions League right now. If you are looking for some afternoon sports to watch, is it Feyenoord? How do you pronounce
Feyenoord?
that? Feyenoord. Okay.
I think I'm sorry. I think I'm right about that.
I think I only see him once a year there in the
Feyenoord,
the Champions League action. So City's leading.
Sorry if I messed that up, folks that are soccer fans.
Yeah, salute to you if that's your town.
Yeah,
sorry we can't pronounce it. We're too stupid.
Yeah.
But you do have City leading 1-0 at the half on an Erling Haaland PK just a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Dude, he looks like he could play like strong safety.
Oh yeah, I think maybe
running back.
Wide receiver. He would maybe end.
He could maybe a good rush end.
Yeah, he is a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's how much Dodgers players are getting for winning the World Series. This is a significant amount of cash. Each player gets $477,000 out of a pool of $46 million. The payout's actually lower than in recent years for one reason or another, but I think that's got to put a ton of extra incentive in those playoff series and those postseason series, because that represents about what some of these young guys are making.
Yeah, that's the situation too. Shohei, probably not so much. Thank you very much. But to some guy that's the 23rd, 24th, 25th player on the bench.
Yeah.
Some guy that's the utility backup catcher guy, that, like you're saying, that makes veteran minimum.
Dude, you just came up.
You're on the bench, and all of a sudden you're getting, $450,000. Okay.
We're getting a house this offseason.
Yeah, there you go.
This is a big level up.
Like Janko or somebody like that.
I'm telling her we made 100.
There you
100K.
Got a bonus check, honey.
Got a bonus, 150. Here, I'll give you 50.
Yes.
That's how much I love you.
Yeah. Everything's 50-50 in this household.
I got a bonus for winning the Super Bowl in Green Bay, and I took all my buddies to Cabo, rented a house, and paid for it. Like, just kind of organized the trip with golf and deep sea fish and stuff like that. These are the guys and gals that were like hanging around me when I was just trying to get get going. And so I kind of felt like like I say, it was such a fun trip, but I wish I had the money back now for.
Yeah, that might pay for a term of Bennett's College.
Yeah, Bennett's College. I could have maybe kind of got a couple taking care of some things there, but
no, that's a great story, great time.
Fun. It is fun.
Yeah, I'm sure
there's a lot less money than that.
Your employees, your coworkers have been appreciating your generosity for years, Brian.
Well, thank you.
I think that's just another example of it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we have a Cowboys Wire here. And we go to KD Drummond, who has given you the top 12 most likely.
Ooh.
Scale of 1 to 10. I'm going to give you the name. You tell me how likely it is you think the Cowboys would name this dude head coach. And we start with Cliff, the OC in Washington. Is he a fit? I would think he's messed up twice now as a head coach. I want nothing to do with it.
Same. I would want nothing to do with it either. He has not proven he can be a consistent, even offensive coordinator throughout a full-length season, let alone a head coach. He's actually proven he definitely cannot be a head coach at any level. And the jury's still out on him as a play caller now.
I'm going to say 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10?
3 out of 10.
There's a chance. I mean, he looks the part.
Yeah.
He's a Texas guy.
Exactly, yeah.
We need to
respect him over there.
More out of Dak. We need to get some of his offensive schemes, but yeah, the numbers that you told me yesterday, I guess that was in the second half of the show. There's probably a lot of people listening. Just how much the league figures him out, his tendencies, and he doesn't have a changeup.
Even back to college, Texas Tech would come out of the gates, they'd be above 500, they'd be scoring all these points, and in the second half of the season, they're under 500 every single time under Cliff. And then he becomes the head coach of the Cardinals, same thing. They come out of the gates hot, they're scoring 30 points or whatever. Then by half number 2, they're scoring 22 points a game, and they're well under 500.
Yeah, they're a touchdown
It's
less.
just crazy.
I meant to ask you guys earlier about this next man on our list, the former Cowboys OC, Kellen Moore. He has the Eagles 7th in the NFL scoring offense, just under 27 points per game. How much credit does he get for Philly? Is he a candidate here?
I give him a 4 on the
Definitely
list.
more than Cliff. I would say I think 4 is probably a fair place.
Yeah.
Let's go to the defensive side of the ball, where former Dolphins head coach, current Vikings DC, Brian Flores is out there, boys. What do you say?
I'd say he's a 6.
I'd probably say similar to Kellen Moore, 4 or 5.
Ooh, okay.
He's been a coach before,
yeah,
but it was kind of a train wreck by the end. So I think he would certainly be worth an interview, and I think he would be probably can he find an offensive coordinator?
That's
never proven that he could do that with the Dolphins.
Right, but see, I kind of feel like that similar thing with the guy he used to work for with Belichick. He got an opportunity to work at Cleveland, got fired, and then the second gig was better. I'm kind of thinking that he's on that path.
Yeah, I agree. I think from a just the way he handles his players and all that kind of stuff.
He should
I
be
think
better the second time around.
Much better.
Yeah.
I think the big question with Brian Flores is
you're the right
who is your offensive coordinator?
You're right.
Because he was doing co-offensive coordinators with 2 no-name guys for one of those years. He was just turning and burning there. They could never get it figured out. They made Tua look like a complete useless player, and now he's solid.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see what he could do to this defense, though.
For sure. Even though Mike Zimmer's got him trending in the right direction, I'm wondering if Jerry's going to mandate with the way he was glowing about Zimmer.
He was
next
glowing
guy
today.
comes in.
He was glowing.
Hey, here's your defensive coordinator. We're not moving on from him. You've seen him do it before.
Wouldn't be mad at that. You could do worse. Former head coach Mike Vrabel is next on the list at 9.
I love Mike. That's why I said you could do worse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, busting his chops a little bit. What do you think about Mike Vrabel? Is this something we should be hoping for?
I think this is somewhere between 7 and 8.
Agreed.
On my schedule.
Yeah, and I would say based on some of these candidates, he'd be up there. He'd be in the hope category. Yeah. Like he'd be one of those that you sign him.
There's another one you've got to figure out the OC.
You feel optimistic about it.
Isn't he going to try to play defense and run the ball though? Is this going back in time?
He is going to play. He wants to do those things, yes, but I think the one credit to him is he did hire Matt LaFleur as his offensive coordinator with the Titans. And they made Ryan Tannehill look like a legit quarterback for a couple of years.
He had the guy Smith that before he went to
Arthur Smith
before he went to Atlanta, they were very physical the way they played. Yeah.
You have Belichick at 8.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little insight on this one.
Okay.
This one's going to have to be, and I can't put a number on it, but I'll say this. I think Bill Belichick is going to have to, I think he's going to ask for a meeting if it comes to this. I think he's going to want to meet with Jerry and get the total understanding of what's going on in this organization. Who's in charge of discipline? Who's in charge of the locker room stuff?
You think it'd be more him interviewing them?
He is going to before he submits to an interview, I believe he's going to ask a million questions.
Discipline's one of the biggest things that a coach has to be responsible for.
That's what he's going to interview Jerry in a way. And I was hearing from people that I know, and you guys know I know Mike Lombardi and stuff like that. Mike and him are close, but I just knowing the situation, how it is, I just feel like that Bill is not going to just take a job to get back in. Bill is going to interview, okay, what is this organization? What can I bring? But what are you going to bring for me? How do you handle it? He's going to want to know what's Will McClay's responsibility in personnel. How do you feel like if I want to go sign a player, are you going to let me sign a player? He's going to ask a million questions.
Got to get a lay of the land. Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, I would love it if he would take over as head coach. I just think his culture, his attention to detail, that accountability could all do wonders for the entire organization.
If we're to get an interview and take this job, it would be because he got everything that he wanted to know buttoned up before he even took the interview.
For sure. Yeah, and I think back to Vrabel for a second, I think that's part of the culture stuff, but also I think he's a plus CEO game manager for you. In game, he's going to find the loopholes. He will do the timeout at the right time. All those sorts of things, I think he's pretty dialed.
Nice. Okay, the Dolphins OC Frank Smith is 7 on the list. We haven't talked much about him. I think just the fact that, you're in that coaching tree would make it a hire that I would like, just to see see if it could work. I think, a number of these guys are going to get shots, and some of them will have no business being a head coach, and that might be painfully obvious. And you'll be firing them very soon. But I think everybody on that coaching tree, I would be excited about seeing what they could do different. Bobby Slowick, Aaron Glenn, the Lions DC, is on this list, ranked number 5. Dion, number 4. Wow, look at KD putting him up there. Joe Brady, the Bills OC, worked with LSU, didn't he? He worked with Carolina.
He was with the national championship year in 19. Then went to Carolina. Really didn't have much success with Matt Rule there. Got to Buffalo as a quarterback coach. Ken Dorsey pooped in the bed. He took over. Bills been on a run.
Ravens OC Todd Monken, number 2. We want him.
Kind of a college guy.
Not for me.
Yeah.
And then Ben Johnson coming in at number 1. Is that likely?
I don't find it likely. No, I don't even know that he would. I don't even think he wants to be here, let alone the Cowboys wanting him.
Yeah, I think Ben Johnson, I would predict him is going to probably get the Chicago Bears job. That would be my prediction.
NFL News Today coming up next, Eric. Where are we going?
Well, it's actually a great day to be Mike McCarthy. We have some sound to prove it, plus a perennial bleep hole of the week adds another notch on his belt. Next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We got C-Note coming up at 3:20. What Mike has said about tanking and what Jerry thought of that. But right now, NFL News Today. Here's Chief.
Okay, so Mike McCarthy just had a little presser, and doesn't look like Zach Martin will be practicing.
No. I don't think him and Ferguson are going to play this week.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But he does expect, Mike McCarthy says he expects Tyler Smith to practice today.
Yes.
So maybe you get Tyler Smith back for the game on Thursday.
Hopeful.
And then I wonder what they would do. Would they go Hoffman still for Martin? Would they go TJ Bass? I mean, Bobby was talking glowingly.
Hoffman did a nice job.
Hoffman did a nice job, and then Bobby was raving about TJ Bass. I saw Bass was like one of the highest graded players on the team from Pro Football Focus as well. So I guess, did Bass have a pretty awesome game?
Yeah, they both played really well. I mean, you ran the ball inside. You were effective with those guys with the double team blocks. Did a really good job working with BB as well.
Yeah, it was good. I think that's a
healthy body in there at right guard. It was a healthy body, you know?
Yeah, for Hoffman.
Yeah, healthy body.
And that dude just plays nasty.
Yep.
We know that about him. So we'll see. But having some young guys develop on the offensive line, even if it's just depth, maybe there's one guy that you feel like, hey, didn't know he was a starter, but now we think we can go into next season with him as a starter. All that would be hugely positive.
I don't think Austin Richards is going to play this game.
He's doing the. You said he was doing the Chad Johnson pee in the bucket for the ankle healing, right? You said he was going for it.
He's probably not.
If he goes full Chad Johnson, foot in the bucket, I'd expect to see him on Thursday.
I think that's a high ankle sprain. I think we're probably talking a couple of weeks on this one, or maybe more. It might be a possibility to get Cooks onto the active roster. You're going to have to make a move. Maybe put him on IR. We'll see.
You think we get Brandon Cooks on Thursday?
Possibility. They were trying to. He was all indications were he was working the right way, and then he got soreness in his knee, and they shut him down over the weekend. That's what they did.
All right. Well, I saw from Stat Hole on Barstool that the Cowboys and Commanders actually set a record for the most points in the final 3 minutes and 6 seconds of a game. And it was crazy in the moment, but now just with hindsight, you're just like, how did this even happen? 41 points
in 3 minutes,
3 minutes and 6 seconds.
Yeah.
From a kickoff return to all the other craziness that took place.
Yeah,
I mean, you had three of those touchdowns. You had the McLaurin touchdown.
Yeah.
You have the
you had a 44-yard touchdown, 45-yard touchdown, 87-yard touchdown, and a 99-yard touchdown, all one play.
Yeah. Wanye Thomas with that helps things with sort of the walk-off.
That's just 21
there.
points.
Yeah, and then they had
Field goals.
multiple field goals involved.
Then you had the didn't the Commanders score right before the 87-yard touchdown? They
Excuse me, 26 points. I said 41. I apologize. It was 26
I was trying to add them
points.
up. I was gonna okay.
Yeah, we were gonna get lost there trying to add them up. That would have been bad if I left you there trying to put those numbers together.
Gosh, I was trying to think like what the hell?
It felt like 40.
It felt like 1,000. It was 26 points, but that's a record. That's a record for the final 3 minutes and 6 seconds of a game because, of course, it is. That was the most ridiculous ending to any game that I can remember, Cowboys or not. So just another installment of holy smokes, we just witnessed a crazy game. Now McCarthy's having himself a nice day with what Jerry went on with Sean and RJ and was glowing about him. Now, of course, it's like, what else is he going to say in a situation like that? You're not going to just hang your coach out to dry, especially off a win where his team could have easily just tried to quit on him throughout the entire game and they never did. What brought us?
Lucius is watching some wild stuff today.
He always is. What's in store? Is it lowrider chicks?
It's the military. I just looked down. It's this military guy disarming people. Like he is.
It's like special forces training or something.
Yeah, this guy is like they're pointing a gun at his head. He's now got the gun and he's pointing it at them. He took a knife right out of this guy's hand and put it right in his ribs. I mean, this guy.
I'm trying to learn, bro.
I'm sorry.
The season out here.
I was listening to Eric.
The jukes is up out here, man.
I looked down and this guy is just like headbutting dudes and all kinds of stuff going on here.
The headbutt is one of the most alpha ways to fight somebody.
It's a Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
you're good.
What's the documentary on, Lucius?
It's called The Game Changers.
Okay.
It's about vegan bodybuilders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this dude is like in the military, and he's disarming everybody. Like he's throwing dudes on the ground, taking their weapons and all kinds of stuff. It's crazy.
Without meat? Wow.
Yeah.
That is a miracle.
Without meat.
You think about going vegan, Lucius?
No.
Bruce Lee
I
was
like
vegan?
fish a lot. I like shrimp a lot. Chicken, yard bird. I love a good yard bird.
Yeah.
I had Wingstop 3 times last week. I can't do it.
It's a down week, huh?
How did we do in the final weigh-in? Did you end up losing some pounds?
No, when is the final weight? Because I ate today.
Yeah, it was supposed
I ate
to
lunch.
be. It was supposed to be today. I think Dawson is
Dawson's
going to be the clear
down
winner.
12 pounds.
Clearly, yeah. I probably missed maybe 2 or 3.
It's amazing what happens when you don't have zingers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Dude,
you know? I mean,
I feel amazing. I really do. I never want a sweet for the rest of my life, or at least till Thursday. By the way, Mom this morning said looks like she's going to crank out 2 of the world famous sugar cream pies Sunday night, so I can deliver them to you guys on Monday.
There you go.
Oh,
thanks, Mom.
This is such a great time of year.
Do we got everything cleared out?
She's amazing. So yesterday they put together my counters, because the insurance job still hasn't come back to complete the kitchen reconstruction after the big insurance job over the summer. Yeah. And this morning, she's reupholstering the bench at my kitchen table. I'm just like, dang, Mom.
Way to go.
Dude, you want to move in?
Yeah, seriously, man. I love it.
Eric's got some pipe problems. Maybe you can come over there and help them.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Well, and my plumbing's all messed up as well. So if you guys can get a figure on that's really my big problem.
We'll get you all taken care of.
Now here was
you're such a jerk. Nice lady, and you want to do crap like that.
Wow.
You're so embarrassing. You really are. It's this.
After
why couldn't you be gone to a wedding today?
Because my friends don't get married on Tuesdays. Call me crazy, but my friend group is not a Tuesday wedding kind of group.
You think Woolchuck's pulling one on us here? Like
absolutely.
Because he knows like he's got to work the game on Thursday.
It's probably like an 8 o'clock wedding tonight, but
because Eric basically told him at the last minute, "Hey, bro, you got the Thursday shift with Broadus for the whole day." He did.
Happy Thanksgiving,
He worked the Pittsburgh game. Remember that?
Yeah.
He did the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah, do you remember that when we went to the wee hours of the morning because the game was delayed because of lightning strikes?
Nah.
I do remember that. I remember not getting home until 2:30 in the morning.
Eric walks up to him like this week. He goes, "Hey, bro, by the way, you got the full game on
Don't forget.
You got the full game on
You're in my pocket now."
He spun his wheel of excuses like, I haven't used this one yet.
Yeah.
Surely they'll believe this one.
A Tuesday wedding. Sure.
I already paid a deposit, guys. Nothing I can do about it.
Got a suit and everything. Here's First Take and Shannon Sharp and Dominique Foxworth actually talking glowingly. Maybe we have to look at McCarthy in a different light.
Sure.
He had 2 top 10 quarterbacks in the history of the game, and he got 1 Super Bowl appearance out of that.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue, based on what we've seen from Aaron Rodgers recently, that that's a damn success. Congratulations, Mike McCarthy. You managed to get a Super Bowl out of Aaron Rodgers while having Aaron Rodgers in your locker room. That seems like some incredible interpersonal magic that he has displayed. He managed to keep that locker room together. So Mike McCarthy got some magic that we don't know about.
So you feel like Mike McCarthy should stay as the head coach?
Yeah, I think Mike McCarthy should stay.
That's a pretty good observation there. With the way Aaron Rodgers, not even really just the way he's playing, but of course just who he is and managing that. It's kind of like after the fact when Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell left Pittsburgh, and then you realize like what Mike Tomlin was really having to hide from and to deal with all those years.
PhD in chemistry.
I don't know. Good day to be McCarthy, but Broadus puts it at 0% chance that McCarthy's back next season. So that's encouraging.
I'm going to say 0.
By the way, in about 8 minutes, we have Mike McCarthy's response to what Jerry said this morning. That you can't rule it out.
Did he say it's just like anything?
I did not click the audio. I just heard him laughing as the question was asked, so I can't wait to hear it with you.
Wonderful. All right, here is maybe the guy who ends up replacing Mike McCarthy last night on the Manning cast, hanging out with Peyton and Eli for the Har Bowl. And previously, before Vrabel joined the program, it was Owen Wilson and Luke Wilson, the two actor brothers. And Owen Wilson had a funny story about Urban Meyer. They played in some charity flag football game. Urban Meyer was his coach for the game, and Owen Wilson has a game-winning interception, and Urban Meyer's like, wait, who are you? Like, he was coaching his team and didn't even know who Owen Wilson was. So Mike Vrabel hears that story and has one to follow up with here. In regards to Urban Meyer. Definitely did,
yeah.
Yes.
You know, I can relate with Owen Wilson. I was listening earlier, and, you know, Urban Meyer asked him, do I know you? And Urban Meyer was coaching the Titans. He was coaching the Jaguars, and he actually said the same thing to me. I said, yeah, I'm the head coach for the Titans, and I worked for you for 2 years.
Oh, that's just like his line. Oh, yes. I love it. I love it.
I love their response to that. They just don't know what to do with they just laugh it off for a few minutes. Yeah. But yeah, because Vrabel was on staff at Ohio State when Urban Meyer was the coach there. Wow. And then years later they meet head to head, Titans head coach and Jaguars head coach, and Urban Meyer's acting like he doesn't even know who this guy is.
Wow. It's like me with some of the part-timers around here. How long you been working here?
It's a little bit more understandable.
Been here 4 years, Dawson.
It is so funny. Urban Meyer just continues to be a perennial bleep hole of the week. Wolchuk just texted me, by the way.
I wanted to mention, looking forward to that note from Wolchuk, I think they need to put Brady with the Manning cast because that's his pace. Where we see things and there's awkward silence for 8 seconds and you kind of chuckle about it. Bang, save his career.
It is one of the funniest things about watching the Manning cast is just the awkward interactions, people stepping on each other. It's a very difficult thing to execute there.
They can't get the dudes in the same room, can they?
They just can't. They refuse to.
Yep.
They refuse to. Wolchuk texted me, said the wedding is in Azle until brought us to go bleep himself.
Yeah.
That dirty bleep hole, piece of bleep.
Yeah.
So that was that's a direct quote there
Azle.
from Broadus or from Wolchuk.
How far is
all the way in
Azle?
Azle.
How
That's
far
far.
is
It's way past even my place. It would take me like 30 minutes to get there minimum. But maybe I'll go out there and crash that wedding just to lay eyes on Wolchuk and make sure he's really there cutting it up, for a Tuesday wedding.
Tuesday wedding.
On Thanksgiving week.
Yeah, on Thanksgiving.
Things really, the stars aligned for
things
him.
will do.
Boy, you must have got a hell of a bargain on that wedding hall.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. With this holiday week, Tuesday, you're probably looking at 75% off.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I got a lot of respect for that. I mean, get a little budget deal going. These wedding venues are through the roof, man.
Yeah,
just find a yard somewhere that you can go ahead and tie the knot, make it honest, and make it happen.
They're just happy to get a little business. Probably the first late November wedding they've done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Now, at least it's not on a college football Saturday.
Yeah.
I can at least respect that, if nothing else.
Question. Would Wolchuk go if it was a Saturday wedding on college football Saturday?
No.
Hell no.
He wouldn't show up to his own wedding.
No, he would not.
No, I'm telling you, man, this younger generation, as soon as they start feeling a little burnt out, they feel like they're owed a couple of days off.
Yeah.
I feel like that's fairly normal.
254 says they live in Azle. They can lay down some surveillance. That'd be nice if somebody could lay eyes on Wolchuk tonight.
Just drive by. Look for a guy over by the food area there, kind of hanging out.
Is it okay to feel for a Philadelphia Eagle? Like to have compassion?
As a human, sure. Some of them can't help it.
That's where I'm at with Brandon Graham right now.
Oh, he
tears the triceps. Yeah. He's out for the season and probably
might be
forever
his last
now.
one. Yeah.
He's acknowledged it. Probably going to be done. Still a really good player after all these years, setting the edge for the Eagles. And he went on the radio and talked about it and actually got so emotional he started crying.
Oh, geez.
So I didn't know if that was if Dawson would be perturbed by that, but it was really just to tee up the opportunity to ask Eric Kendricks later on in the program. When is it okay to sports cry?
Yeah.
And when was the last time you did sports cry?
I think the sports cry is fine. The crying is good. Like I retweeted this video of a dad giving his son a dog, and the kid breaks down. It's like the greatest day of his life. And I was feeling the emotion there, right? And Brian was in the room with me as we were getting ready for the show, but I'm not going to turn to him and be fighting off tears, or let the cry voice come out unless it's extreme circumstances.
Right.
And
just eat that.
If it does, you'll hear and me man back up and continue the conversation.
You got to growl your way out of those situations.
No, I think the play is to show people I am human, right? Even though I am a man and the world expects me to be a robot of masculinity, toughness, and production. I still have a heart, right? But my brain tells my heart to shut up when it's time, and it feels like I'm getting embarrassed. I think that's bottom line right there. So I'd have to hear the cut, but I imagine Brandon Graham did it right.
Salute to him, man. And we'll ask a little sports cry question to Eric Kendricks later.
Yeah.
See what his thoughts after Broadus, of course, gives him his tip of the week.
Yeah.
You might cry about that.
Bro. He'll definitely bitch about it.
Good news is they got the Giants. I don't know if there's anything New York can do.
Yeah.
They could be at practice this week, wouldn't have much of a shot. What Micah says about tanking and what Jerry Jones thinks of that, it's coming up next. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. Little C note for you. Cowboys news of the evening. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. You can jump online at frankelfirm.com. Yeah, we do have another Giants tank move. The New York Giants are tanking. I think that's probably why the players aren't playing for the coaching staff anymore. Azeez Ojulari is on injured reserve now because of a toe injury. Not even that serious. They feel like it's going to take a couple of weeks. So they put him on the shelf, shut him down out of an abundance of caution. I wouldn't mind if the Cowboys did that. You know, you have an injury here that impacts next year, and now it's not just one season that's lost, but it's two. But, tanking is one of the clips that we'll get to here from Jerry Jones in a minute. Before we get there, Jerry Jones on with Sean and RJ this morning was asked about Mike McCarthy and if it's a crazy idea to consider that they'll be doing a new contract with him at the end of the season. Here's Mike at the podium responding to that.
This morning, Jerry Jones said it wouldn't be crazy for you to get a contract extension.
Why are you laughing?
I hope you get it.
Crazy. I mean,
This was us that we're still talking about this, and here we are in late November, about your future and that kind of thing.
well, I mean, I really haven't talked about it all year, so I mean, definitely not going to start on a short week in an important division game. But I'm not going to throw away positive vibes either. So I'll keep them coming. But that's all good. But that's not something I'm really focused on.
Hell of a question, though, from Calvin. And I thought hell of a response from Mike McCarthy, but I think you could tell in his answer, he kind of acknowledges in there that, maybe it's a long shot or I can use all the positivity I can get right now.
No, good for Bobby Belt for asking the question this morning to get Jerry going on it. And then, Calvin, follows up that way. That was a good deal. You kind of get the answers. But, Jerry will tell you there's plenty of the season left, and, we'll see. How this thing all plays out, though. Me personally, Eric asked me. I don't think Mike's coming back.
No. That's one of the questions that a lot of people are asking me when you're out and about and hanging out with friends, and it's I think it's 0% chance. Even if you would, somehow get in at 9-8, you'd be roadkill, and in the balance of the entire season, you'd look at it and say it's definitely time to move on. The only thing that gives me a little bit of pause is the players keep playing for him. They like playing for him, and he knows the Jerry Jones thing, what you're expected to do and not do in order to, and that sort of trustability, I think, is going to weigh in Jerry's mind a little bit, but not enough, to overrule anybody.
Unless they go on some type of miracle run here where they end up winning a heck of a lot more games than we would have ever anticipated, I would still imagine that you would have to get a new play caller. Like, Mike, if you're coming back, we're not running the same offense anymore.
Yeah,
See,
can't do that.
That's kind of where I told you guys about what I would do. So if you're new to the program, welcome. But I would have asked him, like, listen, do you think Shotty could give some play calling? Let's see. And the minute he said no, then I would have fired him.
Yeah.
I would have said, no, okay, well then I think that we need to part ways here right now. But, Jerry even said this morning, every time that he's ever moved on from somebody, it's been very painful. It's not easy. He doesn't look forward to that. So, but, Mike's contract is up. And, I think Mike McCarthy, I think he knows the situation.
But that's an interesting idea. What Chief just floated, like McCarthy as a head coach with an offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
I would be excited about that because I think other than designing the scheme and the play calling, Mike gives you what you want in a head coach.
Yeah, but see, that's
maybe get him a game management coach as well.
There you go.
But you get to do the Monday through Saturday stuff as you.
Yeah,
you're going to kind of take stuff off your plate when it matters.
If he were to say, okay, well, I'll name Brian Schottenheimer the play.
No.
Okay, see, it's
got to be like a legit offensive coordinator hire.
There you go. See, me personally, as if I was a general manager, as poorly as it's been on offense, I would have wanted to see if Brian Schottenheimer legitimately could maybe coach this team. Mm-hmm. Could this team with him as the primary play caller move the football? I don't know. I won't see that now.
That's why you should go to it.
Yeah.
I think if you know you're going to move on from Mike McCarthy, then ask for it, because with similar ingredients, a different perspective, a different priority, a different emphasis can work wonders. Okay, how about Jerry from this morning, cut 7? Micah says he's not thinking about tanking. What are your thoughts on it?
Love it. Just absolutely love it. And Micah gets criticized for some of the things that he says. But the way that was articulated is strong. And it was just a succinct statement. And it's the way that it is. We have a young team out there on that field, very young. And we've got some inexperience out there now because of the numbers of injuries that we're dealing with. That'll be better this weekend. I mean, that'll be better Thursday. It'll sure be better 10 days, 12 days from now. Now, that group of young players we're going to be playing with for years to come, they need first downs. They need move the chain. They need touchdowns. They need success on that field, big tackles. So we need to be winning or trying to win, obviously, every down. Now, for those that don't understand tanking, it means that you get the higher that you, or the lower your record is, the higher that you get to draft. That has not come across anybody's mind in this organization. Now, somebody's going to take that and say, well, that's your problem. You got your head up here, you know what. You don't realize you need to be playing for a higher draft pick, Jones, and you'd do a little better in the draft. Well, I get it. I get all of it, but it's critical to us to get out here and compete. Those guys will be there for us, the ones we want when we get there in the draft.
Well, you know, maybe, depending on how far you drop. I think the chances of getting a great player go up significantly, you know, and by the time you're in the second round, it's like you have a 10% chance. But, you know, I agree that, you know, sometimes a great player falls to you, but you can't use that as saying, well, you know, we got CD at 19. Why couldn't we do that again? It's just unlikely. You need other teams to massively mess up their scouting and mess up their evaluations. I don't think young players need success. You know, success will come when you have learned enough to, you know, meet your talent with experience. And at that point, you're going to go on and have tremendous amount of success. You know, and maybe what's in your best interest is early on to get beat so bad that it fires you up and lights a fire in your stomach that makes you work harder in the offseason than you ever have. Maybe even look at some steroids, Brian. You know how I feel about that. You know, that is the kind of things that I think can leave somebody driven day in and day out because they feel like their career is on the line, their pride is on the line. So, you know, I get what you know, Jerry is saying there. And I understand from Micah Parsons' perspective, a player would never tank. Why do I want to tank? So maybe we draft somebody that takes my job in the future. You know, I want us to not pick at all. I want just all my friends to be around and, you know, no threats. But as an organization, the Giants are out managing you right now is what I would say, Jerry, with their tanking moves. So I want to know more on this, and we go to cut 10. Have you, as the GM, ever thought about tanking when a season goes bad? Here's Jerry.
No, and I know you had a long question, and I gave you a one quick no. I just think the game is too important. The win is too important. You know, you look at a coach, and boy, a coach is sitting there. He's don't think they don't add up their wins and losses during their career. And they don't like to have a loss on there if they can just ask for it. And so my point is, for all of us, a win is a very satisfying thing under any circumstance. And it helps you build. And so there's a lot of ambiguity with those draft picks. I've had, as you know, draft picks that were extraordinarily high that didn't work. I've had them low that knocked it out of the park. And so you've got to weigh what happens when you get the picks and the odds of you knocking one out of the park there as well, as opposed to winning a game.
Okay, so one of the keys to success in business, and I know Jerry knows this, is delaying gratification, right? Having a low time preference on when you are going to spend your money, right? Folks that have, a high time preference, they have a massive amount of urgency. I need this now. That is what creates financial despair. That is what creates, horrible nutritional habits. Like everything in life is about sacrificing what you want right now so your future self will thank you for it. And I think in sports, like that's one of those really inherent truths that everybody understands. We have to sacrifice now for a goal that we're hoping to accomplish in the future. Nobody cares about regular season games. It feels nice, right? Just like having a steak and an ice cream would feel nice right now, but that's not what's in the best interest of, your overall health. And I just think, Jerry needs to, come to grips with this idea that you're not giving your fans that much of a ride when you win regular season games. Our bellies might seem a little bit fuller on a Sunday night and a Monday, but in the grand scheme of things, it's the championship that sustains. It's what the Rangers did, 13 months ago that will give us a lifetime of memories. Bucket list type of stuff, generations going to playoff games, going to a World Series that I got to experience with my dad. That is the joy. And Jerry knew that when he took over, didn't he? He didn't forget that. What he did is he changed his formula to optimize for engagement. And he's come up with all these fancy ways of explaining it that are just on the edge of being rational enough that I think, you can kind of accept it and be like, oh, okay, he wants to try to win. I can kind of see that. But, a further evaluation, it's just more of the same BS and engagement farming of the fan base that, continues to drive incredible profits for them, but gets them no closer to winning. And, I like the competitive nature of Micah Parsons. I love hearing that kind of stuff from the players, but it's happening in all sports now. If we can't win, if we're just trying to make the playoffs, we're actually taking ourselves farther away from the ultimate goal. I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait for, a different head of the organization or something drastic to happen in order to, maybe a change in the NFL economy. Right now, you don't have to win the Super Bowl to make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
You sure don't.
No, you just get it, right?
You do.
So that's tough when you take away that incentive from pro sports. Whenever the incentive isn't win and make the most amount of money, all kinds of crazy things can happen.
Yeah, Jerry's made all these owners billionaires, basically, is what he's done.
Yeah,
by pushing for these stadiums and the things they do in hospitality and things like that. So yeah, they're going to, when people say, well, don't buy his merchandise, don't go to the games. Yeah, that'll affect him, sure, but he is guaranteed hundreds of millions of dollars just from his television revenue.
So just be comfortable. Yeah. Just have a nice life. Don't get too upset over winning and losing because you're the owner of the most popular franchise in all of the world. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We've been hearing him say that. It was interesting to hear him reset it. I don't think we've heard it like that maybe since 2015 when they were on that big 5-game losing streak. Sounds of Thanksgiving passes coming up at 4 o'clock. Krusty's Corner is next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk about this Giants offense. There's one guy I think you really need to worry about. We'll talk about him next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one can be the victim of a car.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
las diagonales. Cavante Turpin.
Huge, yeah. Brought to you by Ciroc. Please drink responsibly. Speaking of K. Barbaro, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you much for Reliant. See what I was talking about, Lucius? Like Legend had a better connection.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Victor was going.
Yeah.
Victor was going. But Legend, you could hear what he was saying.
You're right.
It was all about that. So, good deal there. Okay, Giants coming to town. Talked to some of my buddies at the Giants. They told me I got to get ready for 2 quarterbacks in this game. He says, I know Eric earlier in the show was kind of thinking that DeVito was going to be okay for this, but it looks like that they're getting ready. They're getting 2 quarterbacks ready to play in this game.
Tommy Cold cuts.
Yeah, Tommy Cold cuts.
You still feel good about taking the Cowboys in Survivor if that's the case?
I really don't. Not if Locke plays. I will tell you this, though. This is going to be a Malik Neighbors 17-target game after what happened last week with them.
Got a chance to get the turkey leg, huh?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, he's complaining about not getting targets until they're already down by 1 million points. They're going to force feed him.
Yeah, get ready for this. Whether it's DeVito or Drew Lock, I guarantee you this is going to be one of those games that all of a sudden you're thinking like
bring your lunch pail if you're covering.
Yeah,
him.
if you're covering Malik Neighbors,
bring a hard hat.
Bring a hard hat because this is going to be pretty significant with the number of targets he's about to get. And the thing you got to like about if you're a Giants fan, and not many people out there listening are Giants fans, but the thing with Neighbors is that he's one of those guys that's going to line up the majority of his snaps out wide, and he'll sometimes play in the slot when he has to, but when he plays in the slot, he's pretty effective at that position. They've targeted him 19 times, and I was curious. I'm like, man, this guy he's always playing outside. But I went back and looked. He's got 19 attempts in the slot, 15 receptions. Now, do you stay out of the slot to avoid Jordan Lewis? You know, that might be in it. You'll probably have Diggs back this week. So that would mean Bland and Diggs on the outside with Jordan Lewis. So depending on how the Giants really want to play this, between Bland and Diggs, if you were to go after one of the corners, who would you go after?
Bland. I think he's played less, and I just don't think he's as sticky.
Yeah, I'd probably, if all things were equal health-wise, I would say you would go after Diggs, but I think with where Bland's at in the recovery or whatever, I would want to test him and just see where he's at, especially off a short week. It's like you haven't played in forever, and now quick turnaround. I'd probably be attacking Bland.
I think I would go after Diggs. I think that when you start to talk about playing the ball on the move, I think Bland could play a little better. You know, running with and then, you know, kind of staying. And you're talking about being sticky.
Like the physicality of Bland is definitely higher than that of Diggs.
I think you're going to have to be, in this game, you're going to have to be that way. I think you're going to have to play with a level of physicality on this guy. I don't think that they can allow him just to take over this game. And, you know, because I really do believe this with my heart, that they're going to target him a bunch in this game. Now, people say, well, damn, Brian, they've got Tyrone Tracy as a running back. You know, Tyrone Tracy is a really good back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, averages about 5 yards of carry when you look at him, and the way that he gets it.
Man, you're getting 5 a pop, and you can't get anything going offensively.
Yeah. This is going to be. They are Giants guys again. Think that they're going to load up and try and run the football. They're thinking that they're going to try and load up. Now, I think they're going to try and make Malik Neighbors happy. Myself.
Well, I mean, in the first game, Malik Neighbors had 15 targets, 12 catches for 115 yards. He was their entire offense that night.
Could get even more. In this football game. They got a couple of good receivers, like say Darius Slayton. and Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson is a run after catch guy.
Slippery.
Now, like I say, with Tyrone Tracy as a running back, it really doesn't matter where he runs the ball in a way that it's going to be a successful play no matter where he hits it. You know, he could run the ball outside left, he could run it inside right. You know, his game is his ability to have successful runs. And we talk about successful runs, that's 4+ yards a carry. And this guy is, it doesn't matter. We've dealt with some running backs here the last few weeks that have they're really good. Like Brian Robinson was good inside left. Or you get Mixon. He was better outside left. This guy, everywhere you look where he runs, where he hits it, there seems to be a successful run for this guy. So the Cowboys have got to be well aware of that. This guy, and I looked up this metric too, because I was saying, well, man, this guy's has success against where he runs the ball. And was it light box? Is it neutral box? Or is it stack box? Stack box, 8 people in the box. We always talk about that one. He's averaging 4.1 yards a carry against stack box. 4 of his 18 runs are 10+ yards against stack box.
Wow. I didn't think they had a good offensive line.
They don't as pass protectors.
Okay.
They don't. This guy's a good runner, though. I'm selling you.
He's making him look good.
Yeah,
he's legit.
See, this is the thing when we talk about drafting. And this kid came in. He was at Iowa, was Purdue, was a wide receiver. There's a lot to really like about his game. He's a 5th round pick.
5th round pick.
Yeah, in a very, very deep running back draft. This kid right here, when you watch him at Iowa catch the football, running routes. You watch Purdue running as a running back. This kid's a heck of a player. This is the things I talk about when a back can make a offensive line look better than they are.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you get these guys in a situation where it turns into throwing the football, that's why Tommy Cutlets in his first game back playing again, he's banged up. He's hurt. Because these quarterbacks, and by the way, the Giants did you a favor moving on from Daniel Jones. Because Daniel Jones could run the football.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks we saw last week, we've seen really kind of all year, quarterbacks that have had running attacks against the Cowboys have had some success. We'll see with Drew Lock. I don't think DeVito is interested in running the ball, especially being banged up, but Drew Lock might be. But this is going to be a challenge for the Cowboys offense. If they do not find a way to control Tyrone Tracy, it's going to make that quarterback's job a lot easier. But you watch this team throw the ball and try and protect, it's a problem for them. They've been really banged up at left tackle. They're bad inside. They've got an undersized center that has struggled a little bit with power. And they've got a right guard that gives up pressure and a right tackle that gives up sacks. So they're a team that when you get them in a situation where they have to throw the football, their offensive line lets them down more than not. But really keep an eye on Neighbors this Thursday and then Tyrone Tracy. Those are the 2 main weapons that you have to worry about with the Giants this week.
Right on, Brian. We won't have a prediction, tomorrow or anything like that because the KMC Masterpiece is going to be on, and I know you're going to have the pre and post game show Thursday. But you think the Cowboys are still going to win this game?
I feel like the Cowboys are going to win this game. Yeah, I do. And I you know what? I'll take them in bet payoff. I think that they'll
going for it, huh?
Yeah, I'll take my chances that they're playing better run defense.
Yeah,
and they can kind of make these quarterbacks have to make some throws in this game. So I'll take the Cowboys in this one this week.
I'm going to do that too, Chief, if you don't mind. Hopefully I don't give you the curse here. I gave Wolchuk the curse. He finally lost on a Thursday night the moment I ran with him, try to jump on that train. But I feel like in a short week and the Giants having the drama that they have, this would be a week where you need the off day to get everybody back on the same page and say, hey, we have a rivalry game. I think it's just toxicity and, finger pointing, and now they shut down Ojulari. It's just, I don't know how motivated of a Giants team you're going to have to come in here and play on a holiday.
Yeah, they're in tank mode. They are. I mean, they're playing their third string quarterback for financial reasons. Like, they have no interest in winning. So it's you guys are probably right. But I'm still feeling better about the Packers at Lambeau.
All right, speaking of Thanksgiving, what do we have next, Chief?
Sounds from Thanksgiving's past next year in the nation.
Okay, it's Men's Health Awareness Month, though, and that means taking back what is yours, getting...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Tennessee sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we are, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. In 1 hour, we'll have Eric Kendricks on for you. Mark Schlereth's coming up at 4:40. We'll have our weekly conversation with Stink as well. Time now for Sounds of Thanksgiving Past. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. A yearly tradition. Let's do this thing. And we got plenty to run through. We'll see how many we can get to here. But we'll start things off with a very level-headed Thanksgiving PSA.
That macaroni and damn cheese. Because you decided to do some bullshit you done seen off the damn internet. Don't experiment on damn Thanksgiving. Don't experiment on Thanksgiving. You experiment by your damn self.
Cream cheese before.
Hell, don't try it with us. We don't want that shit. Auntie Carrie gave you the damn recipe. But you chose to do shit on your own. Messed our shit up.
Don't be messing stuff up. Don't be experimenting on Thanksgiving. My wife has 2 tasks for Thanksgiving. I think she's got the green bean casserole and the sweet potato casserole as well. Mm-hmm. She's getting handed 2 things, and she's already trying to call audibles with the ingredients.
Oh, no.
I said, honey. Let's sit down. We need to have a serious conversation here. My mom will be able to tell the difference. She wants it out of a can. If she says out of a can, you go out of a can. You don't start coloring outside the lines here. So that's just a general word from the wise PSA, and I think we all need to hear that
Absolutely.
every year just to be reminded.
People have an expectation for the exact flavor profile, especially if it's a family recipe or anything like that.
Don't
just go by the book
on that. Yes.
Yeah, I have a similar situation with my lovely wife, who is an outstanding cook, but sometimes she tries to add seasonings.
Don't get cute.
I like this, but maybe some of this.
Right.
No
maybes.
Maybe some McCormick's would be nice in here. Probably not. No, there's a reason it came from the store with cheesy tacos on the label. It's perfect. They spent millions of dollars coming up with this.
Yeah, man. Don't mess up a good thing on Thanksgiving. No one more synonymous on Thanksgiving than this legend right here.
But we got a turducken, right?
Yeah. This is a turducken right here, where we got, what a turducken is? A turducken, this thing here is a deboned duck stuffed in a deboned chicken, stuffed in a deboned turkey, cut sideways, and you get a little turkey and a little chicken and a little duck. Now that's there. That's turducken. Then over there we have the turkey. See, now here's the turkey. We got 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs, 5 legs, 6 legs.
Count them up, baby. 6 legs on a turkey?
Pinned him on there, didn't he?
Yeah, he took 2 extras off, pinned him on there.
Pinned him on.
Does a heck of a job with that. I always just wondered, how do you debone a duck, and then put it inside of a turkey, let alone a chicken?
Right, keep the integrity of the duck.
Is there a technique for that?
Time? There's got to be.
Yeah, no, you could absolutely do that. You could, I think, I'm wondering if you could take it, because I've seen people spatchcock a chicken. So I'm thinking that you could do the same thing with the duck if you could take out the backbone, open it up.
Okay.
And then peel those bones.
Maybe just de-spined.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You de-spine it, you open it up, you peel those bones out of there, and then you can roll it back up and then put it in. Yeah.
I've never tried one. I've always wanted to.
Me too, man. Same here. That's like bucket list Thanksgiving stuff right there.
It's honestly the best way. I think I love deep frying turkeys. I really do. But I think it's the best way to cook everything evenly. When you get and you don't need these people that go out and get 20-pound birds and stuff like that. No, just get 2 smaller birds. Get two smaller turkeys. But the spatchcock way, when you take out that spine and flatten that thing out, and then you can you pop that wishbone out of there. You can pop some of the joints open. You can lay that thing completely flat. And it cooks really evenly. And it cooks actually a little bit quicker.
It does.
Because you're not having to deal with the cavity space and all that stuff.
90 minutes or so to be out of there.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Dawson, are you on bird duty this year? You smoking that bad boy? Spatchcock style?
Yes, and I think you got to smoke it. Quality of fire is super important, especially with poultry. You want to get that smoke really thin. Do not be billowing out and throw the bird in there. It will be ruined, okay? Yeah. But the meat thermometer, I think, is the key. Pulling it when the white's 155.
There you go. Hit that thing.
That's the MVP.
Pull that thing.
A lot of people want to glue guy that thing. That's the MVP of Thanksgiving.
Absolutely.
You can pull that thing at 155, the cook, the heat in the turkey will allow it to go up into the 160 range.
Mm-hmm.
Anything higher than that, you're talking about a dry bird.
Yeah, it happens very quickly.
Yeah, you can't let that thing get out of hand.
Like when I hear people say, "Oh, I don't like turkey that much," it's because you're leaving it in the oven for 4 hours.
Yeah.
It speaks volumes. You're telling on yourself.
I'll tell you, if you have the time, and we're getting down to a couple of days and all that, if you have the time to brine it, wet brine it, inject it. You can even dry brine it by putting salt on it and putting it in an air dry and let it air dry in the refrigerator. Man, that skin will come up crispy is all. But
that's the dream right there, that skin.
That
man.
thing's patted dry. Get that thing as completely dry as you can. But injections or brining is big to help that.
All right, let's see who's next here. Believe might be Big Jimbo, Bounty Bowl style.
Oh.
Winning and losing ball game, of course, concerns me. What concerns me more than anything else is when you take away from the integrity of the game. Having bounties on opposing players is not the way it's supposed to be done. We were told last night by a coach, and it was confirmed by two different players. There's a $200 bounty on Luis Zendejas, a $500 bounty on Troy Aikman. That takes away from the integrity of the game. And I would have said something to Buddy, but he wouldn't stand on the field long enough. He put his big fat rear end into the dressing room.
Yes, what an exclamation point right there from the great Jimmy Johnson during the Bounty Bowl. That's wonderful. And you live for times like that, man. Miss those days, don't you, a little bit?
Oh, there's a lot of
good days.
Heated between those coaches.
Totally, man.
Those staffs did not like each other.
The unfortunate part about this time of year is it means it is I believe now maybe the 5-6 year anniversary of this personal disaster.
That's the Jason Garrett press conference, and they'll have more of that. KNC Masterpiece, Peethathon, coming up next.
Oh wow.
Peethathon? Peethathon.
Wow.
I had a dyslexic Mike Tyson, I don't know, just disaster of a moment there. And
might have been some homebrew broadcasting.
No, I was in studio, man. I was in studio. No excuses, can't point the finger, but
what?
It's really, that was a bad, I think that was the same year I botched the mac and cheese as well.
Okay.
It was a bad year.
Did you try and do too much with the mac and cheese? I'm curious.
Yeah, I was trying to do too much with all of it. Yeah, I did. I didn't have that Thanksgiving PSA. I'm going, we could probably do more of this cheese. It was
you made
just
it too goopy, didn't you?
Too goopy. Yeah. It was Goop City over there, and I was the mayor.
You were fatigued. You were selling the cars. You were working 4 jobs.
There we go.
Raising, I think, at least 2 babies at that point.
That brings me back to life a little bit. Thank you. That was a tough one, dude. I sat on that one all Thanksgiving weekend long. My mac and cheese is wrong.
Don't get in that
put
one, Dawson.
A TH in Peethathon where it didn't belong. It was just a true disaster. And unfortunately, Medford will play that drop of me saying Peethathon probably 1,000 times tomorrow, and I'll just have to endure.
You at 8 a.m. might hear it at 8 a.m. to start.
Yeah,
the
we'll
show.
be crossing paths tomorrow morning. You're going 7 a.m. with the fellas.
7 a.m. Start up. Yeah,
I'll be going 8 a.m. big in honor of Troy Aikman. That was kind of my move this year.
There you go.
Just wanted to honor Troy.
I'll be in here to start our show basically at 2:00.
Love it.
Bang out an hour with him.
All right, here's our guy John Gruden, a very euphemistic football hand turkey he was drawing. Take it away.
It's very important that I start at the rear first. This tail feather gives me speed and precision. And it's these mid feathers you got to be careful with as you go around your Super Bowl ring, But these middle feathers are the brain of the outfit. And this front feather, that points the direction that this hand turkey goes. And here's the head, the most important part of this hand turkey. Look at that Super Bowl ring right there. I'd make him number 37 every year because that was Super Bowl 37. And this turkey gets a smile and a bit of a Chucky brow right there. Give him a little wing here in case anybody wants to take a bite out of that. Some legs, little claws that dig into the turf. Is that sweet or what? I can't make a better hand turkey than that. Happy Thanksgiving.
He is just a content machine. I'm seeing
He's a weirdo.
I'm seeing his Gruden Grinders videos popping up right now from Barstool on Twitter. He's feeling nicey on some running backs, so maybe we'll have some Gruden sound a little bit.
He got his hip done
later
his
next
hip
week.
replaced.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, got his hip replaced. So he's golf swing. He feels has gotten better.
Marshawn Lynch, take it away.
What are you doing for Christmas? Christmas? I mean, I got to get to Thanksgiving first. I'm going to give out turkeys back in the hood. I'm with you. You want me to come? You will? I appreciate it, though, big dog. Hang on. But I'm going to be in the hood giving out turkeys, trying to restore my community.
There you go, man. Marshawn Lynch mic'd up, eating his Skittles, and they were blowing a team out so bad, him and Richard Sherman were putting together Thanksgiving plans. Oh, what a time for the Legion of Boom.
Man, the league was a better place when he was in it. Yeah. You know, I need him to get a big analyst gig or something.
I love it, dude. Yeah, he does some stuff for Prime Video on those Thursday night games. He's got a podcast, but I don't see clips of it going viral all the time. But I mean, he's hilarious every time he speaks.
I think he's happy just kind of popping in and out of.
Totally.
Yeah. He does a
free spirit.
He does those funny things where he goes on a trip across the goes on a world.
I love
trip.
the Amish one that he did last year.
When he went to Scotland, or I mean, he has a lot of fun doing these things. Yeah.
Zion, this might be an indelicate question, but what are you eating for Thanksgiving?
He trying to set me up. No matter what answer I give, social media gonna clown me. So no comment.
I'm sorry. You know what?
It's all love. I'm just
He didn't even want to answer that question last year, and that reporter was looking for a moment there.
Yeah,
there was no right answer. He handled it well. And I totally get where he was coming from on that.
That's when you know you got a food problem, right? Because you're kind of ashamed of it and you don't want to answer a question. Like your defenses are up as soon as somebody asks you about food. Like this is a neutral, non-threatening question about food to a pro athlete on Thanksgiving week. It's like, whoa, what are we doing here? You talking to me about my weight? You know?
Yeah. He's the poster boy for it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's unfortunate.
The Doster boy.
It is unfortunate. I think maybe I put him up on a Bo Jackson level as far as great athletes that we're just not being able to appreciate enough. I think he should be in the conversation with Luka as like best player in the game right now.
All right, Thanksgiving sounds from the past year. Who's next?
I will eat your ass.
Oh, jeez. How did that slip? That's a mistake. Okay?
Man, he's everywhere. He's had a big couple of weeks.
Alex Jones, you wild animal. He's up right now. He's feeling good.
Yeah.
No business being a part of this segment. I apologize for that. We got more Gruden. Remember the turkey hole, Monday Night Football?
Yeah.
Dial it up.
It's the turkey hole. It's the area when the corner rolls up, there's a hole between the safety and the corner. It's not an easy throw. You got to be able to rifle it in there, Sean. And I had a quarterback here in Green Bay who was able to do that at a high level. And now I'm watching one here, Matt Stafford, who makes a living putting the ball right there in the turkey hole.
That's great.
It's just wonderful.
Between levels.
Had you ever actually heard him say that, or was he was just making crap up?
No,
that day?
I believe him, but I've never heard him say that one.
Was that the turkey hole between on that ball to McLaurin?
I would say that was the turkey hole. Yeah,
between J. Lou and Josh.
Yeah, that would be it. Right there. Good spot.
They got turkey holed, man. They really did, but they still won the game. So take that, Washington. Speaking of Washington, right before the Commanders played the Cowboys so many years ago when Jay Gruden was their coach, he dialed up. He painted a beautiful Thanksgiving picture with the biggest fork you've ever heard of.
Like, my favorite thing is getting a fork, getting a piece of bread, getting a piece of turkey, some gravy, some mashed potatoes, some corn, some sweet potatoes, some green beans, putting them all on the same fork and taking a bite. Mixing them all up together. That's the best.
That's the best, man. I could hear him talk about Thanksgiving all day.
It's like a carving fork he's on there.
Yeah, it's a big fork.
Man, those were the good old days when Washington let Jay Gruden stay on the job for 7 years.
7 years.
Woo.
Yeah.
Gosh, almost a Garrett level mistake.
All right, and then we close things down with the Wooly Bully. Probably 5-6 years ago. This was probably 4 or 5 years ago. COVID broadcasting from his house. He was hammered the night before Thanksgiving. Nosebleed seats. This is a very drunken Wolchuk's Thanksgiving.
I want the canned, disgusting, lubricant, Jello-like cranberry sauce, and I'm going to smother it all over the delicious bird that we like to call a turkey, and we're going ham, baby. That's my kind of Wolchuk Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Ham on the turkey.
Thank you, Bully. You're the man.
A cut that will live in infamy. Thank you, Chia. Follow another stroll down audio from Thanksgiving past is in the books here. Okay, coming up at 4:40, Mark Schlereth. Then at 5 o'clock, the Eric Kendrick Show here on The Fan. Get his thoughts as they are now just 48 hours away from playing the Giants. What are we doing next, Chief?
We have the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day, and it's a choose your own destiny. I have the 10 best Thanksgiving movies of all time or the top 10 worst Thanksgiving foods of all time. You make the call. Next to the Nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one is in an accident, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com. And in for Zach with an H, the Wooly Bully. Here's Chief with that top 10.
Okay, the most hated Thanksgiving foods, as we are now, we're under 48 hours away for most people. Like, what's call time at the Dawson house? Because I think by 1:30, bread will be broken at my place.
Yeah, I'll head for, somewhere between 1:30 and 2:30. We don't need a lot of time to sit around the table, but, yeah, I think within a couple hours of kickoff, and then maybe come back around for a halftime snack, for seconds.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, do you all eat on the couch and kind of take everything in, or are we having a big formal deal there at the dinner table?
There's so many on my mom's side of the family that lives here that it gets a little bit dispersed. Like, a lot of people are, a bunch of the tables are covered up, but then it'll probably be a handful of people sitting on the couch
table?
as well. There's going to be a kids table.
Okay.
Yes, might be 2 kids tables with the amount of grandkids we got running around these days. So it'll be a jam-packed house. And I'll probably stand and eat while I'm woofing it down.
Now, how high do you have to have the volume on the TV with that many little kids running around? Because I imagine they got it at about a 6 or 7 constant buzz of kid chatter.
Yes.
Right? So you got to have the TV cranked.
You got to have it cranked. You really do. And it's tough because I think it's going to be a little chilly from my understanding outside.
Okay.
So it was hopeful to just like the kids will be outside for the most part. But if it's going to be super cold, windy day, these kids are going to be inside and it's going to be even more of a disaster. So, yeah, we will. Is this a CBS deal? Is this going to be Nance and Romo?
No,
this is Fox?
I believe it's Fox, yeah.
Okay, so we're getting Tom.
Wait a minute. Is that
Tommy Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I think
do they rotate it every year?
Yeah, I think that, man, who do I know? I mean, we haven't seen. Has Tim sent out the thing who we got this week? I haven't seen that yet.
I've been checked out because Wolchuk's doing the pregame.
It's NFL on Fox, boys.
There it is.
Yep.
Getting Burkhardt and Tom Brady. Maybe you guys get a Thanksgiving Tom Brady sighting on the pregame show. How fun would that be?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
So we have the worst, most hated Thanksgiving foods here for you. I actually have 12 of them, according to America. Now, I did want to play this sound. This is Miami Hurricanes head coach Mario Cristobal, and listen to him just short circuit here. Like he can't even fathom the idea of the questions that's being asked, and it's a very simple like favorite Thanksgiving food question, and he's got no idea where to go with it
on Thanksgiving.
Favorite thing to eat? I don't know. Man. I don't know. Gosh. I'll go with picadillo. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he was scrambling there. It was like he didn't even understand. It didn't register him like Thanksgiving. What is Thanksgiving? Maybe because he's in the heat of a big time ACC championship run right now that he didn't even realize it was Thanksgiving week. But I've never seen someone short circuit like that. Picadillo's fantastic though. Never had it at my Thanksgiving, but it is 10 out of 10 fantastic.
A traditional dish in Latin American countries, as well as the Philippines. It's made with ground meat, tomatoes, and raisins, olives, and other ingredients. May vary by region. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so I haven't had it maybe the most legit then, because whenever I had it at like Rusty Taco in Denton.
Oh, yeah, the American picadillo?
Awesome, American picadillo, a little spicy. It's like ground beef. They had like little chunks of potatoes in it.
There we go.
Really delicious.
Yeah, it looks good. I didn't know that was a traditional Thanksgiving meal. Maybe it wasn't a big deal growing up in the Cristobal house.
He's a Cuban gentleman through and through. So, I don't know. Maybe they handle Thanksgiving a little bit differently there. But I've never seen or heard somebody short circuit like that. Very simple question. Okay, most hated Thanksgiving foods of all time, 877-881-1053. Now, I would love for Lucius, you give me your most hated, but also what's the outside of the proteins, what's the one can't miss, must have, item at the Thanksgiving table, bar none. Like for me, I would say mashed potatoes, like turkey and mashed potatoes, and that's Thanksgiving.
You said the outsides too, not the proteins.
Yeah, not the proteins, just whatever other item that's just like it.
Does
has
dressing
to be
count?
there.
Because the dressing has like chicken in it.
Yeah, that counts.
Okay.
No, that'll count. That'll count.
Sweet potato souffle, whatever that is.
Yeah,
I like that, Joan.
That's bomb, dude. What is that with the marshmallow?
Yeah, there's like nuts in it.
And you wonder, like, is it a dessert? Is it a side?
Yeah.
I make it a side for me, but you could go either way with it.
I make it a side. It's kind of like yams.
Yeah.
Candy yams.
Okay, no, what's the worst, though?
Anything with raisins.
Okay.
Yeah, don't bring anything with raisins. Put that up. Leave it in the car. Say you left it. Oh, my God, I can't believe I left it.
Yeah, don't need to see any raisins at
don't embarrass yourself.
my table.
The only way I want raisins is covered in chocolate. I think they kind of slap at that point.
That's true.
But,
That's true.
For me, it's stuffing and dressing and anything cranberry related. However you want to prepare that, I'm not going to like it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's anything else that I can think of that I just don't like.
That's shocking.
Most of the other things are mid. Unless you can just nail some yams, with the right amount of butter and syrup, those can absolutely dominate. Obviously, the perfectly smoked piece of turkey is great, but yeah, for me, like the stuffing and dressing, I don't know what that flavor base is, but when that hits my taste buds, I'm offended, Brian.
Yeah, you don't like the
I don't know what's in there. Yeah,
is it some? Do you think somebody's using chicken broth on you?
Whoa, you don't like stuffing and dressing?
I don't.
Oh,
I don't know
why.
See, I'm the complete opposite.
I love it.
Yeah, you should just skip the holiday.
See, I'm like a
Douse me in it.
seafood dressing guy. So I got to do something if
like
you
crab meat or
crab,
something.
you could put to me you could put shrimp, you could put crawfish.
You're stuffing that in the bird?
I'm putting no, I cook it because I don't think it's safe to cook stuffing inside the bird.
Okay, sanitary reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm not doing it.
Man.
If you're showing up with a clown show that's known as ambrosia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that made an appearance here on the hated list.
Every once in a while, like the aunt will show up with that ambrosia because she thinks it's a healthy thing to eat. Yeah, go away with that.
Ambrosia was
healthy.
Ambrosia was number 2 on the most hated list.
Well,
dude.
that's what I'm saying. You show up.
I've never even heard of it or seen it. I don't even know.
If somebody's showing up with deviled eggs as a side dish, grab some deviled eggs and put it on there. Yeah, that's another clown show. But that ambrosia, I immediately pass by that. And there's certain things I do like, but all together like that, no.
I think I found what it is. I got to Google this ambrosia, but they put celery and onions in the stuffing.
That's good, man.
It's delicious.
Yeah. I think that's what. Yeah,
that's what I think. That's what throws me.
I thought maybe
I'll try it again this year. I don't know if I've tried it for 30 years.
Have you? Do you?
Hey, give it another shot, dude.
Are you worried about it? Does it ever taste dry? Is that your problem?
No, I wouldn't mind dry. You know that.
Yeah. No, I meant dry like you're eating sawdust.
Oh no! I can barely remember. I just know there was some sort of flavor in there that I instantly was like, no, this is not me.
Might be the only time all year I
some onions
consume
in there
celery.
Too. Yeah.
Is in that stuffing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Most hated foods for Thanksgiving.
Green bean casserole.
Green bean that'd be a hated one, Lucius?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay. Yeah, I do love the crunchy, the little onions,
the little onion
deals.
things. I'll pick out some of those and snack on.
Really, yeah. You need to just cover it up with that. Don't just sprinkle.
So
Let's
the fried onion pieces.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay. I like that. It really is what makes the green
shoestring.
Yeah.
Okay,
makes the whole dish
because it's sitting in like a bowl of mayonnaise, right?
What is that?
No,
What's the white stuff?
It's like a chicken. Isn't it like like the chicken
cream of
soup?
chicken?
Cream of chicken.
Cream of chicken. Yeah.
I think it's a cream of chicken thing. I might be wrong.
But some people might go cream of mushroom.
Yeah, or cream of mushroom. There you go. Yeah, either one of those.
Yeah.
Let's see here. 877-881-1053. Most hated Thanksgiving foods. We have stuffing, sweet potatoes, green bean casserole.
You said most hated?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, most hated. I know. That is crazy. We have deviled eggs being the worst.
Come on, bro.
There you go.
I love throwing them deviled eggs on my plate. What time do y'all eat that day? Like, what time do you start?
Yeah, we're kicking off at about 1:30.
I'm talking about, do you eat breakfast?
I don't.
Okay, yeah.
No,
I starve the old pipes out. Yeah.
Well,
might have a pregame walk around the neighborhood a little bit too, just to really get the
mind
mind
the cousins.
Lucius, you
Prep the
heard
body.
Eric eats the deviled egg. He scrapes out the filling. He doesn't, and it needs the rubber
little
part.
egg white.
Yeah, just leave it
part.
alone, bro.
Yeah.
I'm disrespecting. Yeah, I sneaked that. You don't want to be too obvious about it, but
You put that in your hand and just kind of toss it. You put it in a napkin.
it's the perfect, just a little single finger scoop out. I mean,
you scoop it out with your finger and then pitch it.
Yeah, absolutely.
God,
that's right, baby.
What?
We got the glazed
Yeah, I'm
ham
gonna
is the most
stand around
hated
and eat.
in the 682.
Somebody hates a glazed ham?
You know, I've actually come around more on ham as I've gotten older. I was pretty anti-ham up until maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and now I do respect it. I'll put a piece just for, hey, the pageantry of it all. Let's go ahead and have a little ham here. But it is a take it or leave it item for me personally.
I kind of feel like the ham as a second, like protein, kind of makes a little bit better sandwich over the turkey sandwich.
There you go. Wow. Okay, that's a take.
Yeah, so if you don't eat all the ham, because you get loaded up on the turkey.
Yep.
The ham sandwich, like at the halftime of this now third game, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that you should have an auxiliary.
Ham is amazing, bro, during the holidays.
Auxiliary ham there.
Auxiliary? Is that
auxiliary?
Auxiliary ham?
Auxiliary ham.
I like that.
Yeah. Auxiliary.
No, but that's a good point because the ham sits on bread much better.
Yes.
A turkey, you're going to have pieces falling off.
Yeah.
You're going to have to reassemble that
and
thing
you've had
while you're
enough
consuming
turkey.
it.
Give me a little ham with a little salt to it.
I'm going for the ham first with the turkey. And I got to have some mashed potatoes on that fork and the macaroni and cheese while I'm eating that ham.
Yes.
It's all stacked on that fork.
Do you think the Pilgrims had an idea what mac and cheese was going to do to us one day?
No, I don't think
it's become part of just like mac and cheese. A mealy, that's part of it.
I think the Native Americans actually gave it to us as revenge for the blankets.
Shout out to that brother that created the mac and cheese.
Yeah, the whiskey and beads. We messed them over on that.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this. Somebody says their wife does a little chopped up jalapenos on the deviled eggs. That might set it off a little bit more.
Yeah.
America has spoken,
Fourth
though.
and 8.
Outside looking in, most hated is carrots and corn. At number 10, how about mac and cheese making an appearance here? That's embarrassing.
That is embarrassing.
Mac and cheese is phenomenal. Belongs anywhere at any time. Macaroni and cheese for breakfast? Sign me up. Thanksgiving? No brainer. Mashed potatoes at number 9 is an absolute joke. That's a total must-have item, and the fact that people don't like it is just a true...
How could you hate that?
It really makes zero sense to me. Number 8, pumpkin pie. I could get on board with this. I don't do the pumpkin stuff. Number 7 is ham. Sorry about that, Lucius.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We got coleslaw at 6.
I don't think I've ever had coleslaw for a Thanksgiving meal. I don't think I ever have. I don't think anybody's ever put that on a plate in front of me.
Stuffings at number 5, most hated. That's crazy. Sweet potatoes at 4. I do go, the casserole just is out of this world delicious. The sweet potatoes, I understand you just kind of take them or leave them, I guess. Number 3, the green bean casserole. That's a hot button item right there. Polarizing. Number 2 is the ambrosia or whatever.
Yeah, ambrosia. If you're bringing that, you're a quitter.
Never even heard of that until today, but it was all over these hated lists.
I've seen it many a day. The aunt brings it, and I'm like, that's a. I give it the Heisman.
Number 1 all-time hated, though, is the cranberry sauce. Congratulations, cranberry.
And if you make it homemade, it's really good.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Did a hell of a job there filling in for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Zach will be back Thursday for both the pre- and post-game show right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Gotcha.
You're a sucker. All right. When we come back, it is time for Mark Schlereth to join us, NFL insider from Odyssey. And we'll be chatting everything NFL with Stink next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for our weekly conversation with Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Evening, Mark. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing?
Well, got to win. How about that final 5 minutes, man? Were you not entertained? Or?
How about that, right? I mean, is that the craziest game ever? What, 8 minutes left? It was 10-9. It was just insane, all that stuff that went down. But fun game to watch, no question about it.
Yeah. Last 48 hours, we've been going through some of the most unbelievable finishes and the amount of history that we witnessed with the 2 kickoff returns and everything. It was just incredible. So, we're trying to figure out how much confidence can you take from a game where you got the special teams gifts. But we're getting set to play Washington now, and it just seems like the Giants are a toxic dumpster fire with everything that's gone into this season. What do you think? And then it's Cincinnati, Carolina. Mark, are we still alive?
Yeah, no. I mean, come on. It was 10-9 with 8 minutes left, and it was crazy, no question about it. And look, awesome win, no question. And then Jerry Jones coming out and dangling a carrot like Mike McCarthy. You're playing for you may get re-signed. If I was Mike McCarthy, I'd just come out and basically say, hey, man, listen, I'm not interested in doing any more with the Dallas Cowboys after my contract is up this year. Ooh. That, to me, was such a slap in the face. Like, I know you get asked the question, right, and so you feel obligated to answer it. Yeah, just don't answer it. I don't know. It just irritates me. The whole handling of the team, the offseason, the lame duck head coach, the whole 9 yards. It's just an irritating process if you're a football fan and if you're a Cowboy fan.
Yeah, no doubt. But now they're getting set for another game in less than 48 hours, and at least they get to be the host. Did you ever play on the road on Thanksgiving? How hard is that on a holiday?
Well, anytime. Anytime you play on a holiday. I never played on Thanksgiving. So anytime you play on a holiday, though, I played on Christmas Eve. It's tough, and then to play on a holiday on a short week is really tough. And, the bottom line is there's not a whole lot of prep that goes into it. That's why they always make them division games, right? Because at least you have familiarity with the team that you're playing against. But the bottom line is it's really a difficult thing. Then to go on the road and to do all those things, I think is a mess. And I will tell you this, one thing that really impressed me about Dallas, they played their asses off, man. They played hard, and they're not a great team, no question about it. But they played exceptionally hard. And I've got Tampa this week, and I watched that debacle. I broke down that debacle between Tampa and the Giants. And, you look at what the Giants did. The Giants came out. Drew Lock was good enough to be your backup quarterback all season long. He gets all the reps as the number 2. If your starter goes down in a game, he's the guy that comes in. The entirety, 11 games straight, he's your backup. The number 3 guy takes no number 1 reps. He doesn't get number 2 reps. He gets a few scout team reps and throws pat and goes. And now you're telling me that all of a sudden, oh, no, Tommy DeVito knows the offense better? Get out of here with that garbage. And you saw exactly why the New York Giants rolled over in that game. Because you can't look at your coach in the face and go, really, dude? You can't look at your GM. You can't look at the organization. That is an absolute joke. So you saw the tale of 2 different teams. One played their ass off for the coach. The other one rolled over. The other one quit. And the Giants were an embarrassment. And that's what you're playing on Thursday.
Stink, from your experience after a division win like the Cowboys had, that flight home, like just how fun was that flight home for the Cowboys on Sunday?
Well, it was more fun in my day because, they had libations back then. But, no, it's always good to get a win. It's always good, especially after something that went down like that with all the special teams plays and, and the opportunities and playing hard. And there's just something special about getting a win and doing it with a bunch of guys when ultimately you're outmatched, you're on the road. The Commanders have played pretty well this season. They've exceeded expectations. All those things. So it's fun to go home after a victory regardless.
How high are you on the Eagles right now?
Well, I tell you what, I've been on Detroit all season long. They've been my number 1 team in the NFL all season long. And boy, I keep watching Philadelphia film and I'm thinking to myself, my Lord, they're pretty freaking good. So, they are physical. They wear you down. They can run the ball. Saquon in my mind, is the MVP, mostly because I hate the fact that we just give it to quarterbacks every year.
Sure.
Like that and the Heisman. I call it the Hypesman because it's all about the hype of quarterbacks. And, like, why do the quarterbacks always – and I understand the position they play, but we just overvalue it it just is ridiculous. So, to me, Saquon Barkley is the MVP. I'm glad in college football right now it looks like Travis Hunter, although the loss Colorado took to Kansas might hurt a little bit, but I just hate the fact that quarterbacks get all the glory, they get all the money, they get everything anyhow, all the endorsement deals, the good, cushy TV jobs. Like, screw the quarterbacks. Let's give a real football player the award. Those guys wear pink jerseys at practice. Do we have to keep rewarding them? They wear pink jerseys, and you can't hit them. You can't touch them. Let's stop with this.
Mark Schlereth on fire here, brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season.
Hey, Stink, if I could circle back about with the Cowboys and what they did against the Commanders, how impressed were you with and you talk about how hard they played. How about the offensive line with a couple of starters, your probably your better starters being out at the guard spots and them kind of being able to handle that front seven with the Commanders?
Yeah, and the Commanders have been playing good on their front seven, and they ran the ball. They came back. The Rico, what's his name, Dottle?
Yes.
He ran the ball. I think he had almost 90 yards, close to 100 yards. And I'm telling you what, I was really impressed. And it's amazing what happens. It's so funny because we have just basically kicked the running game to the curb everywhere, right? And we get again, it goes back to the quarterbacks. We're all enamored with quarterbacks and this, that, and the other. But there are certain things that will never go in and out of style, like things that always tell the truth. All right, small children, the running game, being physical, and yoga pants. 3 things that always 100% of the time tell the truth. And, like, when you're physical, you run the ball, what it does for protection, what it does for you as an offensive line to be able to set the tone, to be able to change your sets, to be able to take I always say taking the passive out of pass protection. That stuff is important. And, like, they did that, they committed to it, and look how much better they looked as an offense. It was pretty cool to watch.
Mark, we can't thank you enough for your insights. We're about to chat with Eric Kendricks here for our weekly. We want to thank you so much, wish you a happy Thanksgiving, and we're already putting in to have you back next year if you don't mind.
Hey, tell Eric the best hair in football, and I love him. He's my boy.
Right on, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, man. Be good.
Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. As it is time now for that Eric Kendricks show. It is brought to you by a couple of sponsors, our friends at Keurig and our friends at Dr. Pepper, as we're heading for a Thanksgiving game, Cowboys and Giants. And Eric Kendricks joins us now here on The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up?
Hey, did you hear Stink on the line there? Mark Schlereth, the great Super Bowl winning guard, he said you have the best hair in football.
He said I had the best hair in football?
Yeah. And you're his boy, and he loves you.
Oh, wow. That's nice words. I mean, I try to take care of my hair with my hair product,
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like it's working. Man, do you take pride in that? Do you feel like you have any competition out there?
There's some Maris has some great hair too,
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if anyone's dedicated as I am though. So
yeah, you didn't get him on your hair care?
Yeah. What is the product you use there? By the way, there, Eric. What do you got? What was that? You were telling us about that earlier this year.
Yeah, Switch Lanes. That's my hair. That's my curl cream. SwitchLanes.us. But I got Maris on it.
There you go. That's a nice little stocking stuffer or whatever, maybe for the guys with respectable hair in the locker room. You're kind of showing respect there, game see game.
So how many?
I always give it up.
How many hours? How long does it take for you to do your hair every day? How much time are you putting into this?
Not that much. I created the product to help with how much time it takes. It makes it a lot less, but it just depends on the morning. A morning like this morning, I get up, I get in the shower, I wet it, shake it out, and put some cream in there and head to the facility. But after the games, my hair is super knotted for my helmet, so it's just different.
All right. Mark Schlereth says our guest right here, Eric Kendricks, best hair in the NFL. and we're not going to fight with him on that. Congrats on the win and the fumble recovery. I imagine that had to feel great on Sunday afternoon.
It did. It's been a while, so obviously we've been scrapping. We've been working hard. The guys really care, so it's nice to get a win, after all that hard work.
I mean, what are you thinking, though, as you're watching McLaurin score that touchdown, then the missed PAT, then another touchdown for you guys? I mean, how's that swing of emotions there as you're watching all that go down?
I don't think there's anything I'll ever be surprised with now in the NFL, because I feel like between being a part of the Minneapolis Miracle and being a part of, like, the largest comeback in NFL history, and then being a part of, that last game we just played, you really don't ever know until there's zeros on the clock. This game is crazy. When you will yourself to win, or when you're fighting for a chance to win, anything can happen.
Did you have to personally go dap up Turpin after that return just because of how special that was?
I had to. I had to. Man, it's cool when I feel like it's just you work so hard and you do so many things on the day to day, and then when you get to go out there on a Sunday and you kind of just get to be free in that moment, he kind of muffed the ball a little bit, but
yeah,
it was no sweat, it was no panic. He was just able to play free and just show the world what he's able to do. It's pretty cool.
Hey, Eric, that Washington offense coming in, they were doing some pretty good things, running the football, throwing the ball. Man, you guys really got after their ass in that game. Zim, you guys, execute. Say the game plan, like say the big play was a big part of it, but you guys' game plan had to be pretty spot on with what you guys tried to do all week getting ready for that one.
I think watching film, especially, I didn't really know what to expect. Obviously I had known they won a bunch of games and I heard a lot about them, but I didn't watch a lot of film leading into that game. So watching a lot of the film, I was surprised of how well they are, how well they execute on offense, and just how difficult it is to guard everything, especially with a running quarterback. And I was like, dang. So obviously they had our respect from the jump. Came out with a good game plan, made some plays.
Yeah.
Had some good coverage on the outside, and
it's the Eric Kendricks Show here on 105 through the Fan, brought to you by Keurig and brought to you by Dr. Pepper here on your home of the Cowboys. We got you back, Eric?
Yeah, you got me back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the defense starting to come around. People are talking about it. Obviously getting healthy helps, but who are your teammates that you feel like have contributed to this, playing better, or you've watched, experience good growth and development this year?
Obviously, Josh Butler was a huge impact last week in the game. We had, Trey went down, he stepped up. Obviously, Bland as well, coming off of what he came off of, played really well. But, for the most part, I got to give it to my linebackers, Marist and Pershawn. The boys just, they have a lot of energy. They do things right. They have great attitudes. You know what I mean? They're leaders, not by doing.
Eric Kendricks here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, you broke up just a little bit there. Hopefully we're through the worst of that. Let me ask you this, Eric. What would the reaction be if we went into the locker room today and started asking guys about this idea of tanking and losing games, for a better draft pick? How offensive would that be to you guys?
Yeah, that's super offensive. I feel like nah, that's just not. That doesn't even cross our mind really. Obviously, this is our life's work, and we win or loss, we put so much into it. So it's just hard to just fathom you going out there and just give it up.
Eric, looks like we could have a winning streak here. What do you guys think that needs to happen to make it 2 in a row here against the Giants on Thursday?
We just got to lock in. Obviously it's a shorter week. There's going to be some things that are just out of our control. However, we got to control the controllables. take care of our bodies, get some good sleep, just the little things, and just come out with that energy and passion that we had last Sunday.
Hey, Eric, I was going to ask you about this. The Giants, like you say, it was a short week and all that, and it's an opponent you've faced before, but you're kind of hearing word out of New York that maybe they're going to get 2 quarterbacks ready for this game. Is there, on a short week, is that a tall order, or is it the fact that it is a division opponent you've already seen before? Does that help you in your prep?
Yeah, there's only so much that can help you in the prep. All we can do is prepare to react. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, 2 quarterbacks, 1 quarterback. We're not too sure. We could take the account of the last game and some of the formations maybe, and play types and styles that they like to go to in certain situations. However, we're going to have to react as soon as we get out there, and that's what Thursday games always have been for me. So I'm not expecting anything different.
How beautiful are those 10 days off after this game? Like, does it make it all worth it having to cram for a test on Thursday? The body's still repairing from Sunday, but you get those 10 days off after.
Yeah.
Not a fair trade.
It's awesome. I think that playing on Thanksgiving is cool, but Thursday games are just rough in any NFL season. Coming off the Sunday to Thursday, some weeks are easier than others, but it's just a short turnaround for the amount of ask that's being asked to happen.
Now, if you happen to get a situation like Wanye had, where the end zone is in front of you, but the clock says like 20 seconds to go, and you're up by a point or two, are you sliding, or are you taking that thing to the house?
It depends. It really does depend. It really does depend. It depends on how many seconds are left, number one.
Yeah.
It depends on what kind of touchdown it could potentially be. In his situation, I would have been too scared. I would have jumped on that ball and laid down, because just out of fear of being caught or something like that. That's me personally, but he got loose. He actually surprised me how fast he was on that.
Yeah, he was pulling away. So what's the situation where you're going in? You're already up 10, or 5 seconds left?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like it all depends. So if there's let's say if there's 5 seconds left, and you're going against a division rival or something like that, I don't know, and you're just kind of you're in one of those moods, I don't know.
You got to show the people those old running back skills.
Yeah, it depends though. It has to be a clear, bona fide. I'm not playing around with anything that's not a given. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. Most of the time, probably 99% of the time, I'm sliding.
See, that's what. Yeah, I think you're right on that, because I would have feared the same thing. The fumble you recovered, the way that Wilson just hammered that ball out of Bates' hands, I would have feared running and that somebody doing that to me. Knocking the ball out of my hands, and the next thing you know, they got the ball, kind of a thing.
Never go full guy. Appreciate you, Eric. Man, have a great week and an awesome Thanksgiving, and we look forward to catching up with you next week, normal time.
I appreciate it. Take care.
Salute. There he goes, the Eric Kendrick Show here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
Yeah.
Love them. Okay, we got to step aside a little bit late there, so we'll get all caught up, and we'll get you back and get you caught up, and then get set for the expressway here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. All right, here we go. We're back already. Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks so much to our guests, Mark Schlereth and Eric Kendricks. If you missed any portion of those interviews, you can go right back and listen to 105thethefan.com, Twitch, YouTube, or with the Odyssey app. We'll get you all dialed in there. Having so much fun with these Eric Kendricks conversations. We got an expressway. Here we go. It's another Thanksgiving tradition. What you drinking and who you thanking. Okay, coming up at 5:20.
Okay.
Here, so your phone calls will be welcome here in about 15 minutes or so. In the meantime, Chief, how about an edition of the finest?
Yeah, let's do this thing. 469. We'll ask the sports cry question to Eric Hendricks next week. We were short on time. He was driving around. We should have asked him what car he was into. I meant to ask him because we know he's such a car guy, and he was clearly cruising around with a different schedule this week. So, but we'll get the sports cry question in there next week because I am curious. I wonder how emotional he gets after watching Brandon Graham cry. Now that his career might be over, I thought that was a relatively warranted cry. Yeah. Now, I'm sure Jim Harbaugh, brother of John, is wanting to cry a little bit because he's 0 against his brother. We discussed earlier the type of brotherly ribbing that would go on in perpetuity if you're undefeated against your brother, especially with one of those being the Super Bowl. And last night, it was just like all about the Harbros. Yeah, the whole broadcast was from top to bottom. But man, John Harbaugh last night, Ravens coach, 4th down monster.
His own 16.
On his own 16-yard line before halftime, 4th and 1.
Yeah.
That is like that is
That's an element of surprise, though.
Such a swing. Yeah. Well, they do the thing where they go the hard count. They try to draw them off sides, and then I think it might have been the 2-minute warning, or they called a timeout, and then it's like, okay, are they just going to punt it now? And it's like, nope. The offense comes back on the field, ends up being a huge play for them, and then a huge drive because they're able to go down and get points before half. They're able to get a touchdown before halftime, and it was a total swing. Yeah. And the decision there just inherently is a swing, because if you don't get it, you're giving up points immediately. Now the Chargers are basically for sure getting a minimum of 3 points now before half. So this is like an unbelievable kind of decision to make there, but
it seemed reckless. I don't know what the numbers say. But
I need to look at what the numbers say because I think some of that you could actually probably next gen that better than I could.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
let's see what the numbers say on it because I do think the analytics would actually point in his favor. I might be wrong about that, but for him though, he's playing in unique circumstances just because of the team that he has.
Yes,
like if you give me Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and you tell me I need 1 yard, I'm pretty much going to bet on myself on that every single time.
But don't we have 1 touchdown at that point? So we've had the ball 4 times. We can't drive. We're going to go for this 1 yard and assume now that we got this one, we're going to get 6 more first downs and put it in the end zone?
Yeah, it's ballsy.
Wow.
But I guess you're saying like the only way we're going to win is if our offense gets going. Like if we're just going to suck tonight, then we're just going to suck tonight. But at some point, like the only way we're going to do this is if our offense finds a way to get going, and we could just be a play away, and we're just going to go for it here. I also don't think he had much trust in the Chargers offense to really to overly scare him. But most of it, I think, just comes down to him trusting his guys in that situation. I've got Lamar, I've got Henry, a multitude of other weapons, whatever, but those 2 guys in particular, I feel like and funny enough, they give it to Mark Andrews. It was like a Mark Andrews direct snap.
I loved that.
That's the other thing too is I know I got to play.
Yeah.
I know I got something up my sleeve here. This isn't just a willy-nilly, oh, crap, we got to go for it. Do we have something? Try it. It's like, no, we got something for these
what
boys.
I was thinking there, though? Like, if you don't have Jalen Hurts, you want to tush-push, give your tight end the ball. This could be Scooney's purpose,
Wow.
Yes,
and an expendable, bigger body.
Yeah.
Can you just simply take a snap and then fall forward?
Give me Mossy,
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, there you go.
They actually said instead of it's 4th and 1, they said actually they needed 6 inches. They have I guess the chips in the ball and stuff like that.
Okay, beautiful. So that's another factor.
It's like wait, 4th and 1.
Let me get a measurement.
He actually needed 6 inches on the play, and coach's decision was go for it. And metrics said go for it by 6.6%.
Okay. So a significant margin.
Yeah.
Go for it by 6.6%.
Yeah.
So all of the factors we just talked about, and even the nerds upstairs are going, yeah, coach, we think you should go for it. Yeah. And I don't even know if that's necessarily accounting specifically for it. You have Lamar and Derrick Henry.
Go for it was 44.7. Punt it was 38.1.
I think they said go for it. He said, no, we're going to get him to jump on the hard count.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it at the 2-minute warning if it doesn't work. And he's like, "Are you sure, bro?"
Maybe he wasn't very crotch first.
Yeah.
He might have been shaking in his boots there.
Where'd you get your math degree here? Is this MIT or what are we looking at?
Yeah. What are your 3 letters and what order are they in? Because you might have ball sacked me here.
I'm looking at this. In every decision he had to make in that game, he absolutely went by the book or by what it said to do metrics-wise.
All the fourth downs he went for, the numbers told him he should have gone for it.
Every time when they said to punt, he punted. When it said go for it, he went for it. And when he had to kick a field goal, he kicked a field goal. So, yeah, he every decision he made in that game was right in line with the book.
Are they drilling down on those stats to make him specific for teams?
I could look it up.
See, that's the other question here. Is that like just a league wide? Hey, just generally in the league on that first fourth down, it's 6 inches and whatever the percentage
I don't know how to
is.
use this machine.
No, it's fine. You might not even be able to really get an answer to that because every team might be a little bit different with the way they sort of go about it. Because you want both. You want the league wide, and then you want specific to your team. Even though the thing about specific to your own team is just like the sample size is so small.
What we could do is we could take the Cowboys game by game and see which decisions that he went against or went with the book. You could maybe
just
go game by game by game and then put them all in categories of ones he if you want to know about the Cowboys. Yeah,
I think you would have to go to like your per play success rate and compare it to the rest of the league average. But to your point, I bet the teams do individual studies on themselves constantly. I mean, you have 60 hours a week to try to work these things out. But I was just thinking, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm not going in any situation there. I don't trust us to get 6 inches. I feel like we're giving the other team 3 points. Our best case scenario is that they kick it quickly and we get the ball back with a minute to go.
Yeah, and totally. I think it's a little bit case by case based on sort of the ingredients that you have to work with. What do you feel confident cooking up? And the Ravens can feel confident really in any situation with what they have. And it proved true because every time they went for it on fourth down last night, it was a huge success for them. Like later on, it's a fourth, like in their own territory. Not as egregious as the 16-yard line, but 4th and 1. They give it to Derrick Henry, and it's like 27 yards.
Yeah.
Huge chunk play for him.
Okay.
Those things are massive. I feel like the big 3rd and 4th downs are just tell the truth about the game and who's the better team. If I'm LA today, I'm thinking if we face this team in the playoffs, we have got to be better short yardage, and we just don't have the time to address it.
Okay, he had this situation. McCarthy had a 4th and 1 on his own 16 in the second quarter with 6:30 left in the half. The coach's decision was to punt. Go for it was 2.6. And the actual result is he punted, is what he did.
So they are customizing it for teams.
Yeah. Go for it was 15.7. Punt it was 13.1. And he had the exact same situation. Okay, I shouldn't say exact same because the time was
right. It's not
time more,
but it's close as you can get.
He was on the Dallas 16. He was on his own 16 with it 4th and 1, and he chose to.
He has reason not to trust himself to design something cool or to trust his players to execute anything cool. Certainly a different deal than what Harbaugh gets to have and work with.
3 decisions in this game of the Cowboys and the Commanders game. He had 3 decisions in this game that were toss-ups. Whether to go for a field goal or go for it. And that's just, I think that's kind of an unusual thing with it. Usually it's one or the other, right? But now they called it a toss-up, because it was like 0.5 either way.
Yeah. Some of them are so close that it really comes down to the gut feeling for the coach. Where do you want to go here? But it was a John Harbaugh Baltimore Ravens masterclass on fourth down last night for all of the football world to see. We know how everybody, Wolchuk, a lot of people just thrilled to see the Cowboys get a victory. But you can't imagine anyone more thrilled than this guy who I saw a clip of outside of AT&T Stadium. If he's willing to go these lengths, he must have just been partying his balls off on Sunday.
What's the craziest thing you would sacrifice for the Cowboys to win it all?
I don't want to say this because it's crazy, but probably my family getting deported, man.
Damn. What's the craziest...
So that guy was probably just as torqued as you could be. in
My family
a
getting
crappy,
deported.
meaningless season.
Oh my gosh.
Those are the lengths he would go. So it just means more. It's like the SEC brought us.
Yep, just means more.
Yeah, I'll never see you guys again, but we'll FaceTime and celebrate this Cowboys victory. Thank you, Chief.
Yes,
okay, well, we're back with an Expressway Thanksgiving edition. What you drinking and who you thinking at 877-881-1053. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back here in the nation.
You know, a lot of people are thinking.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation. It's a Thanksgiving edition of the Expressway. This is our final show before the holiday. Tomorrow you're getting Piece-a-thon, KMC Masterpieces annual marathon show. So right now, we're going to give you a G-Bag tradition here in the form of what you drankin' and who you thankin' at 877-881-1053. Your one opportunity to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz, but of course with a Thanksgiving theme, perhaps a chance to show appreciation. Currently, I'm working on my 20-ounce Santa Claus-themed Diet Coke bottle. And, who I'm thanking is the Dallas Mavericks and Dallas Stars for giving us, great sports teams. And it's not easy to do. I think Mark Cuban was really, really messing up in the final years, especially the Donnie Nelson Vegas Bob fiasco. And, getting Nico in here, bringing back Jason Kidd into the organization, then building out both those staffs, the coaching staff and the front office staff with qualified people, have really allowed the Mavs to overhaul this thing in a massive way in less than 12 months. And then with the Stars, everybody wants top of the line front officing, and that's what Jim Nill gives you. I should also say thank you to CY. For the World Series championship that continues to have permanent residence in my heart.
I'd like to throw some thankfulness on top of yours on that one for CY in particular, if you don't mind.
Well, what you drinking?
Drinking some ice water right now. With no spittle here, we don't have the Peruvian organic coffee to sip on and enjoy. So it's all right. I'm thinking, and I'm thinking about Martin House beers. I cannot wait to crack one open when I get home. And I'm thankful for this year. Usually Thanksgiving, it's a bit of a hodgepodge of everybody in a million different directions and some semblance of family gets together. But this year, it's really like a full-fledged 100% family gathering at my parents' house for Thanksgiving. So I'm super pumped about it.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, my parents are in town. It's a terrific time to appreciate family, Brian.
Yeah, I'm currently not drinking anything, which has always been one of my problems, except for like parades. Then
Dehydrated,
I drink way too much.
That's true. If we're doing the pee ankle payoff thing, I want you after a parade day, not after you're dehydrated. I don't need that orange substance coming out of you.
What I'm thankful for is for like 32 years, I've got to work on Thanksgiving Day.
Check's clear, baby.
I work on Thanksgiving because just being a part of the NFL and being a part now of the media and stuff like that, I was always working on Thanksgiving. It's a great holiday. I love the fact that people are with their families and all that and celebrate. I kind of take some pride in being able to go out and watch a game.
Heck yeah.
And then do something to get to talk about it.
It's beautiful.
So, yeah. We celebrate on a Friday when it's done.
You get the best of both worlds. You really do.
Yeah, but I do. I enjoy the opportunity and I'm privileged to go and be a part of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been doing it, like I say, for like 32 years now.
It's very Jameis Winston of you.
Thank you. I mean,
it's football and family, man.
You know what?
Football family.
I'm grateful for Heggie and those guys for the Piece-a-thon stuff.
Yes. Yeah, thankful for those
working on
guys.
Thursday makes it easier. And the fact that Wolchuk figured out on Friday that it's a company holiday for us is even better.
Huge.
Because we were going to come rolling in here and talk about
like a bunch of losers on Black Friday. And no way Dawson was showing up.
No way Dawson was showing up. But I was sitting there thinking like, man, he's right about that. But no, hey, just the opportunity to go to an NFL game and talk about it on Thanksgiving.
Amen.
I appreciate that.
At 877-881-1053. Two Guys, One Booth is coming up at 6 o'clock. LA Live with Lucius coming up at 5:40. There are a couple of lines open if you want to join in. And
TD Tuesday.
Yes.
We're going
motorboating
right. At 6 o'clock.
That's right, TD Tuesday.
I mean, if you want more Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg
I thought we did that yesterday. I was a little worried I missed
We could run it
something.
back. It was a good segment.
Yeah, TD Tuesday, a Boom Shakalaka coming up at 6.
Boom Shakalaka.
Might play that Brad Sham voice crack one more time though, just for S's and gigs.
It's iconic.
I was thankful for hearing that. Add that to the thankful sheet.
Let's start here at the top. It's Omar on line one. What you drinking and who you thinking, Omar?
I'm drinking just some water right now. I'm grateful to the fan I'm grateful to the fan for having someone like Brian Broaddus.
Thank you.
Whose analysis and game breakdowns and takes and opinions gives hope to all of us as listeners that we could also one day land a job in the NFL.
There you go.
Right on, Omar. Yeah,
there you
I'm
go.
very appreciative of Broaddus.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you for the kind words. Yeah, just go get fired and then
That's
you can get a job, go to the NFL, get fired, and then you could get a job in radio.
Dude, it's the best way in.
Yeah, I've almost been in media longer than I've been in the NFL.
If you're going to fail forward.
People always ask, like, how do I get into radio? And I think the easiest way is to coach, scout, or play for a team.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
your guarantee.
You're absolutely
out
right.
the door.
No, you're
actually, it's
absolutely
your
right.
whole body in the door.
Yeah.
I mean, who was the other scout that Randy had on?
Glenn Smith.
Yeah.
I saw Glenn the other day. I hadn't talked to Glenn in a long time. I don't think Glenn's a big fan of mine.
You guys always had that rivalry.
I don't think Glenn
friendly competition.
Glenn was a coach. He was on staff when I was with the Cowboys.
And it's always coaches versus scouts, man, in the war room.
So Glenn's I'm sure he's doing a fine job. I don't hear much of his work.
Probably retired.
Feels like a little shots fired.
He's still doing stuff. I just don't. I
always enjoyed him with Randy.
Yeah, I think the times when I was hearing him, I thought he was fine. I just don't.
Just falling on deaf ears.
I just don't hear much of his work anymore.
Are you dunking on him right there?
Feels like a baptizing.
There's certain people. I mean, do you guys find time? I mean, you listen to like Bitcoin podcasts and stuff. You find yourself like either being a part of it or listening to other things. And I don't have the
a tune
time.
I'll track you down, Glenn.
To be fair, Broadus is talking into a microphone 27 hours a day. How would he have the time to listen to anybody other than himself?
Yes, that is an important clarification.
True.
Ryan in Richardson, line 2. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking and who you thinking, Ryan?
Oh, wow. I'm on second. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I'm just drinking some water right now. No Jack and Mountain Dew today. But maybe on Friday. But I do want to thank just my wife. And let me tell you why. I'm thankful for my wife.
You better be good.
Because, when we met, I was in retail. I was in retail for like 10 years. I was miserable. And eventually, she pushed me to go to school and change careers. And now I am in IT, and I am so much happier, making more money, and she just pushes me to be a better person every day. And she's given me 3 beautiful girls that I love to death, and I'm gonna tear up about it, on air, on the radio.
There you are.
But yeah, I am just so
a good woman,
every
Ryan.
day for my wife.
Salute to you and her, man.
What a win!
You found one.
You got you a good one, man.
Do you have any sisters? I'm playing, honey. I'm playing. Line 3 is Black and Gold B. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? Who you thinking, Black and Gold?
What's up, fellas? I just got home. Unfortunately, I don't have no cold beers in the refrigerator yet, but so I'll probably just have a shot or 2 of some Pantalones tequila, and then I'm going to go spark a fat bowl. And I just want to thank, there's a lot of things to go, but real quick, I'm just going to thank my buddy Bryce because he got to hook up on some Mavs tickets for tomorrow night.
Nice.
So he's going to take his fiance, and I'm going to take my wife. It's been a couple years since I've been to the Mavs game, so I hope we'll have a good time. And then I also want to say a thank you, or really a unthank you to Quentin Johnson of the Chargers last night.
Yeah.
Because he was just allergic to the football, and he got me a big fat zero in fantasy football. I lose by a point and a half and drops me down to last place. So
brutal.
Thanks for that, Quentin. Y'all have a great night. Y'all have a great Thanksgiving, fellas.
There he goes, Black and Gold B there, feeling the pain. Yeah, that guy was like negative points last night. It should be Doc 10 to have him on your team.
Me and Broadus were talking about the commercial break earlier. Just like, gosh,
how that happened?
Just a drop monster is what he has become. That was hilarious, B. That was wonderful.
Probably made A&M drop man feel a little bit better. Look at this. The pros drop more than you.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, don't feel so bad. We got a big game coming up this weekend. Travis in Fort Worth, what you drinking? Who you thinking?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, man. I'm not drinking anything. I'm headed home from a hard day's work. See my beautiful one-year-old baby boy.
Nice.
I'm thankful for my family, my wife, my little son, like I said, my father, everybody going down to Waco for Thanksgiving. But I also like to thank everybody at the 105.3 The Fan. Y'all are just like family as well. I listen to y'all every day. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Broadus, and you, Woolchuck. Just love listening to you guys every single day. Like, y'all are my family, too. So, love y'all.
There he goes. Travis in Fort Worth. I thought he might have been getting a little choked up talking about Broadus.
A couple of these guys are getting emotional, man. Football and Broadus will do that to you.
Yeah.
And
Cliff.
Wolchuk.
Wolchuk.
Yeah, nice job, Zach. You're killing it tonight.
Call in after they lose and
Best
just
show of the
lose your
year.
mind.
Open up your damn ear holes, okay?
Yeah.
Line 5's Cliff. You're in the nation. What you drinking? Who you thinking, Cliff?
Right now, I am drinking a cold glass of ice water. I'm actually working. I'm a tow truck driver. I just wanted to call in, and I want to give, thanks to my beautiful wife, Megan, down in Burleson. She puts up a lot with me doing this job. I'm away more than I'm home. And when I met her, I was deep in addiction, actually. And she helped get me cleaned up. And I don't know where I would be without her. I might not actually be here. And I'm so appreciative of her and everything that she's done for me and everything that she continues to do for me every day. She's my best friend, and I feel like I won the lottery, meeting her.
Nice job, Cliff.
She's everything to me.
Got a winner.
That's awesome, dude.
Cheers.
Wow. Yeah.
Here he goes out there, Cliff, with a glass of ice water there in the cup holder.
Ice cold, baby.
Yeah, that's a pro driver.
I was
going
to ask him how much to lower that thing off the toe.
Oh yeah.
I wanted
thought
to
you were going to ask him what was the drug of choice.
No, you were thinking that. I know what you were doing.
No, I saw the look on your face.
No, I was going to ask
you
him.
perked up.
I was going to.
You were
ask,
thinking meth, heroin.
No, my man's turned it around over there.
I know
Chiafalo.
he has. Thanks to his incredible wife, Megan.
Yeah,
she's wonderful, and so is he. He's on a run right now. I'm proud of him.
I'd like to know though. Can we get that thing off the hook? Is there a price?
Yeah.
Is there a price I can offer a tow truck driver to get it off the hook? That's what I need
about
to know.
$500 back at the lot.
Ooh, you're saying, that's what it would cost.
They're carrying it to the lot. Then is what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, but out of pocket, right there, he's taking $200 easy. I bet he's taking
so?
$150 in a lot of worlds.
I catch him. It's got the thing raised up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no, sir, 200. Get it off the hook.
200 should get the job done.
So
cash.
I haven't been towed in years though, so I don't know what it's running now. I guess
he could be fired for this though, right?
Yeah.
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
For sure. Boss probably isn't checking up on him.
If he's got a body cam on.
And a loud mouth.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the Franklin injury attorney text line has some answers for us as we go to line 6. It's David. What you drinking? Who you thinking, David?
I'm drinking a tall blue Monster.
Okay.
Driving to Pennsylvania, driving home.
Wow.
Going to see family.
Very nice.
Thankful. Oh, yeah. Just sort of a surprise pop in and
ooh, that's nice.
Pop out.
Yeah.
And thankful for all of my kids, but my 10-year-old, she's the reason I am in Texas. She's my world. And I text Lucius once. I got a great Rick James story if you got a minute.
Sure.
If you look at all the back of his albums, he gives thanks to his God and the Dunston and Walker family.
Ah.
Rick James is from Buffalo. I'm from Erie. It's 35, 40 minutes apart. When Carmela Walker got married, way back in the 80s, Rick James and the Stone City Band came down to Presque Isle, whatever they had, weddings, receptions. But they were down there, and I was rolling one of my own cigarettes, and Rick James walked up and said, "Hey, man, you want to smoke some real good cigarettes?" And I was like, "Sure." Why not? I knew who he was. I never got starstruck before. Man, he was a great guy, very intelligent. Weird. It's probably why he put cigarettes out on girlfriends and stuff. But he was a great, great guy, intelligent. Just had his demons like most everybody does. And yeah, one question: do you guys have are you on Sirius XM?
No, sir. No, you're gonna have to get us on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can.
Okay, because I wanted to listen to you as much as I could. I'm somewhere outside of Mount Pleasant. I'm looking for Andy Griffith. I really don't. I'm just following the phones.
Thank you, David. Enjoy Pennsylvania. Opens a line for you. Line 7 is JP. What you drinking? Who you thinking, JP?
Hey, well, I'm just drinking for the first time, big cold glass of ice water, and just want I'm thankful the Lord gives me every day, wonderful family, and be able to take a breath each day. But I tell you one thing, I am pissed off at. I'm pissed off at these damn Cowboys. This last week, when that McLaurin scored the touchdown, I was like, heck yeah, baby. They're gonna lose. That's good. Well, man, come on.
Yeah.
And then he missed that extra point. Man, I mean, this might not be the right thing, but
You're breaking up there, JP. Thank you so much for the call. That was terrific entertainment, and awesome. Appreciate your sports passion. Brock on line 8. What you drinking? Who you thinking?
Drinking on that smooth Dr. Pepper with a little bit of Shauna Crown vanilla in there for the boys.
Very nice.
Thanking all you guys first and foremost, because without 105.3 it wouldn't work. Past that, obviously the wife and the daughter first and foremost, and then having a big shout out to all the boys at our GAC, because a guy can't have anything better than a good group of companion men to be around.
Salute. I love that call as well. Great appreciation here. Some great pipes on these dudes tonight, man. These are potential broadcasters left and right.
Did you feel like the guy from Pennsylvania, driving to Pennsylvania, would have talked to us the whole time as he's driving to Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Then we were kind of like,
Yeah.
Have a safe trip. But he was ready to kind of like, hey, well, I'm just kind of swept by a rest area over here. And,
you won't believe what I just saw.
I'm kind of thinking about, I don't know if I want to stop at the Sinclair or the,
Let's go to line 9 here. No, I hear you, Brian. Let's go to line 9. Is it Matthew? What you drinking? Who you thinking?
Matthew.
We lose Matthew? That's cool. Let's go to the top. Oh, there he is. Matthew, you're on the fan. What you drinking?
There I am. First-time caller here, drinking a purified water, headed home from work. Thankful for the family, thankful for football, thankful for God, and thankful for y'all. I feel like I'm the only 25-year-old who listens to the Sean and RJ show and then the G-Bag Nation going home from work every day. So
thank you.
It's nice.
Salute to you, Matthew. Have a great Thanksgiving. And let's wrap it up at the top here with our guy, Tim. What you drinking? Who you thinking?
G-Bag Nation, I'm drinking a nice bottle of water heading home from work. I'm thankful for the greatest wife of all time. My wife, she's been battling cancer for 4 years. And I got to tell you a quick story. I don't know if y'all saw a post on Twitter by the one and only Dutch Oven, Mr. Derek Collins.
Yeah.
A Saturday a week ago, I was able to take my son to a basketball game. We got to sit courtside, and lo and behold, guess who we got to sit by? The one and only Mr. Dutch Oven. My son, he treated my son like he was the most important person in the room. My son told him he was best friends, or that it was his first game. They became like best friends. Derek bought him a jersey, and my son talks about that experience to today. My son went to the gift shop, said, "Daddy, I have to buy Mr. Holland something." And he bought him a little plush toy that was the Mavericks mascot. And Derek's kept that thing around, and it really spoke a lot. Derek said it really touched him in that moment. And I'm just thankful for my son for that. And with that mascot, the Mavericks are now 5-0 since we gave Derek that mascot. And I just really want to say I'm thankful for Derek Holland and making that first game a memorable game for my son.
How's
Thank
your
you,
son?
G-Bag Nation. Love you guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Right
Thank
on,
you,
Tim.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dutch is a very generous guy.
Very generous
One of
guy.
one.
Yeah.
Remember the time he brought up all those PS4s? Like, hey, guys, Merry Christmas. Here's free PS4s for everybody. We're like, dude, you don't have to do that. But he does. And Dutch is a legend. And salute to you, sir. Thanks for calling. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Yeah, I still have my PlayStation from Dutch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So amazing.
Hey, Lucius, I'm watching
Must
this
have been
game
off that day.
in Maui. You see Penny's coaching him up at Memphis.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm watching the girls. They just finished up right here.
Okay, yeah.
Vandy versus Arizona.
Yeah, Memphis is playing Michigan State in the Maui Classic. And Penny's working it on the
That's my
sideline.
guy right there, boy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what, that's my guy.
Yeah.
My guy. Shout out to the On-Time Experts for sponsoring this segment. I got a text from my pops about Thanksgiving dinner. I was like, what time does Thanksgiving dinner start? I just want to feel it out.
Yeah.
This fool said 5 o'clock, bro. What? 5 o'clock Thanksgiving?
You gonna fast all day?
What time's pregame?
What is going on?
Yeah, we gotta have some pregame going on there, don't we?
Man, like the games start at noon, Pops. People supposed to start falling over there, maybe 1, 2-ish, something like that. I get.
Right.
The afternoon game. What are we doing? That kills everything because usually, like the family, the vibes is like there's political conversations when you first get there and people are making their drinks and everything. Kids go run out, go play outside. And then you sit down and watch a football game. And then after that, it's drunk karaoke because my dad makes everybody get singing.
Okay, Lucius.
Pick you a song, boy. Pick you a song.
It's going to be a late night now.
Lucius, is Dad setting the kickoff late to maybe not to have people show up?
No, that's never him. No, he likes the vibes.
He likes the vibes.
He likes the vibes.
Maybe I thought he'd make it late to where everybody would like, I don't know about going over there tonight. And now he's got more food, more alcohol, more everything.
I got to talk to him about this.
Talk him down to at least kickoff.
What are we
Cowboys
doing?
3 o'clock maybe.
What are we doing?
I'm popping up anyway. My house in the future anyway, fam. All right, here we go. This is a LA Live for a Toxic Tuesday, a holiday Tuesday, right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
What you drinking?
I was talking to somebody recently who was telling me that they think I might be an alcoholic. And I said, you don't know me, you don't know my life, and I'm not going to listen to this. And I left. And now I got to find a new doctor.
It's like Bill Belichick there a little bit.
Yeah, this is LA Live for Tuesday, November 26, 2024. It is a Toxic Tuesday, a holiday Tuesday here in LA Live. I hope you enjoy your holiday week, folks. And here's what we're going to do, because I will not see you until Monday. Avoid the Law Dogs this holiday week, because the judge will not see you until Monday. Do not go out there and get arrested and cause trauma to your family. Where's Bobby? Oh, Bobby's in jail. Tell the kids he's working. Don't do it this week, man. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Don't get into those arguments with your family.
No.
You love those people. Even though you might be mad at them sometimes, you love those people. Don't get into arguments with your family. They're going to be there for you. Not these people that you're arguing over. I promise you. I promise you. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or a DFW scanner this weekend or this week. In other words, don't crash out, people. Be careful. Here's your weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish dominance quickly.
That is a fact, Jack. That is a fact, Jack. Now, every day at 2:30, we do the G-Bag of the Day. Our winner right here is a sports radio caller. Goes by the name of Legend. He is a legend. Calls in the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to play it right now because it is a holiday week. And I only get to play this maybe one time a year. Let me see where we at. Let's go to the great Shirley Caesar. Along with Sway the Remix God. What will you be having at your table there?
Okay, here. Look. Look. I got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chicken, turkeys, rabbits. You name it.
Hey.
Look.
Here we go.
Yep.
I got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes,
chicken, turkey, chicken, turkey.
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, chicken, turkeys, beans.
Yeah.
Strong organ game.
Huh?
Strong organ game.
Oh, yeah, they was killing it on there.
Yeah.
They was killing it on there. Hey, Twitter. So when you post something on Twitter, it's no longer called Twitter, but it was a tweet, right?
Yeah. Right.
Now it's X.
Right.
Yeah. And I've seen people, they want to call a post on X excretion.
Okay.
You want to call
Just
it
excreted.
Just excreted, man.
Check out my last. Can you re-screet me?
Yeah.
Maybe a Z?
Yeah.
I don't like that either. I the post thing just doesn't work for me. The X post.
Kind of weird. Blue Sky. I don't know if you guys are on Blue Sky yet or whatnot. But if you put a post out there on Blue Sky, it's called a skeet.
Okay. Are we picking up a bunch of users over there?
We are out of control. I don't know. I haven't been over there yet. I don't know, but I think it is. At least the hype is right now. We'll see what happens. We'll see what
So
happens.
if you post a bunch of times, it's just like skeet, 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 skeet,
Yeah,
skeet,
skate. That man was all over the place. Hey, I've got some holiday news bloopers for all to enjoy. You can sit down with your family, roast some marshmallows and everything, and listen to LA play you some holiday holiday news bloopers. Holiday blues bloopers. Anyway, let's go to ABC News 7. Nutcracker is in town, folks. You guys familiar with the Nutcracker, the play?
Ballet, right?
Yeah.
The Nutcracker performances are tomorrow night and Sunday afternoon.
Yep.
Definitely have the blues at your next performance eval.
Yeah.
Was you saying crap?
The Nutcracker. Sounds like a Batman villain.
The scariest villain of all time.
Not the Nutcracker. He must be stopped.
You won't believe what he does after he ties you up and everything.
Let's see. CBS 13, Sacramento.
Stand up.
They're dropping some facts about.
He doesn't just kill you.
He doesn't. Bro, just kill me, fam. Just kill me, bro. I see what you about to do.
This is a horror film.
Put them tools up, please. Dropping some facts about turkeys right here, people.
Clouds and rain showers on Thursdays. Jack and I were talking about earlier, and that's the day that you just eat. You nap it off because, turkey's a natural aphrodisiac. And then next thing you know, you watch a little football, have a little leftovers again, because leftovers, did I say aphrodisiac?
All right. I was going to